Chapter 1. Time travel to the 80s. Caught in the act? Ouch! Zhou Qiqi was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt a fiery pain in her back, as if she had fallen hard. She opened her eyes groggily and saw that she was in a dimly lit bathroom, that a man was standing at the door, looking down at her from a height. The man had just taken a shower, a towel draped casually over his shoulder, droplets of water glistening on his sculpted chest and trickling down into the grooves of his abs, leaving dark stains on his army green shorts to his waist. A menacing old scar rose and fell with his breathing. You. The man's thin lips formed a straight line, his Adam's apple bobbed heavily in the shadows, and cold stars flickered in his eyes. Zhou Qiqi felt a heat in her nostrils, swallowed hard, and inexplicably reached out her hand that a virtuous woman accumulates good deeds in her lifetime. Dreaming of such a perfect man is only natural. But just as she touched the man's icy skin, the door behind her burst open with a loud bang. Instinctively, she dove into the man's embrace, only to hear a shrill commotion behind her. First, a man shouted, "Zhou Qiqi, you're my family's child bride. How can you be hugging another man?" Then a woman exclaimed, "Shen Huai Chuan, you, weren't you here to discuss marriage with me? What is going on? What's happening?" Zhou Qiqi turned her head towards the door and saw a man and a woman standing there, wailing like ghosts. One was dressed in a deep blue work outfit, and the other wore an outdated floral dress. Behind them, a crowd had gathered, pointing at her with disdain in their eyes. This dream is too exciting, isn't it? In this dream, she was actually a married woman, and she was being caught in the act? This is ridiculous. She shook her head, tried to wake up from the dream, but a wave of intense sorrow surged in her heart. Then, large chunks of memories that didn't belong to her flooded into her mind. These memories came too suddenly for her to process, and before she could react, everything went black, and she fainted. Just before losing consciousness, it seemed that a pair of strong arms had caught her in their embrace. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning. The location was no longer a hotel, but a hospital filled with the smell of disinfectant. After being unconscious for so long, Zhou Qiqi had a rough idea of what had happened. Everything from last night was not a dream. She had stayed up all night and crossed over to 1982, inhabiting the body of a woman with the same name as hers. Zhou Qiqi was a child from a restructured family, unloved by her father and mother, and had been independent since childhood, with an exceptional ability to adapt. Knowing that self-pity was useless, living well in the present was the most important thing, and she quickly accepted the memories of her original self. After understanding the original self's experiences, she truly wanted to carve the word tragic on her forehead that in fact, the original self had a relatively happy childhood. Her mother was a primary school teacher in the village, her father was a hunter, and her parents loved her deeply. But at the age of 7, her parents fell seriously ill one after another, and there were no other relatives to turn to. Before passing away, her mother entrusted her to the neighbor, the Su family, taking all the Zhou family's belongings with her. The original self moved in with the Su family and became the child bride of Su Shu, the eldest son who was 5 years older than her. At first, the Su family treated her well because of the family assets. However, with many children in the Su family, they could not earn enough work points to feed so many mouths. Gradually, Su father and Su mother changed their attitude. They treated the original self like a maid, forcing her to cook for the whole family and doing all the heavy and tiring work. Any slight displeasure would lead to beatings and scoldings, and sometimes they wouldn't even let her eat. Fortunately, Su Shu was relatively nice to her, often secretly leaving her food and taking her out to catch fish and locusts. This continued for 7 years until Su Shu was recruited by a construction team and went to work in the city at the age of 19. At first, he would come home during festivals. But later on, as the construction team moved around for projects, he traveled all over the place, only occasionally sending money back home. When the original self turned 18, Su's mother was eager for them to marry and have children, writing him over a dozen letters, but he always made excuses. Eventually, when the original self turned 20, Su's mother could no longer wait, and she asked the original self to search for Su Shu, demanding that she return with the child. The original self had a tough time finding Su Shu and arranged to meet him at a hotel. But who would have thought that night she would mistakenly enter the wrong room and be caught in bed with another man? Feeling unclean after such an incident, the original self proposed to break off the engagement with Su Shu. Su Shu, acting as a family member, forced the man to take responsibility for her. Coincidentally, that man was also at the hotel to meet his fiancée. After witnessing the scene, their engagement was also called off. The man agreed to marry the original self, but said he had unfinished business, leaving behind a letter and his identification, instructing her to find him at the army. For the past 13 years, the original self had regarded Zhou Qiqi as the only light in her life, and she couldn't accept such an ending. In her shame and anger, she committed suicide. It was under these circumstances that Zhou Qiqi crossed over. Perhaps due to a time-space fluctuation, she arrived slightly earlier, right at the moment of being caught in the act, but the situation remained largely unchanged. After she fainted, everyone involved had already come to a conclusion about the matter. Now, the situation was that after sleeping through the night, the military officer had left, and only Zhou Qiqi remained by her bedside, waiting to clarify things with her before taking her to the army. Qiqi, you're awake. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Seeing her eyelids move, Zhou Qiqi hurriedly asked with concern. Zhou Qiqi opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Zhou Qiqi. After 7 years, Zhou Qiqi looked much paler than she remembered, dressed in a brand new cotton shirt, his short hair slicked back with hair wax, and his peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, glimmering with a layer of mist, looking deeply affectionate. The original self must have been deceived by his appearance. She really thought she had wronged Zhou Qiqi. But the parties involved were confused, while Zhou Qiqi, as an observer, was very clear. Last night, she and that man had both come to find their marriage partners. One was in room 6 and the other in room 9. She had clearly had the key to room 9, but had opened the door to room 6 at that moment. The man was taking a shower, and when she opened the door, she was bumped into, leading to their unfortunate encounter. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhou Qiqi and the man's fiancée had returned, witnessing the entire scene. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Moreover, she clearly saw that Zhou Qiqi was very close to that man's fiancée, almost holding hands. That no, this was 1982. Even if it was just to watch a scene, unmarried men and women could not be so close. She suspected that these two knew each other, but merely suspecting wasn't enough. So she spoke softly. I'm fine, just a bit thirsty. I'll get you some water. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiqi quickly poured a cup of warm water from the thermos. Zhou Qiqi hadn't had water all night and was extremely thirsty, so she took the water and began to sip it without stopping. Zhou Qiqi thought she felt guilty and was too embarrassed to speak, so he quickly took her other hand to comfort her. Qiqi, no one wants something like this to happen. We grew up together. How could I not understand you? I want to despise you. Even if you get married in the future, I will still be your family and your brother, and I've already prepared a dowry for you. Zhou Qiqi somewhat disdainfully pulled her hand back, but noticed a black telephone line hair tie on Zhou Qiqi's left wrist. Before she traveled back in time, she had seen in a fashion magazine that in the 1980s, right after the reform and opening up, this elastic material had just been introduced from Hong Kong and Taiwan to the mainland. It was precious, costing at least $1 per piece, which could buy over 6 pounds of grain. This was not something an average person could afford. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, the woman standing next to Zhou Qiqi last night was wearing exactly such a hair tie. It seemed that these two not only knew each other, but this woman was very likely secretly asserting her claim over him. Zhou Qiqi's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she grabbed Zhou Qiqi's sleeve and exclaimed with delight. Great! Zhou Qiqi, since you don't mind, let's get married. You won't have to worry about her getting entangled with a scumbag. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 2. Extorting the Heartless Childhood Sweetheart. The military marriage path begins. What did you say? Get married? Zhou Qiqi froze completely. In his memory, Zhou Qiqi, his childhood bride, was timid and compliant. She would agree to whatever he said, always feeling inadequate, constantly apologizing, and lacking her own opinions. Her mind wasn't very sharp. In his plan, Zhou Qiqi should not have dared to refute him and would feel very distressed, believing she wasn't worthy of him. After all, it was impossible for her to shamelessly continue to marry him. Qiqi, are you still half asleep? Don't you remember last night? You and that Shen Huai Chuan, you two. He gestured a hugging motion, trying to remind Zhou Qiqi to stick to the script. I know. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qiqi nodded. But Zhou Qiqi said he didn't mind and didn't dislike me. So how does that affect our marriage? She looked bewildered, blinking her big eyes, appearing extremely innocent. Zhou Qiqi swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. But many people saw it in the hotel, and Shen Huai Chuan's childhood betrothed saw it too. Their marriage contract has been annulled, and Shen Huai Chuan has agreed to marry you. This matter has already been settled. How has it been settled? My marriage was decided without asking for my opinion? That's not appropriate, right? Before Su Shu could finish, Zhou Qiqi interrupted him. I don't agree. I am Su Ji's childhood bride. My parents sent me here to marry you, which is only right. If Shen Huai Chuan wants to take responsibility, he should take responsibility for his fiancée. At this point, she paused and said matter-of-factly, as for what happened last night, let's just pretend it never happened. Su Shu grew anxious upon hearing this and blurted out, that's not okay. Last night, many people from Yao Yao's workplace saw if Yao Yao gets married. Wouldn't she be laughed at for a lifetime? Not to mention Yao Yao. Halfway through, he realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. Zhou Qiqi had already sensed something was off and didn't interrupt him, merely watching him with a half-smile before coolly speaking up. Yao Yao, you sound quite close, so, Suge, do you know Shen Huai Chuan's fiancé? No, I don't know her. I just exchanged a few words after what happened last night, and I only know her name is Lin Yao. Su Shu quickly denied it, nervously licking his lips. Oh, is that so? I thought Sugu and Lin Yao, both of whom are betrothed, got together and didn't want to be criticized, so you designed me and Shen Huai Chuan to swap marriages openly? With the plan exposed, Su Shu broke out in a cold sweat, trembling all over, and pointed at Zhou Qiqi, cursing, You, what nonsense are you talking about? You're spreading rumors, slandering me. I'll tell you. I handed over your household registration book to Shen Huai Chuan last night. His marriage application should have already been submitted. It's useless for you to say anything now. Don't think of doing anything bad. Don't be so anxious. Sugu, I just said it casually. Why are you so worked up? Zhou Qiqi had long been aware of all this and wasn't anxious at all. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times, thought for a long time, and then spoke. I didn't intend to ruin your plans, that if you wanted to marry Shen Huai Chuan, it's not impossible. A few hours later, Zhou Qiqi had already appeared at the train station. The platform was crowded with travelers carrying burlap sacks, and the crowd surged like a tide toward the train doors, causing many people's luggage to get scattered, making it noisy and chaotic as they struggled to board the train. This made Zhou Qiqi grateful that she had brought nothing but a small bundle. She skillfully maneuvered through the crowd and found her seat without any difficulty. The train soon started moving, and the mixed smells of sweat and coal smoke in the carriage made it uncomfortable. But Zhou Qiqi had bought her ticket late and could only get a seat by the aisle, so she had to endure it. The aisle was bustling with people coming and going, and there were quite a few standing passengers waiting for seats. She had to keep a close eye on her small bundle. Inside was a whopping $100.05. Before this trip, Su's mother, Li Guixiang, had given her $3, and after buying the ticket, she was left with 50 cents. The other $100 was the dowry money she had just asked Su Shu for. When confronting Su Shu in the morning, she had been pondering what to do. Now Su Shu had clearly stated he didn't want to marry her. She also looked down on Su Shu, this slick scumbag. The paths before her were only two. One was to return to Su's family village, and the other was to stay in the city. The first option was one Zhou Qiqi would never choose. The original body had lived worse than pigs and dogs for 14 years in the Su family, even considering that she was treated as a daughter-in-law. Now that the marriage contract was annulled, the Su family would definitely no longer take her, and even if they did, they would only see her as a cash cow, marrying her off to a rich man for a hefty bride price. Last year, an old widower in the village married a young wife, and just the betrothal gift was $10. Li Guixiang was so greedy that she once considered marrying off the original body. It was only because Su Taixing insisted on fulfilling the marriage contract that Li Guixiang gave up. Zhou Qiqi would not go back to the Su family. The Zhou family's house was still there, but her family was gone, and as someone who had crossed over, she didn't know how to farm. There would be no way to survive back in the village. Staying in the city to make a living was more reliable. However, with the current policies, blind drifters were not allowed to enter the city without a city household registration. She couldn't find a place to live, nor could she find a job. If she wanted to stay, she could only go to the military to find Shen Huai Chuan. Her household registration book was with Shen Huai Chuan, and the marriage application had probably already been submitted, just as Su Shu said. In fact, her current identity could already be considered that of a military wife. In this era, ruining a military marriage was a serious crime, and she couldn't afford that. She could just make do. They had just gotten married. How could she not get a divorce immediately? Another less important reason was that Shen Huai Chuan himself. They had been honest with each other. Couldn't she tell if he was a good person or not? Marrying him was definitely 1,000 times better than marrying Su Shu. But this way, it would just play right into Su Shu's hands. He had ruined the original body, and Zhou Qiqi certainly wouldn't let him off that easily. Su Shu was not smart since childhood. He was slow-witted, the kind that would drool even if cured. After a bit of intimidation, she turned the $5 Su Shu originally intended to give to the original body into $100. That was Su Shu's annual salary, and when she handed over the money, his expression was incredibly pained. Thinking back on it now, Zhou Qiqi felt quite pleased. "Comrade, stop grinning and take your feet back." Just as she was enjoying herself, the train attendant passed by and reminded her irritably. "Sorry." Zhou Qiqi stuck out her tongue and quickly pulled her feet back. The train attendant pushed a cart, neatly arranged with a row of aluminum lunchboxes, and the aroma of the food wafted out. In this era, train meals are not prepackaged dishes. They are freshly cooked by chefs in the dining car, and the head chefs are all from major restaurants. However, the prices are a bit high. A bowl of rice costs 10 cents, a portion of vegetables 35 cents, and meat dishes start at 50 cents. It's worth noting that an ordinary worker earns only 30 to 40 yuan a month, so not many people can afford to spend that much on meals. But Zhou Qiqi is different. She is a hedonist. Money can be earned again, but the regrets of the moment cannot be compensated for later. She immediately took out 25 cents, bought a bowl of rice, and ordered spicy chicken and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, enjoying a delightful meal. Not long after finishing, she fell into a drowsy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, someone shook her hard. "Hey, wake up! Your bag has been stolen." "Don't worry, the female lead won't suffer losses." Chapter 3. Dare to steal from my great-aunt? Go eat shit. Zhou Qiqi was pushed awake, her eyelids still stuck together. "Near, wake up quickly. Your bundle has been stolen." Seeing her still looking dazed, the woman next to her shouted again. Zhou Qiqi finally woke up completely. Her heart sank, and she hurriedly looked down at her lap. She remembered that before she fell asleep, she had tightly held her bundle in her arms, and now it had slipped down to her legs, unprotected. Looking at the bundle, the knot was still tightly tied, but the edge had a large cut, and the patch cloth inside was also damaged, with half a sleeve dangling outside the bundle. She anxiously opened the bundle, and sure enough, the handkerchief was missing. Just earlier, when she bought her boxed meal, that handkerchief had been bulging, and she had pulled out a 10 yuan bill from it, which the train attendant took a long time to change, and everyone around had seen it. Now that the handkerchief was gone, it meant she had lost a significant amount of money. At that moment, other people in the carriage also started shouting. They had been stolen from too. "Go, go, hurry and find the patrol officer to report it." Following everyone's reminders, Zhou Qiqi went to find the patrol officer. But not long after, she returned looking dejected. "How did it go?" the woman asked with concern, and Zhou Qiqi shook her head lightly. In this era, trains were almost the only way for people to travel long distances, packed with people, and the mobility was very high. But the security personnel were pitifully few. Thieves blended into the crowd like loaches, slippery and hard to catch. Besides Zhou Qiqi, about a dozen others had also gone to report the theft. The patrol officer took down their information and said that if they caught the thief, they would contact them to retrieve their lost items. But everyone knew in their hearts that there was little hope. Hearing her say this, the people around immediately started discussing. Some felt sorry for her, shaking their heads and sighing. Others gloatingly smiled with malicious intent. Some just cracked seeds, watching with great interest. Zhou Qiqi didn't pay them any mind, thanked the woman, and prepared to sit down. But then she heard the woman slap her thigh and point at her. "This is all your fault." Everyone nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at rice. "Auntie, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Qiqi didn't expect the blame to fall on her, the victim, and was completely stunned, looking bewildered. "You must be a military family member, a new bride? I saw you lift your bundle earlier, and there was a pass inside with the August 1st emblem on it." The woman raised her eyebrows, her tone unfriendly. Goodness, this woman had sharp eyes, even peeking into others' bundles. Zhou Qiqi didn't say anything, only silently complained at her heart. "Am I right?" The woman, seeing that she didn't deny it, became smug, as if she had won a battle, and pulled a handful of seeds from her pocket cracking them loudly as she spoke. She had wanted to say this since she got on the train, and after holding it in for so long, she finally had the chance. Look at your outfit. Just like me, you must be from the countryside. So many patches on your clothes. But why don't you show a bit of the hard-working simplicity we have in the countryside? You clearly don't look like a good wife who knows how to live properly. Finally, you have a bit of money, and you can't wait to indulge. Spicy chicken, fried eggs, why are you so greedy? You're spending the money your husband earned with his life and blood. How can you just spend it without a care? Isn't that breaking your husband's heart? Furthermore, wealth should not be flaunted. Don't you understand this basic principle? 10 yuan, just take it out like that. Doesn't it show you have money? If thieves don't steal you, who will they steal? The woman spat out a seed shell, looking sideways, her tone aggressive. So I say you deserve it. Zhou Qiqi clenched her bundle so tightly her knuckles turned white, lowering her head and staying silent for a long time. Look, now you know to feel ashamed. The woman pointed at Zhou Qiqi, laughing loudly. The people around joined in, all criticizing Zhou Qiqi. In their eyes, a military wife should be frugal and simple. How could she eat such expensive train meals? This made the woman feel triumphant. Thinking she had become the opinion leader in the carriage, her chest puffed out high. Zhou Qiqi finally raised her head, a cold smile on her face. She wasn't embarrassed. She was instead amused by the woman's shameless reasoning. After laughing enough, she straightened her back and unflinchingly looked the woman in the eye, questioning her. Annie, how can you be so sure that this money is given to me by my husband? This is my own money, and I spend my own money. What is wrong with that? In your eyes, am I a rural woman who can't earn money myself? The chairman said, women can hold up half the sky. Are you going against what he said? As soon as she said this, the carriage fell silent. The earlier chattering disappeared in an instant. You'll put a big hat on me. Who can prove that this money is earned by you? So much money. How could it be possible? Do you think everyone is a fool? The woman didn't expect this little bride to dare to retort. Pointing at Zhou Qiqi and shouting arrogantly, trying to rally the people in the carriage against her. Zhou Qiqi didn't panic at all. She turned to the entire carriage. Her voice is clear as a radio broadcaster. I have no proof, but even if this money was given to me by my husband, the money he earned through blood and sweat is to ensure that I and the people don't have to go back to the hard days of the past. If I eat something good, isn't that in line with his wishes? What is wrong with that? Everyone works hard to earn money. Isn't that the point? The carriage was filled with all kinds of people, but they were all hard-working folks on the road. Hearing her words, they couldn't help but nod silently. Earning money is indeed to make life a little easier. No one could refute that. At this moment, the way people looked at Zhou Qiqi had changed. The disdain from before was gone. Zhou Qiqi turned with satisfaction to look at the woman. As for what you said about not flaunting wealth, the thieves are the ones with moral decay. What does that have to do with me? According to your twisted logic, a person wearing a cotton hat deserves to have their hat stolen, and someone in rubber shoes deserves to have their shoes taken? Then why don't you just sit on the train naked? That would be safe. Laughter erupted in the carriage, and everyone looked at the woman. The woman felt uncomfortable all over and wrapped her cloth coat tighter around herself. Sharp-tongued, full of twisted logic. Just wait, I'll take care of you today. She blushed, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to rush at Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi, however, like a clever little sprite, skillfully dodged behind her seat with her small bundle, pretending to suddenly realize something and shouted loudly. Oh, I understand. You and those thieves are in cahoots, right? Spouting these twisted arguments to confuse the thoughts of the masses so your accomplices can escape? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire carriage was in an uproar. And immediately someone recalled, I remember this woman just passed by me not long ago, and my wallet was stolen, it seems like that. I remember too. Everyone surrounded the woman, demanding an explanation. This had nothing to do with her anymore. Zhou Qiqi stuck out her tongue at the woman, picked up her bundle, and confidently walked towards the train door. In the crowd at G City Station, Zhou Qiqi slipped through the encirclement like a nimble fish. She took out 5 cents and used the public restroom next to the station, checking the money hidden in her waistband along the way. $99.25. Not a cent less, all intact. Zhou Qiqi was no fool. She knew there were many pickpockets on the train. After eating, When she went to the dining car to return her aluminum lunchbox, she borrowed a pair of scissors, took out a piece of clothing from her bundle, cut a piece of fabric, wrapped the money, and tied it around her waist, covered by 2 layers of clothing. No pickpocket could steal it. As for the handkerchief that held the money, dare to steal from me, your great aunt? Go eat shit. The man had just subdued a few pickpockets when he looked down and saw the handkerchief that had fallen on the ground. He picked it up casually. Inside was a note with a drawing of a pile of poop. It was enormous and lifelike, with a few flies drawn around it, making it hard not to think of that. The man's expression darkened instantly. Behind him, several trained police hurried over. Comrade, thank you so much. These pickpockets are quite skilled. If it weren't for your help, we really wouldn't have caught them. You look like a soldier, right? Before the man could speak, the orderly behind him eagerly nodded and said proudly, That's right, this is our commander, Shen Huai Chuan. Chapter 4. Shen Huai Chuan is my husband, Captain. The several railway police looked at each other, all with expressions of shock. After all, Shen Huai Chuan looked only about 25 or 26 years old. So young. And he is already a captain? Absolutely, no doubt about it. The duty soldier Qin Lei patted his chest, wearing a proud expression. Our captain has received several first-class merits. This time, the mission was completed so beautifully. Getting a second-class merit is definitely not a problem. Stone. Shen Huai Chuan raised his leg and kicked Qin Lei, his dark pupils glinting with frost. Qin Lei shrank his neck and scratched his head. Shen Huai Chuan turned to the railway police and gave a standard military salute, then kicked the thief tied up like a zongzi on the ground. Comrades, this is the last thief. I leave him to you. We have a mission. So we're leaving. His tone was very polite, but his voice was as cold as ice. Without waiting for the railway police to respond, he picked up the backpack draped over the chair and was about to leave, as if the incident of capturing the thief had nothing to do with him. The railway police admired this agile soldier and wanted to speak with him a bit more, but felt a bit shy, so they could only repeatedly say thank you. Suddenly, Shen Huai Chuan remembered the handkerchief in his hand, frowned, and disdainfully handed it over. Oh right, there is also this lost item. Please make sure to return it to the owner. The police captain took the handkerchief, thought for a moment, and said, I remember. This is from the woman in carriage 3, seat 156C. She didn't leave a phone number or address, probably thinking she wouldn't be able to get it back and didn't want it. Shen Huai Chuan looked at the handkerchief, which revealed some poop, and his throat moved. Just as he was about to speak, a cheerful voice suddenly interjected. It was the young railway officer Lei Ming, who squeezed forward with a note in his hand, eyes sparkling as he said, I just passed by carriage 3 and saw a piece of sleeve fall under seat 156C, along with a note. It should belong to that woman. The note has an address and phone number. It's in the G City Haizuan Military District family quarters, which is close to my uncle's house. Let me handle it. I might be able to contact her. The other team members rarely saw Lei Ming so enthusiastic and teased him. Oh, when did young Master Lei become so eager? Could it be that he has his eyes on that woman? Just now, during the argument in the carriage, his eyes were glued to her. Lei Ming scratched his head, not denying it. He had seen everything during the argument between that girl and the aunt, and the girl was clever and articulate, lively like a lark, immediately attracting him. At 22 years old, it was the first time he felt this way. Perhaps this was love at first sight? Amid the laughter of everyone, Lei Ming blushed as he was about to tuck the note into his pocket, but suddenly felt empty at his fingertips. It was none other than Shen Huai Chuan, who was in a hurry to leave. Lei Ming's face changed immediately. Comrade Shen, why are you snatching things? Shen Huai Chuan stared at the note with a blank expression. Captain, isn't this your handwriting? Shen Huai Chuan didn't answer, his face serious, his fingers gripping the note, turning white as he looked up at Lei Ming. Sorry, comrade, I'll take this back myself. His gaze was cold, like a knife tempered in fire, causing Lei Ming to instinctively take a half step back, feeling a bit scared. But thinking of that girl he had fallen for at first sight, he mustered his courage. That is not right, Captain Shen. This is our railway police's job. How can we hand it over to you? We have regulations, unless it's south someone very close, otherwise. Before he could finish, Shen Huai Chuan had already tucked the note into his chest pocket and coolly said, She is my wife. Does that count as being close? After the next stop, Shen Huai Chuan got off the train. Usually, after a mission, even if there were people to pick him up, He would still escort the target back to the military district. But this time was different. He got off early and handed over the transfer work to Stone. Qinlei listened to everything and watched as Shen Huai Chuan quickly walked out of the platform into the dusk, his figure disappearing quickly. Unable to help himself, he muttered, "The captain has a wife? Who is it? When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" Achoo! Just then, the person being talked about, Zhou Qiqi, suddenly sneezed, looking at the dark road ahead with a wronged expression. She was so unlucky. She actually lost the note with the address and phone number. After thinking it over, she guessed it must have fallen when she accidentally bumped into it during the argument with that ant. In this unfamiliar place, she initially planned to find a public phone after getting off the train and have someone from the military come pick her up. Now it was all in vain. Fortunately, she had read the note twice and roughly remembered the address. She asked for directions at the bus station, took a bus to the outskirts of the city, and then flagged down 2 ox carts to get a ride for a bit. But when it came to the last stretch, she couldn't remember clearly. She wandered around until it got dark, and the ox cart driver had gone home. With no other choice, she had to walk on foot. This walk lasted 1 to 2 hours, and her feet were numb. Just when she thought there was no hope, she finally saw a large area of houses ahead, with a big red 5-pointed star at the entrance, marked August 1st. That's right, this was it. Zhou Qiqi perked up and hurried over, handing over Shen Huai Chuan's identification to the guard on duty. The guard made a call and reported back that Captain Shen was not available, but he would help her call someone from the military family area to come over and pick her up. Great, thank you. Zhou Qiqi finally had some hope and happily sat in the duty room waiting. Before long, she heard footsteps, accompanied by a loud voice from a woman. They really came. Great. Captain Shen said he was going to file a marriage report. I didn't expect them to come so soon. It's fine that Captain Shen isn't here. I know his wife very well. I'll take her home with me first. At first, Zhou Qiqi felt quite happy hearing this enthusiastic talk. But as she listened, her expression changed. You, nasty woman, why are you here? At the moment the wooden door creaked open, the 2 locked eyes, sparks flying in the air. It was indeed true that enemies gather. No doubt about it. The one here to receive her was that sharp-tongued ant she had met on the train. The ant stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes nearly spitting fire. She couldn't forget that scene on the train where Zhou Qiqi had made her the laughingstock of the entire carriage. And the railway police even searched her luggage for a long time. She scrutinized Zhou Qiqi from top to bottom with a look of disdain, saying, "She claims to be Captain Shen's wife? That's impossible. I know Captain Shen's fiancée. Her name is Lin Yao, and she is my husband's distant niece. They were promised to each other since childhood. The Lin family is a prestigious medical family, and Lin Yao also studies medicine. Their marriage has been delayed because of school. This year, Lin Yao's internship at the provincial military hospital is about to end, and both families are eager for them to get married. Just before the new year, Lin Yao's mother called me to help facilitate the matter, and I've worked hard to promote it, whispering sweet nothings to my husband. It took a lot of effort to persuade Shen Huai Chuan to go find Lin Yao to get their marriage certificate, and now someone is pretending to be his wife? Lin Yao is a city college student, tall, dressed in a plaid skirt, and wearing a bow. She is fashionable beyond measure. And Zhou Qiqi, looking like a country bumpkin, wants to pose as her? How ridiculous! The ant felt confident and shouted loudly, "Comrade guard, you must not believe her. She must be a fraud." Saying this, she exaggeratedly recounted the events from the train. In her mouth, she turned into a good-hearted person who stood up for justice. Zhou Qiqi lost something and was aggrieved, venting all her anger on her, behaving like an unreasonable shrew. The ant looked Zhou Qiqi up and down and confidently declared that she could absolutely not be Colonel Shen's wife. The guard was somewhat puzzled, but she had Colonel Shen's identification in her hand. This statement surprised the ant, but she still insisted on her opinion, suddenly coming up with an explanation. I got it. Not only is she a liar, but she's also a thief. Colonel Shen's identification must have been stolen by her. Now everything made sense, and the ant convinced herself that Zhou Qiqi was both a thief and a liar, and her purpose in coming to the military district was probably not pure. The guard felt a bit troubled. The ant spoke so confidently, but he didn't see Zhou Qiqi as a bad person, so he could only ask her, "Comrade, do you have a marriage certificate?" Or, is there anyone else who can prove your identity? This is the military district, and if you don't have either of those, we really can only detain you for now. Marriage certificate? Zhou Qiqi really couldn't produce such a thing. Moreover, her marriage to Shen Huai Chuan was known only to the two of them within the military district. She wanted to defend herself, but didn't know how to say it. So she could only shake her head. This was exactly what the aunt wanted. She immediately started organizing the security personnel to lock her in a small dark room for a good interrogation. Who knows, she might be an enemy spy. Zhou Qiqi curled up on the bench in the guard room, her eyelashes fluttering, feeling like she might cry. After walking for 2 hours, she was now hungry and thirsty, and she really didn't have the strength to argue with the aunt. After a while, a sound of footsteps approached, and a tall shadow loomed over her. She thought it was someone coming to take her away, and mumbled, "I really didn't lie. I am Shen Huai Chuan's wife. Shen Huai Chuan is my husband. You." Hearing that voice, Zhou Qiqi suddenly looked up and saw a handsome and strong man looking down at her. He stood against the light, his shoulder lined sharp like a blade, cutting through the surrounding noise, making it seem like only the two of them existed in the world. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes, along with a barely perceptible different emotion. It's him. Zhou Qiqi's heart uncontrollably started to race. Chapter 5. Zhou Qiqi is my beloved Shen Huai Chuan. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly stood up, and at a glance, she recognized him as her cheap husband, the only person who could prove her identity and rescue her. She felt both shocked and delighted in her heart, but when she looked at his military uniform, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If it weren't for coming to the military district to find him, she wouldn't be in such a miserable situation, and she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Pouting, she gave him a punch and sniffled. Why did it take you so long to come? But she forgot that Shen Huai Chuan was a soldier. His chest was rock hard, and her punch didn't even cause him to frown. Instead, her hand hurt from the impact, and she almost stumbled backward. Just then, a pair of strong arms reached out and wrapped around her waist, just like the last time she fainted in the hotel. But this time, Zhou Qiqi was completely awake. The light in the guard room was bright as day, and she could clearly see his face. Unlike the charming and delicate Su Shu, Shen Huai Chuan had a standard tough guy face. His crew cut was sharp and neat. His bronze skin was healthy and attractive. His sharp eyes and cold facial features, with a hint of stubble under his thin lips, added to his masculine appeal. Zhou Qiqi felt her face flush and her heart race uncontrollably. This man seemed to always embrace her when she needed it the most. At that moment, the aunt at the door came in with the security personnel, and upon hearing that Shen Huai Chuan had returned, she walked in while complaining, "Commander Shen, you came back just in time. A fraud showed up, pretending to be your wife, claiming that you are her husband." Just as she spoke halfway, she saw the affectionate posture of the two in the guard room, and immediately stuttered, "Why you? She? What are you doing?" The soldiers from the security department behind her were also stunned by the scene. They all recognized Shen Huai Chuan, the cold-faced king of hell from their military district, who was not only strict during training, but also completely uninterested in women. The flower of the art troupe had tried to flirt with him before and had been scared to tears. But now here he was, hugging a woman. This was a rare sight. The soldiers from a security department all gathered around to watch the excitement. Zhou Qiqi quickly came to her senses and hurriedly got up from Shen Huai Chuan's embrace, blushing as she tugged at her clothes. Despite her usual bravado when encountering Shen Huai Chuan, deep down, she was still a single woman who had never even held a man's hand. The aunt felt a bit flustered. What is going on here? Are you really? Zhou Qiqi nudged Shen Huai Chuan with her elbow. You tell them. This time, she had learned to be clever, not using much force. After nudging him, she leaned against Shen Huai Chuan, using the tactic of leveraging his strength. Shen Huai Chuan seemed to still be in a daze, and it was only when she nudged him that he snapped back to reality. His sharp, elongated phoenix eyes swept over Zhou Qiqi and subtly stepped forward, protecting her behind him, before turning to the crowd and coldly stating, "Her name is Zhou Qiqi. She is my wife indeed." His voice was deep, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, sending ripples across Zhou Qiqi's heart. Wife. She had never heard anyone refer to her like that. She remembered that the older generation seemed to use such terms for their spouses, subtle yet solemn. She thought Shen Huai Chuan wouldn't admit it so quickly, but unexpectedly. He not only admitted it, but did so with such seriousness. The aunt was dumbfounded. But your wife is Yao Yao, right? You two were betrothed as children, Commander Shen. Are you mistaken? With someone backing her up, Zhou Qiqi felt more confident, puffed out her chest, and with a smile, tilted her head and retorted, Annie, do you mean you know better than Shen Huai Chuan who his wife is? Or should we take Shen Huai Chuan to a small dark room for interrogation? No, that is not what I meant. It's all a misunderstanding. The aunt hurriedly waved her hands at Shen Huai Chuan, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. How could she dare? This Commander Shen was a living king of hell in their military district, even one rank higher than her husband. She couldn't afford to offend him. But with this incident, it was the second time Zhou Qiqi had made a fool of her, and her face was alternating between red and white. Her dull eyes filled with resentment that she couldn't hide. At this moment, the head of the security department, who had been watching from the side, adjusted his tortoise-shell glasses, glanced at the crowd, and spoke up, Commander Shen, Aunt Xiao, it's already past 9, it's getting late. Since it's a misunderstanding, let us all go back quickly. He had figured it out. This Aunt Xiao was a tough one. And Commander Shen's new wife didn't look like someone easy to deal with either. He didn't want the two to get entangled here and affect the reputation of their security department. Hearing this, the aunt agreed, saying she still had dough rising at home, and hurriedly slipped away. The soldiers still wanted to watch the excitement, but were driven away by Liao. Once the crowd dispersed, only the two of them remained in the room. Let us talk when we get back. Shen Huai Chuan didn't look at Zhou Qiqi again, leaving behind those 4 words as he opened the door and walked out. Zhou Qiqi naturally chose to follow, but as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain in her foot, as if she had blisters, and not just one. Shen Huai Chuan, wait, my foot hurts, can you help me? No. Before she could finish her sentence, he coldly replied without looking back. What the heck? She had just praised him for being a good man. And now, this was how he treated her? If it weren't for the intense pain in her foot, she wouldn't want to speak up, and besides, she was his wife. What was wrong with him helping her a little? Was he really that unthoughtful? Zhou Qiqi pouted, just as she was about to grit her teeth and catch up. Her gaze shifted, and she noticed the suspicious red hue in the man's ears. This guy was unthoughtful. He was shy. Looking at the soldiers in the distance still turned around watching the commotion, she narrowed her eyes, pursed her delicate lips, and called out in a not too high, not too low voice, husband. Her voice was as soft as willow branches in March. Shut up. Shen Huai Chuan abruptly covered her mouth with his calloused palm. His sharp and cold gaze held a warning. If it weren't for seeing his ears turning red as if they could bleed, Zhou Qiqi would have been genuinely scared. It hurts, she weakly managed to say through his fingers, also extending her foot to show him. Beneath the thin white socks, a few spots of blood were seeping through, and without anyone to support her, she really couldn't walk. Shen Huai Chuan quickly moved his hand away, gently adjusted himself. The veins on his neck bulging, his Adam's apple rolling heavily as he knelt down on one knee in front of Zhou Qiqi. Get on. Is he going to carry her? Zhou Qiqi wasn't going to be coy. He was her husband, so it was only right for him to carry her. She immediately climbed onto his back. Shen Huai Chuan's back was broad. Although his muscles were a bit hard, surprisingly, it wasn't uncomfortable at all, and it felt quite nice. Hey look, Commander Shen is carrying his wife. The soldiers in the distance stretched their necks to look this way and, upon seeing this scene, began to whistle. Shen Huai Chuan glared at them with a dark face, wanting to say something, but not speaking, and quickly carried Zhou Qiqi away from the scene. Chapter 6, Playing the Pig to Eat the Tiger. Shen Huai Chuan's back was as stiff as a steel plate. He had been the first in the military district for cross-country running for years, and the weight on his back felt light as a feather. But the woman's messy hair swayed with each step, brushing against the back of his neck, making his back feel hot, forcing him to slow down a bit. In contrast to him, Zhou Qiqi was quite at ease. She had never been in a military family area in her 2 lifetimes, so everything felt fresh to her. It was already dark, with only the dim yellow streetlights still on, casting the entire military family area in a faded, old photograph-like hue. The gray, shabby buildings were tightly packed together, with clothes hanging on ropes outside the windows, and the air was filled with the bitter smell of burning coal. Shen Huai Chuan chose the less populated paths, and the moonlight stretched a shadow long, wrapping around the two overlapping figures into a blurry mass on the stone road. They arrived. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Zhou Qiqi's eyes suddenly lit up. In the tidy courtyard with 3 rows of single-story buildings, only this one exuded the scent of freshly painted lime. Truly worthy of a regiment commander, this house was different. This would be her home from now on. Zhou Qiqi unconsciously tightened her grip around Shen Huai Chuan's neck, filled with anticipation as she followed him into the house. As soon as she entered, she was dumbfounded. The house looked impressive from the outside, but inside, it was cold and uninviting. A complete set of sharply angled furniture stood rigidly, everything arranged as if in half-formed lines. Inside and out, it was spotless, with no clutter whatsoever, not even any decorations, not even curtains. It was pure military barracks minimalism. As soon as she sat down, Shen Huai Chuan was already seated across from her, raising an eyebrow, his sharp, cool gaze fixed on her as he began to speak. This manner of speaking, this poker face, combined with the surrounding environment, instantly made Zhou Qiqi feel as if she were not his wife but a prisoner under his command. This was not military barracks minimalism. It was pure prison style. She seemed to understand a bit why Lin Yao didn't want to marry Shen Huai Chuan. However, Zhou Qiqi was not the kind of soft persimmon that the original character was, someone who would just take abuse. She was used to having everything under her control, blinking her eyes with a pitiful expression. "Commander Shen, even prisoners need water, right?" And she wiggled her blood-stained little feet, her tone trailing off. "My soul still hurt. Do you have any medicine?" She had noticed earlier in the guardroom that Shen Huai Chuan was a bit cold in demeanor, but with a little bit of coaxing, he could easily be manipulated, a pure paper tiger. Sure enough, the man, looking at her 5 agile dancing toes, blinked his dark eyes and got up to pour her a glass of water, also rummaging through the house to find a jar of ointment. The water was cold, coming from a pipe, with a strange taste, but Zhou Qiqi was very thirsty and didn't mind, gulping it all down. Then she quickly set to work, soaking her feet and applying the ointment. She was always independent and did not seek help unless absolutely necessary. But she never neglected herself, like just now. When she couldn't walk anymore, she sought Shen Huai Chuan's help without hesitation. After traveling for so long, she and T carefully examined this body, but now that she did, it was quite shocking. The original character was only 20 years old, yet her soles were covered with a thick layer of calluses from years of hard labor. And below her calves, there were many old reddish-brown scars. These were burns from cooking, and the Su family had been reluctant to buy her medicine. So the new and old injuries combined had led to infections that never healed. The mint-scented ointment mixed with the smell of blood made Zhou Qiqi's nose itch, her eyes watery. She felt increasingly sympathetic towards the original character and began to recount her experiences over the past 19 years in the Su family. This included how her family treated her after her parents passed away, her relationship with Su Shu, and her experiences since coming here. However, she only spoke of the original character's experiences and not a single word about her own. Her tone was soft and weak, laced with a hint of grievance. Her eyes slightly red, making her appear quite pitiful. This tactic was called playing the pig to eat the tiger. "You mean, the Su family has been bullying you? For over 10 years? Shen Huai Chuan's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Zhou Qiqi, his gaze deep and unreadable. Yes, under his intense gaze, Zhou Qiqi felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety in her heart, swallowing hard and instinctively nodding. But soon, she calmed down. She wasn't lying. So what was there to be afraid of? She was indeed very pitiful. Speaking of which, she puffed out her chest and blinked her eyes, facing Shen Huai Chuan's cold, deep gaze. "In any case, this is the situation now. Since you've already submitted the marriage report, legally, I am already your wife. And I can only come along with the army. There's no other way. We can't get a divorce, can we?" When it came to the marriage report, Shen Huai Chuan's gaze flickered slightly, lowering his head. After a while, he finally spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "I do need a partner." His parents had not been in good health for years and had urged him to bring his wife home this year. Putting pressure on him, even sending messages to the political commissar of their military district. He had to get married this year. It was imperative. On the other hand, Lin Yao had been dragging her feet and didn't want to meet him. He could see that she didn't want to marry him, even though he had already agreed to her request to give her an internship at the military hospital. And this woman before him. Shen Huai Chuan knew she was lying, but for some reason, he didn't want to refuse. This thought had inexplicably sprouted in his heart from the moment he saw her in the hotel. Later in the guardroom, seeing her doe-like, moist and dependent eyes. Hearing her say, "I am Shen Huai Chuan's wife. Shen Huai Chuan is my husband." This thought only grew stronger. This feeling was unfamiliar, but he didn't resist it. Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi finally relaxed her tense heart. Shen Huai Chuan also needed to get married, which coincidentally matched her needs. Perfectly controlled. She couldn't help but feel happy. But Shen Huai Chuan's demeanor turned serious, his fists clenched, his gaze intense. "Are you sure you know everything about my situation? You don't mind? You're still willing to marry me?" "I don't mind. I'm willing to marry you." Zhou Qiqi nodded earnestly. While in the hospital, Su Shu had explained the situation in Shen Huai Chuan's family very clearly to persuade her. The Shen family was a military family with 3 sons, all of whom were soldiers. And Shen Huai Chuan was the third. The eldest brother, Shen Huai Chuan, went missing in action 10 years ago and has had no news since. The second brother, Shen Huai Yue, and his wife were seriously injured 3 years ago during a mission and had become vegetative state patients, both lying in the hospital, barely clinging to life with machines. Shen father and Shen mother had been overly worried for 10 years, and their health had deteriorated, living in a sanatorium. Su Shu's exact words were, "Although the Shen family has some bad luck, you are also an orphan, so marrying in is quite suitable. You probably want to be cursed to death." Zhou Qiqi had wanted to kick Su Shu away at that moment. He was the one who was unlucky. His whole family was unlucky. Zhou Qiqi was a good youth raised under the socialist banner, with a natural fondness for soldiers. Not only did she not mind, but she also felt quite impressed. Just as she was about to comfort Shen Huai Chuan, she looked up and unexpectedly collided with his gaze, which was filled with emotions she couldn't comprehend, making her heart flutter. Some things need to be clarified in advance. His tone remained cold and hard, but his voice trembled slightly. "I'm often on missions, you must." Zhou Qiqi interrupted him by wiggling her toes. "You need to be mentally prepared. I am confident. I will be a qualified military wife. An excellent." The word lover turned on her tongue, but ultimately did not come out. Instead, it became an excellent wife. This was her promise and all she could do. As a girl from a blended family, unloved by her father and mother, she was born not to believe in love. Marriage, after all, was just 2 people living together, right? She could guarantee fulfilling her duties as a wife. But the term lover was too unrealistic for her. However, she was willing to be a competent military wife, an excellent spouse, a relative without blood ties. When Shen Huai Chuan heard her words, he should have been happy, but for some reason, a sudden pain surged in his heart. Not wanting to be seen, he turned to pour himself a glass of water, only to hear a thunderous gurgling sound behind him. Chapter 7. The baby's tummy rumbled. Was that thunder? No way. Shen Huai Chuan looked out the window with suspicion. But outside, the moonlight was bright, and there wasn't even a breeze. It wasn't thunder outside. It was the baby's tummy rumbling. Zhou Qiqi's face turned red as she covered her face and whispered, "So embarrassing. This is an important moment for the 2 of us to decide our future together. How could I make such a noise?" But she couldn't really blame herself. This body had been malnourished for a long time, and she hadn't eaten anything for over 10 hours since noon, plus she had expended so much energy. She was truly starving. Baby? What baby? Shen Huai Chuan didn't understand her reference. Zhou Qiqi felt embarrassed to explain. So she hurriedly said she was hungry and asked if he had any food. If not, she could settle for some boiled noodles. She really couldn't hold out any longer. There's nothing, and there's no stove at home. A month ago, their political commissar had assigned this small courtyard to him, insisting he get married within 3 months. But he knew Lin Yao probably wouldn't agree, so he hadn't stocked up on such things. Usually, when they ate, he would go to the cafeteria to bring back food for the 2 of them. Fortunately, he still had some compressed biscuits from this mission in his backpack, so he broke off half a piece for her. Looking at the small square that smelled like saliva in front of her, Zhou Qiqi almost cried, This was real suffering. But for the sake of her health, she resolutely took a bite. The compressed biscuit was made from high-pressure wheat flour with a bit of saccharin added. It tasted like chewing on chalk and was nearly impossible to swallow. Yet if she added water, it would just make a mess. After forcing down half a piece and alleviating her stomach pain, Zhou Qiqi refused to eat more. It was just too awful. It was better to wash up and sleep. As she wouldn't feel hungry then, Shen Huai Chuan didn't say anything, just wrapped up the remaining half piece again. After Zhou Qiqi finished washing up, he was already sitting by the edge of the bed in the bedroom, clearly waiting for her. The bedroom had a double bed with army green sheets, and at the foot of the bed was a block of tofu, clearly where Shen Huai Chuan usually slept. After Zhou Qiqi had eaten and drank enough, her mind began to race uncontrollably. Were they really going to sleep together? Wasn't this a bit too fast? She wasn't ready yet. But then again, it wasn't impossible. She had already seen his body. It was the same whether she stuck her neck out or retracted it. It was better to get it over with early. What the experience was nice. As she swallowed nervously, she walked over and sat beside Shen Huai Chuan. But to her surprise, he immediately stood up as if shocked, dropping the envelope he was holding. "What is this?" Zhou Qiqi curiously opened it and found it stuffed with big bills, estimating there were more than 300 pieces, along with some food stamps and meat tickets. As expected of a regiment commander, he had a substantial amount of savings. Unlike Su Shu, who was stingy and had to borrow 100 pieces everywhere. Just as she was marveling at this, Shen Huai Chuan said, "This is the salary and allowances for the past 2 months. You can take it and spend it. The remaining 2,000 is in a savings book. The political commissar helped me keep it when I moved. I'll get it for you later." "And much?" Zhou Qiqi's jaw almost dropped in shock. In this era, an ordinary person earned only 30 or 40 yuan a month, yet he had 2,000 yuan in savings? She didn't even have that much before she time traveled. Shen Huai Chuan didn't blink. If it's not enough, there's more at home. Enough. Zhou Qiqi swallowed hard, happily touching the bulging envelope, but then she pulled out 10 bills, tears in her eyes as she handed the rest back. "I can't spend that much. Just give me 100 yuan to buy some things for the house. As for the future, you can give me 50 yuan from your monthly salary for household expenses." After thinking for a long time, she felt this ratio was reasonable. But Shen Huai Chuan showed no intention of taking it back, raising an eyebrow instead. "It's all for you. You can allocate it as you wish. Spend it if you want, save it if you want. If it runs out, there's still more home." Saying this, he left the room, claiming he was going to borrow a bed and blanket to sleep in the living room. Zhou Qiqi sighed in relief, although it was a bit of pity. She was indeed very tired. But before falling asleep, she didn't forget to sternly remind him, "Then leave the door ajar. Don't wake me up." Shen Huai Chuan nodded in agreement, but soon after, without hesitation, he knocked loudly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. At this late hour, who was knocking on the door? A middle-aged man had just fallen asleep when he heard the knocking sound and mumbled, pulling the blanket over himself to go back to sleep. "I'll go check." The woman beside him put down the book she was reading, took off her glasses, and was about to get out of bed when the man held her down, half opening his eyes and putting on his coat. "I'll go. You keep reading." The knocking continued outside, and it was even more urgent than before. "Who is it?" The man frowned, determined to teach whoever it was a lesson. But when the door opened, his frown relaxed immediately. "Huai Chuan." Shen Huai Chuan saluted. "Commissar Lei, come in quickly. Weren't you on a mission? Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" "No, the mission has been completed." Shen Huai Chuan shook his head seriously and handed over a brown paper bag, speaking quickly. "I'm here to submit the marriage report." Commissar Lei was taken aback. Shen Huai Chuan had even applied for 2 extra days on this mission, saying he was going to discuss marriage with Lin Yao. But given Lin Yao's previous attitude, he hadn't held much hope. Coming back to his senses, he immediately teased, "You, usually so quiet, frown at the mention of Lin Yao. I thought you had some resistance to this matter. I didn't expect you to be secretly making big moves." While opening the brown paper bag, he called into the house, "Shuhua, come here. There's good news." Zhou Shuhua had just gotten up, bringing over a thermos to pour Shen Huai Chuan a cup of hot water, smiling broadly. "I thought someone was knocking. You're so anxious to come submit the marriage report. Are you afraid the girl will back out? Young people in love are just different from us." "So sweet." It's not Lin Yao. Shen Huai Chuan sat upright, his brow tightening, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Commissar Lei and his wife opened the brown paper bag and were stunned to see a single page of the household register with the unfamiliar name, Zhou Qiqi. They asked in unison, "What is going on?" Shen Huai Chuan's expression returned to its previous coldness as he briefly recounted the events. However, he omitted many details, simply saying that he hadn't been paying attention and embraced the female comrade in public, which many people, especially Zhou Qiqi's fiancé, had seen, affecting her reputation. Commissar Lei and his wife exchanged glances, both looking somewhat heavy-hearted. In this era, reputation was indeed a big deal. As a soldier, it was their duty to be responsible for the female comrade. Commissar Lei's expression became serious as he immediately stated, "I'll send a report up first thing tomorrow morning. You go back and settle her in." Zhou Qiqi added, "She came so suddenly. Your house has nothing in it. It's like a barracks. How about this? Tomorrow I'll bring some people from the logistics department over to deliver a stove, coal, rice, and flour. At least to get the fire going at home." Shen Huai Chuan nodded and then asked, "Do you have any blankets?" Zhou Qiqi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded. Yes. There are new ones on the top shelf of the storage room. Come with me to get them." Shen Huai Chuan wanted a quilt, but when he walked out of the storage room, he had the quilt tucked under his left arm, while his right hand was carrying 2 cans of malted milk and a bag of canned oranges. As he left, he casually took a water bottle filled with water. In his pocket, he had a bankbook. Zhou Qiqi stood at the door, watching Shen Huai Chuan, who was loaded with items, frowning as if deep in thought. Commissar Lei closed the door, draped his coat over his wife's shoulders, and teased, "What's wrong? Is it hurting you that our son's first month's salary is being taken away to buy things for you?" Zhou Qiqi shot him a glance and replied, "Oh, come on, am I that stingy?" She adjusted her coat, returned to the coffee table, picked up a photo with a red background, and looked at the thin, bean sprout-like face in it, pondering, "I feel like something is off with Huai Chuan. Before, when I asked him to buy something for Lin Yao, he was hesitant and unwilling. I thought he was just stingy, but now he has a new wife, and he seems like a different person. This is a bit strange. I need to call the military hospital tomorrow and ask Lin Yao what is going on." With Shen Huai Chuan's parents not around, as a women's director of the Haizuan military family area, I have to pay attention to this matter. It's usually nothing, but we'll know for sure when we see him tomorrow, right? Remember, we need to prepare everything. After all, she's Huai Chuan's wife, and we need to take good care of her. Chapter 8. 2 fox spirits standing in a row, although she felt that Zhou Qiqi was not a good person. Zhou Qiqi still prepared everything that needed to be prepared. After finishing breakfast in a hurry, she rushed to the logistics department's warehouse and found an old coal stove that was about 80 new. Then, she rummaged through her own pile of coal balls and pulled out 2 baskets of good quality honeycomb coal, polished the seldom used kettle and aluminum pot until they shone, and packed a bit of rice, flour, and seasonings. She called a few service soldiers, carried the items, and went to Shen Huai Chuan's small courtyard. This whole process took quite a bit of effort, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 10 o'clock. She knocked on the door, but no one answered, thinking that the person might have gone to the bathroom. After waiting for a while, she still couldn't get a response. Where had that person gone? Just as she was wondering, a familiar military wife passed by and spoke to her. Sister Chio said she saw the new bride taking the purchasing car out and mentioned that she had brought a lot of money, and she was dressed quite flamboyantly. Really? Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi's face immediately darkened. Wasn't she supposed to be a village girl? On her first day here, she couldn't wait to go out and spend money. Zhou Qiqi increasingly felt that her first impression was correct. This Zhou Qiqi was truly not a well-behaved, good woman. Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital, patient number 18, Zhou Qiqi. The small window of the pharmacy was suddenly pushed open, and a nurse in a white coat called out the name while handing over a few bottles of medicine. "Coming." "Thank you." Zhou Qiqi took the medicine and smiled at the woman beside her, wearing glasses. "Sister Yingying, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have found the way." Zhu Yingying's ears turned red, and she nervously fiddled with the cloth bag strap, softly saying no. "No need to thank me. Then let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative now. I have nothing at home, and I'm not familiar with this place. I still need Sister Ying to help me plan. Zhou Qiqi naturally looped her arm through hers, and Zhu Ying was startled but didn't refuse, her lips subtly curving into a smile. Zhou Qiqi keenly noticed that smile and tightened her arm around her, feeling fortunate to have met a good neighbor. Although she went to bed early last night, it didn't stop Zhou Qiqi from sleeping in this morning, and she slept until after 9. Shen Huai Chuan had already left, leaving a note under the malt extract on the table, saying he had gone to the army for a report. Next to it was a thermos. Zhou Qiqi opened it and felt the water was still warm, with no strange smell, so she quickly used a lunchbox to dissolve some malt extract. Enjoying the warm drink, which was infinitely better than compressed biscuits, she thought to herself, Shen Huai Chuan, though seemingly cold as ice, had a surprisingly delicate mind. This was the first time Zhou Qiqi felt someone cared for her so quietly, and she couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Shen Huai Chuan. For the first time, she felt that crossing over might not be a bad thing. But in less than 2 minutes, she overturned her thoughts. What kind of broken place is this? There isn't even a toilet at home. The original host's body was already weak, and after long periods of alternating hunger and fullness, once the malt extract entered her stomach, it started to churn, ready to come out at any moment. However, Zhou Qiqi searched around the house, but couldn't find the toilet. Then she thought, in this era, how many ordinary families have toilets? She panicked and hurried out to ask someone for directions. First, she knocked on the house to her left. She could hear movement inside, but no one responded no matter how she knocked, which nearly drove her to despair. Fortunately, the neighbor on the right was just about to go out, and upon hearing her ask about the toilet, quickly led her over, even kindly offering her some paper, waiting at a distance for her to finish before bringing her back home. She didn't say a word the entire time, keeping her distance from Zhou Qiqi and quickly avoiding her gaze whenever Zhou Qiqi's eyes met hers. If it were someone else, they might think this person looked down on them, but Zhou Qiqi could see at a glance that this person was just socially anxious. In college, she had a socially anxious roommate who, at first, was like a little rabbit. Whenever she spoke to someone, it seemed like her brain had short-circuited. But once they became familiar, she found that the girl was really nice, just a bit sensitive and fragile, overly concerned about others' opinions, and afraid of bothering people. Moreover, once such a person became friends with you, they would wholeheartedly give their trust and turn into a social butterfly. Dealing with such people was also quite simple. You just had to be sincere. So without thinking too much, Zhou Qiqi quickly stepped forward and asked if she could take her to the medical office since her foot was injured. However, it wasn't quite convenient. The doctor at the military family area medical office had gone on maternity leave, and they had yet to assign a new doctor. If she wanted to see a doctor, she could only go to the People's Hospital in the city. If they went, they could catch the purchasing car over, and there was still time just over there. The person pointed the way while hiding the small bag in her hand, wanting to escape back home. Zhou Qiqi wasn't going to let her get away and boldly pulled her along to catch the bus. The soldiers on the purchasing car clearly recognized her and let the two of them board without much fuss. On the way, Zhou Qiqi introduced herself, and the other person also shared a bit about herself. Her name was Zhu Ying, 5 years older than Zhou Qiqi, 25 this year, and her husband was a regiment leader in the same division as Shen Huai Chuan, named Wang Taijun, but he was quite a bit older than Shen Huai Chuan, already 35. Despite Zhu Ying's social anxiety, she was quite delicate, tall, and slender, definitely a beauty. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but wonder how such a stunning woman ended up marrying a man 10 years her senior. And from the sound of his name, he was probably a rough man from the countryside. She was a bit curious, but didn't ask further. Upon arriving at the hospital, the medicine Shen Huai Chuan gave Zhou Qiqi was quite effective. Her foot had already improved significantly overnight. However, the burn on her foot was more troublesome and required long-term medication. After getting the medicine, the two of them went to the supply and marketing cooperative together. In her previous life, she was used to online shopping, and almost everything was bought online. So it had been a long time since she visited a physical store, and she wasn't very familiar with the current prices. So she had to rely on Zhu Ying. Despite Zhu Ying's social anxiety, she was quite organized when it came to tasks. She took out a notebook and had Zhou Qiqi list the items she needed to buy, then led her to each counter. They needed everything at home: pots, bowls, oil, Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, bed sheets, and covers. Nothing could be missed. They shopped until evening, and by the time they left the cooperative, they were carrying large and small bags. With only a piece of fatty pork being Zhou Qiqi's purchase, the rest were all Zhou Qiqi's items. The two hurriedly caught the purchasing car and finally returned to the military family area. It was around 4 o'clock when they passed the central square, where a group of military wives was gathered under a big tree, sitting on small stools and chatting while picking vegetables. Really? In front of so many people? They hugged each other? Qiu Chunfang tossed the celery stalk in her hand, her triangular eyes wide open as she nodded vigorously. Absolutely. That would attract men. Not only did I see it, but the people in the security department also saw it. And then she refused to walk, wanting Colonel Shen to carry her home. I saw it all clearly. How shameless. Otherwise, why would Colonel Shen choose a rural woman like her over Lin Yao, that college student? I think she doesn't even look good, thin as a bean sprout with no chest and but not even as good as Zhou Qiqi. The more Qiu Chunfang spoke, the more outrageous she became, and a woman next to her in a blue cloth coat also curled her lips, stretching her neck to address the crowd. That Zhou Qiqi is not a good person either. She always acts high and mighty just because she's a university student from the city, never pays us any mind, and can't do anything at home, just like a fool. Yet she can enchant Commander Wang. They're all vixens. A young military wife who had been listening for a long time couldn't help but interject. What do these two look like? I've never seen them, and I'm really curious. To be able to subdue these two commanders, especially Commander Shen, that living Yama, must be no simple characters. Qiu Chunfang sneered. When the opportunity arises, I'll line these two vixens up for the sisters to have a good look. Everyone can learn from them. This remark made everyone burst into laughter. And Qiu Chunfang enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by everyone. Just as she was having a good time, she suddenly felt a heavy poke in her back. Turning around, Zhou Qiqi was looking down at her with a smile. Still laughing? Your chance has come. Chapter 9. Defeating Magic with Magic. Oh dear. Qiu Chunfang never expected that the person she had been scheming against would catch her in the act. Her heart sank, and in a panic she twisted her body, causing her plump backside to fall heavily into the mud with a thud. The pain contorted her face, making her grimace and gasp for breath. In an instant, a circle of military wives turned their gazes toward Zhou Qiqi. Unlike her dusty appearance yesterday, Zhou Qiqi had cleaned herself up thoroughly before heading out today. She had styled her hair into a fluffy high ponytail, exuding vitality. From her bundle, she pulled out the only new outfit she had. A long red dress with white polka dots prepared for her wedding, vibrant and playful. A red gauze scarf served as a belt around her already slender waist, making it appear even more delicate, as if it could snap with a gust of wind. Although her figure looked frail, she still possessed all the necessary curves. With a pronounced bust and hips, her small face, framed by the bright red fabric, appeared even more radiant and captivating. This was no skinny bean sprout, as Qiu Chunfang had described. She was clearly a striking wild rose, beautiful yet thorny. Zhou Qiqi seemed oblivious to the gazes directed at her, looking down at the fallen Qiu Chunfang with an air of nonchalance as she spoke slowly. So what if Shen Huai Chuan carried me for a bit? He is my husband, and it's perfectly natural for him to carry his wife. Yet you, Sister Qiu, keep calling me a vixen, saying I'm seducing men. A hint of a smile played on her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief, like a clever little fox. Her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. What is this, Sister Qiu? Are you envious of my husband? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her gaze toward another military wife, Li Hongwan, who had been murmuring about Zhou Qiqi earlier, casually remarking, And you, sister, you say Zhou Qiqi is a vixen. Are you also coveting Commander Wang? Changing her tone abruptly, she emphasized, You two really have some serious issues with your behavior. Faced with these malicious rumors, Zhou Qiqi wasn't foolish enough to retaliate directly. Instead, she returned their words to them, using their own tactics against them. This move was what she called defeating magic with magic. It's worth noting that Commander Shen and Commander Wang were two of the finest men in the military spouse area. Commander Shen was 25, young and accomplished. Commander Wang was 35, mature and steady. They were the two most promising individuals in the entire military district, with plenty of opportunities for advancement ahead. Undoubtedly, there would be those who envied them. In an instant, the eyes of the onlookers shifted to Zhou Qiqi and another military wife, Li Hongwan. The crowd began to whisper, exchanging glances filled with intrigue, as if they had uncovered a significant secret. Zhou Qiqi felt a surge of anger rising from her feet to her head, so furious that she could hardly contain herself. After much effort, she managed to clamber up from the ground, pointing her chubby finger at Zhou Qiqi, cursing you. That's just slander. It's simply a fabrication, something out of nothing. While cursing, she grabbed Li Hongwan's arm, indignantly shouting, Hongwan, let us go report her to the security department and let her know what. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiqi not only wasn't he afraid, but also placed her hands on her hips, standing tall and unafraid. Sure, let us go. It'll be a good chance to clear this up in front of everyone and see who's really in the right. Li Hongwan's husband was the head of the security department, Zhou Qiqi, who had just arrived in the military spouse area, was unaware of this. But Zhou Qiqi was well aware and secretly pleased, thinking to herself, humph, little brat, let us see how cocky you are now. When we get to the security department, you'll be the one crying. It's important to know that the security department dealt with military discipline, and if things escalated, it could cause trouble for their husbands in the military. Generally, military wives were reluctant to go to the security department to avoid causing trouble for their men. Zhou Qiqi and Li Hongwan often took advantage of their connections to bully others in the military spouse area. As Zhou Qiqi pulled Li Hongwan to leave, who would have thought that Li Hongwan's expression darkened? She suddenly yanked her hand away, not even looking up, hastily bending down to grab her vegetable basket, and said, I'm not going. What time is it? I need to hurry back to make lunch. The kids will be home from school soon. What's the rush? They're not even your own kids. Watching Li Hongwan's retreating figure, which grew faster by the second, Zhou Qiqi swallowed her words back down, feeling utterly helpless. Without Li Hongwan's support, she would be going to the security department alone, and there was no way she could handle Zhou Qiqi by herself. With no other option, she reluctantly picked up her vegetable basket, muttering, I have to go back to make lunch too. After saying that, she turned her bulky body and walked into the small courtyard next to Zhou Qiqi's house. With the two leaders gone, the others quickly lost interest and dispersed. However, a few kind-hearted military wives stopped to greet Zhou Qiqi, who responded warmly to each of them. After returning to Zhou Qiqi's home, Zhu Ying put down her things, still in disbelief. I can't believe it can be handled that way. Qiqi, you're amazing. During the earlier confrontation, she had been hiding behind Zhou Qiqi, her face flushed with anxiety like a boiled shrimp. She had wanted to help, but couldn't find the words, feeling stifled. Oh, this is nothing. Just some verbal sparring. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand dismissively, then asked, do they often do this? Scheming behind people's backs? Zhu Ying had been with the military for over half a year and had a decent understanding of the situation in the military spouse area. This military spouse area had been established after the modernization reforms of the Army in 1980 and was quite sizable within the Army division, housing over 300 military families. These families came from all walks of life, both urban and rural, with most lacking stable jobs. Their daily lives were monotonous and dull, devoid of entertainment. So they often gathered to chat, gossip, and pass the time. However, there were two troublemakers in this military spouse area, Zhou Qiqi, the wife of the captain of the 3rd Regiment, and Li Hongwan, the wife of the head of the security department. These two were among the first batch of military spouses, both from the same village, and enjoyed sitting on small stools with other rural wives, endlessly discussing family matters. Because of this, they had often clashed with other military wives, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Zhu Ying, on the other hand, was relatively quiet and usually kept to herself, not liking to join in on the commotion, and had never confronted them directly. But that didn't stop them from gossiping about her. When she heard it, she would just quietly walk away, never thinking she could actually fight back. Remembering how flustered Li Hongwan had been when she fled, she was incredibly happy. Zhou Qiqi curiously asked, that Li Hongwan, why does she dislike you so much? Did you offend her before? Chapter 10, whose meat aroma? Zhu Ying gently shook her head, nervously tightening her palms. Her voice grew weaker, tinged with a hint of timidity as she said, No, I don't know why she's targeting me. Maybe I did something wrong that made her misunderstand. Stop right there. Zhou Qiqi suddenly pressed down on her slender shoulders with both hands, the force making Zhu Yingying lift her head. In the moment their eyes met, Zhou Qiqi's almond-shaped eyes widened, her tone firm and resolute as she said, "You can't think like that. When you encounter someone who is completely unreasonable, don't keep looking for reasons within yourself. If you can blame others, then never blame yourself. Remember that." As she spoke, she raised 3 fingers. There's an old saying, how does it go? I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I being too polite? Am I giving them face? Should I take action? Zhu Yingying listened in confusion, instinctively pushed her glasses and muttered softly, I thought that wasn't the meaning of those words. Zhou Qiqi replied confidently, her eyes unwavering. You must be mistaken. Zhu Yingying wasn't foolish. She understood that Zhou Qiqi was trying to enlighten her, so she stopped arguing and nodded with a flushed face. However, she still felt some concern. You'd better be careful in the future. You spoke up for me today, and Li Hongwan will definitely dislike you too. Zhou Qiqi shook her head nonchalantly, her dark ponytail swaying wildly, a relaxed smile on her face. I'm not afraid. If she dislikes me, then I'll dislike her right back. At this point, she mimicked a broom sweeping the corner, waving her arm vigorously while saying, Remember, if a dog bites you, don't kneel down and learn to bark like a dog. You have to pick up a stick and hit its leg hard. Zhu Yingying was amused by her nonsensical reasoning and chuckled, the gloom of the past few days instantly dissipating. The two of them joked and laughed as they tidied up the house. They first worked together to move the stove and coal piles that were stacked at the door into the house. Then, they arranged the pots, pans, tablecloths, and bed linens they had just bought. In less than an hour, the originally cold and simple room, resembling a barracks, was transformed into a cozy and comfortable country-style space. The wooden furniture was covered with white floral fabric, layered underneath with white gauze and lace. Camp bottles served as vases, filled with the small wildflowers Zhou Qiqi had picked outside the military family area, dotted here and there, vibrant and lively. When the wind blew, the light gauze danced, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, both beautiful and fragrant. How beautiful! Zhu Yingying excitedly looked around the room, her eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly turning her head, she noticed the small room where Shen Huai Chuan had rested last night, which was starkly different from the rest, still cold and bare, with no decorations. This small room. Zhou Qiqi cleared her throat, her face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. I don't want anyone to live in this room, so let us leave it like this for now. No need to decorate it specially. If it's too comfortable, people want to leave. What if it becomes too comfortable and someone gets used to living here? After saying this, she quickly changed the subject. Come here and help me measure the window dimensions. Later, I'll go get some fabric to make a few curtains for the bedroom, and then get some cabinets and furniture. With that, the two quickly walked into the bedroom. Unbeknownst to them, in the middle of the courtyard, a person had quietly appeared at some point, listening intently to their conversation. After hearing everything, the person's expression darkened, and they turned to leave. Yingying, did you hear any noise? Zhou Qiqi vaguely sensed the sound of leather shoes on the ground in the courtyard. She turned her head, but saw no one. And when she looked back at Zhu Yingying, who shook her head, she didn't think much of it. The two were busy in the house for quite a while, and before they knew it, it was already past 5 o'clock. In about half an hour, the men who had been busy all day in the army, as well as the school children, would start returning home. Zhu Yingying hurriedly took the piece of pork belly she had just bought and rushed home to cook. Zhou Qiqi also casually put on an old jacket full of patches and turned to walk towards the stove. When Zhu Yingying bought the meat, Zhou Qiqi had also bought some vegetables, planning to make a fragrant braised pork rice. She carefully picked out some coal scraps to place at the bottom of the stove, then tore the newspaper into long strips and struck a match. After lighting the newspaper, she gently tossed it into the stove and sprinkled some dry wood shavings on top to ensure the flames would burn more vigorously. Once the flames were steadily rising, she calmly picked up the honeycomb coal and placed it firmly in the stove, ensuring the heat would remain strong and not extinguish. The entire series of actions was fluid and very skilled. These cooking skills were not from the original Body S memories, but from Zhou Qiqi's own practical experience. Before she crossed over, she had just started teaching in a remote mountainous area where the power grid was unstable and cooking relied entirely on coal stoves. Local girls around 7 or 8 years old were very skilled at using coal to cook and taught her hands-on. While the coal was heating up, Zhou Qiqi grabbed an onion and quickly chopped it into small pieces. It's known that the essence of braised pork rice lies entirely in the onion. The diced onions were added to the pot, slowly frying over medium-low heat until they turned golden and translucent, then scooped out for later use. Next, she added the diced pork belly and shiitake mushrooms all at once, stir-frying until the aroma wafted out. Then added the previously fried onions to simmer on low heat until tender and flavorful. During this process, the originally golden and crispy fried onions gradually softened, becoming translucent, and eventually melted into the broth, the aroma wafting up and enticing everyone nearby. While the meat was stewing, Zhou Qiqi boiled 3 eggs, gently cracked the shells, and tossed them into the meat broth to braise together. The bowl of white rice was also steaming on the iron pot, and before long, the delicious smell of the food wafted through the courtyard. At dinner time, those who had been busy all day hurried home. Zhao Yi, the captain of the 3rd Battalion, and Wang Tai-jun, the captain of the 4th Battalion, coincidentally met on the road. Zhao Yi was Qiu Chuanfang's husband, in his 40s, thin as a slender bamboo pole, seeming like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. As soon as he caught a whiff of the mouth-watering aroma, he immediately stopped in his tracks, as if under a spell, sniffing vigorously like a dog that had caught the scent of a bone, with his eyes darting. He looked at Captain Wang beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Wow, what is that smell? So fragrant. I've never smelled such an enticing meat aroma before." "Captain Wang, has your sister-in-law learned to cook? You're in for a treat." Wang Tai-jun, 35 years old, looked mature, appearing 7 or 8 years older than his actual age. He naturally smelled the aroma as well, but only shook his head lightly, his tone flat. "No way. It's probably just your family stewing meat today." After saying this, he didn't look back and strode towards his own yard, the lunchbox in the net bag swinging with his steps. As soon as Wang Tai-jun opened the door, sure enough, a burnt smell hit him. Looking at the culprit, his wife Zhu Yingying, her hair was a messy bird-esque nest, her face covered in soot, looking like a little stray cat. She bit her lip, her eyes red, looking wronged as if she were about to cry. "It's okay. I brought you dinner. Go wash your face first." Wang Tai-jun's expression was calm, his tone light as he spoke. Then he casually closed the door. But his strong voice was clearly heard by Zhao Yi outside. Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Great. It seems the fragrance isn't from Commander Wang's home. It must be from mine." There were several officers living in the apartment building across the courtyard, chatting and smoking downstairs. Upon hearing him, they couldn't help but swallow hard. "It smells so good. I didn't expect Sister Qiu to have such skills. I'm really envious. This woman has finally given him some face." Listening to these discussions, Zhao Yi immediately felt proud, standing tall like a victorious general as he pushed open the door to his own yard. Chapter 11. The tip of the tongue sweeps across the fingertips in the Zhao family's courtyard. A slightly worn-out small dining table was already set up, with the dishes covered by food cover. Qiu Chuanfang had sharp eyes and spotted Zhao Yi's thin figure coming from distance. So she immediately raised her voice and shouted outside, "Yao Ming, Air Ming, San Ming, Si Ming, Yao Zhu, stop playing outside and come back quickly. Your dad is back. Hurry up and eat." At her call, 5 little ones playing outside rushed in like excited rabbits. 4 girls and 1 boy, all looking as skinny as Zhao Yi. Their noses twitched like sensitive radars, sniffing eagerly for the aroma. "Mom, are you stewing meat? It smells so good." The youngest son, Yao Zhu, tilted his dirty little head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and his small mouth unconsciously smacked a few times as if he had already tasted the meat. Without waiting for Qiu Chuanfang to respond, Zhao Yi couldn't wait to rub his hands together, suddenly lifting the food cover. The children immediately surrounded him. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. There was not a trace of meat on the table, not even minced meat, just a large bowl of bland-looking cabbage stewed with potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and steamed buns that had been reheated several times. Zhao Yi deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly feeling disheartened, and shouted, "Why is it the same old 3 dishes again? Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" It wasn't from Captain Wang's house, nor from their own. So could this aroma possibly be from? Zhao Yi's gaze involuntarily turned to the Shen family next door, just in time to see Shen Huai Chuan returning from outside, looking weary. A crisp and sweet voice came from inside the house. "You're back. My braised pork rice is perfectly stewed. Go wash your hands first. I'll serve the rice right away." This voice was as clear as a lark, making Zhao Yi feel a twinge of envy, and looking at the food on the table, he immediately lost his appetite. Frowning, he grumbled to Qiu Chunfang. "Didn't you say that Captain Shen's new wife is a lazy and gluttonous country girl? I think she's quite virtuous on her first day here. She already knows how to stew meat for the man. Unlike you, on your first day here, it was cabbage stewed with potatoes, and today it's still cabbage stewed with potatoes." Upon hearing this, Qiu Chunfang immediately became displeased, slamming her hand on the table with a loud bang, causing the dishes to rattle. "What's wrong with cabbage stewed with potatoes? There are so many mouths waiting for food at home, and your monthly allowance is just so little. If you have the ability, go and be like Captain Shen, rise high and earn more money. Why are there so many mouths at home? Isn't it because you are so obsessed with having a son?" Zhao Yi also got angry, his face turning red as he retorted at Qiu Chunfang. "Good for you, Zai. I've worked hard, bearing you all and ensuring the Zhao family carries on the lineage, and yet you dare to blame me." Qiu Chunfang's chest heaved violently with anger, her hands on her hips, looking just like a hen ready to fight. This family was loud and boisterous. They had small quarrels every few days and big fights every 5 days. The neighbors living nearby had gotten used to it, considering it just part of daily life. A few officers, witnessing the scene, turned their attention to the Shen family in the middle and started discussing among themselves. "Is it Captain Shen's new wife who cooked meat yesterday?" The whole military district has been talking about how the living Yama brought a new wife home. No one believed it, but now it turns out to be true. Meanwhile, Shen Huai Chuan stood dumbfounded at the door. He had naturally smelled the tempting aroma when he was at the entrance. But since he was 10 years old, his memory of home had been like an ice cellar, forever desolate. There was no smell of food, not even a hint of human presence. It was terrifyingly quiet, as if time had stopped there. His parents, besides working in the army, were also searching for their missing elder brother, and his second brother had joined the army early and entered a confidential unit. Since he was 10, he had grown accustomed to living independently. He had never thought that this enticing meat aroma could be coming from his own home. But unexpectedly, Zhou Qiqi, seeing him standing there dumbly at the door, couldn't help but call out cheerfully, "What are you standing there for?" "Gumin." Shen Huai Chuan's throat involuntarily moved as he swallowed the inexplicable feelings in his heart and softly replied, "Coming." By the time he finished washing his hands and walked into the house, the dishes were neatly served on the table. White fluffy rice, enticing braised pork, flavorful braised eggs, and finely chopped greens. The smell of the braised pork was mouth-watering, even more fragrant than what the cafeteria chef would make. Shen Huai Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Did you make all this?" "Of course not." Zhou Qiqi nodded proudly and pointed around the house, then at herself. "I arranged all this at home. What do you think?" Shen Huai Chuan was an expert in reconnaissance, able to detect every subtle change in his surroundings in a second during missions. Yet just now, his gaze and thoughts had been completely captivated by the woman in the red dress who was washing her hands and preparing meals for him. Though he knew the home had changed significantly, he hadn't looked closely enough to notice exactly how. Now, being asked by Zhou Qiqi, his gaze followed her finger and finally landed on himself. His ears turned red, and he softly replied, "Looks good. I think this home looks great too." Zhou Qiqi had been busy all afternoon and was so hungry that she felt like her front was sticking to her back. She didn't notice Shen Huai Chuan's expression and simply handed him a spoon, saying, "Hurry up and eat while it's hot. This is my specialty." Braised pork rice should be eaten with a spoon, digging in big bites, the braised pork, rice, and greens mixed together, and with one bite. The salty aroma of the sauce, the sweetness of the rice, and the freshness of the braised pork perfectly merged on the tip of the tongue, creating an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Zhou Qiqi devoured a plate of rice in a whirlwind, leaving only a chicken yolk in her hand. She had never liked eating egg yolks since she was little, but she also hated wasting food. Previously, she would feed it to stray cats. But now she casually offered the yolk to Shen Huai Chuan and asked, "Do you want it?" Shen Huai Chuan was holding the bowl and chopsticks, preparing to get up and wash the dishes, and couldn't spare a hand to take it. Seeing this, Zhou Qiqi didn't think twice and instinctively brought the yolk to his mouth, urging him to open up. The yolk of the free-range chicken egg was small, and Shen Huai Chuan, taken by surprise, not only caught the yolk in his mouth, but also inadvertently engulfed Zhou Qiqi's slender fingertips. Shen Huai Chuan's body went rigid, and the motion he intended to push away froze instantly, his tongue inadvertently brushing against Zhou Qiqi's fingertips. Though this action couldn't be called provocative, it was undeniably intimate. Both of them felt as if they had been struck by an electric current, their bodies trembling slightly, and their hearts racing. However, just as this emotional current flowed quietly between them, a stern and somewhat angry voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard. "What are you two doing? In broad daylight, being all lovey-dovey at home. Have you forgotten there's a child outside with no one to take care of? Chapter 12, are you a pain-free mom?" The sudden sound startled the two people in the room, making them shiver as if they had simultaneously touched a high-voltage wire, and they quickly separated instinctively. "What child?" Zhou Qiqi asked with a tremor in her voice, sounding almost like she was acting cute. As she spoke, she subconsciously brushed her somewhat messy hair, trying to hide her inner panic. She was using the same right hand as before. Shen Huai Chuan also opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but his tongue spun around in his mouth, unable to produce any sound, as if it was stuck in his throat. At that moment, the clear sound of leather shoes clicking on the floor could be heard from outside. A middle-aged woman walked in with steady steps, neither fast nor slow. She wore a finely checkered shirt, a knee-length A-line skirt paired with flesh-colored stockings and shiny black leather shoes. Her short hair was neatly styled, adorned with a black hairband. She looked capable and energetic, clearly not an ordinary person, like an educated professor. "Director Zhou," Shen Huai Chuan quickly greeted her. Zhou Qiqi then realized that the person was Zhou Shuhua, the wife of the military district's political commissar and the head of the military family committee. She hurriedly stepped forward, her face full of smiles, and said enthusiastically, "You are Director Zhou? Thank you for the coal stove you sent over. I wouldn't have been able to cook today without it. I was just telling Huai Chuan that I would buy something to thank you in person another day, but I didn't expect you to come over so soon. You are Zhou Qiqi?" Zhou Shuhua looked at the woman in the red dress, who was elegantly dressed, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes, her tone cold. "Don't bother with pleasantries. Let us get the child's matter straight." Zhou Qiqi keenly sensed Zhou Shuhua's inexplicable dislike for her, and immediately understood that the director was not here for a friendly visit, but rather to pick a fight. She retracted her earlier enthusiastic demeanor, crossed her arms over her chest, as if building an invisible wall of defense, and her tone returned to neutrality. "What child? Whose child are you talking about? I don't quite understand what you mean. Whose child?" "Your child." Zhou Shuhua shot Zhou Qiqi a glare, her eyes seeming to say that she was pretending to be confused on purpose, and then pulled a child from behind her. It was a little girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. She wore a black long-sleeve dress, her braids a bit messy, and her face somewhat dirty. However, her features were exquisite. She had big eyes, long eyelashes, and a delicate little nose, looking just like a doll. But sadly, there was a small patch of her neck and the right side of her face covered in pockmarked scars, resembling severe burn marks. Seeing the little girl like this made Zhou Qiqi's heart skip a beat. For some reason, this girl looked a bit like Shen Huai Chuan. She widened her eyes, like a puffed-up kitten, angrily looking at Shen Huai Chuan and questioning him. "Is this your daughter?" After a pause, she repeated incredulously, "You have a daughter?" Shen Huai Chuan was taken aback by her angry and shocked gaze, hurriedly shaking his head. "No." Zhou Qiqi just breathed a sigh of relief. But Shen Huai Chuan's next words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into her heart. "But she is indeed our child. What's going on?" Zhou Qiqi was completely bewildered, her mind in a jumble. However, she also knew that this was not a good place to talk, especially with the child still present. So she boldly reached out. grabbing Shen Huai Chuan's arm like a little tyrant and pulling him toward the bedroom while throwing a sentence at Zhou Qiqi. Director Zhou, since you came to stand up for the child, could you please help watch her for a while? Who asked you to be so kind? The words sounded somewhat strange, but upon careful consideration, there seemed to be no fault in them. Zhou Qiqi pouted, feeling helpless, and shifted her attention to the child, softly saying, Zhou, shall we go play in the yard for a bit? The little girl, whom she called Zhou, remained calm as a still lake, her big eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Hearing Zhou Qiqi, she didn't say a word, just nodded gently. Zhou Qiqi took out a few glass marbles from her pocket and handed them to the little girl. The girl extended her small hand, obediently accepting them, and then slowly walked to the yard. She placed the marbles on the ground, but didn't play joyfully like an ordinary child. Instead, she quietly squatted beside them, gazing intently, as if everything around her was irrelevant. Zhou Qiqi watched this scene without showing surprise, only letting out a gentle sigh. Meanwhile, in the room, Shen Huai Chuan also sighed softly, watching Zhou Qiqi, who was spinning around like a top, chattering away and lost in her thoughts. He wanted to interrupt her, but didn't know where to start. I get it now. That little girl is the child of your comrade, right? Your comrade sacrificed, and you took her in to raise her? Zhou Qiqi continued, does she call you daddy now? So, does that mean I am now a pain-free mom? She often read military marriage novels, many of which had similar plots. There was a mischievous child at home who caused the female lead a lot of trouble, leading to a series of misunderstandings, only to find out the child was the late comrade's. And of course, the child wouldn't like her, and those outside would stir up trouble, creating a lot of misunderstandings. The more Zhou Qiqi thought about these plots, the more her head ached. As a single, childless person who also had a cat, the thing she feared and hated the most was a troublesome child. Seeing Zhou Qiqi getting more and more carried away, Shen Huai Chuan quickly pressed down on her shoulder, trying to calm her down, his tone gentle. Don't think so much. You are the child's aunt, not her mother. Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi instantly fell silent. After a long while, she finally digested the statement and asked in confusion, Aunt, is that child your brother's child? Shen Huai Chuan nodded and began to explain slowly. He had previously given Zhou Qiqi a rough overview of the Shen family situation. The eldest, Shen Huai Chuan, was also a soldier, who had gone missing after being injured in a border battle, with no news for 10 years. The family had been searching for him all these years. The second brother, Shen Huai Yue, and his wife, Chun Jiao, worked in a confidential unit. 3 years ago, both were severely injured during a mission and had become vegetative, now lying in the hospital, barely surviving on machines. But there was one crucial point that Su Shu had concealed and had not mentioned. And that point was also one of the important reasons why Lin Yao was unwilling to marry into the Shen family. Chapter 13. The background of Shen Duzhou, Shen Huai Yue, and his wife Chun Jiao were carrying out an extremely dangerous undercover drug enforcement mission at the border. Just before the incident, they had completed a final operation, successfully seizing hundreds of kilograms of opium and taking down the drug trafficker's stronghold, achieving great merit. However, they soon fell victim to the frenzied retaliation from the remaining drug traffickers. The traffickers somehow discovered their safe house and violently stormed in with explosives, instantly killing dozens of drug enforcement officers. Following that, they kidnapped Shen Huai Yue, Chun Jiao, and their young daughter Shen Duzhou. At that moment, after completing their mission, their leader, who had secretly been taking care of their child, had arranged for them to see their daughter, but unexpectedly, this led to the child falling into danger as well. Once the police and local armed forces received the news, they immediately organized a rescue operation. When the rescuers found them hidden in the deep mountains, the scene was engulfed in flames. The couple was severely injured, buried under the rubble, and already unconscious. Yet they were still tightly holding onto a little girl in a white dress, covered in blood. That was Shen Duzhou. After the fire, all personnel involved in the operation unfortunately perished. Shen Huai Yue and his wife became vegetative, while only 3-year-old Shen Duzhou survived. Shen's elderly parents were heartbroken and took the child back to the city to raise her themselves. This year, Shen Duzhou reached the age for primary school. But her grandparents were in poor health and had fallen ill several times, making it hard for them to care for her. They were also uneasy about entrusting her to others. Shen Huai Chuan then volunteered to bring the child to the military for him to take care of. Zhou Qiqi was a sentimental person. Even watching a movie like Bears on the Run could move her to tears. After hearing this tragic story, she was already in tears, sobbing as she said, "So this little girl is your second brother and sister-in-law's child?" Shen Huai Chuan's eyes flickered for a moment, remaining silent as if lost in memories. Zhou Qiqi turned her gaze outside the window. She saw the little girl in a black dress still quietly squatting under the big tree, like a statue, silent and motionless, her obedient appearance tugging at one's heartstrings. This was clearly a child's reaction after suffering a significant blow. This scene involuntarily reminded Zhou Qiqi of herself at the age of 5, on the day her parents divorced. She too sat dazed under the big tree in her hometown's yard, listening to her parents inside the house shouting at each other, hurling hurtful words as they blamed one another. Those stinging words felt like sharp knives piercing her young heart. A wave of sourness surged in her chest, and in frustration, she pushed Shen Huai Chuan hard, pouting and accusing him with a tearful voice. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you knew." Shen Huai Chuan was somewhat helpless and speechless. He had clearly asked Zhou Qiqi last night if she knew about his family situation, and she had said she did. "Of course I didn't know. You didn't explain clearly. If I had known earlier." Zhou Qiqi still felt that it was all Shen Huai Chuan's fault. While sniffling, she continued to pound her fists against his chest, venting her dissatisfaction. She had eaten well today, so she had plenty of strength. But she didn't expect that before she could finish her words, her small fists were caught in Shen Huai Chuan's large palm. She stumbled forward, and, as she looked up, she collided with Shen Huai Chuan's deep, bottomless gaze. The marriage report had already been submitted, and it was too late for regrets. "If you have any thoughts, we could discuss it again," he said, adding, "Zhou is very well-behaved and quiet. I will take care of her and won't cause you much trouble." One of the reasons Lin Yao was unwilling to marry him was that she didn't want to take care of Shen Dujo, this little burden. The distance between the two was so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Shen Huai Chuan's breath quickened. Zhou Qiqi's heart also raced, like a startled deer. She didn't quite understand the feeling, only sensing a bit of panic, and quickly withdrew her hand, avoiding Shen Huan's intense gaze, explaining flusteredly, When did I say I regretted it? If this child were Shen Huai Chuan's biological child, she might hesitate and regret it. But knowing the child's background and seeing her current state filled her heart with pain. What I mean is, if I had known earlier, I would have definitely let you bring the child back sooner." Hearing her say this, Shen Huai Chuan's eyes sparkled like stars igniting in the dark, burning Zhou Qiqi's skin with heat. She hurriedly changed the subject, placing her hands on her hips and accusing him. "Right, speaking of the child, why hasn't she been at home these past few days? Are you really not taking care of her?" "Of course not." Shen Huai gently shook his head and took out a file from the bedside cabinet, which contained a medical report. Aphasia? Looking at the diagnosis on the paper, Zhou Qiqi fell into thought. Shen Huai Chuan continued to explain when they found the child at the fire scene. After she saw the rescuers and said Shen Dujo, she fainted. After waking up, she hasn't spoken a word since. Shen's elderly parents took her to various hospitals, but the tests showed that all her bodily organs were normal. There was no problem, and doctors couldn't provide a good treatment plan. After all, the patient is only a 3-year-old child, and rushing to use medication carries significant risks. Out of necessity, the elderly couple placed their hopes on traditional Chinese medicine, opting for acupuncture and moxibustion therapy for the child. After Shen Dujo came to the military family area with Shen Huai Chuan, he specifically found a retired military doctor named Zhang to continue her treatment. Dr. Zhang had been saved by Shen Huai Chuan before and was very attentive to the treatment. His home was near Haizuan Primary School. Every time Shen Huai Chuan went on a mission, he would have them look after the child and treat her. Each treatment requires 5 consecutive days of acupuncture, and I go back to pick her up on the 6th day. In addition to aphasia, Zhou also suffered from severe insomnia. She could only sleep a bit better after moxibustion, so during treatment, he wouldn't go to pick her up at night. He had gone on a mission 5 days ago, and today was the 6th day. However, this time, when he sent her over, Dr. Zhang had something to do out of town, so the time was delayed by a day. They agreed to go tomorrow. This man really knows how to take care of a child, Zhou Qiqi thought, criticizing him in her heart for being able to leave the child with someone else for so long without going to pick her up. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed to think there was nothing wrong with it. Zhou Qiqi nodded in response, continuing to ask, "So, Director Zhou, when I'm busy, it's usually Director Zhou who helps take care of Zhou. When I don't go to pick up the child, it's generally her who goes to help." Zhou Qiqi pouted. "Well, she's not so bad then." Shen Huai looked at her, rolling her eyes like a child, and chuckled softly, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "She just has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, thinks a lot, is a bit stubborn, and doesn't have bad intentions. She might have misunderstood something. I'll talk to her." Zhou Qiqi nodded and repeated, "All right, but I want to make it clear. You take care of the child, and I won't be involved." She had never raised a child and didn't know how to do it. At most, she could ensure she cooked while also cooking a portion for the child. "Okay." Shen Huai Chuan agreed. After the two went out, he briefly recounted what had happened. Previously, Zhou Qiqi was unaware of Shen Duzhou's existence, but now she knew and was willing to accept it. Zhou Shuhua did not have a good impression of Zhou Qiqi and still felt that there was something wrong with her, but she was a reasonable person. One thing is one thing. After hearing Shen Huai Chuan's explanation, she realized that she had misunderstood, and her expression instantly became a bit awkward. She looked up at Zhou Qiqi and straightforwardly apologized. "I misunderstood. I'm sorry, I apologize for my attitude just now." Chapter 14, Planning the New Home. Zhou Qiqi never expected that this serious and rigid woman director would apologize to her so straightforwardly. Her dislike for her diminished a bit. Although she could still clearly feel that the other party was not very fond of her, at least the woman was reasonable, unlike Aunt Qiu and her gang, who were unreasonable and troublesome. Therefore, Zhou Qiqi put away her previous cold and distant attitude and politely responded, "Since it's a misunderstanding, I accept your apology, Director Zhou." In the entire family compound, which military wives were not flattering her, this was the first time Zhou Shuhua had seen someone speak to her like this. Accepting the apology without even saying it's okay made her feel a bit awkward. She looked toward Shen Duzhou in the yard, her eyes full of worry and distrust. "Are you really willing to accept this child, Zhou?" Zhou Qiqi's gaze was firm as she made a serious promise. "Huai Chuan is my husband, and his family is naturally my family. I have no reason not to accept them. Besides, Shen Huai Chuan has already promised that he will take care of the child, so there's no need for you to worry." As she spoke, her eyes flickered, her voice instinctively lowered, and there was a hint of subtle sharpness in her gaze. "If you're worried about what you heard this afternoon, there's no need. When I said I wanted to kick someone out of the room, I wasn't referring to Zhou, but Shen Huai Chuan." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Shuhua, as the woman director, instantly blushed. Zhou Qiqi was pointing out that she knew about her eavesdropping in the Shen family yard this afternoon. In an instant, Zhou Shuhua felt incredibly embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, a commotion came from outside. "Mom, are you here?" The newcomer was Zhou Shuhua's eldest daughter, who had been looking for her mother for quite a while. "Hurry back with me. The delivery men for the beds have arrived." Zhou Shuhua slapped her thigh, realizing she had forgotten about this matter. The only child of the deputy commissioner, her nephew, had graduated from university this year and was assigned to work as a trained police officer in G City. Since the child was new to G City and unfamiliar with the place, she had previously suggested that once his 3-month internship was over, he could come live at their home. Counting the days, it was almost time, and she needed to hurry back to prepare the room. Zhou Shuhua and her daughter hurriedly said goodbye to Zhou Qiqi and rushed away. Zhou Qiqi looked at Zhou, who was still obediently squatting in the yard, and nudged Shen Huai Chuan with her arm. Zhou must not have eaten yet. Fortunately, there was still a little more than half a bowl of braised meat left, and plenty of rice, enough for a 6-year-old girl. Shen Duzhou was indeed as well-behaved and sensible as Shen Huai Chuan said, making people feel sorry for her. She ran to wash her hands obediently, then quietly sat at the dinner table to eat. After finishing her meal, she actively helped to clear the dishes. Once done, she went straight back to her room to do her homework, causing no trouble at all for Zhou Qiqi. She was as quiet as if she didn't exist. However, Zhou Qiqi was willing to create some trouble for Zhou. She knocked on the door and walked up to Zhou, who was busy writing on paper, and said, Zhou, do you know how to get to the toilet? Can you take Annie there? Your uncle went to the bathhouse to take a shower, and Annie just arrived in the family compound and doesn't know the way. Zhou's delicate little face, which looked like a doll, still showed no expression. She just nodded slightly, put down her pen, and took small steps to lead Zhou Qiqi. When they arrived, Qiqi told Zhou to go back first and walked in herself. She was in there for more than half an hour. By the time they returned home, they saw Shen Huai Chuan anxiously standing at the door, his eyes constantly glancing this way, looking very tense. Upon seeing her come back, he visibly relaxed but didn't say anything. Zhou Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed and explained, I had poor nutrition before, so eating something good makes me prone to diarrhea. She was feeling a bit weak, and Shen Huai Chuan naturally supported her arm. We have milk powder at home. You can drink a cup every day to supplement your nutrition. Zhou Qiqi quickly waved her hands in refusal. No. I think I might be lactose intolerant. Drinking that will just make things worse. Lactose intolerant? What does that mean? Shen Huai Chuan frowned, looking puzzled. Zhou Qiqi slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten that lactose intolerance is a modern term. In the 1980s, people rarely had milk, and this term was too unfamiliar for them. It wasn't until the 20th century when the country strongly advocated for increased consumption of meat, eggs, and milk that they discovered that a significant number of Chinese people had a deficiency in lactase, which is a genetic issue. Explaining this to Shen Huai Chuan felt a bit too advanced. So, she simply said, it means I can't absorb the nutrients in milk. Drinking it just makes me have diarrhea. I can only drink some goat milk or yogurt. Back at home, Zhou Qiqi felt like her bottom was almost not her own anymore. The sensation was indescribably uncomfortable. She pulled Shen Huai Chuan to sit on the bed and painfully shifted her bottom onto the blanket, feeling slightly more comfortable. She then pitifully said, let's put off the nutrition supplementation for now. There's a more pressing issue. In that toilet, I couldn't go at all. When she was teaching in the countryside, she had seen dry toilets before, but she had never encountered a dry toilet like the one in the military family compound. In the military family compound, this type of dry toilet was something she saw for the first time. 2 rows of squat toilets faced each other, not far apart. As soon as she pulled down her pants, she saw Qiu Chunfeng squatting across from her, staring at her intently. She felt completely uncomfortable. It was hard to push and hard not to push. Looking up was awkward. Looking down was even more awkward. Even breathing felt strange. And not breathing made her feel suffocated. In short, it made her extremely uncomfortable, and she felt like her bottom was going to split in two. She didn't want to experience such a situation ever again. So as soon as she got home, she straightforwardly expressed her needs to Shen Huai Chuan. So I was wondering, could I possibly? Of course, if it's not possible. She asked cautiously, her eyes red and blinking, looking like a pitiful little rabbit that wanted to speak but was afraid to. Shen Huai Chuan across from her had a neutral expression, his face like a block of ice, but before she could finish speaking, he nodded decisively and said, sure. Zhou Qiqi was momentarily stunned. After regaining her senses, she hurriedly asked, does this count as special treatment? Will it have an impact on you? If it would have an impact, she would let it go. Although she really wanted the toilet and shower, she couldn't let it affect his future. It won't. I'll apply tomorrow. Shen Huai Chuan's ears turned slightly red, but he answered firmly and without hesitation. Great. Zhou Qiqi didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She quickly moved closer to Shen Huai Chuan, clasping her hands together in excitement and proposing, since we're going to build it, let's build the toilet and the shower together. How about that? That's not too much to ask, right? This time, Shen Huai Chuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally looking toward her bottom. Zhou Qiqi's expression froze instantly, thinking she had been caught, but Shen Huai Chuan quickly shifted his gaze away. His expression still serious as he nodded. That's not too much. Only then did Zhou Qiqi feel relieved. She stood up and continued to enthusiastically outline her vision for the future. Since we're going to build it, it has to be beautiful and comfortable. We might be living in this yard for a long time, perhaps for a lifetime. In addition to this, I also want to build a flower bed around the house, so the bathroom won't smell so strong. Also, That patch of vegetable garden in the backyard needs to be planted, and I could even build a chicken coop, although I don't know how to raise chickens. Raising a dog would be nice too. It could help prevent someone from sneaking into the yard to eavesdrop. The more she spoke, the more excited and longing she became. And while talking, she realized she hadn't asked Shen Huai Chuan for his opinion yet. When she turned around, she saw Shen Huai Chuan staring at her motionlessly. His gaze so intense it felt like it could ignite a fire. Chapter 15, We Have to Help Them You. Zhou Qiqi lightly bit her lower lip, feeling flustered and at a loss for words. Just then, a passionate and clear sound of a military bugle echoed. Her heart tightened as she realized it was the lights-out signal, and the entire residential area would be without power in 10 minutes. She hadn't even washed up yet. So she hurriedly ran to the kitchen, grabbed the thermos, and filled a basin with warm water, planning to wash up quickly. When she had come out of the bathroom earlier, she had taken a glance at the nearby bathing area. To her astonishment, the shower stalls inside were even more unacceptable than the outhouse. Shower heads hung lonely from above, with no partitions around. Looking around, she saw the figures of the sisters, all in white. To make matters worse, there were also quite a few little boys running around naked in the bathing area. The scene was simply eye-watering, and Zhou Qiqi felt like she was about to have a fit. Unable to accept such a sight, she hurriedly left. She quickly finished washing up, and by now, quite some time had passed since the lights went out, leaving the surroundings in silence. Zhou had already fallen asleep in the small room, and when Zhou Qiqi glanced inside, she found that Shen Huai Chuan's bedding was no longer there. Her heart sank. Did that mean he was? Thinking of this, her face flushed instantly. With a hint of trepidation, she walked into the room, and upon closer inspection, she found a neat bedding arrangement on the floor. For some reason, seeing the bedding made her feel a subtle sense of loss, but at the same time, it felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted off her heart, and she let out a long breath. Although she and Shen Huai Chuan had submitted their marriage report, they had only known each other for a few days and were still quite strangers. While she didn't want to continue sleeping in separate rooms, she wasn't mentally prepared for any intimate contact if they were to share a bed. When Zhou Qiqi lay down, her heart was still racing with nervousness. She had always had trouble sleeping, usually not falling asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning, and she thought she might have another sleepless night. But listening to the rhythmic chirping of insects outside and seeing Shen Huai Chuan's broad, sturdy back turned toward her, her heart gradually settled, her eyelids grew heavier, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Qiqi slept exceptionally well, and her biological clock woke her up at 6:30 in the morning. She naturally opened her eyes. Turning her head, she noticed the bedding on the floor was empty, and Shen Huai Chuan was nowhere to be found. Looking at Zhou, she saw he was still sound asleep, probably having not slept well again last night. Zhou Qiqi tiptoed into the kitchen. First, she rinsed rice and cooked a small pot of white porridge, then mixed some flour to prepare to make fragrant meat pancakes. These fragrant meat pancakes, also known as thousand-layer meat pancakes, have a somewhat intricate method. She rolled a piece of dough thinly, then took a knife and made 2 cuts on the top and bottom of the dough, leaving the middle uncut. This way, the dough was divided into 6 neat squares. She left 1 square in the lower left corner blank and evenly spread meat filling on the other areas, then started folding from the lower left corner. The skin wrapped the meat, and the meat wrapped the skin layer upon layer until it was folded into a small square. She then gently rolled it out with a rolling pin, and a beautiful 1,000-layer meat pancake dough was ready. This dough-making process, from kneading to resting, was quite labor-intensive. By the time Zhou Qiqi finished the pancake dough, Zhou had already woken up. She called for the child to wash up and use the toilet first, then moved the small table outside to the yard, brought out the white porridge, and lifted the lid to let it cool. The air in the residential area was fresh, and it was pleasant to eat in the yard early in the morning. Just as she set everything up, she felt a fiery gaze on her. She instinctively looked up and saw that it was coming from the neighboring yard. Early in the morning, Qiu Chunfang had inexplicably climbed to the rooftop to hang clothes. Noticing Zhou Qiqi's gaze, Qiu Chunfang's face flickered with discomfort. She casually pulled down a piece of clothing, pretending nothing was wrong, and happily climbed down the ladder. Their family gradually woke up as well. Zhao Yi, still half asleep, sniffed towards the neighboring yard and mumbled, Hearing this, Zhou Chunfang felt quite displeased. She picked up the clothes in her hand, lightly poked Zhou Yi, and then opened the food cover with a proud look, saying, "What are you sniffing for? The delicious smell is from our house. I made scallion egg pancakes early this morning, and it smells great." Last night, she had a big fight with Zhou Yi, and the smell of the braised meat wafting over from next door made her increasingly angry. She felt that Zhou Qiqi was deliberately competing with her, even trying to overshadow her in cooking, which was simply too much. It was just braised meat. Who couldn't cook? So, early this morning, she was determined to outdo Zhou Qiqi in cooking, kneading dough and mixing filling with all her might. "Well, wife, I didn't expect you to have this skill." Zhou Yi, feeling greedy, reached out to grab the scallion egg pancake. Zhou Chunfang's face showed a proud expression as she picked up a pair of chopsticks and lightly tapped Zhou Yi's hand. She gestured towards the neighbor's yard and said, "Don't rush to eat yet. First, wash your hands, then take 2 scallion pancakes over to Commander Shen and Zhou. Zhou Yi hesitated a bit upon hearing this. Zhou Chunfang immediately changed to a caring neighborly tone and confidently said, "We're all neighbors. It's a small community. I just saw that they made a pot of white porridge this morning. With just that little food, the kids going to school and the adults go to work, they definitely won't have enough to last the morning. We have to help them." All right. Zhou, he was a simple-minded person and didn't think much about it. So he listened to Zhou Chunfang's words. He washed up, changed into clean clothes, and took 2 scallion pancakes towards the neighboring yard. Just as he reached the entrance of the neighboring yard, he happened to bump into Shen Huai Chuan coming back from outside, just as he opened his own yard door. The two usually had a good relationship in the army, and just as Zhou was about to speak, he heard a voice from inside, "Back? Just in time. We're having 1,000-layer meat pancakes for breakfast. Just finish frying them. Let me cut them." Zhou Qiqi opened the kitchen door and poked her head out to shout. Zhou, he had sharp eyes and peeked through the crack of the door, and good heavens, he saw a golden, crispy meat pancake being sliced with a knife, making a crisp sound. Looking at the meat pancake, the layers of filling were so full they were almost overflowing, and the fresh meat juice flowed slowly down the knife edge, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma that instantly invaded Zhou Yi's nostrils. Zhou, he was so entranced that he couldn't help but drool, nearly spilling it out. He wanted to take another look, but suddenly Shen Huai Chuan's cold, ice-like face appeared in front of him. In a frosty tone, he asked, "Commander Zhou, is there something you need?" "And no, just passing by." "Passing by." Zhou, he hurriedly shook his head, like a defeated rooster, and gloomily returned home with the scallion pancakes. Seeing Zhou Yi like this, Zhou Chunfang placed her hands on her hips and sneered. "What's wrong? Did that woman get angry and refuse to accept our pancakes? What happened? Did that woman get angry and refuse?" Zhou Yi's face turned red with anger as he slammed a bowl down on the table, his face darkening as he shouted, "Shut up. What kind of bad idea is this? You've embarrassed me completely. They are having 1,000-layer meat pancakes, so fragrant and tempting. How could they possibly want your scallion pancakes?" Zhou Chunfang was initially skeptical, but soon the rich aroma of meat wafted over from the neighboring yard. She looked at the ordinary scallion pancake in her hand, which had very little oil, and instantly lost her appetite. Meanwhile, in the neighboring yard, Shen Huai Chuan looked at the stack of meat pies on the table, and his appetite surged. His eyes sparkled. "Who was out at the door just now? They were also wearing a military uniform. Were they your comrade? Why didn't you invite them in to sit and get to know each other?" Zhou Qiqi casually asked as she handed chopsticks to Shen Huai Chuan. She thought someone was looking for Shen Huai Chuan and figured it would be a good opportunity to familiarize herself with his friends. Shen Huai Chuan's gaze instantly turned cold as he replied, "The one next door, a little company commander." "Then forget it. Next time," Zhou Qiqi said, sticking out her tongue. "You all eat first. I'll go make a cup of malt milk for Zhou." When she wasn't at home, it was Shen Huai Chuan who brought back food from the army canteen. The meals probably weren't very suitable for children. When she held Zhou's hand yesterday, she noticed that the child only had a bit of baby fat on their face and was quite thin, needing some nutrition. She couldn't drink the malt milk herself, and leaving it there would be a waste, so it was better to give it to Zhou to help the child recover some strength. "I'll go. You eat first." Just as Zhou Qiqi stood up, Shen Huai Chuan gently pressed her back down. "Hey, this guy is quite perceptive." Zhou Qiqi thought to herself, feeling amused, and didn't refuse. A hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. She picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat pie for Zhou, and thoughtfully blew on the porridge to prevent it from being too hot for the child. Zhou remained silent, her face showing little expression, but her gaze lingered on Zhou Qiqi's face for 2 seconds before she blinked. Zhou Qiqi handed her the spoon with a slight smile. Are you saying thank you? You're welcome. Zhou lowered her head, sipping the porridge slowly, her long eyelashes fluttering, and it was unclear what was going through her little mind. Just then, Shen Huai Chuan returned with 2 glass cups. One cup contained cold, white malt milk, which he gently placed in front of Zhou. The other cup contained warm, white malt milk, steaming gently, which he carefully set in front of Zhou Qiqi. What is this? Zhou Qiqi's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 16. Qin Shirtu and Goat Milk. Shen Huai Chuan picked up a piece of tempting meat pie and casually replied. The cup of goat milk in front of him was steaming, the milky white liquid shimmering with a soft, pearly glow, thick and glossy. Bringing it closer, the rich aroma of milk instantly filled the air, lingering at the tip of her nose, clearly fresh milk just squeezed from the goat. Zhou Qiqi was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this?" "From the old goat herder in the next village," Shen Huai Chuan said slowly after swallowing a bite of the meat pie. It turned out he had gone out early in the morning to find goat milk for himself. Zhou Qiqi's heart trembled slightly. She had only mentioned it casually yesterday. As a small, transparent figure in a blended family, she had lived for over 20 years without anyone caring for her like this. Zhou Qiqi felt a bubble rising in her heart, growing larger, gradually filling her heart with a mix of sourness and swelling, making her want to cry. Shen Huai Chuan keenly sensed the change in her emotions and couldn't help but look up, his gaze fixed on her. Zhou Qiqi was most afraid of being seen in her vulnerable moments, so she quickly bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she pretended to be disdainful. Is it going to taste gamey? I hate gamey flavors the most. If it's gamey, I want tea drink a drop. It won't. Shen Huai Chuan's tone was very certain. Zhou Qiqi pouted, pretending to be reluctant. All right, then I'll give it a try. She skeptically took a small sip, expecting an unbearable off flavor, but what touched her tongue was a refreshing sweetness. The goat milk was delicate and smooth in her mouth, with a unique fatty membrane feel compared to cow's milk, making it richer. After swallowing, there was a hint of almond flavor in the aftertaste, with a subtle mix of bitterness and saltiness, yet somehow refreshingly pleasant. It's delicious. Zhou Qiqi's eyes instantly squinted into crescent moons, her rosy lips adorned with a layer of milky residue, looking just like a little cat that had stolen milk. Shen Huai Chuan looked at her and felt as if his heart had been gently scratched by an invisible cat's paw. It was a tingling sensation, softening his voice unconsciously. Then you can drink this for nutrition. I'll get you fresh milk every day. This breakfast was warm and satisfying for the family. After the meal, Shen Huai Chuan conscientiously cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Zhou returned to her room, picked up her small backpack, and prepared to go to school. When Zhou Qiqi saw Zhou's somewhat messy hair, she gently pressed her down on the stool and skillfully tied her hair into a neat double ponytail, the braids tight and pretty, with smooth strands and slightly curled ends. After finishing, Zhou Qiqi smiled and released her, letting Zhou go out. In the past, Zhou always tied her own hair, but being just a 6-year-old child, her small hands were not very nimble, and the hair always ended up messy, looking a bit untidy. Shen Huai Chuan silently observed all of this. After washing the dishes, he came out with a serious expression, walked up to Zhou Qiqi, and said solemnly, "Thank you." After all, he had previously said that he would take responsibility for Zhou, and Zhou Qiqi had no obligation to worry about these trivial matters. Zhou Qiqi, hearing this, pretended to be indifferent, pouting as she said, "I just thought it looked messy, so I helped out." As soon as she said this, fearing the atmosphere would become awkward, she quickly changed the subject. "You should hurry up and apply for the bathroom and shower situation." Shen Huai Chuan nodded, telling her to wait for news at home before heading to the army. In the morning, Zhou Qiqi cleaned the house inside and out, and also simply arranged Zhou's small room, changing it to brand new sheets and covers, and adding some wildflowers from the backyard. Around noon, she made some hand-pulled noodles, stir-fried with tomato and egg sauce, paired with spinach mixed with vermicelli, and even made some sugar-coated peanuts for Zhou's sweet tooth. However, by noon, Shen Huai Chuan had not returned. At 2 in the afternoon, after waking up from their nap, Zhou Qiqi was sending Zhou out to school when a young man suddenly popped his head through the door gap, calling out sister-in-law. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and introduced himself as Qin Lei, Shen Huai Chuan's orderly. He was there to take Zhou Qiqi to the logistics department. The project Shen Huai Chuan applied for had been approved, but some items required Zhou Qiqi's confirmation. He was leading a group of elite soldiers from the 1st Battalion to compete in field training with the 3rd Battalion and would leave with the troops after finishing the application. Sending Qin Lei over to inform her, Zhou Qiqi hurriedly invited him in and poured him a glass of water. He gulped it down in one go and then quickly spoke. Finally met sister-in-law. I said sister-in-law couldn't be like what they said of vixen. He had just returned last night and heard all kinds of gossip in the barracks, saying that the king of hell Shun got married, and various rumors were swirling around, which made him anxious and eager to find out. Zhou Qiqi instantly felt 3 black lines forming on her forehead. Good grief. The gossip about Sister Qiu had even reached the barracks. However, she usually didn't care about others' opinions and instead looked at the excited Qin Lei with interest. Oh, then tell me, what do I look like if not a vixen? Qin Lei replied earnestly, like a fairy. This made Zhou Qiqi laugh. Qin Lei seemed silly but was quite sincere, and his words were so endearing. She was just about to tease him a bit when she heard his stomach growl loudly. Did you not eat lunch? Zhou Qiqi asked with concern. Qin Lei blushed and scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, I arrive around 1 o'clock. But I was afraid of disturbing sister-in-law's rest, so I didn't dare knock and stood outside for an hour. Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi felt a bit touched. This child seemed sincere and was so considerate. She quickly said, you sit for a while, I'll go make you something to eat, can't let you go hungry. Qin Lei eagerly leaned closer, his face full of anticipation. Is it stewed meat? They say sister-in-law's stewed meat is delicious. Seeing the noodle dish Zhou Qiqi brought out, he couldn't help but look disappointed. Huh, is it not? His expression changed dramatically, like a Sichuan opera, with all emotions visible on his face, unable to hide his thoughts. Zhou Qiqi was amused by him and quickly comforted him. There's nothing I can do. We don't have a fridge at home, so I can't store meat well. I didn't dare by much. But tomorrow, sister-in-law will definitely make you stewed meat. Plenty of it. At first, Qin Lei looked a bit gloomy, but when he took the first bite of the noodles, his eyes instantly sparkled. He mumbled through a mouthful, sister-in-law. These noodles are so good. The hand-pulled noodles Zhou Qiqi made had eggs added, making them smooth and chewy, far better than regular noodles. Qin Lei devoured 3 big bowls as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. Finishing even the noodles Zhou Qiqi had originally planned to save for later. After finishing the noodles, he licked the plate clean. Sister-in-law, I've changed my mind. I feel you're not like a fairy, but like the girl from The Little Snail. This made Zhou Qiqi laugh again. She really couldn't imagine how someone like this could make Shen Huai Chuan keep a cold face. It was puzzling. After the meal, Zhou Qiqi followed Qin Lei to the army. From the military family area to the military district office, many soldiers passed by, all glancing at the two of them. Qin Lei was a bit of a chatterbox, and nearly everyone in the barracks knew him as Shen Huai Chuan's orderly. Zhou Qiqi, who was standing beside him, was a stranger, and everyone naturally guessed that she was the new wife of Shen Yinhuang. Everyone was quite curious and gathered at a distance, stretching their necks to sneak a peek, but their gazes were friendlier than those of the group of sisters. Qin Lei explained from the side, ever since you came, the captain has become gentler, and our training has been easier. Everyone can thank you for that. Is that so? This was Zhou Qiqi's first time facing so many people's gazes, but she wasn't shy at all and waved her hand generously in greeting. This action made those sneaky soldiers even more bashful, each one turning red and scurrying away like startled little rabbits, retreating to a farther place to continue watching secretly. Soon they arrived at the logistics department, where the director, a kind uncle named Lin, was very polite and wore a friendly smile. I've read the application from Huai Chuan, and it's fine to approve it, but there's one issue. Zhou Qiqi's attitude varied with different people. At this moment, she was very humble and polite, smiling gently and maintaining a warm demeanor. What issue? Please tell me. Chapter 17. Encountering Problems, the Sewage Issue. Director Lin frowned. The military-dependent area is not like the countryside. Space is limited, and traditional dry toilets with septic tanks cannot be built. Only flush toilets, which are popular in the city now, can be installed. This means a pipeline needs to be dug to connect to the main sewage network in the military-dependent area. This involves two main issues. The more troublesome one is the cost. Director Lin took out a somewhat old, but neatly written draft paper for Zhou Qiqi to see. I've calculated it. The material and labor costs for the toilet will be around 150 yuan, which is already not a small amount. Additionally, the soil conditions in our military-dependent area are special. The underground pipes cannot use cheap clay pipes. Otherwise, they are prone to breakage. We can only use stronger and more durable cast iron pipes. A single cast iron pipe costs about 10 yuan, and it's approximately 100 meters from your house to the main sewage network, which means we'll need about 30 pipes. Adding another 300 yuan to the expenses. Adding all these costs together, it totals 450 yuan. Director Lin's tone carried a hint of emotion. Such expenses are not easily affordable for an ordinary family. Zhou Qiqi was taken aback by this number. However, the image of Qiu Chunfeng, a nauseating figure in the toilet, flashed in her mind, and she didn't hesitate for a moment. She firmly shook her head and said, "This is not a problem. What's the other issue? 450 yuan is equivalent to 3 months' salary for Shen Huai Chuan, so is indeed a bit expensive. But their family has 3,000 yuan in savings. With some determination, they can afford it. Moreover, the toilet is a crucial facility that affects the quality of life for the whole family, especially for her. In Zhou Qiqi's view, this expenditure is a rigid necessity that is genuinely worthwhile." Her decisive attitude momentarily startled Director Lin, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. However, he quickly adjusted himself, putting on a warm smile again, and said, "If this isn't a problem, then the other one is relatively minor." Director Lin casually picked up a detailed distribution map of the military-dependent area and pointed accurately to Zhou Qiqi's house. He then traced a virtual route to the location of the sewage main pipe, explaining, "This pipeline cannot be excavated on the main road, as it would affect the normal passage and aesthetics of the military-dependent area. It can only be laid along the back walls of these houses. So, you need to communicate with these residents in advance to obtain their consent. As long as everyone signs, I can approve it for you immediately, and the construction team can start work tomorrow morning." In Director Lin's view, since everyone is a military wife, helping each other out should be a simple matter, and he didn't consider this a real problem at all. But when Zhou Qiqi saw the direction he was pointing to, her originally straight back suddenly slumped like a deflated balloon. "No way. How can I be so unlucky?" She couldn't help but mumble. The first house they need to pass to reach the sewage pipeline is actually Qiu Chunfeng's. Given the conflict between her and Qiu Chunfeng, there is no way Qiu Chunfeng would easily agree to help her with this. Her big, watery eyes blinked rapidly as she scanned the layout map, quickly pointing towards the right where Zhu Yingying's house is located, and asked with a hint of hope, "Can we not go through the left side and instead go around the right? I see there is also a main pipe on the right." Director Lin frowned and shook his head. "That is not easy to operate. The terrain on the right is higher, and the sewage cannot flow naturally by gravity. You would need to install a lift pump and a check valve in your yard, which would incur additional costs. Moreover, this detour would require passing through several more houses, increasing the length of the pipeline and consequently raising the cost." Director Lin still suggested Zhou Qiqi communicate with the residents on the left. Zhou Qiqi understood that Director Lin was offering the most reasonable advice out of goodwill. However, she remained unconvinced and asked, "If we go around the right and connect to another pipeline, how much extra would it cost?" "This amount," Director Lin said, holding up 3 fingers. Zhou Qiqi's heart sank. Would it add another 300? Adding it all up, the toilet alone would cost 750 yuan. If the bathroom costs are added, it could reach 1,000 yuan. Even though Zhou Qiqi is a hedonist, she couldn't help but hesitate in the face of such high expenses. On the way back, Lei noticed Zhou Qiqi's low mood and quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Zhou Qiqi was not the type to be coy, so she briefly recounted the conflict between her and Xiao Chunfang to Lei. There was a minor friction on the train, but we settled it. However, after arriving at the family compound last night, she still targeted me for some reason. She doesn't care, but someone does. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei hurriedly said, "I know why." Without waiting for Zhou Qiqi to ask, Lei eagerly revealed the whole story. Last month, when I went to the public phone to call home, I happened to sit in front of Xiao Chunfang. I accidentally overheard her mention Shen Huai Chuan's name, and out of curiosity, I listened a bit longer. The person on the other end was Lin Yao's mother, and she asked Xiao Chunfang to help matchmake Shen Huai Chuan and Lin Yao. They have been betrothed since childhood, but they haven't married yet. Lin's mother is very anxious about this, and with all the gossip outside, she is trying to pressure Shen Huai Chuan. I heard clearly, and Lin's mother said that if the match is successful, she would give Qiu's sister-in-law 200 yuan as a reward. Zhou Qiqi suddenly realized, oh wow, so that's what happened. Xiao Chunfang has so many kids and is living tightly. My coming here directly cut off their source of income. It's no wonder she hates me. However, Lin's mother probably doesn't know that she is wasting her money. The two have not married, not because Shen Huai Chuan is unwilling, but because Lin Yao has found a better match. It's been several days now, so those two must have already gotten together openly. The two returned to the courtyard, and while she was lost in thought, Lei was still thinking about the toilet issue. Sister-in-law, if you find it difficult, I can speak on your behalf. Qiu's sister-in-law usually treats me well. I should be able to handle it. Zhou Qiqi shrugged and replied, if you want to go ahead. However, she guessed that Xiao Chunfang would not agree, and it would likely be a wasted trip. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Lei returned with a long face. Sister-in-law said that digging a pipe along her back wall would count as occupying her land and would have a significant impact on her family, so absolutely not, unless. Zhou Qiqi couldn't stand the hesitation and frowned. Unless what? Just say it. Lei scratched his head. Unless you give her the money for buying the land. How much does she want? Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, thinking she would give it as long as it was and too excessive. Lei held up 2 fingers, and she immediately guessed 2 yuan? 20? 20 is already a lot, but to her surprise, Lei denied both, saying 200. Qiu's sister-in-law said you need to go personally and talk to her nicely. As long as your attitude is good, then there's room for negotiation. This Xiao Chunfang wants her to go personally to beg her, right? 200? Isn't that deliberately trying to make things difficult? Forget about 200. She doesn't even want to give 20. No, both blocks are cheap for her. She thought to herself that Lei shouldn't have gone this time, just to be treated unfairly. Unexpectedly, there were even more things to make her angry later. After busying herself at home for a while, she couldn't hold it in any longer and went to the bathroom. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a wave of discussions coming from inside. Really? Is she going to build a bathroom at home? How could she be so precious? A country girl thinking of herself as a princess? Of course, she had the orderly soldier, Qin Shi to come to ask me, saying they wanted to connect a pipeline for my house. That must cost a lot of money, right? Can Commander Shen agree to this? Has he been charmed by a vixen? TSK. Building a separate toilet in this family compound could be enough to marry 2 rural brides. So pretentious. Not a settled person. The first few sentences clearly indicated that Xiao Chunfang was adding fuel to the fire. And then there were 2 or 3 unfamiliar military wives laughing sneeringly. Zhou Qiqi knew in her heart that if she told Xiao Chunfang about building the toilet, she would definitely spread it everywhere to deliberately smear her reputation. She just didn't expect to overhear it. She rolled her eyes, cleared her throat, and shouted a couple of words inside. Whose sister-in-law is it that loves to gossip about other people's affairs so much? Are you too idle? Passing by a sewage truck and want to take a spoon to taste it? Oh, I almost forgot. No need to look for a sewage truck. We have something warm right under our feet. Let's take some back while it's hot and add it to the dish. The thick can be used as a dish, and the thin as soup. For those who don't have anything, look around and help each other out. Chapter 18, I beg you. Grandma's leg this shout was crisp and loud. and as soon as the sound faded, the chatter inside the toilet immediately stopped. A few seconds later, dry heaving sounds came from inside. Ugh! The sound echoed in the cramped space, one after another. Although everyone was used to using this public toilet, after Zhou Qiqi described it so vividly, the imagery instantly became clear in everyone's minds, leading to involuntary associations. This association was enough to make one feel nauseous. Moreover, not only did they think of themselves, but they also thought of others. It was awkward to be in that toilet. In less than a minute, several military wives hurriedly fled from the toilet. Their eyes darted around, and upon seeing Zhou Qiqi standing at the door, they all acted guilty as if they were thieves, quickly covering their faces with their hands and rushing away from the scene. Only Qiu Chunfeng, with a face as thick as a city wall, was not affected by Zhou Qiqi's words at all. She swaggered past Zhou Qiqi, purposely placing her hands on her hips and casting a fierce glare at Zhou Qiqi. Then, with a spit, she disdainfully muttered, "Little girl, just know how to be sharp-tongued and act tough. I want to see how you'll come begging me later. I beg you." Grandma's leg. Zhou Qiqi did not back down and immediately shot back, rolling her eyes at Qiu Chunfeng. Her mood was not affected at all. After all, getting angry with such a person was purely seeking trouble. Now that the toilet was empty, Zhou Qiqi leisurely walked in, comfortably took care of her personal matters, and then hummed a little tune as she headed home to cook. On the way back, she unexpectedly spotted a lush, wild, prickly ash tree. Her eyes lit up, and she casually plucked a handful of tender green, prickly ash leaves. When she returned from the logistics department, she quickly kneaded the dough, covered it with a damp cloth, and placed it in a warm, sunny spot to ferment. When she returned to check, the dough had risen perfectly, large and soft. She evenly kneaded the chopped prickly ash leaves into the dough, and instantly a unique fragrance filled the kitchen. After kneading, she cut the dough into small pieces, stood them up, gently flattened them, and rolled them into round, thin slices. Then she placed them back under the damp cloth for a second fermentation. Before long, one soft oil cake after another was ready. When Zhou Qiqi was in college, her parents, each having their own new families, no longer provided her with living expenses. She often worked part-time, doing breakfast stalls in small restaurants, so she learned quite a bit. While waiting, she soaked some red beans and cooked red bean porridge. She also stir-fried some spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried carrots, and scrambled eggs with chili. When it was time to eat, Zhou, who arrived home first, washed his hands and went back to his room, obediently doing his homework without causing a fuss. Zhou Qiqi guessed that Shen Huai Chuan would be home soon, so she heated up the oil pan to fry the oil cakes. The coal stove was blazing, and the oil in the pan quickly heated up, sizzling. As each oil cake piece entered the pan, golden bubbles rolled and jumped around, and before long, the oil cakes turned a tempting golden color, with the aroma wafting throughout the house. When Shen Huai Chuan pushed the door open, a rich aroma of food rushed towards him, and the house was filled with warm, comforting smoke. His heart warmed, and his steps became lighter. As the family sat down at the dining table, he couldn't help but ask, "What did you make?" Zhou Qiqi handed Shen Huai Chuan an oil cake, her big watery eyes blinking as she said, "Qin Shirdu said you love to eat, so I made it. Give it a try." Shen Huai Chuan took the oil cake, but did not taste it immediately. Instead, he keenly noticed Zhou Qiqi's slightly flushed ears and quietly asked, "Is there a problem with the approval for the toilet construction?" Zhou Qiqi did not expect Shen Huai Chuan to guess it immediately, and she felt a bit flustered. However, she still pretended to be calm and said, "Let's eat first. We can talk about it after." Despite her fierce demeanor when confronting those military wives earlier in the toilet, discussing the toilet matter during dinner would inevitably lead to some unpleasant associations affecting her appetite. After finishing the meal, Zhou continued working on his homework in his room, while Shen Huai Chuan voluntarily cleared the dishes and went to wash them. Zhou Qiqi followed him closely, and she recounted the two issues mentioned by Director Lin from the logistics department in detail. "I want to take a detour from the right side, but if I do, it will cost an additional 300 yuan, which means a total of 1,000 yuan. After explaining the situation, she nervously bit her lip. After saying it, she felt a bit embarrassed, After all, in this era, 1,000 yuan was not a small amount. Most people earned only 60 to 70 yuan a month, and it would take 16 months of not eating or drinking to save that much money. She thought Shen Huai Chuan would definitely disagree with such a large expense or would want her to try to communicate better with Chiu Chanfang. She had already thought of how to argue her case since she had laid so much groundwork. But unexpectedly, after Shen Huai Chuan listened, he didn't pause his dishwashing at all, just casually nodded and said, "It's up to you." Zhou Qiqi was taken aback, her eyes widening instantly as she tiptoed to Shen Huai Chuan's ear and asked loudly, "Really? 1,000 yuan, up to me?" She was afraid that Shen Huai Chuan hadn't heard clearly. However, she forgot that her body lacked exercise. As she tiptoed, her ankle couldn't support her weight, and she stumbled towards Shen Huai Chuan's back. Shen Huai Chuan reacted extremely quickly, turning around and reaching out with his strong arm to steady her. Zhou Qiqi found herself falling into Shen Huai Chuan's warm embrace, smelling the fresh soap scent emanating from him, and hearing his melodious voice like a clear spring from above. "Really? Be careful." Zhou Qiqi's mind was in a whirl. She clearly didn't care about what those wives said, but somehow at that moment, she inexplicably pouted and muttered, "You have to think carefully. This money is enough to marry 2 wives." Her tone was somewhat sour, carrying an inexplicable grievance, yet it sounded charming and delicate, making Shen Huai Chuan's chest warm, and he instinctively tightened his arm around her, softly saying, "I already have a wife." Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Qiqi suddenly heard a series of intermittent sounds, thinking it was her heart beating too fast, loud enough for her to hear. In an instant, her cheeks felt hot, as if they were on fire. The next second, a timid voice came from outside the courtyard gate. "Qiqi, it's me, Zhu. Zhu Yingying, are you at home?" Hearing this voice, Zhou Qiqi hurriedly escaped from Shen Huai Chuan's embrace like a little rabbit. It was Yingying who had come, just in time to discuss the matter. They, as a couple, had already discussed it but hadn't asked Zhu Yingying yet. She had knocked on the door early in the morning, but no one was home. After inquiring, she learned that Zhu Yingying was fluent in several foreign languages and usually worked translating foreign professional books and materials for the military publishing house. Today, she had gone to the military district to deliver materials. In 1982, being able to speak several foreign languages and translate professional materials was no small feat. It meant she was a high-level talent. Zhou Qiqi was surprised at how capable Yingying was, despite not showing it outwardly. After praising her a bit, seeing her blush again, Zhou Qiqi decided not to say more and instead pulled her inside to discuss the toilet construction matter in detail. In fact, Zhu Yingying had come to find Zhou Qiqi to talk about this very issue. When she returned earlier, she had heard many people discussing it outside. "Qiqi, are you really going to build a toilet? Why not forget it?" What they said was so harsh. Zhou Qiqi looked at her timid appearance and felt a bit helpless. "What did I tell you before? Don't care about what they say. Life is live for yourself. No need to worry about what others think." All right. Although Zhu Yingying thought Zhou Qiqi's words made sense, her mindset couldn't change overnight. So she only replied, "I'll talk to old Wang about this and give you a response tomorrow morning. It should be fine." "Okay." Zhou Qiqi nodded. In the evening, she and Shen Huai Chuan sat at the table and carefully calculated the costs. The expenses for building materials were the main part. For labor, they could just hire craftsmen. As for the digging and other tasks, there were plenty of people in the group who could be called upon to help, so they could send 5 or 6 capable ones to assist. This would significantly shorten the construction period. Director Lin had previously estimated the toilet cost at 750 yuan and the shower room at 250 yuan. After careful budgeting, they could save a substantial amount. The cost of the toilet, without taking a detour, was only 150 yuan more. Zhou Qiqi felt much more balanced inside and thought this plan was feasible. But she never expected that the next morning, Zhu Yingying would give her a big surprise. Chapter 19, waiting for Zhou Qiqi to ask her, "Are you guys also building a toilet?" Zhou Qiqi was taken aback. Zhu Yingying, feeling a bit embarrassed, pinched the hem of her clothes, nodded, and said, "Yes, the cost for the pipes, lift pump, and check valve will be shared between our 2 families." Zhou Qiqi's face lit up with excitement. The cost of the pipes was substantial, and if they split it, the expenses would be lower. It would essentially be the same as not taking a detour. She excitedly squeezed Zhou Qiqi's shoulders and said, "That's great. Why didn't you mention it yesterday?" "I didn't think about building it yesterday," Zhou Qiqi explained softly. In fact, she had considered the idea of building a toilet before. However, she was naturally timid and had never dared to voice it. Moreover, just thinking about the high costs made her heart ache. She really couldn't bear to spend that much money. It was her husband, Lao Wang, who had brought it up first last night, and under his persuasion, she finally made up her mind. Seeing Zhou Qiqi's flushed cheeks, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but tease, "Wow, Ying, who would have thought your Lao Wang looks so rough and tough? Yet he's so considerate and caring towards you." Zhou Qiqi bit her lip, and for once, didn't act shy or evasive. Instead, she candidly admitted, "He really treats me well. Before I met him, no one had ever cared for me so wholeheartedly." As she spoke, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Zhou Qiqi quickly tried to lighten the mood. She reached out her arm and affectionately draped it over Zhou Qiqi's shoulders. Gently blowing on the suspicious blush on her neck, she teasingly asked, "How does he treat you? Tell me in detail. Is it like this? Hey, you're being a rascal too." Zhou Qiqi immediately held back her tears, feigning anger, and raised her hand as if to hit Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi pretended to beg for mercy while cleverly dodging, even playfully reaching to tickle Zhou Qiqi. The two women instantly turned into a playful ruckus, their laughter ringing like silver bells, soaring into the air and drifting into the neighboring yard. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. I wonder if you can still laugh later?" Qiu Chunfang was standing in front of the mirror, meticulously fiddling with her hair, grumbling fiercely. She was wearing the good fabric she had specially chosen for her wedding. After all these years, she had only worn it once, and today she pulled it out to show off in front of Zhou Qiqi. Last night, Qiu Chunfang had deliberately strolled near Director Lin's house, seemingly casually chatting with him and casually asking about Zhou Qiqi's toilet construction. Director Lin was amiable to everyone and straightforwardly said that if Zhou Qiqi wanted to build a toilet, according to normal planning, they would have to lay the pipes through Qiu Chunfang's backyard. If they took a detour, it would cost an extra 300 yuan. 300 yuan? That was no small sum. In Qiu Chunfang's eyes, Zhou Qiqi would definitely be reluctant to spend that unnecessary money and would ultimately have to come asking her. Just thinking about how Zhou Qiqi had previously outsmarted her and made her lose face in front of the other military wives, and how the number of military wives coming to chat with her had significantly decreased recently, made Qiu Chunfang feel even more frustrated. This time, she was determined to dampen Zhou Qiqi's spirits, making sure that the girl would come before her, apologize properly, and then she would feign generosity and agree to help. That's right, Qiu Chunfang had no intention of refusing Zhou Qiqi. In fact, she had already figured out that running the pipes through her house was acceptable. But Zhou Qiqi had to pay. Of course, it couldn't just be 200 yuan. Saying 200 was merely to vent her frustration. At the very least, she had to get 100 yuan. If that didn't work, 50 would suffice. Ultimately, how much she would get would depend on how Zhou Qiqi begged her. At that moment, standing in front of the mirror, Qiu Chunfang could almost envision Zhou Qiqi with a face full of smiles, humbly begging her, and couldn't help but chuckle with glee. With a heart full of joy, she opened her front door, moved a small stool to sit at the entrance. Holding a handful of vegetables, seemingly serious about cleaning them while occasionally glancing next door, waiting for Zhou Qiqi to come and ask her. However, she waited all morning. As the sun rose higher and the sunlight became more scorching, Zhou Qiqi's figure still did not appear, but Zhao Yi returned first. Zhao Yi looked gloomy, with bruises all over his face as if he had been beaten up badly. The moment he saw Qiu Chunfang, he couldn't help but complain. "I am exhausted. This Shen Huai Chuan is a complete lunatic. I haven't provoked him or anything, but for some reason, he's been targeting our team for combat drills these past 2 days, specifically wanting to spar with me. I'm no match for him." As he spoke, he plopped down on the stool, slapped the empty table, and grumbled. "What are we having for lunch? Hurry up and serve it. I'm starving." Qiu Chunfang instinctively pinched the hem of her clothes, feeling a bit guilty as she replied, "I haven't cooked yet." All morning, her mind had been focused on how to make things difficult for Zhou Qiqi while cleaning vegetables. completely immersed in imagining various scenarios that would embarrass Zhou Qiqi, forgetting to check the time. What do you mean? No lunch? Zhao Yi's face turned red with anger upon hearing this, and he yelled. The door that Qiu Chunfang had deliberately left open in the morning hadn't been closed yet, and Zhao Yi's shout immediately attracted curious glances from passers-by outside. Qiu Chunfang's face alternated between pale and red, and she immediately became displeased, retorting, "What are you shouting about?" The two began to argue back and forth, raising their voices. "I've been working all morning, and when I come back, I can't even have a hot meal, and I can't say anything about it. You still say Zhou Qiqi next door is a seductress. I think you're the lazy one." This time, Zhao Yi was truly furious. While cursing, he pushed Qiu Chunfang. He was no longer indulgent with her, and as he spoke, he shoved her again. "Every day, all you do is gossip and talk about others. You can't even handle things at home. You dare hit me?" Qiu Chunfang's eyes widened like a furious lioness, and she lunged at Zhao Yi, the two instantly grappling with each other. Fortunately, they didn't fight for long. The children returned from school, preventing the situation from escalating further and avoiding any serious consequences. However, Zhao Yi's already bruised face was scratched several more times by Qiu Chunfang. Feeling wronged and increasingly angry, Qiu Chunfang blamed everything on Zhou Qiqi. In her view, before Zhou Qiqi arrived, although Zhao Yi would argue with her, he had never compared her to other sisters-in-law or resorted to violence. But ever since Zhou Qiqi came to the compound on the third day, everything changed. Gritting her teeth, she secretly resolved to hit Zhou Qiqi hard this time. 200 yuan was not enough. She needed 250 to vent her anger. In the afternoon, after sending the kids off to school, Qiu Chunfang moved her small stool back to the door, her eyes fixed on the neighboring house, waiting for Zhou Qiqi to come and settle the score with her. However, she waited and waited, but Zhou Qiqi never came out. Even until evening, there was still no sign of movement next door. Tomorrow she will definitely come to me, Qiu Chunfang thought angrily under her blanket, hardly sleeping well all night. The next morning, she naturally woke up late. While yawning and making breakfast, she suddenly heard a loud tractor noise outside. When she opened the door, Chapter 20, this method of spending will eventually ruin the family. Well, several tractors came rumbling towards their row of small courtyards, loaded to the brim with red bricks, cast iron pipes, sand, and other building materials. The military dependence area was usually very quiet, and it had never been this lively except for the supply trucks. For a moment, many military wives were curious and gathered around to watch the excitement. Soon, the tractors came to a steady stop on the road, and Zhou Qiqi, beaming with joy, opened her front door and enthusiastically called out to the workers. "Masters, come in and have some water." In the crowd, a curious sister-in-law couldn't help but ask, "Shen family's daughter-in-law, are you really building a toilet?" Qiu Chunfang, whose mouth ran like cotton, had already spread the word around the military dependence compound the night before, and everyone was still skeptical. Now that they saw it was true, Zhou Qiqi was in a great mood, beaming with a radiant smile, and happily nodded, saying yes. "We're starting work today. We'll begin digging the pipes soon, so everyone needs to be careful when passing by." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately showed envy in their eyes and cast admiring looks. However, Qiu Chunfang suddenly exploded like a lit powder keg, losing her composure. She strode over with determination, her face filled with anger, and questioned Zhou Qiqi. "What do you mean by this? I never agreed. How can you start work?" She added, "I tell you, even if your man is a regiment commander, you can't just dig at my wall's foundation. Otherwise, I can go to the military committee to report you." Qiu Chunfang's loud voice attracted even more people. It was Saturday, and no one had to work or go to school. So many people came out to watch the commotion. Qiu Chunfang acted like a victim, which drew comments from the crowd. Zhou Qiqi looked at Qiu Chunfang's expression, both amused and angry, almost laughing out loud. She crossed her arms and calmly retorted, "Sister Qiu, when did I say I was going to dig at your wall's foundation?" Qiu Chunfang immediately shot back, "If you're not digging at my wall's foundation, how do you plan to lay those pipes? Can they fly over?" As the two argued back and forth, the door of Zhu Yingying's house creaked open. Zhu Yingying, who usually didn't like to join in, felt a tightness in her heart upon hearing Zhou Qiqi's name. her face slightly flushed, but she still walked out and quietly stood beside Zhou Qiqi. Seeing this, Zhou Qiqi affectionately wrapped her arm around her and casually shot a glare at Xiao Chunfang, saying, "You don't agree, but Yingying has already agreed. Her family is also building a toilet." Xiao Chunfang's eyes widened, nearly popping out of her head in disbelief. "You plan to go around from the right side of Zhu Yingying's house? Are you crazy? That will cost 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? This number immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Most military personnel's allowances were not as much as Shen Huai Chuan's, and everyone had families to support, with savings not even reaching 1,000 yuan. Soon, someone in the crowd called out sourly, "We're all military wives living frugally and simply. Why should they enjoy spending 1,000 yuan to build a toilet and a shower room? That's just too extravagant." If someone didn't know better, they would think they weren't hauling waste but gold. Zhou Qiqi's ears perked up, and she quickly recognized the voice as Li Hongzhuan's. Her words were sharp and bitter, and the crowd's previously envious gazes began to shift towards jealousy and scrutiny as people started whispering among themselves. This was a natural reaction, and Zhou Qiqi didn't feel it was a big deal. She slowly turned her gaze towards the instigator, Xiao Chunfang, with a calm smile on her lips. Tilting her head slightly as she asked, "Sister Qiao, how do you know it will cost 1,000 yuan? Did you ask Director Lin from logistics? Why are you so interested in other people's affairs? Did you finish tasting the dung?" Xiao Chunfang rolled her eyes and chimed in with Li Hongwan. "If I didn't inquire, how would I know some people are so wasteful?" Many people in the crowd echoed her sentiments. "Yeah, 1,000 yuan. No matter how much Colonel Shen earns, he can't afford to spend like that. This spending will eventually ruin the family." They didn't have much of a problem with Zhou Qiqi personally. They just found it hard to accept this lifestyle for a moment, subconsciously feeling it was unfair to Shen Huai Chuan and wanting to defend him. Hearing what everyone said, Xiao Chunfang couldn't help but feel a bit smug, raising her eyebrows at Zhou Qiqi. But Zhou Qiqi maintained her smile, looking at her with calm composure, saying, "How is it wasteful if I spend 200 yuan to build a toilet?" Xiao Chunfang scoffed, her face full of disdain, thinking Zhou Qiqi was lying. 200 yuan? How is that possible? Stop lying. Zhou Qiqi, looking composed and unhurried, explained, "How is it impossible? It's not just me. Several other families want to build toilets too. I've talked to them, and if we share the costs, we can get discounts on building materials, so it comes out to only 200 yuan per household. If you don't believe it, you can ask Director Lin. It includes their family too." For the past couple of days, she had been fully focused on this matter. Back at the military district office, she had keenly noticed that Director Lin also wanted to build a toilet for his family. His house was behind Zhu Yingying's, in a low-lying area, and building there would require extra expenses. After Zhu Yingying agreed, she proactively approached Director Lin at noon, discussing the idea of several families building a toilet together. Director Lin had an elderly mother in her 70s, and it was very inconvenient for her to use the toilet or take a shower. He had wanted to build a toilet for a long time. However, he was reluctant to spend such a large sum and also feared being criticized for getting special treatment. With Zhou Qiqi leading the charge to build together, he immediately agreed without hesitation and even took Zhou Qiqi to talk to a few households along the way. This kind of small matter involved military families who were neighbors, and Zhou Qiqi thoughtfully brought canned goods and walnut pastries as gifts, so everyone naturally nodded in agreement. What was even more surprising was that a few families already had plans to build toilets. Everyone sat down together to carefully calculate, with each family responsible for certain building materials and the piping costs shared among several families. One of the wives, Hu Chunxiao, worked at the supply bureau. At this moment, Hu Chunxiao walked straight up to Xiao Chunfang and testified for Zhou Qiqi, saying, "No need to ask, what she said is true. My house is right next to Director Lin's, and we're also building. I got the materials approved by our factory director at an internal price, and including labor and materials, it really only costs 200 yuan. Once this price was announced, the surrounding onlookers fell silent. If it were 1,000 yuan to build a toilet, Zhou Qiqi would indeed deserve criticism. But 200 yuan? There was really nothing to nitpick about. The crowd's mood shifted back to envy and jealousy. Among them, a military wife in a green shirt also began to consider it, eagerly stepping forward to ask, 200 yuan? Can we really build a toilet for 200 yuan? Can we join in too? My house is over there. Zhou Qiqi looked in the direction she was pointing and smiled, shaking her head. Your house is on the left below. Originally, if Aunt Xiao had agreed, the pipes would have gone through your house, so you wouldn't have to pay for the piping. I would cover everything. And you would only need to pay for the materials, which might not even cost 200 yuan. As she spoke, she apologetically stuck out her tongue and gave a half-smile at Xiao Chunfang before continuing. Unfortunately, we are now taking another sewage pipe on the right side, which is not close to your house. If you want to build, you'll have to find a way on your own, sorry. Building it yourself is not a small expense. And the military wife in the green shirt immediately felt her heart bleed. She glanced resentfully at Xiao Chunfang and muttered a curse. What a troublemaker. The other onlookers had also begun to catch on. Xiao Chunfang had been sitting at the courtyard entrance all day yesterday, occasionally looking eagerly in the direction of Zhou Qiqi's house, which everyone had noticed. She was probably waiting for Zhou Qiqi to ask her for help, but unexpectedly, Zhou Qiqi completely ignored her. Moreover, Zhou Qiqi took another route around her house, not only successfully solving the problem, but also at a lower cost. Xiao Chunfang was purely harming others without benefiting herself. The military wife in the green shirt gathered with a few other wives nearby, pointing and discussing Xiao Chunfang's house with dissatisfaction on their faces. Meanwhile, the other onlooking military wives were giving Zhou Qiqi thumbs up, praising her. The new wife of Commander Shen is really impressive. She knows how to save and is good at budgeting. Indeed, with her quick wit and good looks, she is just the kind to tame the local tyrants in our military district. Hu Chunxiao thought so too. She was the young military wife who had curiously asked a few days ago when they could see the two vixens. Previously, she had believed the rumors. But after interacting with Zhou Qiqi yesterday, she found her to be kind and easy to get along with, and she apologized to Zhou Qiqi on the spot. Now she walked over to Zhou Qiqi confidently and asked with concern, "All right, then I'll head home too. I've hired 2 workers over there, and they're about to start. Who's doing the work at your place if you haven't hired anyone? Look, here they come." Zhou Qiqi smiled and pointed into the distance. A row of dashing soldiers was marching with disciplined and powerful steps, running towards her house. Chapter 21. Rewarding the soldiers who, Chun Xiao slapped her forehead and suddenly realized. How could I forget this? Your man and Ying Ying's man are both captains. They have plenty of soldiers under them. Her husband worked as a research officer in the military district and had no personnel to spare for help. So she had no choice but to hire workers at her own expense. To save costs, she only hired 2 workers. Looking over at Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yingying's side, there were suddenly 17 or 18 energetic young men, and she couldn't help but feel envious. Zhou Qiqi had anticipated this situation and smiled. I discussed this with Huai Chuan last night. We have more people here, so we should finish our work by the afternoon. Once we're done, we'll go over to help you all. Hu Chunxiao's eyes lit up, and without pretending to decline, she readily said, That sounds great. I still have 2 packs of peony cigarettes that someone gifted me. I'll share them with the brothers then. All right. Zhou Qiqi nodded. She had forgotten that Shen Huai Chuan didn't smoke and hadn't prepared any cigarettes to reward the soldiers. Luckily, Hu Chunxiao brought it up. Although these soldiers were under Shen Huai Chuan, they were helping with their family's work, so she couldn't treat them poorly, though she didn't buy cigarettes. She had purchased a lot of meat, planning to make 2 big meals today. She needed a large quantity, which she couldn't get from the supply and marketing cooperative, so she sought help from Director Lin. Director Lin was in charge of logistics, so this was a piece of cake for him. He directly contacted the meat processing plant that supplied ingredients to the military canteen. As they spoke, another small truck loaded with ingredients drove over. The fresh pork ribs made the onlookers drool. A small portion of people made envious comments about Zhou Qiqi spending money extravagantly. However, Zhou Qiqi didn't have time to worry about those people. She hurriedly directed the unloading of the ingredients and prepared to start cooking. With so many people working, lunch had to be well arranged. In the morning, she had been too lazy to get up early and let Shen Huai Chuan take everyone to the canteen for breakfast. But she couldn't be casual about lunch. Today, the cooking would take place at Ying Ying's home. Besides having a coal stove, her home also had a large firewood stove built by Captain Wang himself, and it was fully equipped with pots, pans, and even several knives. Perhaps this is what they mean by underperforming students having a lot of stationery. She only found out yesterday that Zhou Qiqi couldn't cook. Although she had been trying to learn, she just didn't have a talent for it. Most of the time, their family ate food brought back from the canteen by Wang Taijun. This time, Wang Taijun had also brought over 7 or 8 people from his team to help with the toilet construction. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand and directly covered the meals for these people. At this moment, Shen Huai Chuan had already taken charge and was energetically leading everyone in their work. The craftsmen had measured the dimensions carefully, and more than a dozen young men had taken off their shirts, wearing vests, and were busy working with great enthusiasm. Zhou Qiqi quickly tied on an apron and got to work in the kitchen. For lunch, she planned to make 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork, crispy fried pork, stir-fried asparagus, cold-dressed with ear mushrooms and tofu skin, and a rib and corn soup. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. This amount was just right, with both sweet and savory flavors, so she wouldn't be too exhausted. Braised pork took the most time, needing to simmer slowly to become tender and flavorful. So, as soon as Zhou Qiqi entered the kitchen, she first cut the pork into evenly sized cubes. In this era, foreign white pigs had not yet been introduced on a large scale, and most of the meat processing plants sourced local pigs from the countryside. These local pigs primarily ate natural feed like sweet potato vines and corn, resulting in delicious meat that not only had no strange odor, but also emitted a faint fragrance. There was no need to blanch it like ordinary pork. A simple rinse under the tap was enough before placing it in the pan to start frying. With a low flame, the oil began to sizzle out of the meat, and the surface turned slightly yellow, indicating it was ready. Frying any longer would make it tough. Next was caramelizing sugar, a step Zhou Qiqi was very familiar with. She didn't need to take the meat out. She simply pushed it to one side while she caramelized the sugar, coating the meat with a beautiful color. The pieces of meat cooked this way were shiny and glistening, making one salivate. Then she added spices, poured in hot water, covered the pot, and let it simmer slowly, leaving it alone for now. On the other side, the corn and ribs were simple. Once the ingredients were prepared, they could be boiled. Zhou Qiqi moved quickly and began preparing the crispy fried pork. She had learned this dish from Friendly Aunt during her winter trip to Harbin. Although it seemed complicated, it wasn't difficult once you master the trick. The key was to slice the meat evenly and coat it just right. If those 2 steps were done well, the dish was halfway to success. She soaked the starch in clean water for half an hour, then drained it, resulting in a thick batter like yogurt. She placed the marinated meat slices inside, gently coating them. The texture was smooth and slightly resilient, which was quite satisfying. After coating the meat slices in the batter, she sprinkled a thin layer of dry starch on top. Then it was ready to be fried. At this moment, the aroma of the braised pork began to waft through the kitchen, merging with the scent of the fried meat, enticing everyone nearby. The soldiers working outside couldn't help but glance towards the kitchen from time to time. Zhou Qiqi, who was helping wash vegetables, couldn't help but murmur, "It smells so good." Even Zhou, who was obediently shelling peanuts nearby, unconsciously wrinkled her nose. Seeing this, Zhou Qiqi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Over the past few days, Zhou had been quiet and rarely expressed her emotions. She thought Zhou might have trouble expressing herself. But unexpectedly, under the temptation of delicious food, Zhou still had feelings. It was worth it for her to always consider Zhou's taste when cooking. The meat had been fried once and was cooked, but it needed to be fried again to achieve a crispy texture, and finally, it would be coated in a sweet and sour sauce. At this point, the braised pork was almost ready, and the stir-fried asparagus, cold-dressed with ear mushrooms, and other vegetable dishes were also nearly prepared. While the rice was steaming in the pot, Zhou Qiqi thought to go outside and take a look at the progress of the construction. She was startled when she saw the situation. Goodness, in just 3 short hours, the toilet was already taking shape, and it was almost finished. The shower room's foundation was also laid. The trenches for the pipes were almost dug out, and they were methodically laying down the cast iron pipes. The progress was much faster than she had imagined, and she couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "Everyone is so enthusiastic about their work." Qinlai, who had sneaked over at some point, immediately chimed in. "How could they not be enthusiastic? I told them long ago that sister-in-law is the goddess of snails who has come down to earth. Her cooking is delicious. When the captain went to pick people yesterday, everyone was fighting to come. Having finally secured a spot, they must show their best performance. While saying this, the kid kept sneaking glances at the kitchen, continuously swallowing hard and eagerly asking, "Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. I can't handle this aroma from so far away. You little rascal, everyone is out there working hard, and you're just slacking off here, huh?" Zhou Qiqi pretended to be angry. She had noticed him sneaking glances over several times. Qin Lei's dark face turned red instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. No, sister-in-law. It's just that the brothers are really craving it, so they sent me over to gather some information and ask when the meal will be ready. Zhou Qiqi looked at Qin Lei, who was sweating profusely and covered in dust and dirt, and couldn't bear to make it difficult for him anymore. She smiled and said, "All right, then I'll go fry the meat slices again now, and you hurry to notify everyone that dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Long life, sister-in-law," Qin Lei exclaimed, cheering loudly, and ran off to share the good news with the others. Chapter 22 His huge shadow outside, a wave of thunderous cheers erupted. However, despite the soldiers shouting loudly, when it came time for meals, they immediately resumed their military demeanor, lining up in an orderly fashion with their rice bowls. Like elementary school students, they blushed and thanked the lady serving them. Truly adorable. Zhou Qiqi looked at the faces of these boys, who were only a few years younger than her, as if she saw her neighbor's younger brother. The lad scooped rice with hands steady as a mountain, piling up the braised pork until it was almost toppling over. After this lavish lunch, everyone had rosy faces and grease on the corners of their mouths. Speaking with satisfied smiles, Zhou Qiqi didn't stop for a moment and immediately set up a big pot to start cooking lamb. She also teamed up with Zhou Qiqi to knead a lot of dough. In the afternoon, she planned to serve everyone lamb soup paired with her homemade flatbread. This Shanxi specialty noodle is chewy and firm, soaking up the fragrant lamb soup while still retaining a bouncy texture, making it a perfect companion for lamb soup. The soldiers were also very enthusiastic. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the toilets and showers in Zhou Qiqi and Zhou Qiqi's homes were completed, and the plumbing was all laid out. With a command from Shen Huai Chuan, everyone hurried off to help at a few other houses. They only built toilets, which had a smaller workload, and worked until after 7, wrapping up all the tasks successfully. Each soldier received 2 packs of peony cigarettes from Hu Chunxiao's family. These high-end cigarettes cost 50 cents a pack on the market, twice the price of the golden leaf, and at Xianmen they usually smoked. The young men held the cigarettes, their faces blooming with smiles. The director's wife and the other 2 families, who hadn't prepared anything in advance, felt a bit embarrassed. They discussed and pooled together 10 yuan, saying it was to let Shen Huai Chuan divide it as wages for the workers. Shen Huai Chuan, who was eating lamb soup with the soldiers, shook his head directly, refusing with a cold remark. No need. His face was cold, showing no expression, resembling an iceberg. Being near him made the air feel several degrees cooler. The sisters-in-law felt a bit anxious watching him and didn't dare to say much more. They wanted to give money to the soldiers, but they also refused. In their helplessness, the sisters-in-law had to pin their hopes on Zhou Qiqi, with the director's wife speaking up first. "You must take this money not just to thank them, but also to thank you. If it weren't for you taking the lead, who knows when this toilet would be completed? Really no need. We're neighbors who see each other often. This small matter shouldn't involve money." Zhou Qiqi hurriedly waved her hands, smiling with her eyes curved. Seeing the sisters-in-law looking a bit embarrassed, she rolled her eyes playfully and winked, her expression mysterious. "Instead of money, I'd deal like some valuable gifts of thanks." The sisters-in-law exchanged looks, their hearts skipping a beat, and asked in unison, "What?" Zhou Qiqi held back a mischievous smile and said seriously, "Sister Lin, your backyard vegetables grow so well. Could you spare me some seeds? Sister Wang, your flowers bloom so beautifully. Can you cut me a couple of branches to enjoy? And Sister Deng, those dried loofahs you have look great. Could you give me 2 for washing dishes? I've just come to accompany the army for a few days, and my yard looks empty. I'm really in urgent need of these." When the sisters-in-law heard what she wanted, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, thinking there was nothing wrong with that. Sister Deng, who had a yard full of dried loofahs, laughed even more heartily. Girl, I thought it was a big deal. Those things in my house, aside from my husband, take whatever you like. The director's wife joked. Oh, dang, Xiang, what are you saying? She has Commander Shen. How could she possibly like your man? Sister Deng quickly slapped her own mouth. Look at my mouth. I misspoke. Not just aside from my husband, but including him. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. So you've been wanting to kick your husband out the door all along? Haha, you caught me. Amidst the laughter, even shy Zhu Qiqi was laughing until she couldn't stand up straight, and warmth filled the yard. Zhou Qiqi looked at the scene before her, feeling full of emotion. It turned out that in the military family compound, people like Xiu Chunfeng and Li Hongwan were just a minority. Kind-hearted and warm people still made up the majority. After chatting for a while longer, seeing that dusk was deepening, they reluctantly said their goodbyes. Since they all lived nearby, they could visit each other any time in the future. As the neighbors left, the soldiers also formed a line to return to the troops. The shower room had been airing for several hours and was ready for use. Zhou Qiqi was planning to heat water for a shower when she noticed that Shen Huai Chuan had already boiled hot water without her noticing. This man, although not very talkative, was unexpectedly considerate. She didn't be coy and sweetly thanked him, holding her change of clothes and briskly heading toward the shower room. It had been several days since she arrived at the camp, and she hadn't had a proper shower yet, feeling sticky all over and uncomfortable. The moment the hot water poured over her, all her fatigue seemed to wash away with the water. She sighed contentedly, feeling as if she had finally come back to life. After showering, while the bathroom was still filled with steaming heat, she quickly called for Zhou to come in. The evening breeze in September already carried a hint of chill, and it was easy to catch a cold if one wasn't careful. Watching Zhou enter, Zhou Qiqi went to get a basin to soak her dirty clothes. Just getting ready to wash when she saw Zhou had already finished showering and was preparing to go back to her room. Wasn't it less than 5 minutes? Zhou Qiqi hurriedly stopped the child and asked, "You're done already?" Zhou nodded blankly, her big doll-like eyes blinking innocently. Zhou Qiqi examined her closely. Her skin was dry and rough, her hair was tangled, and she exuded a strong smell of soap. "We're girls. We can't wash up like this. You need to use shampoo for your hair and soap for your body. Don't imitate your uncle, using just 1 bar of soap for everything." Being a child, Zhou's face immediately flushed with embarrassment at this comment. Zhou Qiqi felt a pang in her heart. Although she didn't like helping others with their children, she couldn't bear to see this child suffer the same embarrassment she once did. With a helpless sigh, she said, "Fine, I'll help you wash." But she emphasized, "Just this once, okay? Learn from this and wash yourself in the future." While braiding Zhou's hair, Zhou Qiqi noticed it was as dry as straw. At this moment, she patiently worked the shampoo into a rich lather, gently massaging the scalp and rinsing it thoroughly. After using a dry towel to gently soak up the moisture, she slowly combed through the tangled strands. By the time she finished, it was already half an hour later. After sending Zhou back to her room and returning to the entrance of the shower room to wash clothes, she found the basin with her dirty clothes was missing. She thought she had taken it into the shower room by accident, so she pushed the door open and walked in. Unexpectedly, what greeted her was Shen Huai Chuan, who had just finished showering. Shen Huai Chuan was raising his hand to toss the bath towel over his shoulder, and the dim yellow light cast deep and shallow shadows across his taut chest and abdomen. Water droplets rolled down his distinctly defined abs, gathering into a shiny drop at his navel, barely hanging at his waist. Then, following the line of his body, it disappeared into the enormous shadow. Zhou Qiqi heard a gulp in her throat, hesitating whether to continue looking down. Chapter 23, preparing to do business just then, with a pop. The light bulb's filament went out, and darkness instantly engulfed the entire bathroom like a tide. The rising steam surged in the dark, and Zhou Qiqi's eyelashes trembled as she bit her lip and mumbled. Of all times for the power to go out, she hadn't even seen the crucial thing yet. Before she could finish her thought, Shen Huai Chuan, carrying the scent of soap, came over, his long fingers brushing past her shoulder. A droplet of water flung from the tips of her damp hair and landed precisely on the back of her hand, the icy sensation making her shiver involuntarily. "Your head." Shen Huai Chuan's deep voice resonated in the darkness, carrying a hint of huskiness. "I didn't peek. Absolutely didn't T peek. Zhou Qiqi instinctively screamed, her ears flushing red from the heat, feeling as if they might bleed. I'm looking for my laundry basin, don't misunderstand. Her voice grew softer, the end trailing off with a softness she wasn't even aware of. A light laugh suddenly echoed from above her, like a current forcefully suppressed, sending a tingling sensation to Zhou Qiqi's ears. No misunderstanding. Shen Huai Chuan's deliberately slowed tone held a hint of teasing. I just wanted you to move aside. Zhou Qiqi instinctively looked up and saw Shen Huai Chuan's clothes hanging on the clothesline above her head. She hurriedly sidestepped, catching a glimpse of a small enamel basin on the washstand, which was exactly what she was looking for. But upon closer inspection, the basin was empty. The clothes that had been soaking were gone. Where are my clothes? She stomped her foot in frustration and turned around, accidentally bumping into a warm chest. Shen Huai Chuan looked down at her, his Adam's apple bobbing unnaturally, his ears turning suspiciously red. I already washed them and hung them on the clothesline in the backyard. Zhou Qiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Without caring about anything else, she turned and dashed outside, seeing her familiar pink underwear swaying gently in the wind. She immediately felt a rush of heat flood her head and, embarrassed and angry, ran back inside to confront Shen Huai Chuan. Why didn't you ask me before washing them? Since you love washing clothes so much, from now on, all the laundry at home will be your responsibility. Okay, Shen Huai Chuan replied succinctly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his dark eyes. This guy, can't tell if he is joking or serious. Zhou Qiqi ground her teeth in anger, but then suddenly noticed his flushed ears and hatched a mischievous idea. Leaning close to his ear, she dragged out her words in a sweet tone. Thank you, husband. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Huai Chuan, who was drinking water, was caught off guard and started coughing violently. Transparent droplets slid down his jawline, wetting his undershirt. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but cover her mouth and stifle a laugh at his flustered state. While handing him a towel, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a nasty bruise on Shen Huai Chuan's back. The mark stood out shockingly against his tan skin, resembling a freshly scabbed wound. What happened? Her fingertips gently brushed over the scar, her voice unconsciously softening. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Shen Huai Chuan said dismissively. This afternoon, while working, a squad leader slipped while moving a pipe. I pushed him away without thinking, but I couldn't dodge in time and got hit. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's your mouth for? Zhou Qiqi's eyes turned red, pretending to be angry as she patted his back, then turned to rummage through the medicine box. With such a large wound, Shen Huai Chuan didn't utter a word while she applied the medicine. After finishing, he took out bedding from the cabinet, preparing to sleep on the floor. On the bed, Zhou Qiqi snatched the bedding away, forcefully laying it on the bed and using her leg to press down on the corners. The floor is damp and hard. You're injured and still want to sleep on the floor? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shen Huai Chuan stared at the corners of her reddened eyes, his Adam's apple moving as he obediently lay down. The bed creaked slightly, the sound particularly clear in the still night. The two lay back to back, the air thick with ambiguous tension. By the way, the bonus from the last mission has come in. Shen Huai Chuan broke the silence first, his voice carrying a barely noticeable warmth. I'll give it to you tomorrow, so you could buy a few new clothes in the city. He noticed while washing clothes earlier that she only had one red polka dot dress that was presentable, while the others were so worn out they had numerous patches. This statement struck a chord with Zhou Qiqi. Her eyes lit up as she suddenly turned over, her hair brushing against his arm. Oh, I was just about to tell you about this. I want to set up a small stall and do a little clothing business. What do you think? Now, she had roughly gotten used to life in the military family area, where the toilets and bathrooms had been built, making things much more convenient. While taking a shower, she had been contemplating that it was time to find something to do. In her past life, she had majored in fashion design in college, always thinking about how to apply her professional knowledge. A few days ago, when she came out of the train station, she saw some vendors selling things without being driven away, indicating that the policies in G City were relatively lenient. Shen Huai Chuan gazed at her radiant profile, his heart skipping a beat involuntarily. He didn't hesitate at all. Sure, it's all up to you. If you need more money, just tell me. A warm current surged in Zhou Qiqi's heart, but she still shook her head. Oh, I don't need the family's money. I have 100 yuan of my own, which is enough for starting capital. If I lose money, I'll write you an IOU. In her heart, even though she had married Shen Huai Chuan, she firmly believed in maintaining financial independence. This was her own career and should not be mixed with the family's money. Upon hearing this, Shen Huai Chuan's body tensed slightly, not knowing what to think. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiqi, with her back to him, immersed in her plans, spoke animatedly. There's a clothing wholesale market near the train station. I'll take a procurement vehicle over tomorrow morning. Besides wholesale clothes, I also want to buy some fabric and try making my own clothes. Ying's family has a sewing machine, but unfortunately, she can't go with me tomorrow. She has something to do on Sunday. Who knows what she'll be busy with. All right, on Sunday, Zhou doesn't have school either. Speaking of Zhou, she hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. Shen Huai Chuan interjected. Zhou is due for treatment as well. I'll take her there before heading to the military district tomorrow. Zhou Qiqi almost immediately sat up, the bedding rustling. How about we don't go first? Tomorrow I'll take her with me to the city for a stroll. It feels lonely going alone. What do you think? Aziwu. Shen Huai Chuan paused for a moment before gently nodding. He and T really wanted Zhou to undergo acupuncture treatment. It was his parents who insisted, and he only reluctantly agreed. After so long of treatment, there hadn't been much effect. If it didn't go, then so be it. But he indeed had to go to the military district for a meeting tomorrow and couldn't take care of Zhou. As for Director Zhou's side, there had been some unpleasantness last time, so it wasn't appropriate to send her there again. Then I'll have sure to borrow a vehicle from the regiment tomorrow to take you there. That's great. Then I'll buy more. Zhou Qiqi lay back down contentedly, her voice laced with uncontainable anticipation, mingled with a sleepy, nasal tone. You don't know, none of those clothes are wearable. The only red dress is one that Sushu's mom bought for me to look decent for her son's wedding. Her voice gradually lowered, eventually merging with the night wind into intermittent murmurs. Shen Huai Chuan listened quietly, waiting for a long time without hearing her continue, but suddenly a light snore emerged. He was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her in the moonlight, only to see her head tilted, hair scattered messily on the pillow, with the corners of her mouth still holding the unfinished arc of her words. The cold hardness in his eyes and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed instantly. He gently pulled the blanket for her, then quietly got out of bed, heading straight for the backyard where the red dress was fluttering in the wind. Chapter 24. Stocking up. Where's my dress? Early the next morning, as Zhou Qiqi was getting ready to change clothes and go out, she looked at the empty clothesline in the backyard and let out a thunderous roar. She had seen that red dress swaying on the line last night. So how could it be gone today? That was her only new piece of clothing. Shen Huai Chuan sneezed and casually said, "The wind was strong last night. Maybe it blew away." He then stuffed 10 bills in his Zhou Qiqi's hand, saying it's fine, if it's gone, just buy another one. Wind? Was it really that strong? Zhou Qiqi glanced at the pink underwear, still hanging on the line, and pouted slightly, deep in thought. Just then, a car horn suddenly sounded outside the yard. It was Qin Lei come to pick someone up. Forget it, I won't wear that dress today anyway. She never liked to make people wait, so without delving deeper in the matter, she hurried back inside, gulped down half a cup of goat's milk, slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, and picked up Zhou to hop into the car. Once in the car, she first thanked Qin Lei. Sure too. Thanks for the trouble. Today is Sunday. He could have rested in the army, but instead, he had to come drive her. Qin Lei grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Sister-in-law, don't say that. It's fine being in the army. I'd rather follow you into the city to shop. That's good. Zhou Qiqi felt relieved and settled back in her seat. She keenly noticed that Zhou seemed to be trembling, his gaze fixed on their little yard. She hurriedly asked, Zhou, what's wrong? Zhou couldn't speak, his big eyes filled with a hint of fear, and he simply shook his head, his small fist tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Zhou Qiqi saw that he was still holding onto his backpack, and when she pulled it over to take a look, it was stuffed with a change of clothes and a toothbrush. We're going to the city to have fun. Why did you bring these? Zhou suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over his face. Didn't Uncle Shen tell you? Zhou, winky face this guy. really rough around the edges. Qiqi pouted, feeling somewhat speechless. Your uncle doesn't have time to take you today. I'm going to the city to shop, and you can be my little assistant and help me carry bags. Zhou understood, realizing they weren't going for acupuncture, and his tense mood instantly relaxed as he gently nodded. It seems Zhou doesn't like acupuncture either. Zhou Qiqi had a plan in mind and didn't say anything more, pulling a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and giving it to him. This is from Aunt Hu Chun Xiao. I don't like it, and it'd be a shame to throw it away. Soon, the three arrived in the city, heading straight for the clothing wholesale market near the train station. In 1982, the reform and opening up had just begun, and the entire business environment still bore a hint of naivety, far from being developed. G City, a medium-sized city in the north, had just this one clothing wholesale market, where people from nearby towns eagerly came to stock up. However, the scale was not large, with only about 17 or 18 stalls in total. Today happened to be Sunday, and the market was bustling with people coming to buy goods, very lively indeed. Zhou Qiqi led Zhou around a few stalls and saw that the clothes hanging on the racks were pitifully monotonous. The tops were all kinds of batwing sleeves and pointed collar, waist-slimming shirts. The pants were all either blue or black bell-bottoms. The skirts were mostly floral sundresses with puff sleeves and square necklines, looking identical. After observing for a while, she noticed that most of the buyers were picking out batwing shirts and bell-bottom pants. These two items were currently all the rage on the street. 8 out of 10 people were wearing this outfit, practically a street standard. Once she had a good grasp of the styles, Zhou Qiqi began to evaluate the different stalls. After some comparisons, she ultimately focused on 2 of the busiest stalls, which happened to be facing each other. Choosing wholesale stalls is just like picking a restaurant. You have to go where the crowd is. A busy restaurant may not guarantee tasty food, but if a place is deserted, you can be sure the food isn't great. Similarly, at wholesale stalls, a crowded place doesn't necessarily mean the prices are the cheapest. But if you carelessly walk into a stall with few customers, it's no different from being a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. After some thought, Zhou Qiqi decided on the stall on the left. She instructed Qinlei to wait outside with Zhou while she stealthily hid to the side, pulling out the cold dust and matchstick she had prepared earlier and quickly tidying herself up to look more mature and composed before leisurely stepping into the store. The store owner was a woman in her 40s, tall and thin, clearly a shrewd and capable person. After sending off a wave of customers, she was sitting at the counter counting money when she saw Zhou Qiqi walk in, and her eyes immediately lit up. She enthusiastically approached, smiling and greeting, "Little girl, here to pick up goods?" Saying this, she looked Zhou Qiqi up and down, her eyes darting around. "Yes, picking up goods." Zhou Qiqi didn't respond directly to the owner's words, but instead imitated Shen Huai Chuan's usual stern demeanor, putting on a poker face, expressionless, giving off an aura of "don't approach me," casually scanning the clothes hanging in the store. Seeing this, the owner felt a jolt in her heart and immediately asked, "Where's your boss making money?" This question was clearly inquiring where Zhou Qiqi's store was. For an ordinary person, this might have been a slip-up. However, Zhou Qiqi didn't even raise her eyelids, casually replying, "Just moved to a new place." "Oh, your boss must be doing quite well. Have you upgraded to a bigger store?" The owner smiled, probing. Zhou Qiqi didn't engage and continued, "I'll take a look at the styles first." "All right, take your time. If you see something you like, just let me know. I'll definitely give you the lowest price. If you think the goods are good, you have to take care of our business in the future." The owner was all smiles, very enthusiastic. Zhou Qiqi took a closer look and picked out the most basic batwing shirt, asking, "How much for this?" $6. The owner quoted immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiqi frowned slightly. The owner, sensing the situation wasn't good, quickly added, "I'll give you a discount, $5.50. What kind of goods are you selling at this price?" "I can't accept that. Forget it. I'll go check the stall across." With that, she turned to leave, but the owner hurriedly tried to keep her. "Hey, don't go. I'll give you a solid price. $5 each. How about that?" Zhou Qiqi remained unmoved, her footsteps as firm as if she were joining a party. The owner sighed. "All right, I'll round it down. For 50, that's the lowest, really the lowest. Any lower, and I'll be losing money." Only then did Zhou Qiqi reluctantly turn her head, bargaining for bucks. The owner frowned, hesitating a bit, but finally nodded. She then pointed to another pair of bell-bottom pants. The owner initially quoted $7, and Zhou Qiqi used the same bargaining tactic as before. After all, she had drunk 2 big cups of goat's milk that morning, full of energy, and since the owner wanted to haggle, she was ready to go all the way. After some back and forth, Zhou Qiqi finally secured 10 batwing shirts at $4 each and 10 pairs of bell-bottom pants at $5 each, spending a total of $90. It wasn't until the end, when she counted the items and paid, that the owner suddenly realized she had been outsmarted by this little girl. Zhou Qiqi wiped the deliberately applied coal dust off her face, revealing her smooth and radiant complexion, and smiled gracefully, saying, "To be honest, I'm just going to sell these at a street stall. I'm not really a boss." The owner was slightly taken aback, but wasn't angry. After all, she herself had worked her way up as a street vendor and knew that it wasn't easy for the young girl to make money. However, the woman next to her, wearing brown sunglasses and with bright red nails, was not pleased. She had watched almost the entire process and initially thought that Zhou Qiqi was knowledgeable, but unexpectedly, like her, she was just another street vendor. The price for the goods was much lower than what she had paid for her first batch, and she immediately became unhappy. Crossing her arms, she spoke sourly. The young girl really had some tricks up her sleeve. At such a young age, she already knew how to play the game, only buying a few pieces, yet managing to get the same price as those of us who were buying in bulk. Chapter 25. The business didn't even start before someone confronted her. Zhou Qiqi was busy packing clothes into a plastic bag, too lazy to argue with anyone. She just sweetly smiled at the shop owner, who said, "I only took a few items. I'm just testing the waters by starting with a smaller batch. Once these are sold out, I'll definitely come back to you for more stock." This young girl was pretty and charming, with a sweet voice that sounded like honey. The shop owner felt delighted and nodded, saying, "All right, next time, I'll give you the regular customer price." Unexpectedly, that woman was relentless, standing beside them with an air of arrogance, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Testing the waters? With the style you picked, it looks so outdated. You really think you can sell these? I bet you'll end up with all of them unsold." When she shouted, several customers in the store turned to look. "You don't need to worry about that." Zhou Qiqi leisurely smoothed the plastic bag and suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade, cutting through the woman's twisted face. "Crying over unsold items is better than some people being ugly." As soon as she said this, a few onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You uncultured little brat. Who are you calling ugly?" The woman's face turned red, stomping her feet in anger, ready to pounce on Zhou Qiqi in her high heels. The shop owner hurriedly stepped in between them, trying to pull her away and persuade her. After much effort, she finally managed to separate the woman, who was still cursing as she left. "You country bumpkin, thinking you can sell clothes? What good looks do you have if you can't even see your own taste?" The shop owner wiped the sweat from her forehead, shaking her head helplessly. She took Zhou Qiqi's hand and whispered, "Yes, just like that. Our city's south first batch of street vendors made some money and now think there's something special, looking down on everyone, always feeling like others are in their way. Don't take it to heart. You look smart. You'll definitely succeed." There was no way around it. They were customers, and she couldn't offend either side. Zhou Qiqi didn't want to put the shop owner in a difficult position, her fingers gently tightening around the plastic bag, the corners of her mouth curving into a meaningful smile as she asked, "Shop owner, you seem to know her well. Do you know where she usually sets up her stall?" Just as they stepped out of the stall, Shen rushed over excitedly. "Sister-in-law, did that woman bully you? I'll go teach her a lesson." He had been outside, and, although he couldn't hear clearly, he could tell something had happened. Seeing that woman lunging at his sister-in-law, he immediately wanted to rush in. But since his sister-in-law told him to watch over Zhou, he couldn't leave his post and had to hold back. Zhou Qiqi quickly stopped him. No. You're a soldier. Even outside, you represent the army. You can't just fight with anyone. If my sister-in-law has a grudge, she'll handle it herself." But Shen still wasn't convinced, and Zhou Qiqi shrugged off the heavy plastic bag on her shoulder. "What but? Are you too lazy to carry the bag? This thing is heavy. I don't want to carry it for even a second." She quickly tossed it to Shen. Knowing his sister-in-law was determined, he didn't say anything else. Scratching his head, while holding Zhou with one hand and obediently carrying the bag with the other. Zhou Qiqi took the two of them to a nearby fabric store, bought some cloth, and also picked up some materials for making clothes, along with 2 new pairs of shoes for herself. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, she bought some fresh meat and vegetables, then headed towards the department store. She had been there once before with Zhou Qiqi, but last time she was in a hurry to buy pots and pans for the house. This time, she finally had the time to browse. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard the salesperson shouting, "Last one, don't push." The crowd surged forward like a tide. Zhou Qiqi stood on her tiptoes to see a small black and white television set displayed in the center of the counter. The screen was showing footage of the women's volleyball team heading to the World Championship. For 100 yuan? And it requires an industrial ticket? Hearing the discussions in the crowd, Zhou Qiqi gasped. That was equivalent to half a year's salary for an average person. Her gaze swept over a refrigerator model priced at 800 yuan, her eyes widening even more. She had thought that the money saved from building the toilet and bathroom could go towards buying some big items for the house. After thinking it over, she decided to wait until she earned more money. After wandering for a while, the 3 of them reached the stationery section. She patted Zhou's shoulder, cleared her throat, and said nonchalantly, "Cough, cough, take a look and see what you like. I brought you out, so I can't just not buy you anything, right? That would make me seem very stingy." Zhou blinked, looking a bit confused. She slowly turned around, her gaze lingering on the art supplies. Finally, she cautiously pointed to a small box of crayons in the counter. Zhou Qiqi had spoken so boldly, yet the child picked the cheapest option. The salesperson rolled her eyes, somewhat dissatisfied, and impatiently said, "You want this? 4 dimes and 2 cents. Who said I only want this? Get this, and this, all of it packed up." Zhou Qiqi waved a large bill, picking out the watercolor paints, oil paint brushes, and everything else Zhou had looked at. Zhou looked up with her little face, her eyes red like a little rabbit. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly waved her hand. No. It's your uncle who asked me to buy these for you. It's his money. If you want to cry, go cry to your uncle." She was most afraid of children crying. It was quite troublesome. Seeing that she was picking out good things for the child, the salesperson's attitude improved significantly, and she recommended some matching sketch paper, oil painting canvas, and so on. As they walked out of the counter, Zhou was holding a big pile of art supplies, her little face flushed, closely following Zhou Qiqi with an unusually light step. After finishing shopping, it was lunchtime. Although it was already September, the midday sun was still blazing, making people dizzy. Zhou Qiqi didn't skimp on herself, directly taking the 2 of them to the state-run restaurant. First, she ordered 3 bottles of ice-cold Beibinjiang soda, and then, with a wave of her hand, ordered 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, costing a total of 4 yuan and 50 cents. Among them, the seasonal steamed silver carp was the most expensive, at 1 yuan and 50 cents each. Most people would hesitate to order it. Zhou Qiqi was different. Seeing that Zhou was eating quite a lot, she ordered another one. With Qin Lei, the soldier, backing her up, they finished all 5 dishes without wasting any food. After lunch, Qin Lei drove the 2 of them home. When they arrived at the door, Ying and her husband had just returned. Qin Lei helped move Ying's sewing machine over, acting as a laborer once again. When the couple got married, Captain Wang arranged everything for them, and they didn't miss a single thing. However, Ying didn't know how to use the sewing machine. She had never used one before. As she touched the brand new sewing machine in front of her, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Chapter 26. Zhou Qiqi is not to be messed with in her last life. She studied fashion design and made a living with her sewing machine. It was not only a tool for survival, but also a vessel for her soul. Unexpectedly, after traveling back to the 1980s, she had the chance to return to her old profession. As her fingers lightly brushed against the machine, a surge of warmth welled up inside her. While she was lost in thought, Ying came over. She picked up the batwing top and the flared jeans that Zhou Qiqi had set aside, frowning. "Qiqi, is this what you bought in bulk? Why does it look so?" She wanted to say outdated, but the words got stuck in her throat, leaving her cheeks flushed. Finally, she stammered, "I feel like it might not sell well." Was your decision a bit hasty? Although Ying was shy and didn't like to socialize, she was at heart a girl who loved beauty. Even she knew that this basic style of batwing top was a trend from last year and was already out of date this year. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Zhou Qiqi. However, Zhou Qiqi remained calm, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "What's the rush? You'll find out soon." Saying this, she swiftly pulled out a spool of cotton thread, skillfully placed the spool onto the spindle, and guided the thread through the threading hole in the guide, finally threading it perfectly through the needle. Next, she casually picked up a piece of plain cotton fabric, pressed it down with the presser foot, adjusted the stitch length, and slowly began to press the pedal. This old-fashioned sewing machine was very different from the modern equipment she remembered, but she quickly grasped the technique. The moment she pressed the pedal, it seemed to awaken the memories sleeping within her, each rise and fall carrying a rhythm. Zhu Qiqi keenly sensed that Zhou Qiqi had transformed, becoming serious and focused. Holding a seam ripper, she decisively went to work on the black batwing top. And with a rip, the seam was undone. The fabric flew under the sewing machine, and the bright white stitches extended straight. Her fingers deftly tugged at the fabric, the delicate pleats unfolding like petals blooming in spring. The pedal never stopped, and her hands flew up and down, making her look like she was dancing on the sewing machine. Soon, a modified black batwing top was freshly made. Zhou Qiqi smiled with her eyes and handed the garment to Zhu Qiqi, confidently asking, "Want to try it on?" Zhu Qiqi took it with a hint of disbelief and turned to go inside. In less than a minute, she burst out happily, her fingers constantly brushing against the cuffs. "How did you do this with the sleeves?" "They're still batwing sleeves, but they don't look bulky at all, and they're so much easier to move in. This is exactly the effect I wanted." Zhou Qiqi placed her hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with confidence. She gently brushed over the cinch part of the garment and explained, "Old-fashioned batwing tops are nice, but they have their problems. The sleeve base is too wide. Wearing one feels like you're wrapped in a sack, and the open sleeves aren't too warm. I added a cinch part at the elbow and paired it with a little lantern sleeve, which keeps the flowy feel while solving the practicality issue and adds a touch of elegance and femininity." Zhu Qiqi liked it more and more and didn't want to take it off, pulling a wad of cash from her pocket. "I'm buying this. How much is it?" Zhou Qiqi quickly pressed down on her hand, stuffing the clothes into her arms. "What are you talking about? The sewing machine is borrowed from you. I'd be remiss to accept money. If you insist on paying, then you're treating me like an outsider." Zhu Qiqi had to retract her cash, but her gaze had already glued onto the light-colored flared jeans beside her. Curiosity piqued. "How are you planning to modify these flare pants?" "I can't wait to see." "Don't rush. First, take a look at these materials. Which one do you like?" Zhou Qiqi smiled slyly, presenting various materials like lace, rivets, and colorful floral fabrics. After a long deliberation, Zhu Qiqi finally chose a piece of beige lace fabric. Zhou Qiqi quickly got to work. First, she used scissors to cut a smooth inverted V curve along the edge of the pants and stitched the lace fabric on. Then her fingers flew as she skillfully shaped the seams into tassels, creating a natural transition, catching sight of the leftover lace scraps. She had a bright idea and embroidered a lace trim on the back pocket, then sewed on a three-dimensional bow. As the silver thread wove in and out, the once ordinary flared pants suddenly burst with playful vitality. Before the bow was even securely sewn on, Zhu Qiqi rushed up to Zhou Qiqi, full of admiration. "Qiqi, I was too hasty in my earlier comments. How could these flared pants possibly not sell? They'll definitely be a hit." Zhou Qiqi shrugged, finishing up while speaking. "That's not certain. I haven't even started selling yet, and I've already offended someone. Tomorrow's situation is still unknown." She then recounted her encounter at the stall that morning to Zhu Qiqi. When she mentioned the woman's sharp and nasty taunts, Zhu Qiqi's eyes turned red with anger. "That's just too bullying. Why don't we find out where her stall is?" "We had the same thought. I actually asked the stall owner. She usually sets up near the city cinema." Qiqi quickly suggested, "Then let us avoid that area." "Why avoid such a good spot?" Qiqi raised an eyebrow, her confidence shining through. "If she looks down on me, I'll set up right under her nose." That woman was no pushover. But Zhou Qiqi was also not someone to be trifled with. Since others had insulted her directly, she had every right to fight back. Seeing Zhou Qiqi's resolute attitude, Zhu Qiqi stopped trying to persuade her, took a deep breath, and said, "Then I'll go with you tomorrow." Time was limited, and there were still 18 pieces of clothing to modify, so the two stopped chatting. Zhou Qiqi focused intently on her work, and when she finally realized it, the sky had already darkened. Looking at the clock, she was shocked to find it was nearly 6 o'clock. At this time, Shen Huai Chuan should be home for dinner, but she hadn't even cooked yet. Just as she stepped out of the room, she saw Shen Huai Chuan returning with several takeout boxes. "I heard from Sure too that you had important work to do, so I finished my tasks early and brought dinner back." Zhou Qiqi let out a sigh of relief and blurted out, "Thank you, husband." Shen Huai Chuan was just stepping up the stairs and stumbled slightly, his ears immediately turning red as he quickly coughed to cover it up. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Qiqi set the table while Shen Huai Chuan went to call Zhou for dinner. When he reached the door, he found her completely focused on her drawing at the desk, her expression intense, with a sparkle in her eyes that he had never seen before. It was clear that Zhou Qiqi must have bought the supplies for her. He couldn't help but look at Qiqi and said, "Thank you." It was so abrupt. He should at least say who he was thanking, right? Zhou Qiqi thought of teasing him a bit. As expected, Shen Huai Chuan's ears, still tinged red, quickly flushed again, spreading down to his neck. At that moment, Zhou walked out in a daze, and Zhou Qiqi didn't want to make Shen Huai Chuan uncomfortable anymore, quickly calling out, all right, wash your hands and come eat." Zhou Qiqi had eaten a hearty lunch and was really hungry in the afternoon, thinking she'd just nibble a bit. But unexpectedly, one of the dishes Shen Huai Chuan brought back was stewed fish, which immediately whetted her appetite. After a hearty meal, Shen Huai Chuan washed the dishes while she got busy for a while, finally finishing all the clothing modifications. Taking advantage of the time before the lights-out signal, she took a quick shower. When Shen Huai Chuan returned, she was already asleep. He quietly lay down beside her, under the moonlight. He looked at her peaceful and lovely sleeping face, unable to help but lean in closer and softly say, "Thank you, wife." It was a good night's sleep. The next morning, Zhou Qiqi got up around 6 o'clock, quickly wrapping up some fresh meat dumplings. After the family finished their meal, Zhou went to school. Shen Huai Chuan went to work, and she also called Zhu Yingying to go out together. Chapter 27 Qiqi fashion stall while waiting for the bus at the intersection. A hearty and boisterous laugh suddenly came from behind. Zhou Qiqi instinctively turned around and saw Deng Cuixiang, carrying a floral bag and wearing high heels, bustling towards them with her eyes fixed on the bulging snakeskin bag beside them. "Oh, Qiqi, Yingying, are you two heading to the city? Why are you carrying such a big bag?" Zhou Qiqi didn't hide anything, reaching out to pat the bulging snakeskin bag, and smiled. "I brought some clothes to sell in the city." "What clothes? Let me take a look." Deng Cuixiang immediately became interested and nimbly untied the bag. Upon seeing the clothes inside and hearing Zhou Qiqi's explanation, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I have these two styles too, but I think they're too plain to wear. I didn't expect that after your transformation. They look so trendy and high-end. You're really amazing." She gazed at the clothes with shining eyes, lightly touching the tassels and lace, wishing she could buy 2 pieces right away. Unfortunately, after just finishing building a toilet at home, her finances were tight, so she had to suppress her fondness. Zhou Qiqi keenly noticed her hesitation and immediately proposed enthusiastically. "Sister Cuixiang, if you don't mind, you can bring your old styles over, and I'll help you modify them." "Really? That's great. You're about to make a lot of money." Deng Cuixiang's eyes sparkled at once, but then she seemed to remember something and quietly said to the two of them, "But I have to remind you, while you're doing business, don't be too high profile. There are so many families in our compound. Most of them are housewives without proper jobs, spending all day taking care of kids. I notice you've been spending money lavishly, and many people are envious. If they find out you can also make money, who knows how much they might resent you." Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi's expression became serious as she nodded earnestly. Before she could respond, 3 military wives were walking over, chatting and laughing. Quick-witted Deng Cuixiang darted in front of the snakeskin bag. The leader, Li Hongwan, shook the fabric bag in her hand and elongated her tone with a hint of probing. "Oh, Cuixiang, what treasures are in such a big bag?" Deng Cuixiang casually kicked the snakeskin bag with her toes. Oh, it's nothing special. My sister-in-law just had a baby. So I'm bringing some old clothes and small quilts over. Her family lived in the city, and they often sent things back and forth. This explanation was reasonable. And after a casual glance at the snakeskin bag, Li Hongwan stopped asking questions. Instead, she turned her attention to Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yingying. Greeting them with a fake smile, Qiqi, Yingying, you're heading to the city too? Yes, just to buy some groceries, Zhou Qiqi replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Just then, the supply vehicle rumbled over. Deng Zuixiang picked up the snakeskin bag and headed towards the vehicle, with Zhou Qiqi pulling Yingying closely behind. Li Hongwan and her companion swayed their hips and quickly walked towards the front row, since the seats there were much more comfortable than in the back. The supply vehicle bumped along towards the city, and the three in the back chatted nonstop. Somehow, the topic shifted to food. Zhou Qiqi recalled the delicious meal from yesterday and couldn't help but praise. The chef in the cafeteria is really good. That stewed fish yesterday afternoon was amazing. As she spoke, she instinctively licked her lips, her face full of nostalgia. Yingying was puzzled. What stewed fish? The cafeteria has stewed fish? She was an authority on this. They ate in the cafeteria every day, and fish was a rarity. Moreover, the cafeteria food was decent but hardly delicious. Huh? Zhou Qiqi was also taken aback, looking confused. This left Zhou Qiqi in a daze, while Deng Zuixiang slapped her forehead. I just remembered. This afternoon, my husband went to the city with Commander Shen for a meeting, and before he returned, Commander Shen stopped by the military district restaurant downstairs, which delayed him a bit, almost making him late. So it turns out, he specifically went to buy stewed fish for Qiqi. The military district restaurant served high-ranking officials, so the food must be good. Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi's heart raced, and her cheeks instantly flushed. She bit her lip, feeling as if countless sweet fireworks had exploded in her heart, a sugary sensation spreading from within. This feeling was so unfamiliar that she couldn't help but cover her chest, silently complaining, "It's just a meal. Why is he so thoughtful?" Young people in love are indeed different. Each one is more considerate than the last. Deng Zuixiang's eyes darted between Qiqi and Yingying, smiling and teasing them. Unlike my husband, who went to the restaurant with me, but didn't even bring back a meat bun, like a big clumsy fool. They chatted and laughed all the way until they reached the city. After helping to unload the items from the vehicle, Deng Zuixiang returned to her family home. Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yingying then took a bus straight to the city cinema. It had to be said that although that woman was sharp-tongued, her choice of location was indeed excellent. On both sides of the street stood the G-City Normal University, while on the other side was the largest food processing factory in G-City. Female students and female workers were all people with disposable income. Additionally, the large open space in front of the cinema attracted many couples on dates. This was simply a prime location for setting up a stall. However, such a good spot was naturally coveted by everyone. By the time they arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock, and almost all the stalls in the open area were occupied. In the most prominent central location stood a woman in a bright red dress, wearing brown sunglasses and sporting bright red nails. Her stall was the largest, piled high with all kinds of clothes, and she was the same woman Zhou Qiqi had seen at the stall yesterday. The woman had sharp eyes and spotted Zhou Qiqi at a glance. She first showed a surprised expression, then exaggeratedly pretended to cry, clearly mocking her sarcastically. Zhou Qiqi didn't bother to respond and began wandering the open area with Zhu Yingying. With all the good spots taken, the two turned for a long time until they finally found a small piece of open space at a crossroads far from the cinema. Although it was a bit distant from the cinema, it was near the intersection where passers-by could see, and there were two large trees for shade. So Zhou Qiqi was relatively satisfied. Together with Yingying, she quickly spread out a cloth on the ground, laid out the clothes one by one, and took out the cloth sign they had made last night. The high-quality beige cotton linen fabric, borrowed from Zhou's watercolor paints, had Qiqi fashion stall written in bold. Dynamic characters, surrounded by cute little flowers and hearts as decorations. Once hung up, it looked quite impressive. After hanging the sign, Zhou Qiqi took out a small stool for Yingying to sit on, while she placed her hands on her hips and began to shout loudly, "Batwing shirts, flared pants. Exclusive designer styles. Don't miss out as you pass by." She didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, it was about making money, and there was nothing shameful in that. She initially thought it was Monday and that everyone would be at work or school, leading to fewer people. Plus, the styles and colors of the clothes on the stall were relatively plain, so there likely wouldn't be any customers at first. Unexpectedly, after just a few shouts, a young girl in her 20s approached, pointing at the black batwing shirt on the ground, and asked, "Boss, how much is this batwing shirt?" Chapter 28. Ruthless Business Competition. This was her first customer. Zhou Qiqi immediately perked up, a warm smile spreading across her face as she cheerfully replied, 10 yuan. This price was set after careful consideration. Earlier at the stall, she had specifically asked the owner about the pricing for this basic style of clothing, which ranged from 6 yuan at the lowest to 8 yuan at the highest. In these times, with the individual economy just starting to rise, people were quite simple. Selling things typically only involved doubling the price. Unlike later shops that would buy goods for 20 yuan, change the label, spray some perfume, and dare to sell them for 200. After all, most people's salaries were only around 40 to 50 yuan, and pricing clothes too high would make them hard to sell. Every piece of clothing Zhou Qiqi sold had been meticulously improved and processed by her, with countless efforts poured into the design and detail adjustments. She felt that charging an extra 2 yuan was not unreasonable. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Qiqi added with a beaming smile, "You're the first customer today, so I can give you an 88 discount." She was hopeful for a good omen for her opening, her eyes filled with sincerity and enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, the young girl rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Even with the discount, it's still over 8 yuan. This style is outdated. How can you sell it like this? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Zhou Qiqi had anticipated this reaction. She calmly picked up a batwing shirt and patiently explained, "But this one is different. It's been improved, look." However, the girl waved her hand to interrupt, saying, "No need for introductions, just tell me the lowest price." Her tone was very impatient. Zhou Qiqi pointed to the small print in the corner of the sign. Written in bold black, "Fixed price, first customer discount 88. Despite Zhou Qiqi being eloquent and good at bargaining, she actually hated haggling. Negotiating involved back-and-forth exchanges that were mentally exhausting and time-consuming. But if you didn't negotiate, you could easily end up being overcharged. If someone bought something for 10 yuan and you paid 12, it would ruin your day. Ultimately, haggling only benefited the seller. If a customer wasn't good at negotiating, the seller could make even more profit. Zhou Qiqi was too lazy to engage in such verbal sparring and didn't want to earn money through mere talk. She firmly believed that the value of her clothes was 10 yuan, and it should be the same for everyone. If she didn't negotiate, it would be strange if she could sell anything. The girl pouted and rolled her eyes again, clearly unimpressed. Surprisingly, she didn't leave, but instead pointed to a pair of flared pants nearby and asked for the price. 12.50. Using the same pricing strategy. The extra 50 cents was for the additional materials. This time, Zhou Qiqi's tone was more perfunctory. She realized the girl wasn't genuinely interested in buying anything. Sure enough, after asking for the price, the girl turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. Zhu Yingying watched the girl walk away, wanting to keep her but unsure of what to say, feeling even more uncomfortable than Zhou Qiqi, the stall owner. Don't take it to heart. Selling clothes is like this. There are always more onlookers than buyers. Zhou Qiqi patted Yingying's stiff shoulder when she suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet, roasted aroma. Looking up, she saw a woman wearing a blue cloth headscarf nearby, using tongs to flip sweet potatoes in an iron bucket, with golden syrup dripping down the cracked skin. "I'll treat you to some roasted sweet potatoes." The plump roasted sweet potatoes were only 20 cents a pound. Zhou Qiqi picked out 2 of medium size, and after weighing them, it only cost her 30 cents. Looking at the woman's rough hands, Zhou Qiqi also bought some soybeans and chestnut from her stall, spending a total of 1 yuan. While digging for money, she couldn't help but complain to herself, "Wow, setting up a stall hasn't even made me money yet, and I'm already eating." It really was a case of misfortune striking at the worst time, fate playing tricks on a glutton. But her cravings were not entirely in vain. The woman, seeing her buy so much, showed a bit of reluctance on her face and gave her an extra handful of chestnuts, lowering her voice to say, "Dear, that girl who just went to your stall is a plant. You have to be careful. The woman's daughter had previously set up a stall here and knew the situation very well. That woman in the middle, Ran Hongxia. She often pays a student to pretend to be a customer, asking for prices. Once she figures out everyone's bottom line, she starts lowering her prices, always undercutting others by 2 dimes. This way, she is always the cheapest seller in the area. People are inherently greedy for bargains. If they can buy cheap, they certainly want to pay more. So every day, Ran Hongxia's stall has the best sales in the area, and no one can sell better than her. Everyone nearby knows this, but there is nothing they can do about it. Could she really do that? Zhou Qiqi was shocked and widened her eyes, recalling the girl's behavior earlier, feeling a chill down her spine. She had sensed something was off about the girl, but she never expected it to be such a vicious business tactic. This was pure malicious competition. The woman handed her the items with a serious tone. Listen to your aunt. Just lower your price by a dime, and you'll sell better. Zhou Qiqi shook her head with a smile. She was selling design and craftsmanship and didn't want to engage in a price war. As long as customers came to see, they would naturally see that she sold good products and wouldn't worry about selling poorly. However, she didn't realize that she had been a bit overconfident and didn't expect the competitor to be so shameless. In the next hour, not a single customer approached her stall. A few customers who clearly intended to come over turned around and left. As it neared 11 o'clock, she still hadn't made a sale. Zhou Qiqi felt anxious but didn't get discouraged. Instead, she continued to call out, trying to attract people. Seeing 2 more young girls turn to leave, she hurriedly chased after them, politely asking, "Hello, I'm the owner of the Qiqi fashion stall over there. May I ask why you didn't come to my stall? Is there a problem?" As she spoke, she handed over 2 hair ties made of floral fabric. "These are for you. Feel free to say anything." The 2 girls, obviously university students with clear eyes, brightened at the sight of the beautiful hair ties. Feeling a bit shy and hesitant to speak up, the owner over there said that your stall has defective products and that they are really expensive. She is also quite fierce and uses foul language, so we didn't dare to come and look. No wonder no one came to her stall. Goodness, they were spreading rumors. This was truly going to great lengths. She had often heard others say that unscrupulous people could make big money, but this time she really opened her eyes. Looking at that woman's bustling stall, Zhou Qiqi's mind turned as she looked at the 2 university students and came up with an idea. "Is your dormitory close by? I'd like to borrow it to change clothes. Is that okay?" Chapter 29, Opening Up Boss Lady. Are these flared pants the latest style? At the stall in the middle, a fashionable girl in her 20s held a pair of flared pants and asked the owner. Zhou Hongxia, wearing brown sunglasses, nodded repeatedly. "How could it be fake? I just brought them back from Guangzhou after a 3-day train ride last month." She pressed her bright red nails heavily on the pants leg. "Look at this hem. All the others are narrow, but mine has a grand design." Leaning forward, almost touching the girl's shoulder, she added, "With your long legs? Wearing these will definitely catch the attention of the whole street." The girl turned the pants over a few times, her brow slightly furrowed. The color was trendy, but the style felt similar to her black pair. "Forget it. I'll check out that stall behind," she decided. She only had 20 left for living expenses this month, so buying these pants was optional. "Hey!" Zhou Hongxia grabbed the girl's sleeve, her sunglasses sliding down to her nose, her eyes darting towards the stall behind with a sly expression. "You might not know, but all the stuff over there is flawed merchandise. It won't last long before falling apart. Can't compare to my goods." She lowered her voice, "So, if you really want them, I'll give you the lowest price. $8.80. Definitely cheaper than over there, just ask." "No need to ask, I just came from there, and the lowest is $9. The girl's displeased gaze fell on that stall, losing interest in browsing. She looked back at the pants and finally sighed. "All right, I'll buy them from you." Zhou Hongxia's mouth instantly stretched to her ears as she opened the plastic bag with a flourish. "Great. I'll pack them for you right now. Don't worry. I definitely sell them for the cheapest in this area. Saving 20 cents is enough for an ice pop." The girl took out her wallet, ready to pay, when someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Turning around, she saw a tall, slender woman, blushing as she pointed to the ground. "You dropped your handkerchief." "Thank you." The girl quickly turned to pick it up, and, in doing so, caught sight of the woman's pants, adorned with layers of beige silk threads and a hint of lace edging that peeked out when she moved. They were exquisite and beautiful. She had never seen such a style in department stores. She was momentarily transfixed and eagerly grabbed the woman's arm. "Pretty sister, your flare pants are so nice. Where did you buy them?" The woman was startled by her enthusiasm and instinctively wanted to step back, but managed to maintain her composure, pointing to a nearby stall with a sign. "Girl, your pants, $8.80. Sorry, I don't want them anymore." Zhou Hongxia's hand holding the bag froze in midair as she watched the girl run off without looking back. "Boss, do you have more of those lace flare pants?" The girl stood in front of Zhou Qiqi's stall, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. "Yes." Zhou Qiqi pointed to the neatly arranged flared pants at the stall. "Pick any." Without hesitation, the girl chose a pair with blue lace patches and immediately asked for the price. Zhou Qiqi pointed to the small print on the sign and answered succinctly, $10. No bargaining. The girl took out a large bill without hesitation. Although she only had 20 left for living expenses this month, she felt she had to buy clothes she liked. Worst case, she could eat steamed buns with pickles for the remaining half of the month. Seeing her so straightforward, Zhou Qiqi immediately smiled. "You are the first customer today. I'll give you a discount of 12 and throw in a hair tie." She then took out a blue lace hair tie that matched the wide leg pants. The girl was thrilled, feeling like she got a great deal. Just after she paid, two women in their 30s approached, looking for batwing shirts. They had just been browsing Zhou Hongxia's stall and immediately spotted the one Zhou Yingying was wearing. This sleeve is gathered a bit, making it much more convenient for work, and it makes the arms look slimmer. One of the slightly plump women held it tightly, clearly loving it. Her companion nudged her, frowning with evident disdain. "It's just okay, a bit old-fashioned, all solid colors. Look at the other stalls, how vibrant and colorful they are, much prettier." Despite her words, she clutched the shirt tightly, afraid someone else would snatch it away. Zhou Qiqi found it quite amusing. "Sister, you don't need to say that. I don't bargain here. Everyone pays the same price. If you buy, I can give each of you a handmade hair tie. There aren't too many left. Not even a little discount?" The woman clearly didn't believe her, tightening her brows even more. Seeing Zhou Qiqi stand firm, she put down the shirt and dragged her companion away without hesitation. Zhou Qiqi didn't try to keep them, instead bending down to tidy her stall. Before they got far, three ponytailed schoolgirls chattered excitedly as they approached, having also come from Zhou Hongxia's stall. "This batwing shirt is great for taking notes in class. And a hair tie too? What a bargain." Without a second thought, the three pulled out their change, hugging the shirts as they scampered off. With 3 fewer batwing shirts, the supply of hair ties was running low, only 2 left. Just as Zhou Qiqi was introducing her stall to a new customer, the 2 earlier women rushed back, throwing down 2 large bills. "We'll take those 2 batwing shirts. We were here first. Save the hair ties for us." Zhou Qiqi suppressed a laugh and pulled out a bulging cloth bag from her shopping bag. "Plenty to choose from. Go ahead." The bag was full, with a dozen hair ties of various colors. "You little girl." The 2 women were both amused and exasperated, feeling like they had been played. But looking at Zhou Qiqi's cheerful face, they couldn't really be mad and squatted down to pick out hair ties. Zhou Qiqi's hair ties included floral patterns, lace, and velvet, catering to customers of all ages. Such unique styles would easily sell for $1 in department stores. The 2 women picked 2 burgundy velvet ones, happily carrying their bags away. As Zhou Qiqi was packing up, she heard a menacing set of footsteps. Looking up, she saw Zhou Hongxia, hands on her hips and sunglasses askew, pointing at Zhou Yingying not far away, accusingly saying, "I knew it. That's why several groups of people were looking, but didn't buy. Turns out you were the one causing trouble." Chapter 30, all sold out. Ran Hongxia was notorious for her fierce temperament in this area, having clashed with many stall owners, and no one could out-argue her. At this moment, her shouting and cursing drew the attention of the stall owners around her, who all stopped what they were doing to look at Zhou Qiqi's stall. Passers-by in a hurry were also attracted by the commotion, gathering in small groups. Zhou Qiqi stood in front of her stall with her arms crossed, a faint smile playing on her lips, her eyes slightly raised. She stood tall, facing Ran Hongxia's fiery gaze, and immediately fired back with a series of retorts. "Sister, do you have rabies? Do you bite anyone who crosses your path? Accusing me of causing trouble? How have I caused trouble? I'm just standing here chatting with passers-by. Is that trouble?" This is called using foreign techniques to deal with the foreign while discarding the dross and taking the essence. She paused, her voice suddenly rising. Unlike some people who would sell their dignity for a bit of profit, maliciously undercutting prices and spreading rumors. Her voice was clear and bright, full of smiles, but a cold glint flickered in her eyes, exuding an intimidating aura that made Ran Hongxia involuntarily take a half step back. The onlookers whispered and pointed, their murmurs rising like a tide, drowning out Ran Hongxia. Her face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Zhou Qiqi and cursed. "Who has shameless here? You little tramp." Zhou Qiqi blinked innocently, her tone naive. "Who has the tramp? The tramp is obviously you." "Oh, so you admit it?" Zhou Qiqi sneered, crossing her arms over her chest. "If you know what kind of person you are, then turn over a new leaf, conduct yourself properly, and run your business well. Stop engaging in all those selfish deeds." Hearing the laughter around her, Ran Hongxia suddenly realized she had fallen into Zhou Qiqi's trap, and she became furious, lunging forward with claws outstretched. "You little brat! How dare you insult me? I'll tear your mouth apart." She was much bigger than Zhou Qiqi, looking like a fierce tigress. But Zhou Qiqi showed no fear, calmly raising a stool to block in front of her with one hand, while pointing to the blue and white building 100 meters away with the other. "That's the police station over there. If you dare to make a move, I'll call the police right away. So many people are watching. Everyone can testify for me. You'll get caught, and then you can forget about doing business." When Zhou Qiqi chose her stall location, she had considered this issue and specifically picked this intersection because there was a police station nearby. If anything happened, she could immediately seek help from the police. At this moment, her confidence surged and her voice rose a few notches. The patrolling officers at the police station noticed the commotion and cast a wary glance this way. "You!" Ran Hongxia's hand froze in midair, her face alternating between red and purple. She was accustomed to cursing and fighting, having driven away countless little brats competing for her business. All of them had turned pale at the sight of her imposing figure. This was the first time she had encountered someone who was not afraid of her and even had a stronger presence. Moreover, she actually used the police as her shield. In this day and age, who wasn't afraid of the police? Even she didn't dare to deal with them. She mumbled, unsure of how to respond, and finally spat out, "You wait for me." With that, she sulkily retreated back to her stall. Watching her leave, Zhou Qiqi quickly waved to Yingying not far away. She hurried over, turning Yingying's shoulders to look her up and down. "Are you okay? Did she bully you?" Although she had kept an eye on the situation while selling, she was still a bit worried. "Don't worry. Just like you said, as soon as she moved, I ran to the cinema security office. She couldn't catch up." Yingying's little face was flushed, but her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly still immersed in the thrill of what just happened. "That's good." Zhou Qiqi let out a long breath, handing the small stool to Yingying. "Sit down and rest." But Yingying was bouncing with energy, saying, "I'm not tired. I'm going back now to steal her customers." "Silly girl. That won't do." Zhou Qiqi quickly grabbed her, her tone serious. She was not one to suffer losses, but she also knew when to draw the line. Doing this once was enough to retaliate and let the other party know she was not to be trifled with. Going back again would be intentionally provoking her, and with Ran Hongxia's fierce temperament, who knew what outrageous things she might do, there was no need to further provoke her. "But if we don't, we have no customers?" Yingying looked worried. Zhou Qiqi patted her shoulder. "It will be fine, don't worry. Just stand here, and we'll definitely have business." As soon as she finished speaking, the dismissal bell from the normal university and the end-of-shift bell from the food factory rang one after another. Soon, groups of students and workers poured in from both sides of the street. Yingying, tall and wearing the unique batwing shirt designed by Zhou Qiqi, paired with bell-bottom jeans, looked like a beautiful sight standing at the stall. Coupled with Zhou Qiqi's crisp and sweet-selling voice, they quickly attracted a large number of customers. Moreover, her clothes were unique designs, completely different from others, and the prices were reasonable. In less than half an hour, all the remaining clothes were sold out. Many people still wanted to buy, but upon hearing there were none left, their faces showed regret. "No worries, I'll come back in a couple of days. Wednesday, no? Thursday, right? I'll come to the same place, and I'll prepare more stock. Maybe I'll have some new styles too." Zhou Qiqi smiled as she bid farewell to the customers, confidence shining in her eyes. After closing the stall, Zhou Qiqi linked arms with Ying, her smile radiant. Ying, you worked hard today too. Let us go. I'll treat you to a big meal. After packing up, she walked with Ying towards the bus stop. Passing by Ran Hongxia's stall, where the woman was glaring at them with a sullen face. Zhou Qiqi ignored her, holding the deflated sack, and boarded the bus with her head held high. Ran Hongxiao watched her return with a full load and then looked at her own desolate stall, her face turning purple with rage, her teeth clenching so tightly that it startled two nearby female students into fleeing. At the state-run restaurant, Zhou Qiqi found a corner table and ordered 3 large dishes. The two of them feasted heartily, their mouths greasy with food. After eating their fill, Zhou Qiqi cautiously looked around, ensuring no one was paying attention before carefully pulling out a cloth bag and counting the money. 9 batwing shirts, 9 pairs of bell-bottom jeans, totaling 201 yuan and 30 cents. After deducting costs, she made a net profit of 110 yuan and 30 cents. Zhou Qiqi's hands trembled slightly. This was the first time since her transmigration that she had earned so much money with her own hands. Each bill seemed more precious to her than any jewel, and she rubbed them repeatedly, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Coming back to her senses, she unhesitatingly pulled out a 10 yuan bill and stuffed it into Ying's hands. I couldn't have done it without you today. Ying seemed startled, quickly waving her hands. What are you talking about? If you're polite with me, then that means you're treating me like an outsider. That sounds so familiar. Didn't I say that to you yesterday? You little girl, learning quickly, huh? Zhou Qiqi laughed as she poked Ying's forehead, and seeing her firm attitude, she stopped insisting. There was no need to keep track of such things between close friends. After a brief rest, the two of them hurried off to the wholesale market. At noon, the market was quiet and devoid of customers. The boss lady was leaning on the counter watching TV. Upon seeing Zhou Qiqi enter, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stood up. Miss, we don't accept returns here. Chapter 31, Is There a Bad Person in the House? Don't be fooled by the way the boss lady held Zhou Qiqi's hand earlier, promising she would definitely succeed. Deep down, she didn't think so. After years of struggling in this business, she knew that the outdated basic styles at the market were the hardest to sell. Even at low prices, it would take at least 10 days to a month to clear the stock. The next day, when she saw Zhou Qiqi show up at the stall again, she instinctively thought the other party was there to return goods, and even her smile welcoming customers faded. She understood too well that there were many tricks in this business, and returns were the most troublesome issue. Although she genuinely liked this straightforward girl, she was there to make money, not to make friends. Zhou Qiqi was somewhat amused and shook the empty, deflated snakeskin bag in her hand. Boss lady, who said I was here to return goods. I've sold out that batch. I'm here to restock. What? The boss lady was initially skeptical, but her gaze suddenly fell on Zhu Ying beside Zhou Qiqi, and her eyes widened in surprise. The outfit was clearly one of the styles she had sold, but the design with the narrowed cuffs, the staggered hem, and the lace stitching, it looked completely different. She hurried over, gently stroking the fabric with her fingertips, her eyes filled with excitement. You modified the design? I can't tell at all. At such a young age, your skills are amazing. Zhu Ying twirled around to show off her new clothes, and the boss lady couldn't take her eyes off her, exclaiming, I want a set too. But as soon as she said it, she hesitated. Your skills are so good, it must not be cheap, right? Zhou Qiqi shook her head. Actually, it's not expensive. This whole outfit is just over 20 yuan. But she smiled slightly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curving into crescents, her lips looking sweet as if coated in honey. I get all my good from you. How can I charge you more? You provide the clothes, and I'll help you modify them for free. Although she was there to do business, it didn't prevent her from making friends. Hearing this warmed Li Ping's heart. After years in this business, she had never encountered such openness. 20 yuan in this era was equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. But for the boss lady, it was actually not much. However, having someone offer to modify for free was a different story. This girl had vision, and she liked it, without being pretentious. She waved her hand generously and pointed to the shelves in the shop. Since you said that, go ahead and pick some styles. From now on, when you get stock from me, I won't haggle with you. I'll give you the lowest price directly. Also, don't call me boss lady anymore. Call me Sister Ping. My surname is Li, and my single name is Ping. Sister Ping. Zhou Qiqi immediately called out sweetly, which delighted Li Ping, who personally helped her pick out styles. This time, Zhou Qiqi first took 10 pieces each of the 2 styles she had chosen before, then added 10 shirts and half-length skirts. In total, it came to 170 yuan, which was quite a bit cheaper than her last purchase. This batch came from a local textile factory. The styles were ordinary and not in high demand, so the prices were kept very low. As Li Ping packed the items, she explained, "But the fabric is solid and perfect for you to modify and sell." Zhou Qiqi, being a fashion design student, could tell just by touch that these were indeed good materials. After finishing the clothing order, she went next door to the fabric store and bought 30 yuan worth of fabric, along with some accessories, spending all the money she had earned this time. The two then made a special trip to the market to buy a large bag of dried chili peppers. She chose the spiciest kind, which made her nose feel hot just from the smell. After buying the items, instead of waiting for a transportation vehicle, they went to the edge of the city and caught a donkey cart from a fellow villager. This villager happened to be the one who had given her a ride when she first came to the military district. Upon recognizing her as a military wife, he insisted on not taking any money. When they got near home, the two deliberately took a detour, returning through the back door of Zhu Yingying's house. Deng Sixiang's reminder from the morning was still fresh in her mind. It was better not to let others know about her market stall. They arrived home around 3 o'clock. Zhou Qiqi rolled up her sleeves and got busy. First, she soaked the yellow beans and also prepped the pig's trotters. This afternoon, she planned to make yellow beans stewed pig's trotters, stir-fried bean sprouts with meat, and add a vegetable dish. These dishes weren't too complicated. She would start the soup and prepare the other ingredients in advance, so she could quickly cook them when everyone returned. While soaking the yellow beans, she also soaked the large bag of dried chili peppers she had bought. They were almost ready. She planned to make homemade chili water. Actually, when she went to the market that morning, she didn't intend to confront Ran Hongxia directly. She just wanted to set up her stall right under her nose to annoy her a bit, which could be considered a form of revenge. After all, she was there to make money, not to fight with anyone. But unexpectedly, the other party had used such despicable means. At that moment, she decided to return the favor. At the same time, she realized that the other side was not an easy opponent and might retaliate in the future. She needed to prepare a means of self-defense. Homemade chili water was the best method she could think of at the moment. Making it was simple. Chopping the chili and ginger finely and boiling them together for half an hour to release the capsaicin, then filtering it several times before bottling it. She used an empty perfume bottle that she had obtained from Sister Ping, a small bottle that could fit easily into her bag, which was very convenient. After finishing, she noticed the chestnuts in the corner. The aunt who sold them was honest. The chestnuts she sold were wild ones picked from the mountains, with shiny shells that looked good. She planned to make candied chestnuts as a little snack. However, in this era, there were no ovens, and simply using a pan to roast them would result in the bottom burning before they were even cooked through. After much thought, she suddenly remembered seeing a circle of quartz sand around the flower bed at Sister Wang's house, which she said was picked from the creek not far from the military family area. It was only 5 o'clock, so she immediately grabbed her bag and took a plastic bag with her, quickly finding the creek Sister Wang mentioned and filling up a large bag. Just as she reached the entrance, her heart sank. She distinctly remembered locking the door before leaving, but now the front door was wide open. In her previous life, when she lived alone, she had encountered something similar. A man, drunk, had pried the lock while she was out and entered her home to take a shower, even stealing her underwear. That experience had left her with a psychological shadow. Now, that shadow quickly loomed over her heart again. Without thinking much, she instinctively felt that someone had broken into her home. She felt a chill all over, her hand unconsciously reaching for her bag, and she cautiously approached the door, stepping lightly. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the yard. In the shadows, a tall figure rushed in. Zhou Qiqi held her breath, listened closely to the footsteps, and when the shadow revealed its head, she pressed down on the spray nozzle. Chapter 32, Who's in Control? Spicy mist burst in the cramped space. Zhou Qiqi had already held her breath. Her knees suddenly lifted and she used all her strength to kick towards the shadow. The anticipated collision didn't happen. The person reacted quickly, slipping out from the corner. She lost her balance, and her foot suddenly twisted, causing her to fall backward uncontrollably. In her panic, a pair of calloused arms caught her securely. The familiar scent of soap mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder rushed toward her, and when Zhou Qiqi looked up, she met Shen Huai Chuan's cold gaze. The hair on his forehead was damp with sweat, and his camouflage uniform was splattered with mud, clearly just back from training. "Are you hurt?" His voice carried a barely detectable huskiness, his palms still resting on her lower back, not letting go. Zhou Qiqi's legs were still weak. Her body slumped in Shen Huai Chuan's arms, and it took a full minute for her to catch her breath. Remembering the scare from earlier, she clenched her fist and punched his chest hard. "Why are you here? You almost scared me to death." "I'm sorry." Shen Huai Chuan almost immediately apologized, his Adam's apple moving uneasily. Zhou Qiqi had calmed down by this point. She looked around and realized this was the military family compound. Outsiders couldn't get in at all. Her past experiences had made her overly tense. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she rubbed the spot where she had punched him and complained. "Did you do something wrong that you need to apologize for?" Before she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and looked up nervously, asking, "Did the pepper spray get on you? Does her eyes hurt?" The scent of her perfume still lingered in his embrace. And Shen Huai Chuan instinctively raised his hand to grab her wrist, but halfway retracted it, shaking his head stiffly. His eyes were clear. He didn't look like he had been sprayed with pepper spray at all. "Not all. I am right at you. Is this stuff ineffective?" Zhou Qiqi suspiciously leaned closer to the bottle and pressed it lightly, causing the spicy mist to make her cough violently, tears streaming down her face. "Donji." Shen Huai Chuan quickly snatched the bottle away and turned to throw it out. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly stopped him. "Don't throw it away. I made this on purpose." "What did you make this for?" Shen Huai Chuan frowned tightly, his eyes full of worry. Just as Zhou Qiqi was about to answer, she tilted her head and saw a small crack in the door of the neighboring courtyard, where a pair of eyes were peering in like a frog. She quickly pulled Shen Huai Chuan back home. They sat down on the sofa, and Zhou Qiqi recounted her conflict with Ran Hongxia in detail. She had no intention of hiding this. Since they were married, such matters needed to be shared with her partner. Shen Huai Chuan leaned back against the sofa, his knuckles white from gripping tightly, his expression dark and frightening, as if he were encased in ice. "Starting tomorrow, don't go there. I'll find you a job in the military family area." His tone was unquestionable, carrying the authority of someone used to being in a high position, like a cold command that left no room for argument. Zhou Qiqi finally understood why others said Shen Huai Chuan was like a living king of hell in the military district. Faced with such pressure, it was indeed hard for most people to say no to him. But Zhou Qiqi was different. Her gaze remained firm, and her tone was particularly serious. "This is my passion. I want to go." "Too dangerous, no." Shen Huai Chuan spat out a few words coldly, his eyes showing no room for negotiation. Zhou Qiqi wasn't afraid of him. If soft tactics wouldn't work, she would use a different approach. She secretly pinched herself, and the sudden pain brought tears to her eyes. Leaning closer, she looked at him with a pitiful expression, her voice almost crying. "Didn't you say you would support me in everything?" Shen Huai Chuan's gaze visibly wavered, the previously cold expression cracking, but he still forced himself to maintain his composure. "This time is different." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiqi pressed further, her fingers poking at his chest. "How is it different?" "I think it's all the same, don't you, hubby?" With each word, she moved a little closer. As she prolonged the last syllable, her entire body was almost pressed against him. Shen Huai Chuan's ears turned visibly red, and his face flushed. He turned his face away in a fluster, stammering, "Okay, whatever you want." After saying that, he hurriedly fled the living room as if he had been burned. "Got it. Totally in control." Zhou Qiqi triumphantly made a victory gesture, smiling to herself. But she soon heard Shen Huai Chuan's voice coming from the doorway. "However, I have a small condition that you must agree to." She waved her hand dismissively, speaking boldly. "What condition? Just say it. I'll agree to everything." At that moment, she was so triumphant that she didn't even think much of the so-called small condition. However, She quickly regretted saying that. An hour later, on the running track outside the family area, Zhou Qiqi stopped, gasping for breath, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Looking at Shen Huai Chuan's upright back in front of her, she wanted to cry, but had no tears. This man's so-called small condition turned out to be taking her out for a run and making her learn self-defense. She had never liked exercising, and having been malnourished for years, she could barely run 200 meters before feeling like she couldn't continue, her vision darkening and legs giving way. She looked at Shen Huai Chuan with tearful eyes, trying to use the same trick again. "Hubby, I really can't run anymore. Can we stop?" "No." This time, Shen Huai Chuan was particularly firm, directly pulling out 2 cotton balls from his pocket and stuffing them into his ears, looking utterly unyielding. "You." Zhou Qiqi sighed helplessly, dragging her heavy legs to continue running. There was no other choice. After all, she had agreed so readily back then. Now she was starting to suspect that this man was doing it on purpose. Clearly, she had the upper hand before, so why was she the one suffering now? Something was off, very off. They ran for over an hour, followed by half an hour of strength training, totaling a full 2 hours. By the time they finished, Zhou Qiqi felt like all her bones were about to fall apart. The next morning, she was still sore all over. She didn't even have time to make breakfast. It was Shen Huai Chuan who went to the cafeteria to bring back fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. Zhou didn't eat much before heading to school. Zhou Qiqi was too tired and had no appetite, so she could only force herself to drink some goat milk. In her previous life, when she made goat milk powder for the kittens at home, she had tried it herself and really couldn't get used to it. She thought it was bad, but now, drinking fresh milk every morning made her crave it more and more. Compared to before, the milk and zlai she had drunk felt like water. Just as she was drinking, she heard a knock at the door. She leaned against her waist and slowly moved to the door. Outside, Deng Zuixiang and Sister Wang had been waiting for a long time and were staring at her posture. They exchanged glances and broke into ambiguous smiles. "Qiqi, you were fine yesterday. How did you end up like this overnight?" Deng Zuixiang leaned in closer, teasingly asking, "Did Shen Huai Chuan bully you?" Zhou Qiqi pouted, her eyes immediately filling with tears of grievance. "Yeah, sister, you don't know how excessive he is. No matter how I plead, it's useless." Deng Zuixiang and Sister Wang exchanged glances, both startled by her bold statement, covering their mouths, their eyes filled with gossip. "Colonel Shen usually looks so cold-hearted. I didn't expect him to be so harsh on his wife. How long has he been torturing you?" Zhou Qiqi held up 2 fingers. Chapter 33. This cannot involve so many people. Zhou Qiqi supported her waist, her slender fingers waving in front of her 2 sisters-in-law. "Sister Wang, is it 2 minutes?" Sister Wang blurted out. Deng Zuixiang suddenly turned around, her face full of confusion. How could it possibly be just 2 minutes? How could it not be? "Wait until your man turns 35, and you'll know." Sister Wang muttered quietly, shaking her head unconsciously. Deng Zuixiang didn't hear her and was still guessing. "It must be 20 minutes. No, it's probably even more. No, you're all wrong." Zhou Qiqi slumped on the sofa, her expression mournful. "It's not 2 minutes, nor 20 minutes, but 2 hours, a full 2 hours. My goodness, you have no idea how I managed to get through it. And it's not just for 1 or 2 days, it's like this every day." As soon as these words came out, the 2 sisters-in-law were shocked, especially Deng Zuixiang, who was so surprised that she couldn't help but gulp. "Wow, no wonder our group's comprehensive assessment every year. Commander Shen is always the best in physical fitness. This stamina, incredible." She suddenly leaned in, grinning mischievously. "Qiqi, you're really enjoying life?" "Enjoying? This is clearly suffering." Zhou Qiqi pouted, her face full of displeasure. "Sister Zuixiang, if you like it so much, you can join me tomorrow." Deng Zuixiang's pupils constricted sharply, biting her lip and becoming shy, quickly waving her hands. This is not okay. This absolutely cannot involve so many people. What's wrong with that?" Qiqi looked confused. "The track outside the military family area is so wide. It's not a problem for just the 2 of us. Even if 7 or 8 people run side by side, it would be fine." "Running?" Deng Zuixiang was taken aback, then quickly realized and covered her mouth, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. I was wondering how something could take over 2 hours every day, no matter how strong that bull is. The land can't handle it. Zhou Qiqi was confused for a long time before realizing what they were talking about. Thinking back to what she had just said, her face suddenly turned bright red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Stammering, she said, "Sister, you stop talking." Even though she had a straightforward personality, she had never experienced that kind of thing in her life. Seeing her like this, Sister Wang quickly tried to change the subject. "All right, Zui Xiang, Qiqi just got married and is shy. Don't tease her anymore. Hurry up and take out the stuff." The two of them had come over today to bring her things. They had previously agreed to bring Zhou Qiqi some vegetable seeds and flower seeds. But Sister Wang's youngest daughter had fallen seriously ill the day before, spending several days in the hospital and just returning yesterday. "Is the child okay?" Qiqi asked with concern. Sister Wang sighed. "Oh, it was just a small wound on her calf. I thought since there were no doctors at our health center and going to the city was too troublesome, I'd just put some medicine on her myself. I didn't expect it got infected and turned into a big abscess. When we took her to the doctor, they said it was cellulitis. It took several days of medication to heal." Deng Zuixiang had just learned about this and couldn't help but slap her thigh. "Our military family area health center only has one doctor. When someone is pregnant or gives birth, there is no one to see the patients. It delays so many things." Sister Wang shook her head helplessly. "What do we do? Who told us that our place is remote and has no prospects? But it should be soon. I heard those young girls at the hospital say that this batch of new doctors will finish their internship by the end of this month and will be assigned next month. It will be more convenient then. Let us hope they assign a good doctor who is as responsible as Dr. Su." The two women sighed for a moment, and when they saw Zhou Qiqi couldn't join the conversation, Sister Wang quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's not talk about this. Qiqi, take a look at these. Do you like them?" Saying that, Sister Wang handed over a basket filled with colorful flower cuttings. Zhou Qiqi's eyes lit up, and a smile instantly blossomed on her face. She loved them. Previously, when Qiqi helped Sister Wang's family build a toilet, they saved a lot of money, and life became much more convenient. Grateful for this favor, Sister Wang specially cut some flowers from her yard that were suitable for planting. There were forsythias, crabapples, asters, everything. There are also some seeds for pansies and marigolds that could be sown this season, even though they're not suitable for cuttings, she added. "Since I have some free time today, I'll help you plant them." I'll help too. Deng Zuixiang was not to be outdone. She brought a large bag of old loofahs for washing dishes and a few grape seedlings. In addition, she also brought vegetable seeds that Director Lin's wife asked her to deliver to Qiqi. These things were urgently needed by Zhou Qiqi. The family area was about an hour's drive from the city, making it 2 hours round trip, and they had to coordinate with the supply vehicle's schedule, which was very inconvenient. Sister Wang waved her hoe and laughed. "No worries, if you plant these vegetable seeds now, you'll be able to harvest next month. By then, you won't need to run to the city to buy vegetables. Oh, and if you want to buy some meat or eggs, you can go to the town to the east. There's a small market there. It used to be a black market, but now the policies have relaxed, and no one checks, so you can buy with peace of mind. If you walk, it only takes 30 minutes to get there. Much more convenient than going to the city. And if you want fish, you can go to the village to the west. The village chief has contracted several fish ponds." The three of them gathered in Qiqi's backyard, working while chatting happily. If the two sisters-in-law hadn't brought it up, Qiqi wouldn't have known about these things. "Sisters, you're so good." Qiqi waved her hoe, supported her waist, her little head nodding gently, her eyes sparkling, looking extremely cute. Sister Wang and Deng Zuixiang liked her more and more. Seeing her struggling with the work, they took the hoe from her hands. All right. With your little frame, you can't do much work anyway, and your waist hurts. Just don't do it." "Exactly. We'll help you with this little bit of work. You just sit aside and rest." When they built the toilet before, she had chatted with her sisters-in-law about wanting vegetable seeds and flower seeds, and Shen Huai Chuan had already prepared the front and backyard. Now they only needed to make beds and dig trenches to sow the seeds, which wasn't too much work. As for the flower cuttings, Sister Wang was a professional. She had already prepared river sand and peat soil. According to Zhou Qiqi's plan, they just needed to sprinkle the river sand and peat soil and plant the cuttings. This was a piece of cake for the two sisters-in-law. As they worked vigorously together, Zhou Qiqi didn't just rest on the side. She took out the quartz sand she had picked up yesterday, boiled it for disinfection, and cooked a large pot of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Then she took a small pot, added sugar to make caramel until slightly burnt, then combined it with black tea to fragrance, and added the half bucket of goat milk she had in tea finished from the morning, simmering it until it bubbled slightly. Pouring it into cups. She made 3 cups of non-authentic but delicious caramel milk tea. The two sisters-in-law had never had this before. As soon as they tasted it, their eyes lit up. Qiqi, what is this you made? It's really delicious. Zhou Qiqi peeled a chestnut for each of them. And this sugar-roasted chestnuts, eat it together. The soft, sweet chestnuts paired with the milk tea made Sister Wang squint her eyes in comfort. This is so nice. It's much better than that coffee we had at Director Zhou's house. Of course, that coffee was more bitter than my life. Milk tea is definitely better. Deng Cuixiang nodded repeatedly in agreement, and following the topic, she began to gossip. Speaking of Director Zhou, his nephew moved into our family area yesterday. Have you seen him? The young man is named Lei Ming, and he looks quite handsome, with red lips and white teeth. Chapter 34, is that you? Guixiang, your son is already 8 years old, and you're still thinking about that handsome guy? Aren't you ashamed? Sister Wang, who is almost 40, hails from the birthplace of Confucius and Mencius, and has a very traditional mindset, with a hint of teasing at the corners of her mouth. But Deng Cuixiang is different. She's only 27 or 28, a girl from the mountain city, naturally carrying the boldness of a mountain girl. Brushing her stray hair back with a flick of her hand. What's there to be ashamed of? I'm not stealing. I'm just thinking about it. And sneaking a few glances is not allowed? Is it only permissible for men on the street to stare at pretty girls? Aren't we women allowed to enjoy the view? Sister Wang was left speechless, turning to Qiqi and gesturing with her mouth. Fine, I can't argue with you. Qiqi, you talk to her. She remembered the earlier topic and thought Qiqi, being shy, would definitely help her out. To her surprise, Qiqi blinked her eyes and nodded seriously. I think Sister Cuixiang makes a good point. Well, you two, your thoughts are aligned. Sister Wang laughed and scolded, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes curving into crescents. After a few more jokes, the two of them rushed to prepare dinner for the kids and hurriedly left. Zhou Qiqi had already grabbed 2 bags and stuffed them with candied chestnuts. Seeing this, the two of them waved their hands. After all, they came to return a favor this time. How could they take more? But Qiqi insisted on stuffing them into their arms. It's for the kids, not for you. As soon as those words were out, the two exchanged glances, ultimately not refusing. A mother can't bear to hear such words. After sending them off, Zhou Qiqi rubbed her sore waist and entered the kitchen. Her waist still hurt. She had been busy for so long in the morning. But she didn't want to tire herself out. She simply made a bowl of pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodles. Although it was simple, the noodles were hand-pulled, paired with crunchy pickled vegetables and tender stir-fried pork, and the taste was excellent. Zhou lowered her head and picked at a small bowl, not saying a word, just gently licking the corner of her mouth, her gaze glued to the bowl. Zhou Qiqi keenly noticed this and knew she hadn't eaten much in the morning. So she served her another small bowl filled with shredded pork. It would be a waste not to eat what she made. The little girl's eyes widened, her eyelashes fluttering, as if she had never experienced such treatment before. Zhou Qiqi felt a bit heartbroken. No wonder this child was so thin. She only ate as much as was given to her and never spoke up when hungry. How could Shen Huai Chuan, who had never been a father, raise a child like this? When he comes back, she must give him a good talking to. However, after waiting all afternoon, Shen Huai Chuan still hadn't returned, probably delayed by some matter in the army. Being a soldier is not like an ordinary job. They have to be on standby at any time. Marrying a soldier means getting used to this kind of thing, and Zhou Qiqi didn't take it to heart first. In the afternoon, when Zhou went to school, she stuffed a bag of candied chestnuts in her backpack and turned to sit at the sewing machine to start working. The old batwing shirt and flared pants that Deng Cuixiang had given her this morning were still set aside. Qiqi skillfully pedaled the sewing machine, modifying the pattern in just 10 minutes. Then she began working on the new batch of goods that had arrived yesterday. She first sketched and wrote for an hour, completing the design draft. For this type of modified fashion, she didn't intend to sell it too expensively, so the design wouldn't be overly complicated. The batwing shirt and flare pants would follow the previous design. As for the new shirts and skirts, she carefully thought about the Chinese fashion history she had learned before and had designed a trendy style that people of this era could accept. The collar and hem of the shirt were modified into French pedal styles, with slightly puffed sleeves, and the buttons were also covered in the same color fabric. For the skirt, she cut off a section from the existing waist-cinching large hem and stitched on an irregular French double-layer lace edge. This created a French little suit. The pricing would be $12 and $15, with a $2 discount for buying a set, plus a self-made French wide satin headband as a gift. In her previous life, besides working in restaurants, she also set up a stall at night markets, so she had a little insight into small business. Besides the modifications, she also sketched 2 designs for herself. She had browsed department stores before, and honestly, she found the clothes there a bit unsatisfactory. She preferred her own designs. Amidst the rhythmic sound of the sewing machine, Zhou Qiqi was exceptionally focused, losing track of time. When she finally thought about going to the bathroom and rubbed her sore shoulders while pushing open the door, she realized it was pitch black outside. She thought she had been so busy that she forgot the time, and it was already past 6 again. Rushing to the living room to check the clock, thankfully, it was too late. It was only 5 o'clock. Zhou still had half an hour before school was out. But why was it suddenly so dark today? Just as she was wondering, a loud thunderclap split the sky, and large raindrops began to fall heavily. The sky had been a bit gloomy in the morning, but it hadn't rained by noon, so Qiqi didn't pay attention and didn't take an umbrella for Zhou. Watching the rain pour down, accompanied by strong winds, and showing no sign of letting up, she had no time to think and quickly grabbed an umbrella and put on a raincoat to head to school. The Haizuan Primary School, where military district children attended, was not far from the military district, situated on a vacant lot. Besides the children of military families, children from nearby villages also went to school there. The school gate was crowded with parents picking up their kids, the noise mingling with the sound of rain, creating a chaotic scene. Inside the classroom, the children were running around like little monkeys, with the teacher shouting at the top of her lungs to maintain order. Only Zhou sat quietly by the window, holding a paintbrush and doodling on paper. Qiqi knocked on the glass window. Zhou, let's go home. The little girl looked up, a flicker of emotion passing through her dark eyes, and obediently nodded, packing her things. As the rain intensified, Qiqi wrapped Zhou tightly in her raincoat, holding her icy little hand as they made their way home. On the way, children were running around everywhere, and they dodged left and right, but still got bumped by a chubby little boy running wildly. The little boy bumped into them without even saying sorry and dashed toward the nearby slope. That unfortunate child had no manners at all. Zhou Qiqi stood up, supporting her knee, and shot an annoyed glance in the direction where the chubby boy had run. It wouldn't have been a big deal if she hadn't looked, but once she did, she was instantly startled. There was an old, withered tree on the slope, and at this moment, it was being uprooted by the fierce wind, teetering ominously, and it was headed straight for the chubby boy's round head. Zhou Qiqi didn't have time to think. She instructed Zhou to stay put and hurriedly dashed over with all her strength, shouting, "Get out of the way." Just as her words fell, there was a loud thud. The big tree had already fallen. Thankfully, in that critical moment, she spread her arms and tackled the chubby boy to the ground. But she also knew that this big tree was about to crush her. What she didn't expect was that almost at the same moment, another figure lunged in from the side. Although slightly delayed, he managed to take the heaviest blow on his back for her. "Are you okay?" Qiqi didn't care about her scraped knee and hurriedly went to help him. The man's face turned pale from the pain, but hearing her voice, he suddenly smiled, his brows and eyes filled with unexpected joy. "Is it you?" Chapter 35. "Is that you, Zhou Qiqi?" The man in front of her looked to be around 20, with delicate features. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes slightly curved, and his bright eyes sparkled, complemented by a small dimple at the corner of his mouth. He stared straight at her, his gaze intense, refusing to look away for even a moment. Zhou Qiqi was stunned. The man seemed very happy to see her again. but she was 100% sure she had never seen him before. After all, if she had met a guy who was just slightly less handsome than Shen Huai Chuan, she would definitely remember. Zhou Qiqi, where are you? Zhou Qiqi? At that moment, a distant, anxious call broke the silence. The chubby child in her arms suddenly burst into tears, wriggling out of her embrace and running towards the sound. The little boy was surprisingly strong, causing Zhou Qiqi to stumble and nearly fall into the mud again. Fortunately, the handsome guy next to her caught her just in time. Their eyes met, and they were very close enough for Zhou Qiqi to feel the man's warm breath and his excited tremble. Instinctively, she quickly broke free from his hold and said, "Thank you for saving me, you." Before she could finish, her peripheral vision caught sight of several bicycles clumsily riding towards the direction where Zhou was standing. She didn't have time to think and hurried over to pull Zhou aside. The rain was pouring heavily, and by the time she turned back to look for the man who had helped her, he had already disappeared. It seemed she would have to wait until their next encounter to express her gratitude. Without lingering, she took Zhou and rushed home. Meanwhile, not far away, the man continued to look around eagerly, searching for Zhou Qiqi's figure. However, he was being pulled away by a middle-aged woman in a checkered shirt, moving further and further away until they reached a jeep. Realizing he was unlikely to find her, the man shrugged helplessly. "Annie, why are you pulling me like this?" His tone was full of grievance. Zhou Qiqi stuffed her two grandsons into the car and slammed the door shut. Then, with her hands on her hips, she stood outside the car and questioned him. "You're asking me? I want to ask you. Lei Ming, while I was picking up a child, why were you over there hugging a woman? This is a military family area. It's not good for your reputation." Lei Ming hurriedly waved his hands, looking flustered. "I wasn't." "Ah, Auntie, you misunderstood." She fell down. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly shook his head. "No, it wasn't her who fell. It was a little chubby boy, and there was a tree. The tree fell and was going to hit the boy, and she and I went to save him, and then... Anyway, she's really good, very kind." He was getting a bit agitated, his face flushed, and he only managed to say a few simple sentences. "What a mess." Zhou Qiqi scoffed. "What tree? What chubby boy? You didn't even see her." All she knew was that when she turned around just now, she only saw her nephew Lei Ming and Zhou Qiqi hugging each other and talking. Just thinking about that scene made her furious. She had never liked Zhou Qiqi anyway. How could a rural girl suddenly replace Lin Yao and marry Shen Huai Chuan? She suspected that Zhou Qiqi had schemed to seduce Shen Huai Chuan in order to marry him and follow the army. There must be issues with her moral character. Based on the earlier scene, she was even more convinced that this Zhou Qiqi was not a respectable woman. How could she casually hug a man with a stern face? She warned, "I tell you, keep your distance from Zhou Qiqi. She's not a good woman. She's already." In her eyes, her nephew Lei Ming was just as naive as Shen Huai Chuan, having never seen much of the world, making it easy for women to deceive him. Lei Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Before Zhou Qiqi could finish her sentence, he eagerly asked, "Annie, do you know her?" "Zhou Qiqi. Is her name Zhou Qiqi? Qiqi? That sounds nice." The two kids in the car were making a fuss, and with so many people, the driver honked the horn. Zhou Qiqi didn't have time to say anything more and pushed Lei Ming into the car. "Let's talk about it at home." All the way, Lei Ming wore a silly smile. Ever since he met Zhou Qiqi on the train, he had fallen for her at first sight, finding her vibrant, clever, and he often dreamt about her. Seeing her bravely save someone just now, rushing forward without hesitation, made his heart race even more. It was the first time he felt such a strong attraction to someone. As soon as the car stopped, Lei Ming couldn't wait to pull Zhou Qiqi aside and said seriously, "Annie, didn't you say you would introduce me to a partner? Let be her." Zhou Qiqi rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Her? She is already married. Her partner is the soldier Shen Huai Chuan that I often mention to your uncle." "What? That's impossible." Lei Ming's eyes widened in shock. "I remember you said that Commander Shen was a tough nut to crack, and he had a fiancée from the city named Lin something, but he never married her, right?" When he heard Shen Huai Chuan's name on the train, he knew who he was. Their family had close ties with the Uncle S family, and Annie often chatted with his mother on the phone, and Shen Huai Chuan's personal issues often came up in the conversation. So when Shen Huai Chuan said Zhou Qiqi was his wife, Lei Ming didn't believe it at all, thinking he must have mistaken her for someone else or was joking. Now, hearing Annie say this, he was completely stunned and unwilling to accept it. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Shuhua explained, "It's like this, but I don't know why. The marriage partner just got switched out of the blue. She came over on the train about a week ago, and that night, while we were all asleep, Shen Huai Chuan suddenly came and knocked on the door to give your uncle the marriage report. That was when we found out about it. A week ago on the train? Wasn't that the time he met her? He had initially wanted to go up and talk to her. He had a strong impulse to directly ask her if she would marry him. But even though he was almost there, he just couldn't take that step. He never expected that when they met again, it would be like this." Lei Ming felt as if his heart had been struck hard, causing him great pain. As the rain continued to pour, Zhou Shuhua called out, "All right, enough about that. The rain is so heavy. We should hurry home." But Lei Ming waved his hand and spoke in a low voice, "Annie, you go ahead. I want to stay outside for a bit." Saying that, he turned and rushed into the rain. At that moment, Zhou Qiqi was just coming out of the rain with Zhou, arriving at her own yard. As soon as she took off her raincoat, she sneezed several times in a row. This trip had made her catch a cold. Once inside, she hurried to the kitchen to slice ginger and scallions, boiling a pot of ginger scallion water, pouring a big bowl for both Zhou and herself. After drinking it, she gradually felt warmth returning to her body. Since the rain was pouring heavily, she thought about making some warm food. So she mixed some dough to make dumplings and prepared a bowl of tomato dumpling soup. In another pot, she steamed spare ribs in black bean sauce and garlic in gnocchi mushrooms. Worried that Shen Huai Chuan would return to cold food, she kept it simmering on low heat. However, after waiting for a long time, Shen Huai Chuan still hadn't returned, and the rain continued to fall heavier. She let the kids eat first and go rest, while she continued working and waiting. But with her mind preoccupied with thoughts of him, she couldn't focus on her work and nearly hurt herself. By 8 in the evening, she couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 36. Worrying that he is just a duty. "Ying, are you home?" Zhou Qiqi's voice, wrapped in the wind and rain, sounded particularly urgent in front of the closed door. Zhu Ying opened the door and saw Zhou Qiqi holding an umbrella, her clothes soaked. She quickly reached out to pull her inside and grabbed a towel from the rack to hand to her. "It's raining so heavily. Why did you come over?" Ying furrowed her brows, her tone full of concern. Qiqi took the towel, but didn't bother to dry herself, her gaze anxiously scanning the room as she asked, "Has old Wang come back?" Ying grabbed the towel, helping Qiqi dry her hair while shaking her head. "No, he is not here. They went to rescue people from the disaster. Didn't they notify everyone?" "You didn't know?" "What? I didn't know. Nobody told me." Zhou Qiqi's eyes widened, droplets of water clinging to her eyelashes, her face filled with confusion and helplessness. Ying quickly pulled her to sit on a chair and explained in detail. "This morning, the meteorological station reported that there might be a heavy rain, so everyone was on standby. Around 5 in the afternoon, someone came to inform us that several towns in the neighboring city experienced mudslides and landslides, and they went to rescue people." As she spoke, she sighed lightly, her eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. Ever since marrying Captain Wang more than half a year ago, this kind of situation wasn't the first time, but each time, her heart still ached. "At that time, I went to pick up Zhou from school, and I probably missed the notification." Qiqi let out a long breath, finally understanding Shen Huai Chuan's whereabouts. But then, her brows knitted tightly, worry filling her eyes. How many days will they be gone for the rescue? "I don't know. It depends on the extent of the disaster. They might be back tomorrow, or they could be gone for several days. If it's too serious, they might have to help the villagers rebuild their houses. It could be 10 days to half a month before they return." Ying's words made Zhou Qiqi's heart, which had just settled, rise to her throat again. "Will it be dangerous? What if something happens?" Qiqi unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning slightly white. Ying patted her hand, her tone reassuring. "Don't think too much. Captain Shen is so capable. He is known as the living Yama in the military district, excelling in all aspects. What could happen? Just wait at home with peace of mind." "Okay, thanks, Ying." Qiqi forced a smile, weakly drying her hair. Seeing her like this, Ying joked teasingly. "You really care about Captain Shen, huh? You were so anxious just now. Do you treasure him that much? What treasure or not? What are you talking about? Qiqi's hand stopped drying her hair immediately, covering her flushed ears, and awkwardly said, I'm his wife. It's only natural to worry. After all, she had promised to be an excellent wife, a qualified military spouse. Now, she was just fulfilling her duty. Zhou was still home alone. So Qiqi didn't say much more to Ying and hurried back home. She intended to get some work done before it got dark. But as soon as she got home, the room was engulfed in darkness. In this day and age, heavy rain often led to power outages. With no other choice, she boiled some water, quickly washed up with Zhou, and then went to bed. Having been single for over 20 years in her previous life, she was already used to sleeping alone. The past few days with Shen Huai Chuan sleeping beside her made her feel uncomfortable, even turning over carefully. And she couldn't sleep soundly at night. Shen Huai Chuan, really? I didn't know. Today, with no one beside her, she should have felt relaxed. But for some reason, without that familiar presence, she felt something was off. Shen Huai Chuan's cold yet slightly gentle face kept appearing in her mind. I wonder what he's doing right now. Has he eaten a warm meal? Can he get a good rest? She tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally falling into a haze of sleep. The next day, the rain had lightened a bit, but continued to drizzle. She had no appetite, so she made Zhou a fried egg pancake and brewed a cup of milk powder. After eating, she sent her off to school. When she returned, she wanted to have a cup of goat milk for breakfast. But then she realized that Shen Huai Chuan wasn't home, and no one would go out early in the morning to get goat milk for her. She had been drinking this every morning for the past few days and didn't have an appetite for anything else. It was strange. She used to be picky about food, but never really choosy. It was all Shen Huai Chuan's fault. He had caused her so much trouble. She took out the plaid fabric she had prepared to make pajamas for Shen Huai Chuan and angrily jabbed the needle into it. With fierce eyes, she then angrily sewed a few chubby little milk bottles onto it. Looking at her masterpiece, she felt a sense of revenge, stitched a few more stitches, and became increasingly satisfied. Just as she was feeling proud, someone knocked on the door. When she opened it, it was Ying, holding a few English books and standing outside with a smile in her eyes. I was worried you'd be bored at home alone, so I can't keep you company. Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, her tone firm. You're thinking too much. Do I, Zhou Qiqi, seem like someone who has lost without her husband and needs someone to accompany her? Ying glanced at her heavy dark circles under her eyes. Recalling her restless appearance last night, she suppressed her laughter and reached out to wrap her arm around Qiqi's shoulder. All right, you're not. Just treat it as keeping me company, okay? Old Wang isn't here, and I can't concentrate on my translation. Fine. Qiqi reluctantly shook her head. The two of them huddled together, one busy at the sewing machine and the other buried in translation with paper and pen. When they got tired, they chatted for a while, and time passed quickly. Since Captain Wang wasn't home, Qiqi had Ying stay for lunch both at noon and in the afternoon. By the third morning, the rain finally stopped. Zhou Qiqi went to Deng Zuixiang's house to deliver the repaired clothes and casually asked if she wanted to go to the market. She was quite directionally challenged and got lost on her first visit to the military family area, taking 2 full hours to find the place and ending up with blisters on her feet. She didn't want to experience that pain again. Deng Zuixiang happened to be out of oil, so she went with her. This small market wasn't far from the military family area, just a 20-minute walk. But they had to pass through a small tunnel in the hill. It was like stepping into a paradise. Once they passed through, they were greeted by a bustling open space. Perhaps due to the rain in the past few days, there were particularly many people selling things at the market today. Shouts and calls filled the air. Meat stalls, rice and flour, vegetables, as well as bamboo baskets and straw hats. The variety of stalls was filled with goods, and there were even live chickens flapping their wings at the stalls. Great. Now there's no worry about not having meat to eat. Zhou Qiqi's eyes lit up. They had finished all the meat and eggs at home and had eaten vegetarian dishes for 2 days straight, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Deng Zuixiang smiled and teased. In our family area, you're the only one with this trouble. No wonder Qiu Chunfang always says you're greedy and a spendthrift. Sister Zuixiang, do you think that of me too? Zhou Qiqi pretended to be wronged. Deng Zuixiang wrapped her arm around her shoulder. How could that be? If my man were as capable as Captain Shun, with such a high allowance, I'd be stewing red braised meat every day. Unfortunately, he is not capable, and I have no skills, plus I've got a pair of greedy sons. I can only make do with what I have." As she spoke, she pointed to a not-so-distant spot. "Come on, over there they have roasted sweet potatoes. Let's buy some hot ones." This trip, Zhou Qiqi came back with a full harvest, buying a lot of things. Just before leaving, she remembered about goat milk and asked several stall owners where she could buy it. She figured that Shen Huai Chuan usually bought it here for her. But unexpectedly, after asking several stall owners, they all said they didn't know. It wasn't until she asked the one selling live chickens that she finally got an answer. However, his response was somewhat beyond Qiqi's expectations. Chapter 37, The Pretty Mute in the Surrounding Villages. There are no sheep to raise. If you want to drink sheep milk, you have to go to Daxing village, which is quite far, about 4 or 5 kilometers. The stall owner said lazily while arranging the live chickens on the stall. What? 4 or 5 kilometers? Zhou Qiqi's eyes widened, and she instantly felt deflated, her shoulders drooping. She counted on her fingers. A round trip would be 10 kilometers, a full 10,000 meters. Thinking about how she would be out of breath after walking 2 laps around the 400-meter playground, just the thought of 10,000 meters made her legs feel weak. But then she thought, Shen Huai Chuan actually walks 10 kilometers every morning just to get fresh sheep milk for her. She bit her lip, feeling a warm sensation in her heart, and her lips involuntarily curled up, but she couldn't help but complain. This guy clearly has a way with words. Why didn't he say anything? If she had known it was so far, she definitely wouldn't have let him go through such trouble every day. Today, Deng Suixiang also cut some meat and planned to make dumplings at home. That day during the heavy rain, my eldest son found someone else's wallet and ran 10 miles to return it, showing integrity. So he must be rewarded with a meal. On the way back, I'll invite Qiqi and Yingying to come over too. The more people eating dumplings, the livelier it gets. Since the men are not home, we can have a good time, and you can try Sister Suixiang's cooking. Qiqi didn't refuse. In her previous life, she had been solitary in an apartment and had never experienced such lively neighborhood gatherings. She turned around to go home and grabbed a few jars of canned oranges. Yingying also brought a few cans of luncheon meat. Deng Suixiang was mixing the filling in the kitchen and looked up when she saw the two of them with their items, immediately getting up to stop them. "You can come, but why bring anything? Take it back, take it back. You're not allowed in if you don't take it back." Qiqi raised her eyebrows and placed the cans on the table. "So it's okay for you to reward the child with dumplings, but not for us ants?" Since she said that, Deng Suixiang didn't refuse anymore. The two washed their hands and came over to help. Deng Suixiang had already prepared the dough. Qiqi was responsible for cutting the dough pieces and rolling the skins, while Deng Suixiang and Yingying were responsible for wrapping. Yingying was from the south and had never wrapped dumplings before. She stood there holding the dough skin, looking clueless. "It's okay, sister will teach you." Deng Suixiang patted Yingying's hand and picked up a piece of dough to demonstrate. First, put in the filling, then pinch the edges together, and finally fold it like this. See, isn't that easy? She was also from the south and had never wrapped dumplings at home before, but after marrying a northern man, she gradually learned all these things. Yingying watched intently, her eyes following the movements, but when she started to wrap, she just couldn't get it right. Either the skin broke and the filling leaked out, or they were crooked and looked very ugly, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Qiqi wiped her hands on her apron and gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay. The dumplings made by Yingying will be cooked separately. I want to eat them." Deng Suixiang smiled and teased. "You want to snatch them? My son Xiangyang, my little son, used to love eating the ones with broken skins. You can give them all to him." Before she finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps came. A little boy in a blue striped shirt, carrying a crooked olive green backpack, rushed in like a gust of wind. Seeing the dumplings on the table, he jumped up excitedly. "Yay, dumplings! Dumplings! I love dumplings the most. Long live Mom," he said as he was about to leap into Deng Suixiang's arms. Deng Suixiang smiled and dodged, complaining. "Jiang Xiangyang, you little monkey, why are you covered in mud again? Go away, stay far away." The little boy scratched his head, about to leave, but was called back by Deng Suixiang. "Wait, didn't you see there are guests at home? Introduce yourself." This is Aunt Zhu, and this is Aunt Zhou. Jiang Xiangyang grinned, revealing two big front teeth. Hello, Aunt Zhu. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Ding, Sui Xiang added. Aunt Zhou is the one who brought you candied chestnuts last time, and this time she also brought canned oranges. And Aunt Zhu brought you canned meat. Jiang Xiangyang's eyes instantly lit up. Long live Aunt Zhu. Long live Aunt Zhou. This child talks so much. Deng Sui Xiang pretended to hit him with a strainer, and Jiang Xiangyang laughed and ran away. Qiqi finished rolling out the last piece of dough, glanced at the clock, and quickly took off her apron. Oh, it's 12:15. I need to go to the military family area to pick up Zhou. Usually, Zhou gets home around 12:15. But Deng Xiang pressed her down. Don't run off. You've worked hard for a while. Sit and rest for a bit. Let Xiangyang go call her. They're in the same grade and are classmates. Jiang Xiangyang. Here. Before she finished speaking, the little monkey rushed over, standing straight and saluting. Deng Xiang placed her hands on her hips and commanded. Aunt Zhou's niece, Zhou, do you know her? Go to the military family area and bring her here. She's eating with us today. Jiang Xiangyang's eyes brightened. Zhou, I know her. She's the pretty mute from class 2, right? I promised to complete the mission. After saying that, he dashed away. Deng Xiang chased after him, shouting, You little rascal. Don't call her the mute. She looked a bit embarrassed at Qiqi. Qiqi, don't mind him. He didn't mean it like that. I'll definitely teach him when he comes back. Oh, it's fine. Kids speak without thinking, but they don't mean any harm. Qiqi smiled and waved her hand. But she felt a bit worried for Zhou. She remembered her childhood, when her parents divorced, and often no one picked her up after school. Classmates called her the unwanted wild child. At that time, she was too young to know how to resist. Those people became more and more aggressive, spitting on her and throwing her homework into the toilet. But Zhou never spoke, nor did she show emotions, and Qiqi didn't know if she was bullied at school. Just then, the pot boiled, and Zhou Qiqi helped sister Sui Xiang put the dumplings in. Today, they made 2 types of fillings, pork and scallion, and chives with eggs, divided into 2 pots for cooking. Qiqi was responsible for the pot with pork and scallion. There are also little tricks to boiling dumplings. After boiling them on high heat, switch to medium heat. When the water boils, add 2 ladles of cold water for the meat filling and 1 for the vegetable filling. And when the dumpling skins are translucent, you have to quickly scoop them out. Just as the dumplings were served, there was another sound of footsteps outside the yard. Before seeing anyone, they heard the little boy's clear voice. Coming quickly. The dumplings my mom made are so delicious. Jiang Xiangyang pulled Zhou in, and the little girl's face was flushed, but despite being dragged in, she appeared calm. Deng Xiang's eyes lit up, and she quickly welcomed them. You must be Zhou. You look so pretty. Come here and let Auntie Deng give you a hug. She cherished little girls the most, but unfortunately, her stomach didn't cooperate, and she had 2 sons. Chapter 38 Guarantee to complete the task. Zhou didn't show any fear when Jiang Xiangyang held her hand just now, but now, being so warmly greeted by Deng Xiang, her cheeks flushed red, and she hid behind Qiqi. Qiqi turned around, gently pulled her in her arms, and took her to wash her hands. The little girl lowered her eyelashes and obediently followed, her brows and eyes calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. At this moment, Jiang's eldest son, Jiang Xianghai, returned just on time. Seeing guests at home, he immediately greeted them politely and then went to wash his hands. Deng Xiang looked at her eldest son with satisfaction in her eyes. Her smile could not be hidden. Xianghai was a well-mannered child, did well in his studies, and was the class monitor, much better than that mischievous Xiangyang. Her tone was cheerful, with a hint of pride, while helping to serve the dishes. Xiangyang suddenly shook his hand, and Qiqi was quick to catch the plate, gently placing it on the table and helping Xiangyang to speak. Don't say that. I think Xiangyang is quite good too, very sensible, and even helps to serve the dishes. Deng Xiang shook her head helplessly. It's still because there's food he likes. This kid is quite greedy. He'll help anyone for a bite to eat. The meal was lively, and Xiangyang was lively and active. He first secretly stepped on his brother's foot under the table. Then, taking advantage of Deng Xiang's inattention, quickly grabbed the meat dumplings from her bowl, counting how many everyone had eaten with a serious expression. From time to time, he would steal glances at Zhou with curiosity in his big eyes. "Don't stare at the girl," Deng Zuixiang said, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him, waving her chopsticks as she chased him around the yard. Qiqi watched this scene, feeling as if she had returned to her previous life, eating while watching dramas. It was just like a live version from the front row VIP seats. Today's dumplings were exceptionally fragrant, with leeks and scallions freshly cut from the backyard, emitting a refreshing aroma. Deng Zuixiang truly had a knack for gardening. The backyard was lush and green, making one feel at ease just looking at it. Before leaving, Zhou went to the restroom, and Deng Zuixiang specifically caught Jiang Xiangyang to apologize to Qiqi. Xiangyang, though mischievous, was well-mannered under Deng Zuixiang's guidance. His ears turned red as he scratched his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. "And Zhou, a few days ago on the way home from school, I heard some kids call Zhou a little mute, and I followed along. I didn't mean it. I promise I won't do it again." Upon hearing this, Qiqi's brows instantly furrowed. "Which kids?" Xiangyang shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. "I didn't see." Deng Zuixiang angrily slapped the table. "That's too much. Zhou is the child of a drug enforcement hero. She can't speak due to special reasons. How can they call her that?" Qiqi also felt anger rising, but forced herself to calm down. She bit her lip, squatted down, and looked at Xiangyang at eye level. "Xiangyang, Aunt Zhou has a task for you. Are you willing?" "Absolutely," Xiangyang answered firmly, puffing out his chest. "Aunt Zhou's candied chestnuts are so delicious, and she's pretty. She must be a good person. Good boy." Qiqi gently patted his shoulder and seriously instructed, "From now on your way to and from school, follow behind Zhou and help Annie keep an eye out to see if anyone bullies her. If there is, remember who it is and tell Annie right away. Is that okay?" She originally thought of escorting Zhou to and from school herself, with her as an adult around. Those people would surely not dare to bully Zhou. But this approach ultimately only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. She could protect her for a day or two, but she couldn't be there every day. There would always be times when she wasn't around. What if those people showed up to bully Zhou when she wasn't there? After thinking it through, it was better to entrust this task to Xiangyang, letting him help identify those people. Xiangyang hesitated, biting his lip, his eyes conflicted. Although Zhou was very pretty, he was a boy, and Zhou was a girl. It would be embarrassing for him to follow a girl every day, and some classmates would surely laugh at him. Deng Zuixiang, anxious, pushed him. "What's this? It's just a small matter. We definitely have to help. Hurry, say you agree." Qiqi hurriedly intervened. "No, Sister Zuixiang. We can't force the child." She thought for a moment and then spoke gently. "How about this, Xiangyang, as long as you agree? Aunt Zhou promises to bring you delicious treats every week, like candies, chocolates, and candied hawthorns, whatever you want." "Candies? Chocolates? Candied hawthorns?" Xiangyang's eyes lit up instantly, swallowing hard. "Really?" Qiqi nodded seriously. "Absolutely true. I swear in the name of your uncle, Shen Huai Chuan. If I don't give it to you, he is a little dog." She raised her hand and gave a standard military salute, her voice loud. "I guarantee to complete the task." Deng Zuixiang sighed helplessly. Eat. Why do you only think about eating? Why can't you learn from your brother?" After being called out by Deng Zuixiang, Xiangyang's little body immediately drooped. Seeing this, Qiqi quickly mediated. "Sister Zuixiang, don't always say that. I think Xiangyang is quite good. When he saluted, he looked just like my uncle Shen Huai Chuan. He will definitely achieve great things in the future." "Aunt Zhou, is what you said true? Uncle Shen is a combat hero in their military district." The little guy's eyes instantly lit up with expectation as he looked at Qiqi. Qiqi patted his shoulder, "Of course. And he believes in you." These words filled Jiang Xiangyang with motivation. This silly boy didn't even take a nap at noon and was early waiting outside Zhou Qiqi's house. As soon as Shen Duzhou came out, he leisurely followed behind, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, only turning back to the classroom after seeing Zhou safely seated. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, he was the first to rush out of the classroom, eagerly waiting for Zhou. He followed her all the way home. Only then did he run off to find his friends at play. Deng Xiang and Zhou Qiqi hid behind a big tree, peeking out from either side, closely watching the two figures. After seeing Zhou safely reach home, they both sighed in relief. Deng Xiang patted Qiqi's shoulder. Xiangyang did a good job completing the task. Don't worry, with him around, no one dares to bully Zhou. Those bad kids probably want to be caught in a day or two. We'll just have to wait patiently. She said this while looking worried. All right, you hurry home, or Zhou will come back and find no one at home. She'll probably cry. Qiqi shook her head with a smile. Zhou wouldn't. Don't look at her, usually not showing her feelings. But in reality, she's not shy at all. No matter when, she always appears very calm. She's a very strong little girl. If no one is at home, she would just sit quietly at the table drawing. She wouldn't cry. Deng Xiang clicked her tongue enviously. TSK. Girls are just better. My Shanghai is not bad, but Xiangyang is simply mischievous to the extreme, always causing chaos at home. If I could, I do want to swap with you and let Zhou be my daughter. While the two were talking, they suddenly felt someone pat their shoulders. Deng Xiang, Zhou Qiqi, what are you two doing? Sneaking around like human traffickers? Chapter 39. Thunderous gossip. Deng Xiang suddenly shivered, hurriedly turned her head, her brows furrowing instantly, pouting her lips to show her dissatisfaction. Li Hongwan, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling a human trafficker? Her tone was sharp, with a hint of annoyance. Li Hongwan wore a smile on her face, repeatedly waving her hands to gesture. Saw thee. It's mainly because of your outfits. If Chunfang hadn't told me you two were here, I really wouldn't have recognized you. This was indeed not her fault. The two were wrapped in black coats, their large headscarves covering their faces tightly, and hiding behind a tree sneakily. Anyone would be suspicious upon seeing them. Deng Xiang exchanged glances with Zhou Qiqi, and upon seeing each other's appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly taking off their headscarves. Deng Xiang looked at Li Hongjuan's hesitating expression and asked, cough, can't we just be playing around? What's up? Do you need something from me? This time, Li Hongjuan wasn't being sarcastic. Instead, her attitude was sincere, and her words carried a flattering tone. My mom and sister are coming over tomorrow, and we're making dumplings at home. We're short on vegetables, and Chunfang said your family has a lot of leeks and spinach that grow particularly well. Can you bring me some? How does Chunfang know everything? Deng Xiang's face was full of disdain, but she didn't refuse. We just made leek dumplings today. There aren't many leeks left, but we still have plenty of spinach. If you want, you can come to my house to pick some in the morning. Although she didn't particularly like Li Hongwan, since they were both in the military family area, it wasn't worth quarreling over a little vegetable. All right, thank you. I'll come over early tomorrow. Li Hongwan was immediately overjoyed and pulled out a handful of candy from her pocket to hand over. She even made sure to grab a handful for Zhou Qiqi as well. Deng Xiang pinched the shrimp candy, clicking her tongue and saying, this is a high-end product only found in the department store. My son Xiangyang keeps mentioning he wants to eat it, but I haven't been willing to buy it. TSK. Hongwan, you really spent some money this time. Li Hongwan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes unable to hide her pride. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. Just a little candy. Xiangyang likes it. Next time he comes to my house for something, I'll give him more. While saying this, she warmly invited Zhou Qiqi again. And Qiqi, you come too. Bring Ying and also Commander Wang and Commander Shen. There's still a lot to do at home, so I won't chat anymore. I'll be leaving now. Thank you, Xiang. Li Hongwan walked away briskly, her back radiating a sense of spring-like satisfaction. Zhou Qiqi was left with a head full of question marks. What is going on? I don't understand a word. When did she become so friendly with me and Ying? Has she turned over a new leaf? She's just gotten carried away. Seeing Zhou Qiqi still confused, Deng Xiang pulled her aside and began gossiping in a conspiratorial manner. Thunderous, remember, I just mentioned him to you that day. I don't remember. Zhou Qiqi had been muddled these past few days, and such trivial matters unrelated to her life had long been forgotten. Deng Xiang quickly explained, oh, it's about Deputy Lei and Director Zhou's nephew. The young man is handsome, and his family is well off. His parents are leaders in government agencies, and his siblings are either factory directors or teachers, all very capable. A few days ago, Director Zhou said he would introduce him to someone, and everyone in the compound has been discussing it, saying whoever marries him will fall into a nest of blessings. Many people sent photos, but the young man didn't like any of them, except for Li Hongwan's sister's picture. They were arranging for the two to meet. Li Hongwan was so proud that she almost wanted everyone to know she was climbing this family tree. After talking for a while, Zhou Qiqi finally understood what was going on, but she still felt puzzled. What is so great about that? It's not like she's getting married, and besides, isn't this still just a rumor? Deng, Suixiang pouted. She just wants to save face. Just like her husband, from the security department. She just wants others to know she's living well. While they were gossiping, a furious roar came from a distance, faintly hearing someone pleading for mercy. Deng Suixiang immediately recognized it was her son's voice. She calmly popped a candy into her mouth, crunching loudly. That brat Xiangyang must be causing trouble again. I'll go see. Qiqi nodded. All right, Sister Suixiang, just don't forget to help me look after Zhou for lunch tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, and Zhou Qiqi planned to go to the city to set up a stall for business. She had promised a customer on Monday to come in a few days, but it had rained for 3 days straight. Zhou was on break at home this weekend, and Shen Huai Chuan was not around, so she had to stay home to take care of Zhou. If they didn't go tomorrow, they would have to wait until next Monday, which would delay things for too long. Initially, she wanted Ying to help take care of Zhou, but after thinking about it, she felt it was more appropriate to go to Suixiang's house. With a peer like Jiang Xiangyang around, he might cheer him up a bit. This child is too burdened. Deng Suixiang immediately agreed. No problem. I'd love to take Zhou to my house. After parting ways with Sister Suixiang, Qiqi made a phone call in the phone room before heading home. Zhou was indeed obediently drawing in his room, but his little ears were perked up, listening to the commotion outside. Deng Suixiang was scolding Xiangyang, who was running around the family compound, crying for his parents, just passing by her backyard. Qiqi had a thought and poked her head into Zhou's door, casually saying, Zhou, when you draw, you don't have to stick to what the drawing book teaches. You can draw what you see with your eyes, hear with your ears, think in your heart, or dream about. You can draw anything, just let it flow. Anyway, your uncle has a generous allowance, so feel free to splurge. Without waiting for Zhou to respond, she walked away. Zhou looked up at her departing back, listening to the wails outside, his beautiful big eyes turning thoughtfully as he picked up his brush. Qiqi stretched her neck, seeing this scene from outside the window. Her lips curled up as she turned on the tap to start washing vegetables. The dumplings she had for lunch were quite filling, and she didn't feel very hungry at the moment, so she simply cooked a loofah and lean pork soup and blanched some vegetables. The staple was steamed sweet potatoes from the market, sweet and delicious. Qiqi devoured 2 in one go. After eating and drinking her fill, she boiled some hot water, took a shower, and then went to work at the sewing machine, busy until the lights went out before realizing it. She placed the men's pajamas she had just finished making on Shen Huai Chuan's side, then hurriedly lay down. The next morning, after Zhou went to school, Zhou Qiqi picked up her snakeskin bag, ready to head out, when Ying came over. Qiqi, do you really not need me to accompany you? Ying asked. That Ran Hongxia is so mean. I'm a bit worried about you going alone. Qiqi quickly waved her hand. Really no need. You have your own things to do. I can handle it by myself. She had chilly water in her bag, and besides, Shen Huai Chuan had taught her a few self-defense moves, which would be enough to deal with ordinary people. Ying knew she was a determined person and didn't insist, patting her shoulder. All right, you look like you had a good sleep last night. Cough. Zhou Qiqi's ears turned red, and she casually brushed it off, making an excuse about being in a hurry to leave. However, she didn't head towards the usual spot where she waited for the shopping vehicle, but instead went in the opposite direction. Chapter 40. Is Qiqi the daughter of the police chief? Little girl, over here, outside the small west gate of the family compound. Zhou Damei, in her 30s, called out with a cheerful smile while sitting on a donkey cart. Seeing Zhou Qiqi struggling to carry her things, she quickly placed the half-eaten steam bun on the cart's yoke, jumped down, and hurried over. Zhou Qiqi was momentarily taken aback, and then spoke, Sister, were you waiting for long? Zhou Damei waved her hands repeatedly. No, I just arrived. The donkey cart clattered along the dirt road, swaying toward the city. Zhou Damei introduced herself as the daughter-in-law of the old man who had given Zhou Qiqi a free ride back to the family area before. That day, when they reached the military family area, Zhou Qiqi thought it would be inconvenient to take the buying car back and asked the old man if she could hire his car to take her to and from the city. The old man said his family lived in the neighboring village, and his son ran this business, making money by commuting to the city. He just needed to call the village committee in advance if he wanted to use the cart. Didn't the old man say it was his son driving? Why? Zhou Qiqi looked at Zhao Damei with confusion. Zhao Damei paused, her tone flat. My husband used to do this job, but he suddenly passed away last year. So now it's me. Since then, my father-in-law has also become confused and often forgets things. No wonder the old man, living right next door, didn't know where the military family area was the first time they met. The morning light outlined the sharp features of Zhao Damei's face. Zhou Qiqi gently stroked the soft cushion beneath her, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Sister Zhao, do you know where Daxing village is?" After about half an hour, the donkey cart came to a steady stop at an intersection in the city. Zhao Damei helped unload the snakeskin bag, and Zhou Qiqi pulled out 2 dimes from her bag and handed them over. "Sister Zhao, this is for today's round trip. You take it." Zhao Damei quickly took a step back, shaking her hands. "No, you already paid me 10 yuan for the monthly rides. How can I take more money? That 10 yuan was for the goat milk this month. That's a different matter." Zhou Qiqi insisted on stuffing the money into her pocket, pretending to threaten her. "Take it. If you don't accept it, I'll want to take the cart this afternoon and will walk back myself. Let us see what you'll do then." The girl's fierce tone was offset by a hint of innocence, reminiscent of the tabby cat at the village entrance. The tears that had just formed in Zhao Damei's eyes vanished in an instant, and she laughed, asking, "So, I'll come and pick you up at 4 in the afternoon?" Zhou Qiqi estimated the time and nodded. The donkey cart couldn't enter the city center, so she carried the snakeskin bag down half a street and returned to the familiar street stall intersection. It was bustling today, with stalls densely packed. Even the previously empty intersection had vendors setting up. Fortunately, there was still a small patch of open space left, enough for her. Just as Zhou Qiqi was busy setting up her stall, she spotted 3 or 4 uniformed police officers striding toward her, each with a serious expression and a commanding presence. Her heart tightened, and she quickly asked the older sister selling socks next door, "Sister, why are there so many police officers? Is something happening here?" The older sister, wearing a clean white shirt and with a friendly demeanor, smiled and reassured her. "Don't be afraid, little sister. They are just patrolling, specifically in crowded places to prevent incidents." Zhou Qiqi was taken aback. "Patrolling? How come I didn't see them last time? They were just established a few days ago, with several small teams." "That's great. Now, Ran Hongxia won't be able to cause trouble." Zhou Qiqi smiled slightly, instinctively looking for Ran Hongxia's stall, only to see a stranger standing there. Everyone in the area knew Ran Hongxia, and the older sister next door had also been bullied by her before, only recently returning to set up her stall. Seeing Zhou Qiqi look that way, she thought she had also been tricked by Ran Hongxia and comforted her with a smile. "Little sister, you might not know, but a few days ago, Ran Hongxia messed with a pretty girl named Qiqi and got a good scolding. I heard that girl's father is the police chief. And look, the patrol team came the next day, and Ran Hongxia hasn't dared to act up these days." Zhou Qiqi was somewhat amused. "Sister, who did you hear that from?" At that moment, there were no customers, and the plump aunt selling men's clothing next door also came over to gossip. "That's all just your guess." "Who says it's my guess?" "Everyone is saying that." The older sister was still arguing when she saw Zhou Qiqi setting up her stall with a banner and leaned over to read. "Qiqi Fashion Stall?" Her eyes instantly widened. "Qiqi? You're that Qiqi?" Zhou Qiqi smiled mischievously. "I am called Qiqi, but my father is not the police chief. I just found out about the patrol team." If she were the police chief's daughter, how could she be out here selling things? She would definitely choose to lie flat. She didn't know how this rumor spread, but the result was quite good, hitting the nail on the head. It was just hard work for those police officers on the patrol team. The older sister blushed deeply, but quickly adjusted herself and changed the subject. "Hey, you came at the right time. I set up my stall here just to catch you." A few days ago, her neighbor wore a batwing top, and she liked it at a glance, inquiring where it was bought, and had been waiting for 2 days. Zhou Qiqi readily said, "Sure, sister, choose whatever you like. You're my first customer today. I'll give you an 88 discount." Saying that, she took out all 10 batwing tops she had brought. The older sister was so excited that she didn't even pay attention to her own stall and started picking out clothes. This time, the clothes Zhou Qiqi brought were rich in color, and after a long time of choosing, the older sister still couldn't make up her mind. But then saw Zhou Qiqi displaying flared pants. One pair adorned with small beads caught her eye immediately. She held in her hands, reluctant to let go. Frowning in conflict, the plump aunt came over and suggested, "Why not buy a whole outfit together?" The older sister hesitated, "But that's 10 yuan each. I can't bear to spend that much." Just as she was struggling, Zhou Qiqi displayed shirts and skirts as well. The French-style shirt with a petal collar, paired with a symmetrical hem, slight puff sleeves, and a half-skirt with a cinched waist and irregular French double-layer lace hem, was even more exquisite than those in the department store. The older sister's eyes lit up immediately, and she asked, "This whole outfit is really beautiful. My daughter will definitely like it. How much is it?" "After the discount, it's 22 yuan, and I'll throw in a satin hair tie." The older sister, without blinking, gritted her teeth and decided, "All right, I'll take it. Wrap it up for me." That was 20 yuan. The plump aunt clicked her tongue, her face full of disapproval. Daughters will eventually get married. Why spend so much money on clothes for her? It's a waste. The older sister, however, didn't care at all. "I'm happy to do it." Zhou Qiqi felt a bit sour inside. She had only worn discarded clothes from neighbors when she was little, and even a 20 yuan t-shirt was a luxury. Quickly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, she smiled and said, "All right, for your kind heart, sister. I'll make an exception and give you an 80 discount. I'll also give you and your daughter one hair tie each." Just as she was saying this, two older sisters in the distance pointed at Zhou Qiqi's stall and walked over with displeased expressions. Chapter 41 Betting. Qiqi looked up and saw the two women, one fat and one thin, who had come to buy from her the first time she set up her stall. The plump lady frowned slightly and reproached her first. "Why did it take you so long to get here? The rain stopped yesterday, and everyone else set up their stalls early. You little girl are dawdling, not eager to make money. How lazy can you be?" Qiqi's lips twitched. If she were diligent, wouldn't she have gone to find a job? It's precisely because she wasn't diligent that she chose to set up a stall. The big sister quickly walked to the stall, picked out a more mature-looking batwing shirt, her eyes full of anticipation. "We were the first to arrive, right? Give me another batwing shirt at an 88 discount." Zhou Qiqi showed an apologetic expression and pouted. "It's really unfortunate. This big sister next to me just helped her daughter get a whole outfit, so you guys are not the first to arrive." The plump lady's face flashed a hint of disappointment as she murmured, "Tomorrow is my mom's birthday. I've been squatting for several mornings just to buy her a batwing shirt." Disappointment aside, she knew the rules of Qiqi's stall. Gritting her teeth, she still pulled out a large bill and handed it to Zhou Qiqi. Upon hearing that she was buying it for her mom, Qiqi felt a pang in her heart, a bit sour. Her hand that was accepting the money paused slightly. Then she took it back and her gaze shifted. "How about this? You give the money to this big sister. Let her help you bring one back, and I'll pretend I didn't see it. I'll give you both an 80 discount." As she spoke, she turned her face away and covered her eyes with her hand. "Can be done this way?" The two big sisters exchanged smiles, filled with gratitude towards Zhou Qiqi. While they were chatting and laughing, the atmosphere was lively, and passers-by couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Just after she received her first order of 29 yuan and 60 cents, someone immediately asked about the price of the flared pants. Qiqi enthusiastically replied, 12 yuan and 50 cents. "Can it be cheaper? I'll buy it for 10. Before Qiqi could respond, the plump lady helped answer, "Her prices are fixed. No need to haggle." "That's great. I'll take one. I want one too." As the stall became lively, the crowd didn't stop. In just over an hour, more than 20 items were sold. Among them, more than half were batwing shirts and flared pants, while the shirts and skirts sold only a few scattered pieces after the initial sales. At this moment, when there was no one around, Zhou Qiqi was tidying up the clothes, and the aunt selling men's clothing approached with a sour expression, saying, "This outfit can only be worn by young girls. Not many people would be willing to buy it. it definitely won't sell. She had a dismal morning, with men passing by only looking but not buying. The only few vests sold were those picked up by customers from Qiqi's stall. She priced high, and customers haggled fiercely, managing to earn only 3 or 4 yuan after a whole morning, which was really disheartening. In contrast, the big sister selling socks benefited from Qiqi's popularity with many customers. She followed Qiqi's strategy of setting a reasonable price, selling small profits in large quantities, and had already made 10 yuan by the morning. Hearing this, the aunt selling men's clothing was unwilling, frowning. How could it not sell? At this rate, in less than 2 hours. No, in an hour and a half, they could finish selling and close up. The aunt rolled her eyes. Easier said than done. How could that be possible? We've been setting up stalls here for a day or two, and look at who can sell that many pieces in 3 or 4 hours. Even Ran Hongxia can't do it. The big sister was unconvinced. Don't believe it? How about we make a bet? The aunt immediately followed up. Let us bet. How much? They exchanged words, neither yielding, and Zhou Qiqi, listening beside them, couldn't help but chuckle. Big sister, if you want to bet on your stall. What do I have to do with it? The big sister waved her hand. Don't worry about it. I have confidence in you. As the two were setting the stakes, the bell for class dismissal at the normal university and the bell for the food factory rang. The big sister was determined, and Zhou Qiqi didn't have time to intervene, quickly tidying up her stall. In just a few minutes, a group of female students chattered as they surrounded her. With this wave of lunchtime customers, Qiqi's stall was bustling. Female students generally had strong purchasing power, and most from this era who could attend university came from well-off families, with many already working and financially comfortable. Seeing clothes they liked, they pulled out their money without hesitation. The sound of plastic bags rustling echoed as items were sold one after another. This made the aunt selling men's clothing anxious. She was so distracted by Qiqi's stall that she couldn't even attend to her own business, her eyes fixed on Qiqi's stall, muttering something from time to time. It was unclear if it was her murmuring that had an effect, but after the lunchtime crowd dissipated, the market gradually became quiet. Qiqi's stall had sold out of all the other clothes, but there was still a French-style outfit left. The big sister selling socks glanced at the big clock of the normal university, realizing there were less than 10 minutes left until the bedtime. She was anxious and urged Qiqi, hurry up and shout. Sell out so we can close up. We need to make money. Qiqi shrugged, amused. Sister, there's no one on the road anymore. What am I shouting for? This was bad. The big sister immediately deflated. If she lost this bet, her wallet would bleed. The aunt selling men's clothing wore a smug expression. Hee hee, a bet is a bet. Pay up. The big sister selling socks drooped her head, about to reach into her pocket when Zhou Qiqi stopped her. What's the rush? There's still 10 minutes left. Let's wait a bit. The aunt selling men's clothing scoffed. Wait? There are hardly any people on the street. You're not trying to help her avoid paying, are you? Avoid paying? I would never do such a thing. Qiqi smiled, glancing at the two figures not far from the entrance of the normal university, her expression calm. Didn't you bet you on? How about this? Instead of betting with her, bet with me. Double the stakes. Let us wait 10 more minutes. If it doesn't sell, I'll give you 2 yuan. If it sells, you give me 2 yuan. The big sister selling socks was really nice. When her stall had a lot of people, she would help Qiqi attend to her customers. The big sister had confidence in her and didn't want her to lose money. All right, no problem. The aunt looked at the nearly empty street, full of bravado. Zhou Qiqi calmly sat down. Just then, a girl wearing blue flared pants and a blue scrunchie hurried over, tugging at another girl's arm, speaking urgently. Qian, just trust me this once. That little stall is really different from the others. The clothes are super pretty. You'll definitely like them. The girl called Qian, dressed in an exquisite chiffon dress and beige trench coat, yawned helplessly. All right, I get it, Tang. You've been nagging about this since noon. For over an hour. Aren't you tired? I'll go, okay? Although she said this, she didn't hold much hope. When the two reached the stall, Qiqi was tidying up the clothes set aside for Sister Ping. Qian glanced at the stall and pouted. What is this? This batwing shirt is everywhere. You're just showing me this? Tang squatted down, picked up the French-style outfit, and fondled it lovingly. No, look at this outfit. How pretty. It's perfect for your birthday next month. Qian didn't want to look further, but couldn't resist her friend's pull and glanced down. Then came the second glance, third glance, fourth glance. Soon, several large bills were flung over. "Boss, how much for this dress?" "I'll take it." Chapter 42, A Thief for $25. A set of shirt and skirt was sold, along with a matching satin headband as a bonus. In appreciation of Tang Tang's enthusiastic introduction of customers, Zhou Qiqi gave each of the two girls an extra hair tie. The two of them happily walked towards the school gate, just as the big clock overhead pointed to 1:30. The older sister selling socks had a relaxed expression, her earlier worries completely gone, and she sincerely gave Zhou Qiqi a thumbs up. "Really impressive. You should earn this $2. In contrast, the aunt selling men's clothing had a grayish complexion, slowly digging out a crumpled wad of cash from her pocket. She counted it several times, her fingers trembling slightly, before handing it over. "I accept the bet and will take the loss. Here, $2. Zhou Qiqi snatched it away, counted it, and nodded in satisfaction as she found not a single dime missing. But then, she casually pulled out 3 bills and stuffed the rest back into the aunt's hand. In this era, it's not easy for women to set up stalls to make money. The aunt didn't have any bad intentions. She didn't really need to keep that much money. 3 dimes would suffice. "You." The aunt opened her mouth to say something, but then fell silent, her face filled with awkwardness. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand dismissively, packed up her things, and headed across the street to buy roasted sweet potatoes from the vendor. After standing for over 3 hours, she was already so hungry that her stomach felt like it was touching her back. The vendor cheerfully handed her 2 large sweet potatoes, the scale tipping high. Zhou Qiqi estimated that she wouldn't be able to finish them, so she handed the larger one to the older sister selling socks before turning and boarding the bus to the state-run restaurant. As the bus started moving, she saw the older sister splitting the sweet potato with the aunt, each getting half. When they spotted her, the two waved and smiled. Zhou Qiqi had finished selling her clothes, but the two would have to keep at it until 7 or 8 in the evening before they could close up. At the state-run restaurant, Zhou Qiqi ordered steamed fish, as usual, along with a bowl of beef noodles. Eating alone, ordering too much would be wasteful and draw attention. So, changing things up was also good. After her meal, she headed straight to the wholesale market. Sister Ping had been waiting for her for several days. Thinking she hadn't come by because she had stocked up too much last time. Underestimating me? Zhou Qiqi lightly pressed her lips together. Sister Ping was fondly touching the new clothes Zhou Qiqi had brought her, quickly shaking her head in denial. "Not at all. I have high hopes for you. You're much better than I was back in the day. With your skills, I might have to rely on you for a living in the future." Sister Ping was joking, but Zhou Qiqi sincerely replied, "I dare not claim that." She felt full of admiration for Sister Ping, who was around 40 and ran the largest stall in G-City's wholesale market. By the way, Sister Ping's eyes lit up as she remembered something important and quickly asked, "Are you interested in becoming a designer at our G-City textile factory?" She had known Director Hao there for a long time and knew they were in dire need of talents like Zhou Qiqi due to their poor performance. A few days ago, she casually mentioned it, and Director Hao immediately asked her to help inquire. "The textile factory?" Zhou Qiqi repeated. Sister Ping nodded, a hint of yearning on her face. "Yes, it's a state-run large factory. With your design abilities, you could get a permanent position right away, with good benefits, at least $80 a month, working from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, Monday to Saturday, with Sundays off, and occasionally overtime or business trips." She had dreamed of having such a formal position when she was younger, thinking Zhou Qiqi would agree immediately. However, to her surprise, Zhou Qiqi just quietly waited for her to finish speaking and then responded with a blank expression, "You mentioned the drawbacks. What about the benefits? Isn't this just working like a horse? I've done enough of that in my past life. Now that I have choices, I really don't want to suffer from a job anymore. You find this hard. Do you intend to keep selling at stalls forever?" Sister Ping was both amused and exasperated. Zhou Qiqi shook her head, "Not exactly. She was currently selling at stalls simply to accumulate some funds. Once she saved enough money, she planned to open a shop and create her own fashion brand. That's ambitious." Sister Ping's eyes brightened, and she patted Zhou Qiqi's shoulder. "Once you have it all planned out, let me know right away. I can help you find shop. If you don't have enough money, I can also chip in a bit. We can consider it a partnership." She had been in the clothing business for over 10 years and had a keen eye. She could see that Zhou Qiqi was destined for greatness. Zhou Qiqi nodded in agreement. All right, let me plan and gather some design sketches. After discussing this, the two began to pick styles. This time, Zhou Qiqi made $480 from her stall, spent $200 on inventory, and still had quite a bit of spare cash left. Seeing that she had so much money in her bag, Sister Ping hurriedly reminded her. There have been thieves roaming the wholesale market these days. Many people have had their goods stolen. When you go out later, be sure to keep an eye on your belongings. Zhou Qiqi thought for a moment and decided, then I want to take this batch of goods for now. For safety's sake, I'll find someone to transport tomorrow. Sister Ping tapped her forehead and joked, You're just afraid of your hands getting sore, aren't you? You really don't want to endure even a little hardship. After placing her order with Sister Ping, Zhou Qiqi went to a fabric store. This time, she wasn't there to buy fabric, but to pull out the pajamas she made for Shen Huai Chuan from her deflated snakeskin bag. She asked the owner to help her find suitable buttons. The one she bought earlier just didn't seem to match well. The store had a wide variety of buttons, and Zhou Qiqi was focused on picking them while casually placing the snakeskin bag at her feet. Unexpectedly, as she turned around, a man in black suddenly dashed out, grabbed the bag, and ran away. Oh no, the pajamas are still inside. Without thinking, Zhou Qiqi instinctively took off after him. But her stamina was no match for the thief's. She didn't get far before she was gasping for breath, watching as the thief dashed out of the wholesale market and onto the main road. With tears in her eyes, she yelled at the top of her lungs, Catch the thief! Catch the thief! Most people in this era were warm-hearted, and her shout prompted many to join in, calling out for help. Several strong young men rolled up their sleeves and crossed the road to chase after him, loudly shouting, Stop! Seeing this, several cars on the road came to a halt, and the drivers leaned out to take a look. Among them, a woman was sitting in the passenger seat of a jeep. She was Li Hongfen, the sister of Li Hongwan. She didn't even glance at the chaos outside, but excitedly told the man in the driver's seat, The white shirt and purple skirt I'm wearing today are what Zhang Yu wore in Lushan Love. My sister specially bought them for me. Do you think they look good? Lei Ming frowned, seemingly concerned about catching the thief. I'm going to help. Li Hongfen quickly grabbed his arm. Hey, don't go. It's too dangerous. Besides, it's not our stuff that's being stolen. Who cares? I'm a police officer. Lei Ming shook off her hand, pushed open the car door, and rushed out without looking back. Hey, the movie starts in 10 minutes. If you leave, am I supposed to watch it alone? Li Hongfen was anxious, stamping her feet as she watched Lei Ming's figure grow farther away. Gritting her teeth, she also chased after him into the alley. But she was wearing high heels today, and after only a few steps, she lost him. When she looked up again, there was no sign of Lei Ming anywhere. Chapter 43. My husband is Shen Huai Chuan in the alley over here. The chase with the thief was still ongoing. The thief in black was running very fast, evidently familiar with the terrain as if he had scouted the area beforehand. He darted left and right along the wall, shaking off the young men who were pursuing him in just a few moves. Zhou Qiqi watched anxiously as the thief disappeared from sight, her heart sinking as she thought they would never catch him now. In a moment of panic, she stumbled and twisted her ankle, causing her eyes to redden with pain, tears welling up and almost spilling over. This is really bad. She couldn't help but mumble softly, her brows furrowed tightly. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the crowd like lightning. It was a young man in a suit, tall and athletic, who quickly sped past Zhou Qiqi in the direction the thief had gone. Zhou Qiqi clenched the edge of her clothes, gritting her teeth as she leaned against the wall to stand up, limping painfully behind him. Fortunately, by the time she arrived breathless, the man had pinned the thief firmly to the ground. The thief struggled desperately, cursing loudly, but the man remained unmoved, his hands gripping the thief as tightly as a vice. Comrade, thank you so much. Zhou Qiqi gasped, bending over to catch her breath. Hearing her voice, the man couldn't help but look up, his eyes sparkling and a small dimple appearing on his right cheek. It's you? Zhou Qiqi was surprised to see the man's face. It's you. Now I remember you. Wasn't he the guy who helped save the chubby kid in the rain? Lei Ming's ears turned red as he scratched the back of his head. Just then, the thief made a sudden move, tried to turn and escape. Lei Ming reacted quickly, grabbing the thief's right leg. A glint of cold steel flashed as the thief pulled out a spring knife, its blade gleaming in the sunset. "Let go, or I'll cut you. Danger. Let go." Zhou Qiqi's heart raced, her voice trembling. But Lei Ming was a police officer. How could he let go? He pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on the thief's wrist, his arms firmly encircling the thief's waist. Seeking death, the thief, furious and ashamed, thrust the knife towards Lei Ming's neck. In a critical moment, Zhou Qiqi rushed in with the pepper spray, spraying it directly into the thief's face. "Ah!" The thief screamed, covering his eyes and staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiqi kicked out, but she overexerted herself, and her ankle throbbed painfully, stars dancing in her vision. Lei Ming coughed violently from the pepper spray, but took advantage of the moment to wrest the knife away from the thief, subduing him. At that moment, a few patrol officers finally arrived, breathless, pulling out handcuffs to take the thief away. They also took Lei Ming and Zhou Qiqi to the hospital. The thief's eyes were red from the pepper spray, and didn't he manage to injure Lei Ming critically, but left several cuts on his arm. Zhou Qiqi, who had already twisted her ankle, was now limping heavily due to the intense running, her ankle swollen. At the hospital, the two quickly had their wounds treated and completed their statements with the police. Zhou Qiqi then learned that this handsome young man was actually Lei Ming, the popular nephew of Commissar Lei and Director Zhou, residing in the military family compound. Once the police left, she smiled and deeply bowed, handing him a 100 yuan bill. "Comrade Lei Ming, thank you. I've already paid for the medical expenses. This 100 is a token of appreciation. Buy something delicious and get yourself some new clothes." Looking at his tattered suit sleeve, she spoke sincerely. "I can't take this money." Lei Ming waved his hands in front of his chest. "I should be the one thanking you. You saved my life. You're my benefactor." He looked down at his injured arm, his tone tinged with frustration. "I just became a railway police officer. I'm too inexperienced to deal with criminals." Zhou Qiqi pursed her lips, stubbornly pushing the money forward. "You can't say that. If you hadn't helped me catch the thief, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. No, you must take this money, even if it's not for this time. It's for the time you helped me during that heavy rain." "Really, I can't." Lei Ming hurriedly waved his hands, his fingertips brushing against Zhou Qiqi's palm before quickly retracting as he stepped back, stubbornly shaking his head. "I'm a police officer. Protecting the public is my duty." Seeing his insistence, Zhou Qiqi realized she couldn't give him the money, so she silently put it back in her bag and said, "All right then, I owe you one. I'll repay you another time. Or, if you ever need help, just come directly to me." When she said this, Lei Ming's eyes lit up, ready to agree. But Zhou Qiqi continued, "By the way, you probably don't know yet, we live in the same family compound. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Qiqi. My husband is Shen Huai Chuan, the commander of a regiment. You can just call me Sister Shen." Lei Ming's previously bright eyes dimmed instantly, and he forced a dry smile. "I'll just call you Zhou Qiqi. I don't know anyone named Shen Huai Chuan." "All right." Zhou Qiqi touched her nose, feeling a bit awkward. She thought Shen Huai Chuan would be quite well known in the military family area, that everyone would know him. Her gaze wandered, and suddenly she caught sight of the clock on the wall, only to realize it was already past 5. She had promised Sister Zhao to meet her at the edge of the city at 4. "Oh no, I have to go." She quickly grabbed her things and prepared to leave. Seeing her limping, Lei Ming hurriedly suggested, "Let me give you a ride. I drove here. It's on my way back too." When they got to the edge of the city, Sister Zhao was still waiting there, and Qiqi gave her a yuan for the fare. She reminded Sister Zhao to run to the wholesale market tomorrow to help her bring the goods back to the family compound. As it was almost time for Zhou to get out of school, she decided not to take a donkey cart, but to continue riding in Lei Ming's car back to the military district. However, when they reached the gate of the military district, Zhou Qiqi insisted that Lei Ming stop. She had seen how gossiping the military wives could be. On her first night there, Shen Huai Chuan had carried her home, and the next day rumors were already circulating that she was trying to seduce men. If anyone saw Lei Ming dropping her off, who knows what kind of stories would spread. Actually, given Zhou Qiqi's personality, she really didn't care what others thought or said. But recently, as she was doing business outside, she didn't want to draw too much attention. She wanted to avoid any more trouble. After getting out of the car, she spoke to Lei Ming from a safe distance. Thank you for bringing me back. When Shen Huai Chuan returns in a few days, I'll invite you over for dinner. I can cook quite well. She kept referring to him as her brother-in-law, making Lei Ming smile wryly. We'll talk about it later. I have to go to work early tomorrow, and I want to be back until next month. As a railway police officer, his work schedule was special. He had to work for over half a month before getting a day off. After a brief conversation, Zhou Qiqi limped home. Just when she thought she had avoided those military wives, she didn't expect that this scene would be seen clearly by Zhou Qiqi, who had just come out of the military district office. Chapter 44. Are you okay? Lei Ming looked at the limping figure of Zhou Qiqi as she walked away, his expression gloomy, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone yanked his ear hard. He winced in pain and turned around to meet Zhou Qiqi's stern gaze. This aunt had raised him since childhood and cared for him even more than his own mother. Why are you hanging out with Zhou Qiqi again? Didn't I tell you to stay away from her? Zhou Qiqi frowned, glancing sideways at the empty jeep, her hands on her hips, her tone filled with accusation. And you were supposed to take Hongfin to the movies, right? Where is she? It was only then that Lei Ming realized what had happened and smacked his forehead in frustration. Oh no, I forgot her on the street. It was already early autumn in September, around 6 o'clock, and it was getting dark. The public safety in the 1980s was not as good as later years. It was a bit dangerous for a girl to be out at night. Without saying a word, Lei Ming hurriedly got into the car, preparing to go back to find her, and Zhou Qiqi quickly followed suit. They searched for more than half an hour and finally found Li Hongfin at the G City Military District Office building. In the afternoon, when Lei Ming suddenly ran off, she chased after him, but her shoe heel broke, so she had to wait in place for Lei Ming to return. However, after waiting for over 2 hours, he still hadn't come back. By around 5 o'clock, she couldn't wait any longer and went to the restroom. In less than 10 minutes, when she returned, Lei Ming was still missing and the car was gone. Her bag was still in Lei Ming's car, and she had no money on her, so she could only limp to the military district office, shouting for Lei Ming. Li Hongfin was extremely aggrieved, crying loudly, which attracted the attention of people in the office building, and the whole story quickly became known. The people there were troubled by her commotion and tried to call Zhou Qiqi, but couldn't get through, so they ended up calling Deputy Commissioner Lei's office. The situation became quite serious. After Deputy Commissioner Lei returned, he immediately wanted to question Lei Ming. Seeing this, Zhou Qiqi quickly pushed Lei Ming upstairs. Don't question him now. Let him rest first. It's getting late, and he has to go to work early tomorrow. I'll talk to you. Deputy Commissioner Lei frowned and sighed. All right then. Back in the room, she immediately helped Lei Ming explain, Ming, he didn't mean to. He ran off to be a good Samaritan and help catch a thief, but accidentally got hurt and went to the hospital to bandage his wound. When he came out, he didn't see Hongfin and thought she had gone home, so... In fact, Zhou Qiqi had already clarified the complete story with Lei Ming on the way to find her. However, she didn't mention the part about meeting Zhou Qiqi. Deputy Commissioner Lei criticized him with some dissatisfaction. This kid is too reckless. How could he forget about such a big person on the road? Zhou Qiqi quickly defended him. Don't say that about him. He didn't do it on purpose. You just protect him. In your eyes, he can never be wrong. You spoil him even more than his parents. Deputy Commissioner Lei was used to her defending Lei Ming and shook his head helplessly. Zhou Qiqi remained silent. Her lips pursed as if she were thinking about something, looking quite aggrieved. Deputy Commissioner Lei sighed and said earnestly, Qiqi, I've told you many times. You can't just because Lei Ming looks like your brother. Some things you need to let go of. Don't keep dwelling on the past. Zhou Qiqi hesitated to speak, silently taking out a slightly faded old photograph from the bedside table. The background of the photo is a rural cow shed, with a bright smiling young boy who bears some resemblance to Zhou Qiqi. She gently ran her fingers over the photo and murmured, How could I let go? If Jianbang hadn't gone to the countryside for me, hadn't been pushed into the river by those villagers, he could have married and had children in the city by now. The child would be about the same age as Mingming. They look so alike. Maybe Jianbang was reborn. Deputy Commissioner Lei frowned tightly, filled with disapproval. You went to university. How can you believe in such superstitions about reincarnation? Saying this, he reached out to snatch the photo from her and locked it in his desk drawer, his tone firm. No matter what, this is Lei Ming's fault. It's caused such a big uproar. You must educate him properly and teach him a lesson. He can't make this mistake again. I said it's not his fault. Zhou Qiqi insisted. Deputy Commissioner Lei, feeling helpless, retorted, if it's not his fault, then whose is it? Did someone drag him away? Zhou Qiqi didn't verbally respond, but was rolling her eyes internally. Of course there was someone. That Zhou Qiqi. Just thinking about the scene she witnessed in the afternoon made her furious. She had raised Lei Ming and knew very well that he had always been well-behaved and polite. He would never abandon a date on the street. The root of all this lay with Zhou Qiqi, the wild girl from the countryside. This Zhou Qiqi first used some means to attract Shen Huai Chuan. Not long after Shen Huai Chuan went on a mission, she flirted with Lei Ming, causing her good nephew to be completely infatuated. Ever since she came to the military family compound, her gossiping hadn't stopped. She had never seen a military wife behave so inappropriately. As the Women's Director of Haizi Bay Military Family District, she had to hold a political education class. But the target was not Lei Ming. It was someone else entirely. Zhou Qiqi angrily rushed to Zhou Qiqi's house, banging on the door. Zhou Qiqi was lying in bed drawing design sketches, having twisted her foot and not cooked in the afternoon, so she asked Ying to come over to help. The food was brought by Ying from the cafeteria. The tea beside her was poured by Ying, and even the nightgown she was wearing was taken from the clothesline in the backyard by Ying. Hearing the knock on the door, she thought nothing of it, assuming it was Ying returning, so she happily went to open the door in her nightgown. However, as soon as she unlocked the door, it was suddenly slammed open with a bang. Zhou Qiqi saw that the person at the door was not Ying, but Zhou Qiqi, who was fuming with anger, and sensed that the visitor was not friendly. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her words immediately changed in tone. Are you okay? Chapter 45. You're living well. It's okay if I suffer a little. Zhou Qiqi came over with a belly full of anger, and before she could say anything, Zhou Qiqi interrupted her incredulously. What did you say? Zhou Qiqi lazily shrugged her shoulders, her long eyelashes fluttering, looking completely innocent. What did I say? I just asked what Director Zhou came to my house for. You clearly meant something else. Oh, then what did I mean? Zhou Qiqi's face turned red, and she glared fiercely at Zhou Qiqi. You were clearly implying that I'm looking for trouble. Don't think I can't tell. Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, looking amused. Isn't Director Zhou here to cause trouble? You. Zhou Qiqi was so choked up that she couldn't finish her sentence, her chest heaving. How can you turn around on me? As she spoke, she realized she had been led by the nose the whole time, straightened her back, and pulled out a big banner. Let me tell you, during these days when Huai Chuan is on a mission, what you did to seduce men and those shameless acts have been seen by others and reported to me. Your conduct is problematic, and I'm here to give you a lesson in ideological education. Zhou Qiqi looked confused. What shameless things have I done? I have a clear conscience. Zhou Qiqi rolled her eyes, her expression serious, as if interrogating a criminal. Let's not talk about anything else, just this afternoon when you came back in Lei Ming's car. If you really have a clear conscience, why did you stop at the military district's gate? Zhou Qiqi chose to let Lei Ming stop at the military district's gate to avoid gossip from the military wives. She didn't expect this to be used against her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, looking indifferent. This is simply ridiculous. Director Zhou, you're putting a hat on me that's too big. I can't accept it, and I won't attend your ideological education class. As she spoke, she looked Zhou Qiqi up and down and slowly rotated her index finger beside her forehead. I suggest you go educate the person who reported me. Their eyes and brain probably have big problems. If not treated soon, it could be dangerous. They'll have to prepare for a feast. She cheerfully added, call me when the time comes. I love feast the most. Feast? Zhou Qiqi was taken aback at first, but when she realized it, her eyes turned red from anger, her voice even carrying a hint of tears. You little girl, are you cursing me to death? How can you? Before she could finish, a horn honked. A jeep slowly drove up and stopped steadily in front of the two. The door opened, and Longlegs stepped out first, followed by a slender waist, broad shoulders, and finally the face that Zhou Qiqi, out of obligation, had been thinking about day and night. It was Shen Huai Chuan returning. Her eyes, out of obligation, instantly lit up, and the gloom in her heart vanished. Several towns had experienced mudslides and landslides. And not only the troops, but also many government units in G City, including staff from the Material Bureau, had gone to organize disaster relief. Hu Chunxiao, who had built the toilet with Zhou Qiqi, had also gone to help. She returned last night and informed everyone that the rescue work over there was almost done. Zhou Qiqi thought Shen Huai Chuan wouldn't be back until at least Saturday, but he returned so soon. Moreover, it seemed that apart from being a little tired, he was safe and sound without any issues. She felt a bit surprised and somewhat inexplicably bittersweet, momentarily stunned and speechless. As a military wife, this was the first time she awaited her husband to return from a mission, and her emotions were complex. Zhou Qiqi was different. She had seen a lot. Seeing Shen Huai Chuan at this moment was like seeing a savior, and she quickly walked up to him. Huai Chuan, you're back just in time. I need to talk to you seriously. Director Zhou. Shen Huai Chuan nodded in greeting, glancing between the two. Let's talk inside. Shen Huai Chuan's vehicle was the first, and the rest of the troops would be returning soon, so the family compound would soon become lively. Zhou Qiqi glanced at Zhou Qiqi and coldly snorted, fine. For your sake, I'll give her some face. Zhou Qiqi pouted, not wanting to deal with her, and ran to the kitchen. Once inside, Zhou Qiqi said something to Shen Huai Chuan, and he politely invited her to sit in the living room. I'll go pour you a cup of tea. Saying that, he picked up the teapot and walked to the kitchen, frowning as he looked at Zhou Qiqi. Director Zhou has something to discuss. You should step aside. Step aside, then. Zhou Qiqi had just poured a cup of warm water for Shen Huai Chuan, thinking he must be thirsty after coming back from outside. Hearing his words at this moment felt like a thorn had been stabbed into her heart, making her feel stifled. Without saying a word, she gulped down the water in front of him and picked up the teapot to walk towards the bedroom. Shen Huai Chuan watched her angry back, and the fatigue in his eyes instantly vanished, a gentle smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiqi in the living room was stretching her neck, waiting. She hadn't drunk water since coming out of the office in the afternoon, and her throat was dry and painful. Seeing Shen Huai Chuan come out with the teapot still empty, she immediately understood that Zhou Qiqi was causing trouble and slammed the table. Huai Chuan, I'll be straightforward. Your wife has a problem with her conduct. Then she started to enumerate her grievances. The house's doors were made of thin wood, and they couldn't block the sound at all. Zhou Qiqi lay on the bed, her hand gripping the pen, faltering as Zhou Qiqi's words drilled into her ears. You were only gone for a few days, and with so many eyes watching in the military district, she dares to behave like this. Who knows what she is doing in the city? In short, you must have a good talk with her and make her behave properly as a military wife. She shouldn't be wandering around all day. Just now, you weren't here, and I was so angry I cried. Actually, as long as you're living well. It's okay if the instructor suffers a little. Shen Huai Chuan only occasionally responded with an and finally replied lightly, I understand. Zhou Qiqi was furious, her eyes burning, her heart ablaze. She bit down on the pen, feeling completely wronged. Shen Huai Chuan probably really believed Zhou Qiqi's nonsense and would come looking for her later to settle the score. She would not choose to suffer in silence. To explain herself meekly, she estimated they would argue soon. How could they have conflicts so soon after getting married? Another important reason she disliked marriage was her hatred of arguments. Over trivial matters, a little misunderstanding or a few words from relatives and friends could lead to endless quarrels. In her previous life, she would do her homework at home, with the background music always being her parents' arguments. At night, she would dream of two distorted faces screaming, often unable to sleep well, plagued by nightmares. After nearly 20 minutes, Zhou Qiqi finally left, and Shen Huai Chuan frowned as he opened the bedroom door. Seeing his expression, Zhou Qiqi coldly grabbed her coat and was about to leave. Shen Huai Chuan quickly caught her. Where are you going? If you want to argue with me, let's go outside and argue slowly. Zhou is still drawing, and it wouldn't be good for her to hear. Zhou Qiqi's voice was sharp. Her arms tightly crossed over her chest, raising an eyebrow at him. Her gaze stubborn yet a bit wronged, her eyes slightly red, like a little cat whose fur had been ruffled. Shen Huai Chuan was taken aback, watching her insist on leaving despite her swollen ankle, looking determined and strong-willed. His heart tightened. He reached out and pulled her firmly into his embrace, his voice low and gentle. Don't go. I didn't intend to argue with you. Chapter 46, I won't lie to you, you're my wife. Of course I believe you. Shen Huai Chuan's voice was deep and certain, like a stake firmly driven into the ground, making one feel inexplicably at ease despite the storm outside. Zhou Qiqi's nose was filled with the familiar scent of soap from him, and for some reason, the sharpness in her heart softened instantly, giving way to a twinge of sadness. Then why have you been frowning? You look quite fierce. She gently poked at his tightly knit brow, her voice sounding a bit aggrieved, like a mewing kitten. Shen Huai Chuan felt her fingertip touch him, and his brow instinctively relaxed. But his ears flushed red. He turned his face away and cleared his throat a couple of times, forcing himself to remain calm. I just suspect that you've been slacking off on your training. Otherwise, how could you have twisted your ankle so easily? Cough, cough. Let's not talk about that issue for now. Zhou Qiqi didn't expect him to suddenly bring that up. Feeling a little guilty, she hurriedly coughed twice, her gaze shifting as she quickly brought the conversation back. Director Zhou said so much just now. Aren't you even a little curious? You can ask me. I can explain everything. Shen Huai Chuan shook his head decisively, his jawline taut. There's nothing to ask. She has a bias against you. And I didn't hear a word she said. However, Zhou Shuhua was still his teacher's wife, so out of courtesy, he had to respond with a few perfunctory remarks. Really? Not a word? Zhou Qiqi looked up, her eyelashes still glistening with undried water. Shen Huai Chuan met her gaze seriously and firmly. I won't lie to you. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how angry Zhou Shuhua's tea talk had made her. Especially that line about how as long as you're doing well, it's okay for the teacher's wife to endure some grievances. She acted like a pitiful old lady. She peeked through the door crack, observing the tone, the expression, and the smugness after hearing Shen Huai Chuan's responses. She probably thought Shen Huai Chuan would heed her prodding and teach her a good lesson. If only she knew that Shen Huai Chuan hadn't taken it to heart at all, she would surely be furious. However, regardless of whether Shen Huai Chuan was curious or not, Zhou Qiqi still felt that such easily misunderstood matters should be explained. At this moment, she felt no anger at all. Only then did she realize how close she was to Shen Huai Chuan, close enough to hear his breath and feel their skin touching. Shen Huai Chuan's face was so red it seemed to be bleeding. The dry skin on his lips appeared especially pale, probably from running around too long without drinking water. She quickly suggested, "How about you put me down first?" She lightly pushed at his chest. "I have a lot to say. It could take 20 to 30 minutes. How can you keep holding me like this? You won't be able to hold on." Hearing this, Shen Huai Chuan's arms tightened suddenly, his voice dropping even lower. "You can try. Next time then." Zhou Qiqi casually replied, not noticing the dimming light in the man's eyes. "Okay." Shen Huai Chuan's gaze shifted slightly, responding earnestly, then carefully set her down on the edge of the bed. Zhou Qiqi wanted to get up again. "I'll get you a glass of water and cook some noodles. You can eat while listening." Shen Huai Chuan pressed her back down at the edge of the bed and went to pour a glass of water. "I had some compressed biscuits on the way back. You can talk. I'm listening." "Good. Compressed biscuits? Are those even fit for humans?" Zhou Qiqi frowned, her eyes darting. However, she quickly nodded and, from her perspective, recounted the whole incident with Lei Ming. After finishing, she pouted. "In short, that's how it is. No matter what. Lei Ming saved me twice. I was going to invite him over for dinner when you got back, but now that Director Zhou dislikes me so much, I think it's better to forget about that. In a few days when I go on business, I'll swing by the department store and buy him a suit. The most expensive one." Zhou Qiqi had a character of repaying grudges and returning favors double. However, she was also a bit conflicted, biting her lower lip as she said, "But I don't know what size he wears. I haven't really looked at him closely. If it doesn't fit, I'll have to exchange it back and forth." Shen Huai Chuan had maintained a neutral expression while listening to her, but now, hearing her say this, his eyelids lifted slightly, and he suggested, "I have to report work at the military district tomorrow. I can go by it on the way." Zhou Qiqi frowned. "On the way? I remember it being in completely different directions." "You remember wrong." Shen Huai Chuan replied without blinking, his certainty unwavering. "Oh, okay." Zhou Qiqi didn't doubt it. And Shen Huai Chuan continued to arrange. "As for the dinner invitation, don't worry about Director Zhou. If you should invite him, then invite him. After all, he is your lifesaver, and I also want to meet him to personally say thank you. I'll arrange it. That works. Zhou Qiqi nodded, as she was just looking for convenience. After finishing this matter, Shen Huai Chuan went to take a shower. After showering, he went to check on Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was wearing a nightgown made of the same fabric as Zhou Qiqi's, her hair neatly braided, her little face clean, with a bit of baby fat, looking even a little chubbier than before she left. It was evident that she was well taken care of. Shen Huai Chuan glanced in Zhou Qiqi's direction, feeling soft-hearted, and sat down to chat with Zhou Zhou for a bit. Although he was rough with children, every time he went out, he would carefully explain to Zhou Zhou what he was going to do, so she wouldn't feel sad. Of course, it was just him talking, and Zhou Zhou simply sat at the table, listening innocently, occasionally blinking her big eyes without much sentiment. He had become accustomed to this. After finishing, he reminded Zhou Zhou to wash up and rest early, preparing to return to his room, not expecting Zhou Zhou to respond. However, unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly grabbed his hand, urging him to sit down. Then she returned to the table, pulled out a sheet of sketch paper, and began to draw. 5 minutes later, a simple drawing was completed. The drawing had simple, hasty strokes, childish, and even somewhat abstract, yet it was strangely vivid. A slanted gray mountain, twisted blue water, a toppled black house beside it, a little figure curled up and crying, and in the distance, several figures wearing star hats were hastily approaching. Shen Huai Chuan's fingers trembled slightly, and his voice carried a hint of quiver. You drew this? Is it Uncle saving people from the disaster? Chapter 47. Sending in pajamas, Zhou Zhou bit her lip, feeling a little shy, and nodded slightly, her slender fingers tightly gripping the pen. You drew very well. Uncle likes it a lot. Shen Huai Chuan's gaze was gentle, his voice low and warm. Hearing Shen Huai Chuan's praise, Zhou Zhou clearly perked up, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Although it was just a shallow curve, it made her little face appear more lively. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had openly expressed her emotions in front of Shen Huai Chuan. Previously, her parents had been deeply worried about her illness, trying various methods, but always failing to find a suitable treatment, causing the child to suffer as well. However, after Qiqi arrived for less than a month, Zhou Zhou actually showed a smile. He believed it was all thanks to Zhou Qiqi. She seemed to have a kind of magic that could make people involuntarily happy. Shen Huai Chuan felt warmth in his heart and couldn't help but reach out to gently ruffle the little girl's hair. Back in the room, Zhou Qiqi was busy at the sewing machine. Didn't I tell you to lie down and not move? You just took your medicine. Zhou Qiqi shook her little feet. It's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. The homemade herbal ointment Shen Huai Chuan made was much more effective than the Western ointment prescribed by the hospital. Once applied, it felt cool, and combined with his unique massage technique, the pain disappeared in no time. Besides, I'm just sewing on a button and finishing the edges. As she spoke, she swiftly snipped the thread and handed the garment to Shen Huai Chuan. This was the set of pajamas she had made for him earlier. But she hadn't been able to buy suitable buttons because she had been busy catching a thief. Now that she had some free time, she decided to use the leftover fabric from the nightgown to sew a set of white button covers and match the collar, hem, and pockets with white piping. Here, try it on. Okay. Shen Huai Chuan responded, took the clothes, and set them aside before starting to take off his tank top. His bronze-toned muscles shifted with the movement. Zhou Qiqi's face instantly flushed red, and she quickly raised her hands to cover her eyes, but after 2 seconds, she couldn't help but peek through a gap. Thinking it was about time he would be taking off his pants. To her surprise, Shen Huai Chuan was highly trained. In just 2 seconds, he had changed completely. One had to admit, Shen Huai Chuan's physique was impressive. Even wearing loose pajamas, one could still easily see his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Zhou Qiqi, realizing her plan had failed, came up with another. Biting her lower lip and fluttering her eyelashes, she asked with concern, "How is it? Is the fit okay? If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you can take it off now, and I can alter it for you on the spot." Shen Huai Chuan simply shook his head. Everything fits well. There's nothing uncomfortable. Zhou Qiqi had a keen eye. Even though she hadn't taken his measurements, the clothes fit him perfectly. Shen Huai Chuan liked it, but... Here, he pointed to the pocket area on his chest, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. There were a few chubby white baby bottles stitched there, surrounded by a circle of shields. What's wrong? Not cute, Zhou Qiqi retorted, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. This was something she had deliberately sewn on to get back at Shen Huai Chuan earlier. It's cute. It just doesn't seem very suitable for me. Can we change the pattern? After all, he was a team leader. If someone saw him wearing pajamas with baby bottles, where would he put his face? Oh, what's unsuitable about it? You're only wearing it at home to sleep. No one will see. Shen Huai Chuan wanted to argue a bit more, but seeing Zhou Qiqi pouting with a look of grievance, he hurriedly nodded. Fine, whatever you say. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Qiqi also went to the bathroom to wash up. Since her foot was injured, she couldn't take a shower and just cleaned herself up a bit. After washing, she quickly urged Zhou to take a shower as well. In less than a minute, Shen Huai Chuan had taken her clothes from inside to wash them. Having learned from the previous experience, Zhou Qiqi wasn't as shy this time. After all, Shen Huai Chuan washed them quite cleanly. Since she was injured, she decided to let Shen Huai Chuan take care of it. If he could wash well, then let him wash. After Shen Huai Chuan finished washing the clothes, it was almost time to turn off the lights. As he lay down, he casually showed Zhou Qiqi's drawing. It really is quite good. Under the moonlight, Zhou Qiqi's fingers brushed over the child's doodles, her eyes sparkling. But why is there only yours and not mine? Her tone was a bit sour, sounding almost jealous. I'll tell Zhou tomorrow to draw one for you too. Zhou Qiqi immediately shook her head shaking like a rattle drum. No, I don't want it. It's just a drawing. What is so special about it? She can draw for whoever she wants. Even as she said this, her hand tightly clutched the drawing, her eyes eagerly staring at it, unwilling to return it to Shen Huai Chuan. Shen Huai Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Maybe she has already drawn one for you. I saw several finished ones in the right drawer that she had locked. Once she starts school, you can take some time to look. Zhou Qiqi immediately turned around, seriously handing the drawing back to Shen Huai Chuan. No. She closed the drawer because she doesn't want anyone to see them. Even kids have their privacy. Okay? Don't think that just because you're her uncle or even her parents, you can look. Do you understand? Okay, I want to look. Shen Huai Chuan was taken aback at her serious demeanor for a moment. But he quickly nodded and then suggested, I see Zhou really enjoys painting. How about we stop taking her for acupuncture on weekends and find her a good teacher to learn painting? What do you think? Sound good? I think it's great. You can. Zhou Qiqi's voice gradually became softer as she spoke. Shen Huai Chuan waited for her to continue, but when he turned to look, he found she had already closed her eyes, the blanket having slipped down to her waist without him noticing. It was understandable. She had gone through a thrilling day, selling clothes and catching thieves, and had gotten injured, so she must have been exhausted. Shen Huai Chuan reached out to tuck the blanket around her, preparing to lay down himself. However, as soon as he touched the blanket, she frowned, turned over, and her little legs stretched out, directly pressing against Shen Huai Chuan's waist. Her nightgown only reached her knees, and as she curled up in her sleep, the hem rolled up to her thighs, exposing a large area of skin that pressed against Shen Huai Chuan. He gently pushed her, trying to get her to move away, but she groggily mumbled that it hurt, moving her little leg randomly for a moment before shifting down an inch. If she moved any further down, Shen Huai Chuan felt a rush of heat rising up, his whole body tensing, not daring to move at all. He carefully pulled the blanket from the foot of the bed over to Zhou Qiqi, gently covering her up. Zhou Qiqi was sleeping soundly, but he couldn't seem to fall asleep at all. Chapter 48. Rumors that night. Shen Huai Chuan lay stiffly on the bed, afraid to move, every second feeling like he was being slowly cooked over a low flame. He finally managed to endure until 5:30. Just as he propped himself up, Zhou Qiqi, who was beside him, sleepily opened her eyes and murmured in a soft voice, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to get you some goat's milk," Shen Huai Chuan replied hoarsely. Zhou Qiqi was still in a half-dream, her consciousness not fully awakened. Instinctively, she reached out to tug at the hem of his shirt, pulling him closer while mumbling, "No need. I can't bear to see you work hard. I hired a sister to help with the donkey cart to go back and forth to Daxing village for milk. Let's sleep a little longer." After saying that, she turned over, finally retracting the small leg that had been pressing down on Shen Huai Chuan, and began to snore softly. Shen Huai Chuan lay there, his body stiff, his throat moving, unable to close his eyes, his mind filled with her words. I can't bear to see you work hard. By 8 in the morning, when Shen Huai Chuan entered the military district's conference room, his eyes were dark circles, and he looked utterly exhausted. Even his military uniform seemed to lack spirit. Commander Shen, you weren't like this a few days ago when you were on a mission. What happened? Are you sick? The sharp-eyed commander of the 2nd Regiment immediately approached, concern etched on his face. You don't understand. Commander Shen just got married not long ago. Newlyweds, after a little separation. It must have been a rough night, several young officers teased, winking and laughing. Oh, so that's it. I heard from my wife that Commander Shen's wife is incredibly beautiful, dressed in a red dress, like a rose. Everyone chimed in, filling the conference room with light-hearted banter. Commander Shen is quite lucky. Yes. Shen Huai Chuan rarely smiled, his lips even curling slightly. The people present had never seen this formidable commander smile, which made them more curious and fond of Zhou Qiqi. Suddenly, a teasing remark broke the harmonious atmosphere of the conference room. Having a rose at home is great, but I'm afraid that this rose is too dazzling, attracting bees and butterflies. The speaker was Liao Aimin, the head of the security department, and also Li Hongzhuan's husband. Shen Huai Chuan's expression instantly darkened, his gaze icy as he shot a cold glare at Liao Aimin. Director Liao, what do you mean by that? Liao Aimin, intimidated by his gaze, instinctively shrank back, his voice dropping a notch. I mean no harm. I just wanted to remind Commander Shen to manage his wife well. There are some things you don't know. Don't be caught off guard by others. He had learned something last night and intended to warn Shen Huai Chuan, not wishing to provoke him. However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Shen Huai Chuan's stern voice. Shut up. Shen Huai Chuan slammed his palm heavily on the conference table, the sound echoing as the enamel mug on the table rattled, and the meeting notes flew half a meter away. He suddenly stood up, the hem of his uniform creating a gust of wind, exuding a chilling aura that made everyone present hold their breath. Director Liao, I don't care what you know or guess. My wife, Shen Huai Chuan's wife, does not require you to make insinuations. Shen Huai Chuan was a formidable figure in the military district, having been the top performer for several consecutive years, a favorite in the eyes of the higher-ups, with an unlimited future ahead of him. Liao Aimin dared not provoke him and immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. However, while Shen Huai Chuan could silence the men in the military district with his presence, he could not stop the gossiping tongues of the military wives in the family district. That morning, rumors spread like wildfire in the family district. Deng Zuixiang, passing by the large tree in the central square, overheard several groups of military wives gossiping, mentioning Zhou Qiqi's name. Curious about what they were saying, she approached to inquire, but as soon as they saw her coming, they immediately fell silent, focusing intently on their vegetables. This made Deng Zuixiang anxious. After thinking for a while, she devised a plan. She changed into inconspicuous clothes and went to hide in the restroom. After squatting there for a whole hour, her legs went numb. Finally, she managed to catch snippets of the conversation from the military wives. After dropping her child off at school at noon, she hurried to Zhou Qiqi's house to deliver the news. When Deng Zuixiang knocked on the door, Zhou Qiqi was busy in the kitchen. Previously, Qin Lei had let her in on a secret, saying that Shen Huai Chuan loved to eat fried dough sticks. Since Shen Huai Chuan had been on a mission for a few days, he must have been eating nothing but compressed biscuits. Although Zhou Qiqi hadn't mentioned it last night, she had already planned to make fried dough sticks for him this afternoon. Last time, she had made a plain version, but this time she was going to do something different. This recipe was taught to her by the owner of a breakfast stall where she used to work. By adding half-boiling water to the dough, the fried dough sticks would turn out fluffy and hollow in the middle, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. At this moment, she had just boiled a pot of hot water and was starting to prepare the dough. She rolled up her sleeves, slowly pouring the boiling water over the flour, quickly stirring with a bamboo stick, the steam blurring her focused brow. While she was leisurely kneading the dough, Deng Zuixiang was anxiously pacing beside her, saying, "Those people said it was you who seduced Lei Ming, ruining Li Hongzhuan's sister's blind date. They said someone saw you getting out of Lei Ming's car. Also, someone said that during the heavy rain a few days ago, They saw Lei Ming running in the rain, shouting your name. A few days ago, Li Hongwan had been handing out sweets, making this incident widely known. And with this new gossip added, it spread like wildfire. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. No wonder when she went outside to pick pepper leaves earlier. The military wives had looked at her strangely. It turned out they were spreading rumors about her. These people were too good at making up stories, acting as if it were all true. They should be writing novels instead. And shouting her name? Why not say he was singing in the rain? Just let the heavy rain fall. Deng Suixiang was speaking so fast her mouth was dry, worried like an ant on a hot pan. Turning to look at Zhou Qiqi's reaction, her eyes widened. Qiqi, what's this reaction? Could it be true what they said? Are you really with Lei Ming? Zhou Qiqi paused her movements, then burst into laughter. She slammed the dough onto the counter, making a loud noise. Sister Suixiang, what are you thinking? While skillfully dividing the dough into small pieces, she recounted what had happened last night. Deng Suixiang frowned and thought. Could it be that Director Zhou misunderstood and it got spread around? How is that possible? Zhou Qiqi covered the kneaded dough with a damp cloth, her gaze bright. Director Zhou is educated and intellectual. She disapproves of me, but at most, she would just come and complain to Shen Huai Chuan. She wouldn't engage in such malicious gossip. Deng Suixiang was anxious, stomping her feet. Then who spread this rumor? Chapter 49. Qiqi, a scheme. Who else could it be? Zhou Qiqi slightly curled her lips, tilting her chin towards the neighboring courtyard, her tone laced with sarcasm and helplessness. Wasn't it just Qiu Chunfang for next door? The entanglement between the two of them ran deep. The first time was when Zhou Qiqi was on her way to join the army. She ordered a train meal for 2, 5 yuan, and Qiu Chunfang criticized her for being extravagant and wasteful in front of everyone. In the end, Qiu Chunfang got a harsh retort from Zhou Qiqi and was even taken away by the train police for questioning. The second time, after Zhou Qiqi finally arrived at the military family area, it was again Qiu Chunfang who came to pick her up, insisting that she wasn't Shen Huai Chuan's wife, which nearly got Zhou Qiqi confined. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and managed to retort on the spot, making Qiu Chunfang lose face in front of the security office. The third incident involved the toilet construction. Qiu Chunfang, taking advantage of her family's position as a necessary route for the plumbing, thought she could squeeze Zhou Qiqi for some money. She didn't expect Zhou Qiqi to take a different approach, and not only did Qiu Chunfang end up with nothing, but she also gained a bad reputation, facing a lot of gossip behind her back. These 3 incidents were enough for Qiu Chunfang to harbor hatred towards her. During this time, she had also spread rumors about Zhou Qiqi behind her back. For the past week, she had seemingly restrained herself a bit. However, Zhou Qiqi could always catch glimpses of her sneaking peeks through the door crack, her eyes filled with malice. Last night, when Director Zhou came to confront her, she had been careless, likely allowing Qiu Chunfang to overhear the exchange. Sure enough, Qiu Chunfang immediately ran to complain to Li Hongwan. Li Hongwan was no pushover either. She already disliked Zhou Qiqi for getting close to Zhu Yingying. With Qiu Chunfang's embellishments, she directly assumed that Zhou Qiqi had seduced Lei Ming, causing her to miss the chance to connect with the Lei political commissar's family. The 2 troublemakers from the military family area teamed up, and within a day, various rumors spread like wildfire throughout the community. After hearing this, Deng Suixiang's face turned red with anger, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. Her eyes filled with fury. These 2 were simply too much. Let's go. I'll help you confront her. She strode forward, looking ready to fight. Although she had only known Zhou Qiqi for a little over half a month, she had already regarded her as family and couldn't bear to see her suffer any injustice. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly reached out to stop her. Sister Suixiang, don't be so agitated. They've been gossiping about me for a while now. If we go confront her like this, she definitely won't admit anything. Deng Suixiang was so anxious that she stomped her feet, the veins on her neck bulging. Even if she doesn't admit it, we should at least scold her a bit. We can't just let her tarnish your reputation for nothing, right? Don't worry. I'll help you scold her. I don't believe I can out-scream her. Her chest rose and fell violently, her eyes full of defiance. Come on. Deng Suixiang grew up eating chili peppers. No one has ever made me choke. Sister Suixiang, calm down and listen to me. Zhou Qiqi gently shook Deng Suixiang's shoulder, her expression serious. The rumors have already spread. The family area is buzzing, just waiting to watch the fun. If I go confront her, and even win the argument, people will just think I'm embarrassed and angry, and my reputation will be even worse. Deng Zuixiang was taken aback. Her anger had clouded her judgment earlier. Now that she was calm, she had to admit that Zhou Qiqi made sense. They really shouldn't go. She instantly deflated, but still looked unwilling. Then what should we do? Are we really going to suffer this injustice? Zhou Qiqi shook her head firmly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. How could that be? I, Zhou Qiqi, am not that kind of person. She looked down at the dough in the basin, which was gradually rising, lost in thought. After a moment, her eyes lit up, and she leaned closer to Deng Zuixiang's ear, whispering. As she spoke, she brought her rosy lips close to Deng Zuixiang's ear, murmuring softly. Deng Zuixiang, who had initially worn a worried expression, couldn't help but smile as she listened, her brows relaxing. However, she soon grew concerned again, furrowing her brow and asking, "Will it work?" Zhou Qiqi straightened her back, a look of pride on her face. "Of course it will work. We just need your help, Sister Zuixiang, and Ying too." She leaned in closer to Deng Zuixiang, whispering a few more instructions, and Deng Zuixiang nodded vigorously, like a garlic pounder. "No problem. This little matter is on me." After saying that, she hurriedly went next door to call Zhu Ying over. The three women sat together in the courtyard, chattering away for a long time. They occasionally leaned in to whisper and sometimes burst into laughter, finally settling on a plan. By this time, it was getting late, almost 5:30. Zhou Qiqi had made a lot of dough, so she decided to fry it all, letting Deng Zuixiang and Zhu Ying each take a portion home. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about cooking or buying dinner so late. She skillfully kneaded the dough, rolled it out, and fried it in the oil. In no time, golden, crispy, hollow oil cakes began to come out of the pot, the frying aroma wafting through the military family area. She also prepared a mix of side dishes, thinly sliced pork belly, sizzling in the frying pan, fragrant and crispy, while the vegetables were sweet potato shoots picked from her own backyard. A little over a week ago, Sister Zuixiang had helped her plant the shoots, and now they had grown tender and fresh, stir-fried with minced garlic to balance the richness. Deng Zuixiang happily carried a portion of oil cakes home. Along the way, many military wives gathered under a big tree, chatting and sorting vegetables, and they all noticed her. Their eyes were immediately drawn to her, and someone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, enviously saying, "I see she's carrying food from Captain Shen's house. They eat so well every day. This oil cake must cost a lot of oil. How much did they fry?" Immediately, a military wife scoffed, her tone sour. "If you're envious, you should go be a seductress too. Flirting with men everywhere. You can eat well too." This remark was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Several military wives immediately huddled together, whispering, "Have you heard? No wonder she buys meat and vegetables every day, and no one has seen her on the supply truck. It turns out she's riding in the political commissar's big car. Who would have thought?" Zhou Qiqi looks quiet on the surface, but she's actually doing such things behind the scenes. How shameless. Are Captain Shen and Lei Ming blind? How could they be bewitched by this seductress? Who says otherwise? If it weren't for Sister Chio seeing it, we wouldn't have known. As they spoke, they shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 50, Dead Girl, quite exciting to play at this moment, not far away. Xiao Chunfang and Li Hongwan were returning from the toilet together. Hearing the chatter of several military wives, Xiao Chunfang's drooping eyelids instantly perked up, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful arc, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. A vixen, she deserved to be scolded like this. Ever since Zhou Qiqi moved into the family compound next door, she hadn't had a single day of peace. In the past, she had some prestige in the compound, but now she was being scolded by the military wives and had her cooking skills criticized by her own man. Life had become unbearably suffocating. Li Hongwan was even worse. She had no choice but to marry a widower and wanted her sister to marry into a good family. She thought she could connect with the family of political commissar Lei, but unexpectedly, Zhou Qiqi ruined it. Her dislike for Zhou Qiqi was no less than Xiao Chunfang's. With a sinister look in her eyes, Li Hongwan leaned over and whispered in Xiao Chunfang's ear, "Sister Chunfang, you live close keep an eye on her. If she doesn't let us live well, we can't let her live well either. Okay. Qiu Chunfang nodded vigorously, filled with determination. After returning home, all her thoughts were on keeping an eye on Zhou Qiqi. She hastily prepared dinner with some pickled vegetables, ignoring the crying child. Her mind was solely focused on digging up dirt on Zhou Qiqi, wanting to make her completely unable to lift her head in the family compound. To do this, she even borrowed an old ladder from Li Hongwan and leaned it against the wall separating their homes, carefully climbing up to eavesdrop on Zhou Qiqi's side. Unexpectedly, she did catch a hint of something. For several days, Zhou Qiqi hardly went out, but Deng Cuixiang and Zhu Yingying visited frequently. The three of them had some disputes over something, quarreling several times, and the name Lei Ming was mentioned in passing. On Thursday afternoon, just after the children went to school, Zhu Yingying hurriedly ran to Zhou Qiqi's house. Qiu Chunfang saw this clearly. She watched as Zhou Qiqi secretly handed Zhu Yingying a note in the yard, her face flushing, whispering Lei Ming's name. After speaking, the two of them took hose and headed to the vegetable garden in the backyard, casually hanging the coat containing the note on the clothesline against the wall. Qiu Chunfang's heart raced. The opportunity had come. Without thinking much, she climbed up the ladder, leaned out over the wall, and shakily used her own clothes pole to hook the coat, straining to pull it over. Eagerly, she pulled out the note to read it. Just as she finished reading and was about to feel happy, heavy footsteps came from the backyard. Her face turned pale, and in a panic, she hurriedly hung the coat back up with the clothes pole and scrambled down the ladder. In her haste, her foot slipped, and she fell from the ladder. With a thud, her bottom hit the ground hard, and the ladder fell on top of her. Ouch! Qiu Chunfang winced in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was about to struggle to get up, she heard Zhou Qiqi's voice from the other side of the wall. Yingying, did you hear any noise? It sounds like it's coming from next door. Could it be that Qiu's house was broken into? Should we go take a look? Feeling guilty, Qiu Chunfang was too scared to make a sound, covering her mouth tightly with her hands, not daring to move, let alone push the ladder off herself. Fortunately, after 2 minutes, Zhu Yingying replied, "How could there be a thief in our compound? It's probably a mouse." A mouse? No way. Don't those things only live in sewers and drains? How could they be in our compound? I think we should check next door. Zhou Qiqi's voice was filled with worry, causing Qiu Chunfang to break out in a cold sweat. Forget it, Qiqi, I'll leave first. While there is no one outside, I'll go deliver the note to you. As she listened to the sound of their footsteps gradually fading away, Qiu Chunfang's tears finally fell. But she bit her lip, holding back the pain, moved the ladder aside, and limped toward Li Hongjuan's house. Half an hour later, in Li Hongjuan's living room, Qiu Chunfang gritted her teeth, beads of cold sweat on her forehead, and recounted everything that had happened. Really? Li Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her sewing nearly pricking her fingers. Qiu Chunfang nodded heavily, saying urgently, I really saw it. Zhu Yingying went into Director Zhou's house. Didn't you say your husband saw Lei Ming come back last night? She went to deliver the note to Lei Ming at that time. Liun Juan fronut. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Are you sure you saw the words on the note clearly? You can't even recognize many characters. Don't tell me you misread it. Qiu Chunfang straightened her back, full of confidence. I saw it clearly. The words on the note were crooked, but there were drawings. It clearly marked the time and place, saying to meet Lei Ming at 9 o'clock tomorrow night in the small woods behind the square. Drawings? Li Hongwan first frowned tightly, then relaxed with a sneer. Right, I almost forgot. Zhou Qiqi is from the countryside. She probably has had much schooling and doesn't know many characters, so it should be correct. Qiu Chunfang nodded repeatedly. Exactly. And she really knows how to pick a time. Tomorrow night, our compound is organizing a movie screening. Everyone will go to watch the movie, and no one will pay attention to her. What a shameless little vixen. Li Hongwan rolled her eyes in anger. One Colonel Shen at home, isn't enough. She is still trying to flirt with Lei Ming in the woods. That dead girl is really playing a thrilling game. Her eyes twinkled as a sinister smile crept over her face. Since she likes excitement so much, let us make it even more exciting. We'll go join the fun. Qiu Chunfang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she slapped her thigh. Good. We'll invite a few more sisters to come watch the fun and let her embarrass herself. Let us see if she can still be so arrogant afterward. Colonel Shen will probably divorce her. Time passed unusually quickly when you're hiding something. At 7 o'clock on Friday night, the projection team began setting up equipment in the square, and the military wives in the compound arrived early with their children to grab seats. In the 1980s, there weren't many entertainment activities, and few families in the military compound had televisions. The monthly movie screening became the most anticipated entertainment event for everyone. Xiao Chunfang was no exception, but she had sent the children off to play early. She called over familiar military wives, wiping her nose while whispering mysteriously about something. Chapter 51. Men are all cheapskins. It was still early, just a little past 7, and the children were running around and playing in the open space of the square. A dozen military wives who had arrived early gathered together, cracking sunflower seeds and chattering away. The crowd surrounded Qiu Chunfang and Li Hongwan, eager to hear about the fun things happening later. With two young ones unable to contain their curiosity. What fun things? One of them leaned forward, full of anticipation. The other chimed in, "Yes, Aunt Xiao Hongwan. You must explain clearly. How can you only say half of it? It's making us itch with curiosity." The other wives nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Tell us more." Voices rose and fell. Qiu Chunfang wore a mysterious smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes curving up as she intentionally lowered her voice. "I can't tell you now. You'll find out later." After a pause, she added proudly, "You can follow me then. It will definitely be much more exciting than a movie." Her teasing only stoked the fires of curiosity among the crowd, and everyone craned their necks, eager to know the answer. Just then, from a distance, Zhou Qiqi arrived with Zhou. Having finally found some free time, she had made a few dresses for herself. Today, she wore a pink knitted dress, well-tailored to perfectly outline her figure. Life had been good lately, and she had gained a bit of weight, no longer looking as thin as when she first arrived at the family compound. Her complexion had also become much fairer, radiating vitality. She exuded a vibrant and charming aura, resembling a delicate pink rose. Beside her, Zhou wore a little dress in the same color, her hair styled into a princess bun, with a few strands framing her cheeks, looking utterly adorable. The two of them walking together painted a warm and beautiful picture, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The military wives erupted in admiration. "So beautiful. Look at that figure and face. No wonder Commander Shen dotes on her so much, and one T let anyone speak ill of her. If I were a man, I would like her too." The compliments were unending, causing Qiu Chunfang to frown with disdain on her face, curling her lips. "What's so good looking?" At first glance, she is not a good wife who can settle down and live a stable life. Li Hongjuan's eyes brimmed with resentment as she harshly said, "Men are all cheap skins. Once they are enticed by a vixen, they can't tell north from south." Last week, during a meeting, Shen Huai Chuan publicly scolded her husband, the head of the security department, in the conference room, leaving no room for face. There were many people present at the time, and this incident couldn't be hidden. It had already spread like wildfire in the military family area this week. Felt humiliated and took out his anger on Li Hongwan when he got home, scolding her harshly, saying her gossiping was what led him to be reprimanded. Li Hongwan then attributed this blame to Zhou Qiqi. At this moment, Deng Zuixiang with sharp eyes spotted Zhou Qiqi and hurriedly waved her arms, calling out loudly, "Qiqi, Zhou, over here." She had arrived at the square early as well. However, she chose not to join Qiu Chunfang and the others, but took a seat at the edge, even bringing 3 stools to reserve seats for Qiqi, Zhou, and Ying. Before she could sit down, a lively little monkey-like boy dashed over, sniffing eagerly and excitedly asking, "Aunt Zhou, what delicious food did you make? I can smell it. It smells so good." His greedy expression made everyone chuckle. Zhou Qiqi gently tapped his nose, smiling. "Xiangyang, you should be a scout with such a keen nose." While saying this, she opened the cloth bag behind her and took out a large oil paper bag. "This isn't for watching movies. It made some creamy popcorn at home, just finished and still warm. Try it. Is it good?" Xiangyang's eyes widened, and he unconsciously swallowed. Creamy popcorn? He had eaten plenty of popcorn from the street vendors with their black stoves, but he had never smelled such a rich and enticing aroma. He couldn't wait to shove one into his mouth, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this is so delicious. And Zhou, how are you so amazing? Zhou Qiqi chuckled. What's so amazing about it? It's just that I'm willing to spend on the ingredients. Knowing they were going to watch a movie today, she had asked Shen Huai Chuan to stop by the city military district on the way and bring back a can of Panda brand condensed milk to drizzle over the popcorn while frying it, which brought out the wonderful aroma. Jiang Xiangyang couldn't stop eating, tilting his head back with eyes full of admiration and longing. Encho, why don't you be my mom? You always have delicious food at home. Deng Zuixiang was both amused and exasperated, raising a stool and aiming it at his backside. You little ungrateful brat. You'd give up your own mother for food. Huh? Feeling itchy, are we? As soon as Deng Zuixiang raised the stool, Jiang Xiangyang took off running, clutching a large handful of popcorn. He ran across the square, the aroma of creamy popcorn wafting through the air, attracting many children who came over, drooling. The military family area was far from the city, making shopping inconvenient. The wives could only prepare some boiled edamame and peanuts for the kids. Nothing compared to the sweet, fragrant creamy popcorn. Zhou Qiqi had anticipated such a scene. She took out a few sheets of newspaper cut into small pieces from her bag, skillfully rolled them into cones, filled them with popcorn, and handed them to Zhou. Zhou, go distribute these to the little friends. Although the children in the military family area were mischievous, they were very disciplined. In no time, they lined up obediently in front of Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi was in charge of filling the popcorn, while Zhou handled the distribution, the two working together seamlessly, maintaining order. Many military wives witnessed this scene, seeing their own children getting popcorn. Those who had been gossiping earlier fell silent. The children of Qiu Chunfeng and Li Hongwan, seeing their friends with popcorn, wanted some too, but were pulled back by their mothers who grabbed their ears. Aren't you ashamed? They said sternly, watching the other children happily munching away while they couldn't have any. The few kids started crying. Especially Qiu Chunfeng's youngest son, Zhao Yaozu, threw himself on the ground, rolling around and wailing loudly, his cries deafening and unstoppable no matter how they tried to coax him. Zhou Qiqi was nearly driven to madness by the noise, frowning in frustration, wishing she could throw this brat into a pot and make popcorn. Fortunately, at that moment, the loudspeaker in the square blared to life. It was 8 o'clock, and the movie was about to start. Chapter 52, A Good Show Today's movie is The Red Detachment of Women. This is an old film from 1961, and Zhou Qiqi has never seen it before. Previously, Zhou Qiqi always thought that movies with this theme must be uninteresting, but as she watched, she found herself deeply captivated by the story on the screen. The people from the wartime era possess a spirit that she, growing up in a time of peace, cannot comprehend. When she saw the female lead, Wu Qianghua, break her chains in a stormy night and run barefoot through the mud towards dawn, she couldn't help but cry. Sitting next to her, Zhu Yingying promptly handed her a tissue and showed her the time on her watch. The hands pointed to 8:45. It was almost time. Zhou Qiqi's eyelashes fluttered, and a sharp glint passed through her eyes as she quickly concealed her emotions. She reached out and tugged at the hem of Deng Zuixiang's clothes. Deng Zuixiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, reminding Xianghai to keep an eye on Xiangyang. Then she hunched over and stealthily left her seat. Shortly after Deng Zuixiang left, Zhou Qiqi stood up as well. She pretended to pick up a handkerchief while glancing around, making sure the sound of her leather shoes scraping against the ground was noticeable. After confirming that no one was paying attention, she stealthily left her seat and quietly turned a corner, slipping into the small woods behind the square. At this moment, the military wives and children in the square were engrossed in the movie, and few noticed them, except for Qiu Chunfeng and Li Hongwan. These two had not watched the movie at all, and had been keeping an eye on Zhou Qiqi's movements, seeing Zhou Qiqi walking far into the small woods. The two exchanged knowing glances and quickly stood up. They also called over a dozen military wives who had been coaxed into watching the excitement, lowering their voices as they said, "Aren't you all eager to see a good show? Zhou Qiqi is secretly meeting a man in the small woods right now. Let's go witness it." Upon hearing this, the military wives hesitated. Most of them were mothers with children, and Zhou Qiqi had previously given their kids popcorn. They felt somewhat guilty about wanting to see Zhou Qiqi make a fool of herself. One round-faced military wife whispered, "This isn't right. What if we get it wrong?" Another military wife with braided hair agreed, "Yeah, we're all in the same courtyard. Let us not ruin the harmony." In the end, only a few curious military wives who loved to gossip with the two were willing to follow. Qiu Chunfang and Li Hongwan exchanged disdainful glances at those backing out. "Don't regret it." After saying this, they marched towards the small woods with great momentum. Qiu Chunfang led the way, holding a flashlight that had been prepared in advance. It was already past 9 in the evening. The small woods were dense with trees, and the branches and leaves completely blocked out the moonlight. The surroundings were pitch black, and one couldn't see their own hand. The military wives following closely felt a chill in their hearts, huddling together, and their steps became hesitant. One of them trembled and said, "Is there really a good show to see?" "There's nothing here." Qiu Chunfang and Li Hongwan also felt a bit uneasy. But just then, a faint rustling sound reached their ears. The two perked up and quickly shone their flashlight in the direction of the sound. Where the light beam reached, a flustered figure was hurriedly trying to hide behind a lush bush. Although the person moved quickly, the light pink skirt was particularly conspicuous in the light, making it impossible to hide. "Zhou Qiqi, stop hiding. I see you," Qiu Chunfang shouted, her voice echoing loudly in the silent woods. The figure hiding behind the bush shrank back suddenly, as if startled. After a while, she hesitantly revealed half of her face, and it was none other than Zhou Qiqi. Her face was filled with panic, and her long eyelashes trembled under the flashlight's glow. "Qiu Chunfang, Li Hongwan, why are you here?" Qiu Chunfang immediately raised a smug smile, her tone laced with mockery. "That's none of your business. It's late at night, everyone's watching a movie in the square, and you ran into the small woods. Got caught by me, didn't you?" Li Hongwan, standing next to her, frowned as she saw Qiu Chunfang beating around the bush. She stepped forward, speaking sternly. "Who is the man next to you? You really have some guts. How dare you sneak around with a man at this time? Get him out here." Zhou Qiqi's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this. She pushed the person next to her hard, tried to completely hide him, her voice trembling. "What sneak around? What man? You got it wrong. Don't talk nonsense." The person beside her kept trembling, as if genuinely afraid of being discovered. Li Hongwan shone the flashlight directly on Zhou Qiqi's face, her tone impatient. "Stop pretending. Get him out." Meanwhile, Qiu Chunfang had rolled up her sleeves and was striding forward. "Playing dumb, huh? If you don't come out, we'll drag you both out to the square and let everyone judge." Saying this, they moved toward the spot where the two were hiding. "What are you doing? Don't come over." Zhou Qiqi's voice trembled with a hint of sob. "It's not what you think. I warn you, don't come over, or you'll face the consequences." However, they wouldn't listen to her explanation. The more she spoke, the more they felt she was guilty, the flashlight illuminating Zhou Qiqi's face as they approached step by step. No one noticed that ahead, under the hay, there was a pit filled with manure, emitting a faint odor. Qiu Chunfang and Li Hongwan, in a panic, stepped onto the layer of loose hay. And before they could react, they slipped, half of their calves sinking into the muck. A thick stench surged up, and the two immediately let out screams like slaughtered pigs. The military wives following behind rushed to pull them out, wanting to rescue the two. But not only did they fail to pull them out, but they also got dragged in themselves. The pit was deep enough to reach their knees, filled with fresh pig manure that was sticky and slippery, clinging tightly to their legs. The group desperately tried to break free, but the more they struggled, the deeper they sank, and the more filth covered them. The scene was chaotic, with screams, curses, and cries for help intertwining in a tremendous uproar. Zhou Qiqi covered her mouth and stepped aside, her shoulders shaking not from fear, but from suppressing laughter. "Ha ha ha!" A hearty laugh suddenly came from behind the bushes, and a figure slowly walked out. In the moonlight, everyone could see that the burly figure was not a man, but Deng Suixiang wrapped in black cloth. She laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight, pointing at the few struggling in the manure pit. "This is what you get for gossiping. Now you've had a taste of your own medicine." As soon as she finished speaking, a large group of people rushed over. The noise here had attracted everyone from the square who were watching the movie. Chapter 53. The cost of failing to steal a chicken leading the way was the women's director, Zhou Shuhua, her sharp gaze carrying an aura of authority that demanded respect. Qiu Chunfang and Li Hongwan had taken prime seats in the middle while watching the movie. Just as the film reached its most exciting moment, the two suddenly stood up and left, making quite a commotion with their strange expressions and actions. Zhou Qiqi immediately sensed trouble. She stopped watching the movie and focused on their departure. Upon hearing the shrill screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, she rushed over with her team. The beams of several flashlights pierced through the darkness, illuminating the small grove as bright as day. As everyone focused their attention, they were left dumbfounded. Qiu Shumfao, Liu Juan, and a few other military wives were struggling in a pit of manure. Their hair was a mess, and their bodies were covered in filth, completely devoid of their previous arrogance. The onlooking military wives couldn't help but gossip amongst themselves, some covering their mouths and chuckling with shaking shoulders. Zhou Qiqi frowned deeply and quickly called for someone to pull them out. But it was a manure pit, emitting a terrible stench, and the surrounding military wives all stepped back, none willing to help. In the end, Zhou Qiqi had to call over a few young soldiers maintaining order in the square. After much effort, the soldiers finally managed to pull the women out of the pit, panting heavily from the exertion. The women, exhausted from their struggles, collapsed on the ground, weakly wiping the dirt from their bodies with handkerchiefs. What happened? How did you? Zhou Qiqi looked at them in disbelief, her brows furrowing as she covered her nose with a handkerchief, filled with confusion. Director Zhou, you have to help us. It's Zhou Qiqi. Before she could finish, Qiu Chunfang's sharp voice interrupted. Her face was flushed red, resembling a boiled shrimp, and she was no longer concerned about her own predicament. With a trembling finger, she pointed towards Zhou Qiqi not far away, spilling everything she knew in a rush. Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi wanted to sneak away to meet with Lei Ming while everyone was watching the movie. Zhu Yingying passed a note to Lei Ming yesterday afternoon. I came to catch them in the act. With this revelation, all eyes turned to Zhou Qiqi. Rumors about her had already been swirling around the compound, and now it felt like a pot boiling over. Whispers filled the air as everyone's eyes sparkled with gossip and curiosity. Zhou Qiqi had anticipated Qiu Chunfang's counterattack. She slightly raised her chin, tilted her head innocently, and spoke in a clear voice like a broadcaster. What secret meeting? What note? I don't understand at all. Aunt Qiu, don't slander me. She paused for effect before continuing. You say I'm meeting with Lei Ming? But where is he? The crowd shone their flashlights around, revealing the empty grove. There was no sign of any man. Doubts arose among the crowd. Some accused Qiu Chunfang of spreading rumors, while others speculated that Lei Ming had seized the opportunity to escape. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Qiqi's voice rose sharply, her tone serious. Lei Ming's middle school classmate is getting married these 2 days. He left yesterday afternoon with Commissar Lei. How could he be here meeting someone in the grove? As the women's director, known for her fairness, she would never lie. Once she spoke, Qiu Chunfang's face turned pale, but she refused to give up, shouting no way. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Qiqi wrote a note. It had the time and place, and drew a man and a woman. It even had a heart. She still had some wits about her. Her eyes darted around, and she quickly thought of something else. If it's not Lei Ming, then it must be someone else. Otherwise, why would Zhou Qiqi sneak into the grove while everyone was watching the movie? She was definitely meeting a man for an affair. Her words garnered some agreement from the crowd. That makes sense. It's not like we get to watch a movie often. Why would she run off to the grove? Exactly. Zhou Qiqi smirked coldly and leisurely approached Qiu Chunfang, waving her hand in front of her face to fan away the awful smell. Her eyes full of mockery. What am I doing in the grove? The answer is right with you. Aunt Qiu. What do you mean by that? Qiu Chunfang looked confused, still trying to comprehend. Deng Suixiong was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Finally catching her breath, she raised the shovel she had been hiding behind her back and said, We came to dig a manure pit. The vegetable garden hasn't been yielding well lately, so I wanted to find a spot to dig a pit for fertilizer. I asked Qiqi to help me draw a map, and Yingying helped me write a report, which I submitted to Director Zhou for approval yesterday afternoon. I just went to collect fresh pig manure from a nearby village during the day, and since it might rain in a couple of days, I dragged Qiqi along to dig it quickly, so we wouldn't delay. As she spoke, she pointed her chin towards Zhou Qiqi. You can ask Director Zhou if you don't believe me. Zhou Qiqi nodded. That is indeed correct. Digging a pit for fertilizer is a legitimate purpose, and I approved it yesterday afternoon. As Zhou Qiqi spoke, Deng Zuixiang was rummaging through her pocket. As soon as Zhou Qiqi finished, she dramatically slapped her forehead, pulled out a crumpled white paper, and held it high for everyone to see. Oh, I even brought it with me. Here it is. Everyone, take a look. As the crowd gathered around to see. The paper indeed had the time and place written on it, but instead of little figures, it clearly depicted a few pigs defecating in a small manure pit, perfectly corresponding to the scene before them. The military wives looked at the drawing, then back at Xiao Chunfang and the others, who had just crawled out of the manure pit, and the whispering grew louder. They were digging a manure pit for fertilizer, but they insisted on saying they were stealing a man. What's going on? Exactly. They just ruined a perfectly good fertilizer. That's what we call failing to steal a chicken and losing the rice. Listening to rumors without checking. Luckily, I didn't follow them over. Or I would be fallen into the pit too, right? Xiao Chunfang and Li Hongwan wished they could find a hole to crawl into, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Especially Li Hongwan, who hadn't said a word throughout. From the moment they fell into the manure pit, she realized they had fallen into Zhou Qiqi's trap. She had been trying to pull Xiao Chunfang back, urging her to stop, but Xiao Chunfang wouldn't listen and insisted on digging deeper. Now this farce had escalated. Seeing more and more people gathering, she quickly grabbed Xiao Chunfang and fled. The two were covered in pig manure, and everywhere they went, the military wives covered their noses, retreating far away to avoid being tainted. Chapter 54. If people do not offend me, I will not offend others. This farce was full of melodrama, and the military wives had no interest in watching the outdoor movie. They gathered in small groups, whispering and chattering nonstop. The comrades from the projection team, seeing them so engrossed in conversation, couldn't help but curiously ask what had happened. Zhou Qiqi was panicking inside. Such embarrassing things should never get out. She gritted her teeth and decided to have the power cut, pretending there was a blackout. She hurriedly said a few words to dismiss everyone and sent them home. Deng Zuixiang took her child home, leaving the older one to watch the younger, her face unable to hide her smile as she headed to Zhou Qiqi's house. Just as she reached the door, she ran into Zhu Yingying. She had been at the square the whole time helping to look after a few children and hadn't seen what had happened. So she was anxious as if a cat were scratching her heart. Seeing Zhou go to take a shower, the three of them quickly entered Zhou Qiqi's room together. Zhu Yingying couldn't wait to lean in, her tone filled with urgency. How was it? Was it smooth? Hurry and tell me. Ha ha. Zhou Qiqi and Deng Zuixiang exchanged glances, and their laughter burst forth like a dam breaking. They had held back in front of so many people earlier, not daring to show any sign of amusement, but now that it was just the three of them in the room, there was no need for restraint. They laughed until they were breathless for a full 10 minutes, their cheeks aching, before finally catching their breath to recount the details. At first, they described it in turns, but as Deng Zuixiang spoke, she became more and more excited, using her hands and feet to reenact the scene. Zhou Qiqi could only watch from the side, her eyes full of laughter. Everything was exactly as Qiqi had imagined. Deng Zuixiang laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, her hands gesturing wildly. Qiqi was beside me, her voice trembling, shouting, "Don't come over, don't come over." It was as if it were really happening. Those two women, hearing the noise, ran over, and I watched them plop right into the cesspool. That scene, TSK, you should have seen their faces at that moment. Ha ha, worse than pig dung. Zhu Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. Really? So exciting? Zhou Qiqi laughed along, but pretended to be angry as she scolded. How can you still say that? I was in the middle of the act, and when I turned around, I saw Sister Zuixiang shaking with laughter. If I hadn't secretly pinched her, she would have given us away. Zhu Yingying felt a tickle in her heart and was a bit regretful, stamping her foot as she said, "If I had known, I would have let old Wang watch the kids, and I would have switched roles with Sister Zuixiang. I could have played the wild man. I definitely could have held back my laughter." Zhou Qiqi curled her lip, full of disdain. With your acting skills, you're not even as good as Sister Xiang. Yesterday afternoon, when you passed the note, your face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and you stuttered so much you almost gave it away. Zhu Ying's face flushed bright red, twisting the hem of her clothes as she mumbled, I was just too nervous, afraid of being found out, and I forgot my lines for a moment. Zhou Qiqi put her hands behind her back and shook her head, pretending to be mature. You two usually practice well, but when it's crunch time, you drop the ball, and I have to hold up the scene. Zhu Ying felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head as she pulled Deng Xiang's arm. Both looked at Zhou Qiqi with admiration. This isn't our first time. We'll learn from you in the future, and we definitely won't drop the ball next time. Zhou Qiqi shook her head helplessly, chuckling lightly. What next time? Li Hongwan isn't foolish. This luring the enemy deep tactic is only good for one use. It won't work again. Zhu Ying sighed in disappointment. Ah, what a pity. But Deng Xiang laughed heartily. What's there to regret? Qiqi's trick will teach them a lesson. They definitely won't dare to casually spread rumors about Qiqi anymore. After a pause, she added, moreover, these two made a big joke tonight, and all those previous rumors they spread are not believed anymore. Everyone says Qiu Chanfang was just fishing for rumors and making things up. The two praised her with emotion. Qiqi, your trick is really clever. Just as the three were getting into the spirit of it, the door to Zhou Qiqi's yard creaked open. Zhou Qiqi peeked out and was surprised to see Shen Huai Chuan back. They had been very successful in disaster relief, predicting the disaster areas in advance, relocating people, and helping them recover many losses. Afterwards, they assisted the community in rebuilding. A few days ago, Commissar Lei had sent him to the capital to share rescue experiences and receive commendations. He had clearly said he would return next Monday. Now he was back 2 days early. She hadn't mentioned tonight's incident to Shen Huai Chuan. She had planned to wait a couple of days until things calmed down before briefly discussing it with him. She didn't expect him to return so soon. With all the rumors outside, she didn't know if he had heard anything. Deng Xiang and Zhu Ying were very perceptive. As soon as they saw Shen Huai Chuan had returned, they didn't linger for a minute and quickly left, faster than rabbits. Zhou Qiqi was feeling anxious about how to talk to Shen Huai Chuan when she heard his cold voice. I just went to Commissar Lei's house. Zhou Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. After that good show earlier, Zhou Shuhua hadn't looked kindly upon her. She had pulled her aside, saying she had stirred up trouble, tarnished the entire military family area, and disrupted unity. Zhou Qiqi pretended to be clueless and ignored her. She figured Zhou Shuhua would definitely say something to Shen Huai Chuan, and she didn't know what his attitude would be. What do you think she'd gone too far? She spoke hesitantly. You already know? Shen Huai Chuan nodded. Yes, I know. His tone was icy as he directly concluded, you were wrong in this matter. You have to listen to my explanation. It's Qiu Chanfang and the others. Zhou Qiqi felt a bit flustered and a bit wronged, her eyes reddening and her eyelashes fluttering. Shen Huai Chuan's stern face softened instantly, and his voice unconsciously softened as well. No need to explain. I just want to say, in the future, if there is something like this, tell me in advance. I'll help you dig the pit and haul the dung. Your foot injury is so serious. You shouldn't be doing this. Zhou Qiqi burst into laughter, quickly retorting, you don't think I'm disrupting unity? Shen Huai Chuan shook his head firmly. The chairman said, if people do not offend me, I will not offend others. If people offend me, I will surely offend them. You're just supporting the leadership. When Zhou Shuhua had complained about her, that was exactly how he had responded, making Zhou Shuhua so angry her face turned green. Zhou Qiqi didn't expect Shen Huai Chuan to be so good at using authority to defend her. He was on par with her. She held back her laughter and explained. All that hard work was done by Sister Xiang herself. She wouldn't let me get involved. She was just planning to make fertilizer. Saying this, she wiggled her foot. Besides, I'm not that delicate. I've been applying medicine these past few days, and my foot is almost healed. If you don't believe me, take a look. Shen Huai Chuan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Almost healed? That's just right. You can continue training tomorrow. Zhou Qiqi chuckled awkwardly, struggling to move a few steps while supporting herself on the table. You misunderstood. Almost healed means not completely healed. Not healed at all. Look, I can barely walk. Shen Huai Chuan's expression softened, stifling a laugh while pretending to be serious. Then you should take a few more days to rest and not move around too much. Zhou Qiqi nodded quickly, but then heard Shen Huai Chuan continue, by the way. I invited Lei Ming to come to our house for dinner tomorrow. Since your legs are inconvenient, you don't need to cook. I'll go to the state-run restaurant to get takeout. Chapter 55, Don't Go. We specially invited Lei Ming to our home for dinner, but ended up taking takeaway from the restaurant. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Zhou Qiqi frowned slightly, her apricot eyes filled with disapproval, her expression serious and conflicted. It makes it seem like we, as a couple, don't value our guests. She pursed her lips and continued. It's better to cook ourselves. It shows more sincerity. When Shen Huai Chuan heard Lei Ming's name from Zhou Qiqi's mouth, his brow furrowed. However, when he heard her mention the couple and the guest, his expression softened instantly. After a moment's thought, he suggested, well, how about I cook? Zhou Qiqi's eyes flashed with doubt as she slightly tilted her head, looking him up and down. Can you cook? There are 4 of us for dinner. We need at least 5 dishes and a soup, and it has to be a bit grand. We should at least make 2 main dishes, choosing between chicken, duck, fish, and meat. She still remembered that on her first night in this house, Shen Huai Chuan had given her compressed biscuits and water. It would be surprising if Shen Huai Chuan could cook. After she said this, Shen Huai Chuan's ears turned slightly red, and he pouted a bit, looking somewhat embarrassed but also a bit unconvinced. This is too much trouble. How about I just go to the friendship store and buy him an imported suit? As soon as Zhou Qiqi heard this, she quickly grabbed him. No. I checked the clothing prices before. An ordinary suit is over 100, but an imported one costs 300 to 400. And we can't buy it without foreign exchange coupons. We must repay Lei Ming's life-saving grace, but I can't bear to spend that much money. The money she and Shen Huai Chuan earned didn't come easily. She rolled her eyes, thinking of a solution. How about we have a hot pot at home? Just the other day, when Sister Cui Xiang was chatting at our house, she taught me how to stir-fry hot pot base. For a hot pot, we don't have to go through the trouble of frying dishes. We just need to cut meat and wash vegetables, which isn't too hard. She said enthusiastically. At worst, we just need to put in a bit more effort and buy more meat. Upon hearing this, Shen Huai Chuan nodded eagerly. Good, then you guide me, and I'll cook. All right, I'll make a list first. Zhou Qiqi responded, subconsciously hurrying to the room. After a while, she came out with paper and a pen, quickly writing down a long list. Just as she was about to hand the list to Shen Huai Chuan, she turned around and collided with his clear gaze. Shen Huai Chuan was staring intently at her feet, his eyes full of scrutiny. Zhou Qiqi's heart tightened, and she gently pinched herself, then pretended to be weak, stepping closer to Shen Huai Chuan with a delicate voice. Ouch, it hurts. Leaning against Shen Huai Chuan, she acted spoiled. What can I do if my foot isn't cooperating? I can only trouble you. Husband. She really didn't like running, but Shen Huai Chuan always wanted her to exercise. She acted so convincingly, with her eyes slightly reddened, glimmering with tears, calling him husband in a sweet, charming tone. She didn't exert any effort at all, her whole body hanging on Shen Huai Chuan. Shen Huai Chuan's body instantly stiffened, and he turned his face away in a fluster, reaching for the list with a voice that became unnatural. It's not a trouble. Seeing his ears turning red and his muscles tense, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but leaning closer, tiptoeing and whispering in his ear, Thank you, husband. The warm breath brushed past his ear, and Shen Huai Chuan's face instantly flushed, even his neck turning red, as if he had been scalded. Just then, there was a loud crash from next door. It sounded like a bowl had broken on the floor. Zhou Qiqi was startled and instinctively shrank into Shen Huai Chuan's arms. He also instinctively lowered his head and wrapped his arms around her. As they both leaned in, their lips accidentally brushed against each other before quickly separating. His lips were cold, moist, yet exceptionally soft. When Zhou Qiqi realized what had just happened, her face instantly turned red. Having been single her entire life, this was her first time having such physical contact with a man. She felt both shy and embarrassed, quickly escaping from Shen Huai Chuan's embrace. I'm going to boil water for a shower. Saying this, she turned to leave, but Shen Huai Chuan grabbed her arm. His hand, rough with calluses, made her skin tingle, and his voice was a bit hoarse. "Don't go." Their eyes met, and Zhou Qiqi's heart raced, feeling both shy and scared, not daring to look at Shen Huai Chuan. Although she had been single her whole life, she had watched plenty of romance novels and dramas, knowing what couples typically did in such situations. To be honest, she wasn't fully prepared to give herself away yet. But after all, they had been married for almost a month, and if Shen Huai Chuan wanted to do something, it was only natural. It seemed she couldn't refuse. In the midst of her anxious thoughts, Shen Huai Chuan swallowed hard, his voice filled with restraint. "Your foot is inconvenient. I'll go boil the water." "Okay." Zhou Qiqi was extremely shy, feeling as if her response sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Once Shen Huai Chuan left, she felt weak all over and quickly sat down on the sofa. Swallowing hard, she felt a mix of relief and an indescribable, faint sense of loss. This was an emotion Zhou Qiqi had never experienced before, as a child who had neither a loving father nor mother. She had grown used to being strong and controlling all her emotions. This was the first time she suddenly felt out of control. She wasn't used to it and didn't quite like it. She touched her burning cheeks and lightly patted them. "Zhou Qiqi, what's wrong with you? Get a grip." Since she had made up her mind to be a qualified military wife, an excellent spouse, a relative without blood ties, then this kind of thing was something she must go through. There's nothing to look forward to, nor is there anything to be disappointed about. After half a day of mental preparation, Zhou Qiqi's eyes were as determined as if she were about to join the party. She confidently went to take a shower and then lay straight on the bed, waiting for Shen Huai Chuan to come back. However, unexpectedly, before she could wait for Shen Huai Chuan to come out of the bathroom, she heard a knock on the door. It was late, and Zhou Qiqi was in her nightgown, so it was inconvenient for her to open the door. Shen Huai Chuan, still damp from the shower, went out to open it. The visitor was none other than Zhou Yi, the captain of the 2nd Battalion, who was the husband of Qiu Chunfang next door. He had been training late tonight and had just learned about what happened from others, having argued with Qiu Chunfang at home for quite a while. Now, he had come over to apologize on behalf of Qiu Chunfang. Shen Huai Chuan didn't let him in, only allowing him to say a few words at the door before sending him away. Zhou Qiqi looked at the door closing so quickly and felt a bit puzzled. "Why didn't you let him in to talk?" Shen Huai Chuan's expression was displeased. What's the use of just saying a few words of apology now that things have happened? Zhou Qiqi nodded her head quickly. Exactly. If apologies were useful, what would the police be for? After the previous misunderstanding with Zhou, Shu Hua, and tonight's incident, Zhou Qiqi had gained a better understanding of Shen Huai Chuan's personality. He was just like her. He wasn't overly compassionate, nor did he indulge those with ill intentions. She didn't need to pretend in front of Shen Huai Chuan anymore. Chapter 56. How are you wearing this, Zhao? He came home feeling frustrated after encountering a setback at Shen Huai Chuan's place, and immediately got into an argument with Qiu Chunfang. The two exchanged words back and forth. Their shouting was incessant, mixed with the sounds of things being thrown and cries, creating a sharp, piercing noise that disturbed the neighbors. By 10 o'clock at night, the two next door finally quieted down and the noise gradually subsided. After this little episode, Zhou Qiqi and Shen Huai Chuan lost interest in continuing what they were doing earlier, their ears still buzzing from the shouting. Realizing it was getting late, they briefly discussed buying groceries for the next day before hastily going to bed. In her previous life, Zhou Qiqi often couldn't sleep at night and struggled to get up in the morning, feeling exhausted and drained every day, as if time had been stolen from her. However, ever since she crossed over to this place, she followed the schedule of the military family area, going to bed around 9 every night and waking up around 6 the next morning without fail. Moreover, after waking up, she always felt refreshed, as if she had endless energy and time seemed abundant. Shen Huai Chuan woke up even earlier than her, leaving the house before dawn to shop at the market. By the time she woke up, he had already returned with various bags in hand, also bringing back warm roasted sweet potatoes. Along with him was the orderly Qin Lei, who, as soon as he stepped into the yard without even putting his things down, eagerly shouted, "Sister-in-law, what delicious food are we having today? I've been thinking about your cooking. You have no idea." During the disaster relief, Shen Huai Chuan kicked him lightly in annoyance. "What are you talking about? Your sister-in-law's foot isn't healed yet. I called you over to help, not to eat. Qinlei, only 17 years old, was honest yet quite clever. After getting kicked, he rubbed his backside and looked at Zhou Qiqi with a pitiful expression, his eyes reddening as he complained, "Sister-in-law, the commander kicked me." Seeing his little appearance, Zhou Qiqi found him adorable, like a little brother next door, and couldn't help but glare at Shen Huai Chuan. He came to help out of kindness. "Why did you kick him?" "Don't mind him. Sister-in-law will get you something delicious." Saying this, she pulled Qinlei into the house and handed him an oil paper bag. "Here, try it and see how it tastes." Sister-in-law made it herself. It's just that it's been sitting for a while, so it's not as crispy. What she took out was the leftover popcorn from yesterday, which she found while cleaning the room, likely something Zhou hadn't finished. She had originally planned to throw it away, but now, Qinlei had just come in time. Qinlei's eyes lit up instantly, stuffing his mouth full in one go, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites, still smacking his lips afterward. "So delicious. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Everything you make is so good. You really are a fairy." The boy's compliments made Zhou Qiqi feel pleased, and she patted his shoulder. "If you like it, sister-in-law, we'll make more next time and call you over to eat." As they were talking, Qinlei saw Shen Huai Chuan picking up a broom to sweep the yard and hurriedly stepped forward to take it from him. Although this kid loved to complain, he was quite diligent when it came to work, sweeping very carefully. Shen Huai Chuan then handed over the chores to him, rolled up his sleeves, and headed to the kitchen, with Zhou Qiqi following closely to guide him. Considering that Lei Ming would be coming over alone, he might feel uncomfortable. So the night before, they had agreed to invite Deng Chui Xiang's family and Zhu Ying's couple over as well. A hot pot is more lively with more people. In total, there would be 4 men, 3 women, and 3 children. They also needed to prepare 2 kinds of broth, 1 clear soup and 1 spicy beef tallow. Shen Huai Chuan was meticulous in his tasks, buying everything that needed to be bought. After Zhou Qiqi checked everything, she casually handed him an apron. It was one she had made herself, with pink floral patterns. But Shen Huai Chuan refused to wear it no matter what. With so many tasks to do, Zhou Qiqi didn't press him and quickly directed him to get busy. First, they started by simmering the beef bones. Although Shen Huai Chuan had no cooking experience, he had immense strength and easily broke the beef bones, letting the marrow cook with them. The broth quickly turned a rich white color, and after skimming off the foam, it was simmered slowly with spices. The spicy beef tallow was much more challenging. Beef tallow, bean paste, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic had to be sauteed over low heat. If the heat was too low, the color wouldn't be bright enough. If too high, it would burn. This really tested one's skills. Fortunately, Shen Huai Chuan was very obedient to Zhou Qiqi's orders. Whatever she asked him to do, he did. And everything went smoothly. Once the broth was sauteed to a bright and tempting color, they still needed to add chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. At this step, Shen Huai Chuan hesitated a bit, looking at the bowl of dried chili peppers beside him. "Do we add them all? Won't that be too much?" Zhou Qiqi shook her head, boldly grabbing a handful of chili peppers and tossing them in. "Not too much. Sister Chui Xiang said we need to add more than half a pot for it to be mildly spicy. We're still far from that. Keep adding." After saying that, she dipped her chopsticks into taste, and the spiciness exploded on her tongue, making her eyes water and stars dance in front of her. No. You need to scoop some out quickly." Shen Huai Chuan hurriedly used his chopsticks to scoop some out, but accidentally splattered spicy oil onto his clothes. Seeing this, Zhou Qiqi scolded, "I told you to tie on the apron, but you refused." Shen Huai Chuan didn't mind. "It's fine when the guests arrive. I'll just change into another outfit." As they were talking, there was a knock at the door. It was still only 10 o'clock, quite early. They had agreed that the guests would arrive around 11. Just as Zhou Qiqi wondered who it was, Qinlei opened the door, and a figure darted in like a little monkey. Among all the kids in the yard, besides Jiang Xiangyang, there was no one else as wild as him. He rushed in to greet everyone in the room. "Hello, aunts and uncles." And then, without looking back, he dashed towards Zhou's room. This was quite a novelty. Qinlei excitedly said, "Zhou made a friend? That's great." In the future, before he could finish, a loud stomping sound suddenly came from the room. Everyone turned to see Jiang Xiangyang throwing the paintbrushes and drawing papers from Zhou's desk onto the floor, then running out like the wind. What is wrong with this kid? Zhou Qiqi was a bit puzzled and hurried into the room to help pick up the scattered things, gently touching Zhou's somewhat pale little face. Are you all right? Zhou shook his head, his big eyes misty and silent, looking unwilling to talk about it. Zhou Qiqi didn't pry further and continued to busy herself with Shen Huai Chuan, seeing that it was almost time and the guests were likely arriving. Zhou Qiqi urged Shen Huai Chuan to quickly change his clothes. When Shen Huai Chuan came out, she froze in place. How are you wearing this? Chapter 57 The struggle between two men. What Shen Huai Chuan was wearing was none other than that baby bottle pajama. He had only changed into it these days when he finished bathing and was about to sleep. Upon waking up, he would immediately change back into his training clothes. Last night, when Zhou Qiqi knocked on the door in the middle of the night, he had already put on this pajama, but had deliberately changed back into a tank top and shorts before opening the door, fearing that the pajama with the baby bottle pattern would ruin his dignified image as a regiment leader. So when Zhou Qiqi saw that Shen Huai Chuan had actually changed into this outfit, she was momentarily stunned. Was there no other clothing? Shen Huai Chuan lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes, his expression calm, as usual. The other clothes were still wet from washing, and this was the cleanest one. Zhou Qiqi suggested, then why not change back in the outfit from earlier? It only has a few oil splatters. You can't see it unless you look closely. Shen Huai Chuan shook his head gently, his tone firm, their guests waiting outside. With that said, Zhou Qiqi no longer insisted. It was essential etiquette for a couple to welcome guests together when inviting them for a meal. At this moment, it was exactly 11 o'clock, and Deng Shuixiang's family and Zhu Yingying's family had arrived at the door. As soldiers, their ingrained sense of time made them never a minute late. They all came with gifts. Deng Shuixiang had picked a basket of vegetables from her backyard and had Major Jiang go to the market to buy a basket of fruits. Zhu Yingying knew that Zhou Qiqi loved fish, so she and Commander Wang had gone to the fish pond of a fellow villager in the west to catch a few, which were still flopping lively in a wooden basin. The two men carried the items, following Shen Huai Chuan into the house. As soon as they entered, their eyes naturally fell on the baby bottle sewn onto Shen Huai Chuan's chest. The plump and vivid pattern was hard to ignore. However, in front of Shen Huai Chuan, they dared not say anything, only turning red-faced, their eyes filled with barely suppressed laughter. Taking advantage of Shen Huai Chuan's moment of turning away, Major Jiang hurriedly leaned toward Commander Wang and whispered gossip. Commander Wang, did you see that? Is this really our military district Sliving a hero struggling with the beauty? He must have been forced to wear this by his wife. He spoke excitedly. If this gets out, no one would believe it, haha. Indeed, it's quite adorable. Commander Wang chuckled, his voice low but full of teasing undertones. Shen Huai Chuan's ears were sharp. He clearly heard their words, his steps faltering for a moment, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, his ears slightly reddening, but he continued to walk forward firmly. At the gate, Zhou Qiqi had already greeted the guests from afar. Lei Ming, you're here. Lei Ming, dressed in a suit, stood at the door, a slight unnatural blush on his handsome face, smiling somewhat awkwardly. In fact, when he first received Shen Huai Chuan's call, he had not wanted to come. But thinking of Zhou Qiqi's lively face and the image of her smiling with her crescent-shaped eyes, he felt compelled to agree. Throughout his life, he had been surrounded by many girls, but this was the first time he felt a spark of affection for someone. She had a vibrant, lively aura, confronting everything with a fierce spirit, like a delicate rose growing from a crack in the rocks, or a free-spirited lark. And she was so resilient and brave that he couldn't forget her. Although he knew she was already married, he still wanted to see her and talk to her. He had already pressed Aunt Zhou for details. Zhou Qiqi and Shen Huai Chuan had been married for less than a month, and it was because Zhou Qiqi had gotten involved with Shen Huai Chuan and was caught, ruining her reputation, that they had to marry. The two certainly had no emotional foundation. Shen Huai Chuan was 5 or 6 years older than Qiqi and was famous in the military district for being a cold-faced Yama. He surely wouldn't know how to win a girl's heart or cherish her. Perhaps he still had a chance. To prepare for this meeting, Lei Ming had put in a lot of effort. He bought several new outfits, tried them on repeatedly in front of the mirror, and spent a long time styling his hair with wax until he finally achieved a satisfactory look. The moment he saw Zhou Qiqi, his eyes lit up. Today she wore a long, khaki plaid dress, dignified and graceful, the hem swaying gently with the breeze, making her appear gentle and intellectual, like a young lady from the city. It brought him a feeling he had never experienced before, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Sorry, I'm a few minutes late," Lei Ming said apologetically. Zhou Qiqi smiled brightly, waving her hand enthusiastically. No, we just arrived." Saying this, she quickly waved at Shen Huai Chuan. "By the way, you said you hadn't met him before, right? Let me introduce you. This is my husband, our regiment leader in the military district, Shen Huai Chuan." Lei Ming extended his hand, shaking it firmly. "Commander Shen, nice to meet you." Shen Huai Chuan's gaze was sharp as he met the handshake, their eyes clashing with sparks flying, both carrying a sense of competitiveness. "Young Master Lei, you've forgotten, haven't you? We met on the train. Last time. You didn't catch the thief either," Shen Huai Chuan said, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. The strength in his grip causing Lei Ming to wince slightly. Lei Ming's face turned red, unsure if it was from pain or embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly withdrew his hand. "Ahem, is that so? I don't remember what train. What thief? It wouldn't be from that time I came to the military district, would it?" While Lei Ming didn't remember, Zhou Qiqi still recalled their last encounter on the train when they had run into a thief. She even wrote a note mocking the thief at that time. She wondered if that thief had been caught and whether he had seen her attack. Speaking of this matter, the two men, each with their own thoughts, exchanged glances and replied in unison, no. Why were they so in sync? Zhou Qiqi scratched her head, feeling a bit confused, but she quickly said, "All right, let's not talk at the door anymore. Let's go in and sit. Besides Lei Ming, we have other guests at home today. Huai Chuan, you entertain Lei Ming." At this moment, Chui Xiang and Ying had already gone to wash the vegetables, and she couldn't just stand there and watch, so she called out and left. Shen Huai Chuan invited Lei Ming inside and poured him a cup of water. After having just lost in their initial confrontation, Lei Ming looked at Zhou Qiqi's departing figure and then at Shen Huai Chuan's pajama, unable to resist launching a second round of attack. He wore a seemingly friendly smile, but his eyes concealed sharpness, intentionally glancing at the baby bottle pattern on Shen Huai Chuan's chest. Commander Shen seems quite easygoing, wearing pajamas at home. Chapter 58. He lost thoroughly. Shen Huai Chuan's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, his deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. His demeanor calm and collected, as if everything were under his control. "Yes, Qiqi made it by hand. Comrade, Lei should have seen it. Doesn't it look familiar?" He deliberately elongated the last syllable, his tone casual, carrying a hint of nonchalant pride. This made Lei Ming's gaze suddenly sharpen, fixating on the floral pattern, memories rushing back in an instant. "This is the item in the bag when we caught the thief last time." Remembering how Zhou Qiqi treasured the clothes in that snakeskin bag, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Shen Huai Chuan nodded. "That's right. Thanks to Comrade Lei's bravery in helping Qiqi catch the thief, this set of pajamas was saved." He then pressed on, handing over a delicate craft paper bag. "At that time, your suit was torn, so I specifically bought you a new one. You must accept it." Lei Ming waved his hand, his voice somewhat weak. "No need for that. I already told Qiqi before that she doesn't have to compensate for my suit. After all, she did save me. Without Qiqi's words, it wouldn't have just been the suit that was ruined." Upon hearing him refer to Qiqi repeatedly, Shen Huai Chuan raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly turning forceful. "Qiqi? No, my wife said that this kindness must be returned. If Comrade Lei doesn't accept it, I can only send it to Commissioner Lei." When Lei Ming heard the words Commissioner Lei, he felt a chill in his heart. He had been afraid of that uncle who always lectured him with a stern face since he was a child. How could he dare to bring this matter to his uncle? He could only grit his teeth and reluctantly accept the return gift. As soon as he turned around, he casually tossed the suit aside, showing clear disdain. In fact, he had been hesitant to accept the return gift because he wanted to maintain some connection with Zhou Qiqi. hoping for another chance to meet in the future. But now that he had accepted it, that slim hope was completely shattered. He couldn't help but wonder if Shen Huai Chuan had already seen through his little thoughts. After 2 rounds of confrontation, Lei Ming was continuously forced to retreat by Shen Huai Chuan. Growing up, he had never experienced such setbacks. Feeling both frustrated and infuriated, he found an excuse to rush to the restroom. By the time he returned, the meal was almost ready. Qin Lei was busy arranging the tables and chairs, separating the spicy and non-spicy dishes into 2 tables. Captain Jiang was helping to bring the meat to the table, and upon seeing the situation, he was not happy. Sure too. What's going on? Why did you put all the stools over there? We only have 2 stools left here. Is it just me and Commander Wang sitting? This is ridiculous. Quickly bring your commander's chair over. Captain Jiang had brought a good bottle of wine today, intending to support Shen Huai Chuan, but with such treatment, he was feeling quite displeased. Sure Tu scratched his head, looking helpless. Captain Jiang, there's nothing I can do. Your table is for spicy hot pot, and our commander can't really eat spicy food. Captain Jiang curled his lips in disdain. Can't even eat spicy food? That is pretty pathetic, not manly enough. He glanced at Lei Ming beside him, his eyes lighting up. What about Comrade Xiao Lei? Can you eat spicy food? Shen Huai Chuan knew that Lei Ming, like Commissioner Lei, was from Yangsheng and was to use the spicy food, and he was about to help answer. But Lei Ming jumped in first, shouting at the top of his lungs. I can eat spicy. I can eat spicy. What is there that I can't eat? His voice carried a defiant tone. Captain Jiang was delighted to hear that, pulling Lei Ming's neck and marching him to his table. Come on, just right, we'll sit at the same table. I'll treat you well. Shen Huai Chuan watched as Lei Ming followed without looking back, helplessly signaling Qin Lei to move his own stool to that table as well. Qin Lei immediately said, Then I'll sit at the same table with you. Shen Huai Chuan shook his head, his tone steady. No need. You go over there to help your sister-in-law greet the guests. I'm enough here. The coal stove was burning brightly, and the spicy hot pot base was bubbling in the pot. Thin slices of beef and lamb, fresh green vegetables, all soaked in a layer of bright red chili oil as soon as they hit the pot. Lei Ming looked at the fiery scene, feeling a tightness in his throat, almost wanted to back out. But when he saw Shen Huai Chuan sitting at this table as well, that stubbornness inside him surged up instantly. He steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and grabbed the spicy beef that Captain Jiang offered him, shoving it into his mouth. The spiciness exploded like firecrackers, shooting from his tongue to the top of his head. Lei Ming's eyes turned red, tears welling up. But Shen Huai Chuan was sitting right next to him. How could he show weakness? He could only stubbornly swallow the beef and defiantly glance at Shen Huai Chuan, who hadn't touched his chopsticks at all. This was his 3rd round of offensive. He refused to believe he was outdone by Shen Huai Chuan. But he didn't expect that before Shen Huai Chuan made his move, Captain Jiang, like he had found a kindred spirit, enthusiastically wrapped an arm around his shoulder and praised loudly. Little Lei, you really have guts. Come, I'll toast you. Lei Ming, despite being a wealthy young master, usually didn't drink at all. But today, with Shen Huai Chuan sitting next to him, he didn't want to lose face at all. He snatched a wine glass and downed it in one go. How bold! Captain Jiang had thought no one would drink with him today. Now he was thrilled, toasting Lei Ming 2 more times and calling him brother. Drinking etiquette emphasized reciprocity, since they had toasted him twice. Lei Ming had no choice but to grit his teeth and down another glass. This was high-proof liquor made from pure grain, and after 2 glasses he felt dizzy, his stomach churning painfully. But on the surface, he still forced a smile, showing no signs of discomfort. At this moment, Commander Wang also approached with a wine glass. As a guest, since Captain Jiang was toasting, he had to show his appreciation as well. Lei Ming understood the basic etiquette and knew he couldn't refuse this glass. He forced a smile and was about to raise his glass when a long hand stopped him. Comrade Xiao Lei is my guest. I will drink his wine for him. Shen Huai Chuan's voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers firmly grasped the wine glass, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Captain Jiang, who loved to drink, was overjoyed. He quickly poured 2 more glasses and brought them over. Good. Comrade Xiao Lei is quite bold. Commander Shen is also very righteous. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Shen Huai Chuan kept his word. Every glass of wine handed to Lei Ming ended up in his own stomach. Not only that, but Shen Huai Chuan also had Qin Lei bring over 2 bowls filled with water so that Lei Ming could dip the vegetables in the pot before eating. After drinking 2 bowls of water, Lei Ming felt a severe headache, but he also clearly knew that in this third round, he had lost again. Thoroughly lost. Chapter 59. The dead girl is really happy after dinner. All the men at the table were drinking to the point of being tipsy. Captain Jiang didn't drink much, but he was the most intoxicated, half-supported and half-carried away by Deng Zuixiang. Commander Wang was a bit lighter on the alcohol, and Zhu Yingying only needed to assist him slightly to walk. On the other hand, Shen Huai Chuan drank the most and was now fast asleep. Zhou Qiqi instructed Qin Lei to take care of Shen Huai Chuan while she escorted the main character of the day, Lei Ming, to the courtyard door. Among the group, Lei Ming drank the least, as most of his drinks were intercepted by Shen Huai Chuan. Seeing Lei Ming's slightly pale face, Zhou Qiqi's eyes were filled with concern. "Comrade Lei Ming, can you still hold on? If you're not feeling well, I can have Qin Lei take you home." Lei Ming forced a smile, his lips trembling, but he couldn't hide the deep disappointment in his eyes. "No need. I've only had a couple of drinks. It's not enough to need someone to take me home." Zhou Qiqi nodded, exchanged a few polite words, and was about to close the door to go back inside. Just as she turned, Lei Ming's heart suddenly tightened. His throat rolled twice, and he called out, "Wait." He slowly raised his head. If. Halfway through his sentence, his lips trembled more violently, and he struggled to continue. Zhou Qiqi smiled gently. "Comrade Lei Ming, there is no if in this world. Don't waste time on ifs. That will only make you suffer." Her expression was serious and calm, filled with kindness and concern, but there was not a hint of the ambiguity that should exist between men and women. Lei Ming swayed slightly, mechanically nodded, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He said nothing more and turned to leave. Zhou Qiqi returned to clean up the aftermath. And before she finished, Deng Zuixiang burst back in, carrying a bag of kudzu root and sour jujubes. Both she and Captain Jiang enjoyed a good drink, and this was a hangover remedy her mother-in-law had brought from their hometown. It worked wonders. After drinking a bowl of it, one would wake up the next day without a headache. However, making it was a bit troublesome. It needed to be soaked first, then simmered slowly in a clay pot, and the heat had to be just right, or it wouldn't be effective. She planned to demonstrate it for Qiqi. When making the remedy, just place a circle of oranges by the stove to roast. After a while, the hot pot smell in the room will dissipate, leaving only the fragrance of oranges. After roasting, the orange peel would shrivel, but the flesh inside would be soft, warm, and sweet and sour. Delicious. Zhou Qiqi instantly realized that this was similar to the future practice of boiling tea by the stove. She had wanted to try it before, but the price had deterred her. She never expected someone to do it so early. While they waited for the hangover soup, Deng Zuixiang leaned in, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "What did Lei Ming say to you before he left?" Zhou Qiqi didn't hide anything and recounted their conversation. Deng Zuixiang was dumbfounded and gave Zhou Qiqi a reproachful glance. "Did you really say that? You little girl, how heartless." Zhou Qiqi stuffed a piece of orange into her mouth, blinking innocently. "How is that heartless? I just saw he was in a bad mood and wanted to say a few comforting words." In the past, she had always been anxious, often thinking that if she hadn't been born into such a family, maybe her life would have been entirely different. But after contemplating, she found that if held no meaning. Nothing could be changed. After abandoning those childish fantasies, she no longer felt sad and gradually matured. She genuinely wanted the best for Lei Ming, which was why she spoke to him that way. Seeing her earnestness, Deng Zuixiang rolled her eyes, her tone filled with exasperation. "Silly girl, don't tell me you can't see it. That Lei Ming likes you." "Ah." Zhou Qiqi was completely stunned, her face filled with confusion. She truly had no sense of what Deng Zuixiang was talking about. She was completely inexperienced in romantic matters. Having been in a duty marriage with Shen Huai Chuan and having no thoughts of that nature about other men, she immediately shook her head in denial. "You must be mistaken. Sister Zuixiang, there's no such thing." Deng Zuixiang was firm in her belief. "Not possible. Our Deng family used to earn a living matchmaking. I've seen a lot since I was a child. Not just me. I bet Commander Shen knows too. I noticed he was acting strange today, like he was in a vinegar jar. She leaned closer to Zhou Qiqi, pretending to be jealous. TSK, you lucky girl. 2 men are competing for your affection. She nudged Zhou Qiqi's shoulder playfully. Okay, let me ask you. If you hadn't married Commander Shen and met both him and Lei Ming at the same time, who would you choose? I've already said, there is no if in this world. I never waste my thoughts on such matters. Zhou Qiqi smiled wryly, her expression helpless. Deng Zuixiang saw that she clearly didn't believe her and waved her hand. Silly girl, you really won't even dream? It's so boring. All right, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. She glanced at the hangover soup in the clay pot. Almost done. Just simmer for another 5 minutes on low heat. Looking at the time, she appeared a bit anxious. I have to go. I can't stay too long. My husband is a battalion commander, and while he looks tough, he can't sleep well after drinking. He wakes up every 10 minutes, and I have to comfort him. If he doesn't see me, he throws a fit like a child. It's such a hassle. Zhou Qiqi walked her to the door, and from a distance, she heard a few children running around in the square and remembered what happened at noon, quickly stopping Deng Zuixiang to ask, "Oh, right. Did you ask what happened with Xiangyang? What conflict is going on between him and Zhou?" At noon, the atmosphere at their table was a bit strange. They had arranged for the 3 kids to sit together, but Jiang Xiangyang refused to sit near Zhou, stubbornly moving his chair to squeeze in with the adults. During the meal, he insisted on being difficult, refusing to eat whatever Zhou was eating. Zhou, on the other hand, was quite calm and ate a bit of everything. This made Jiang Xiangyang very angry, as he couldn't eat anything and ended up chugging several big cups of orange-flavored drink to fill up. Mentioning Jiang Xiangyang made Deng Zuixiang furious. I asked him, but that little rascal refused to say anything. I don't know where he learned that bad temper. When I get home, I'm going to spank him until he can't sit down. Zhou Qiqi quickly intervened. Wait, Sister Zuixiang, he's just a child. It's normal for them to have conflicts sometimes. It doesn't necessarily mean someone is at fault. Please don't hit Xiangyang. Fine. Deng Zuixiang pouted, unsure if she was convinced. After sending her off, Zhou Qiqi brought the prepared hangover soup into the room. Shen Huai Chuan was sleeping soundly. Unlike Captain Jiang, Shen Huai Chuan was very quiet when drunk. His brows still tightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, his expression cold and no different from usual. For some reason, Deng Zuixiang's words suddenly replayed in her mind. She moved a stool to sit by the bed, reached out, and gently brushed over his tightly locked brows. Then slowly slid her hand to his tightly pressed lips. Then, as if possessed, she leaned in closer and softly whispered a word. You. Chapter 60. Is this Zhou Qiqi? Come with us. The news of Lei Ming going to dinner at Shen Huai Chuan's house quickly spread throughout the family compound the next day. After all, Lei Ming didn't hide from anyone when he went, and on the way back to the Lei political commissar's house, he even deliberately walked through the main road of the family compound, stopping to chat with a few familiar faces who often visited the Lei political commissar's house. He showed them the suit that Shen Huai Chuan had given him and recounted in detail how he and Zhou Qiqi had caught a thief together a few days ago. Just the night before, Qiu Chunfeng and Li Hong wanted claimed that Zhou Qiqi was having an affair, and they went to catch her in the act. In the end, they caught nothing and instead fell into a cesspool, looking utterly disheveled. At that moment, everyone started to feel that the rumors Qiu Chunfeng had spread before were not credible. However, some onlookers still insisted on separating the two events, saying that just because Qiu Chunfeng and Li Hongwan were disreputable didn't mean Zhou Qiqi was innocent. They still believed that Zhou Qiqi would seduce men and lacked propriety. But Lei Ming's actions completely silenced everyone. Shen Huai Chuan was a formidable figure in their military district. If Zhou Qiqi had truly done something improper, he wouldn't have openly invited her lover to his house for dinner. Once this incident occurred, the atmosphere in the entire family compound changed completely. Those 2 gossiping women were a nuisance in the compound, always believing rumors. How could anyone fabricate such things about others? It was simply outrageous. Others were acting heroically by catching a thief, and instead, they were accused of flirting. TSK. They were just full of themselves. They made us misunderstand good people. They deserved to fall into the cesspool. Those two had hearts dirtier than dung. On Sunday evening, in Deng Shuixiang's yard, Zhou Qiqi was leaning against a bamboo chair, peeling an orange. Deng Shuixiang was animatedly imitating the gossiping women. And Zhou Qiqi was laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up, tears coming out of her eyes. Did they really say that? It can't be false. Deng Shuixiang's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. I listened by the toilet. It was so funny, remembering how she had painstakingly explained the truth before. Only to have that group refuse to believe her. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Now they realized they had misunderstood her. Why didn't they figure it out sooner? There was more exciting news. Deng Shuixiang lowered her voice. Director Liao was called in by political commissar Lei and scolded. I heard that he and Li Hong have been fighting at home these days. Someone ran into Li Hongwan in the middle of the night, and there was a clear handprint on her face. Director Liao hit someone? Zhou Qiqi frowned slightly, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. Li Hongwan is quite pitiful, too. The neighbors in Qiu Chunfang's house had also been arguing nonstop lately, but it was limited to breaking dishes and crying out, without any real fighting. Deng Shuixiang snorted coldly, curling her lips. What's so pitiful about her? She has too much time on her hands and can't stand others doing well. Now she's just reaping what she sowed. Zhou Qiqi shrugged. True. Deng Shuixiang was about to speak when she noticed Zhou Qiqi still standing there and quickly waved her hand. Why are you still standing? Sit down and talk. Since Zhou Qiqi entered, Deng Shuixiang's mouth hadn't stopped. Now that she was done, Zhou Qiqi finally had a chance to speak. All right, hurry up. I'm getting sore from holding my arm up. Deng Shuixiang didn't rush to respond, first curiously looking her over. What is this? Zhou Qiqi stuffed a bag in her arms, pulling out 2 brand new pairs of jeans and a knitted dress. It's nothing. The weather is getting cooler. So I made you a dress, and I made a new pair of pants for Xiangyang and Shanghai too. Deng Shuixiang took a step back and waved her hand. Oh no, little sister. I can't accept this. We have clothes to wear. Zhou Qiqi smiled. Why are you being polite with me? I have a lot of fabric, so I made it casually. Don't you know my skills? I can finish this in half an hour. During this time, Sister Shuixiang had helped fertilize her family's vegetable garden, and it took much longer than half an hour, getting her all dirty. And that day when they had hot pot, she had seen Xiangyang's pants, which had patches all over the butt, crotch, and knees, layered like a beggar's. She had noticed all this. It would be too formal to pay her, so she definitely wouldn't accept it. After thinking it over, she decided that returning the favor with her skills would be best. Zhou Qiqi looked determined, knowing Deng Shuixiang couldn't refuse. So she hurried into the house to grab 5 large bills and insisted on stuffing them into Zhou Qiqi's pocket. Zhou Qiqi straightened her face and used her ultimate move. If you're going to be so calculating, then Zuzu is coming to your house for lunch tomorrow, and I'll give you the meal money. If you don't accept it, I'll let Zuzu starve. Deng Shuixiang scolded. Would you really let Zuzu starve? Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, smugly gesturing. Try it. You know how obedient Zuzu is. Fine, I give up. Deng Shuixiang shook her head helplessly, carefully folding the clothes, her fingertips brushing over the soft fabric, unable to hide her joy. Then I'll keep it for now, and if it doesn't fit, I'll come to you for alterations. Suddenly, she remembered something and became serious. Are you going to set up a stall again tomorrow? Yes, Zhou Qiqi nodded. The clothes I brought last time have been modified almost enough. I originally planned to go out on Friday, but since I was thinking about watching a movie on Friday night and dealing with those 2 gossipers, I slacked off. I have to go on Monday. Otherwise, Ping Jia will think something happened to me. Deng Shuixiang nodded in understanding. Then I'll accompany you to take the purchasing vehicle in the morning, so you won't be seen by others, and they'll start talking again. Zhou Qiqi quickly waved her hand. No. Before she came over, she had already sent a message to Sister Zhao in the phone room, asking her to pick her up at the small gate tomorrow morning. Besides delivering the clothes, she was also thinking of having Deng Shuixiang help look after Zuzu. Shen Huai Chuan's team was going to participate in the military district cross-country competition tomorrow and would leave early Sunday morning, so he definitely wouldn't be back by noon. All right, you little girl, you really think ahead. Deng Shuixiang couldn't help but look at Zhou Qiqi with newfound respect. The two chatted a bit more before turning to wash up quickly. The next morning, Zhou Qiqi made some water-fried buns and even brought some for Sister Zhao. The donkey cart, as usual, took her to the inner section of the city. This time she brought more clothes. And Sister Zhao specially parked the car at the entrance of a factory, asking a familiar person to help watch it, and helped Zhou Qiqi carry the snakeskin bag to the cinema entrance. Just as she set the things down, several men in police uniforms suddenly approached. Their faces dark and their eyes sharp. "Are you Zhou Qiqi? Please come with us." Chapter 61. She's deliberately causing trouble. Zhou Qiqi had only set up her stall at this small market twice, but she had already become the center of attention. Not to mention that she had driven away that troublesome figure, Ran Hongxia, which made everyone feel immensely relieved. Furthermore, the clothes at her stall were unique and beautiful. Her innovative business model, with clear pricing and no haggling, made shopping easier for customers and spared stall owners from the hassle of bargaining. Many stall owners were now learning from her. As soon as she arrived, many people eagerly looked her way, hoping to see what rare items she had brought today. The sock lady and the aunt selling men's clothing, who had set up their stalls next to Zhou Qiqi's last time, had become regulars ever since. They were both eagerly anticipating her return and had even made a bet about it. Seeing her now, their eyes brightened with joy, and they were eager to greet her. But who would have thought that before they could speak, several men in police uniforms quickly approached, stern-faced, and asked Zhou Qiqi to come with them. In the 1980s, the local customs were simple, and people rarely interacted with the police. Coupled with previous crackdowns, most people felt intimidated by the police. In the eyes of the crowd, anyone associated with the police was seen as a bad person. At that moment, as Zhou Qiqi was surrounded by the police, the crowd began to stir, whispers rising and falling. Some looked confused. What had Zhou Qiqi, the owner of the fashion stall, done? How had she attracted the police? The girl seemed nice. It must be a misunderstanding. Others spoke with a hint of jealousy, their tone sour. She didn't look like a well-behaved person, selling clothes so expensively. She was so beautiful. Could it be that she was involved with someone else's partner and got reported? No matter how the crowd speculated, being approached by the police was never a good thing. The sock lady and the aunt selling men's clothing exchanged glances, hesitant on their faces, and ultimately didn't dare to step forward. Only Sister Zhao, who pulled a donkey cart, clenched her fists and stepped in front of Zhou Qiqi, her voice trembling slightly. "Police officers, are you mistaken? Qiqi is not a bad person." Zhou Qiqi looked at Sister Zhao, who was clearly terrified, her arms trembling uncontrollably, yet still thinking of protecting her. A warmth surged in her heart. She gently patted Sister Zhao's shoulder and spoke softly, "It's okay, big sister, let me handle this." Her expression was calm, her tone composed, as if the situation before her was hardly worth mentioning. Sister Zhao nodded, instinctively reaching for the whip tied at her waist. Zhou Qiqi smiled kindly and looked at the two leading police officers without fear. "Excuse me, comrades, may I see your identification?" The question caught the two police officers off guard. Usually, when people saw them, they were respectful and somewhat afraid. But this person not only showed no fear, but even dared to ask for their identification. The young officer's face immediately darkened, his tone unfriendly. "You, a criminal suspect, are asking us for identification? How arrogant! Don't you recognize our uniforms? Now come with us." The older officer beside him quickly reached out to stop him, turning to Zhou Qiqi with a friendly smile. "Ah, we should show our IDs first before asking questions. That's the rule. The young lady's request is quite reasonable." Saying this, he swiftly took out his work ID from his jacket pocket and handed it over. Although the young officer was reluctant, he had no choice but to pull out his ID under the older officer's gaze. Zhou Qiqi examined them carefully, verifying the red plastic cover, the badge on the front, and the information inside, before smiling and returning the IDs. "Officer Tan, Officer Huang, that's fine, thank you." Once the two had put their IDs away, she proactively asked, her voice loud and unafraid, "May I ask, Officer Huang referred to me as a criminal suspect. Does that mean there's a case that requires me to be summoned? What crime am I suspected of?" Her question was professional and clear. Officer Huang, used to intimidating people with terms like police and criminal suspect, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He usually relied on scaring people to save time, knowing they would comply out of fear. But in reality, To summon a criminal suspect, they had to present a summons. If Zhou Qiqi insisted, they really couldn't take her away. At this moment, he was speechless and didn't know how to respond, mumbling a few times without making sound. Officer Tan, however, maintained his smile and waved his hand. No, it's not that serious. It's just that there was a problem with the clothes you sold before. Someone reported it to our station, and we need you to cooperate with the investigation. He pointed to the police station not far across the street, speaking kindly. It's not far, just across the street. It won't take much of your time. Please see if you can accompany us. The two police officers had initially appeared stern and sharp-eyed, making the onlookers think Zhou Qiqi had committed a serious offense. But within a few sentences, their attitude completely changed, leaving the crowd in astonishment. This stall owner actually dared to confront the police? What was going on? However, what the crowd was more concerned about was the police's mention of a problem with the clothes Zhou Qiqi sold. In the eye of the storm, Zhou Qiqi pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, cooperating with the investigation is a duty of every citizen, so I will go with you. She wasn't afraid of trouble, nor did she create it, but she wasn't foolish either. There was no need to make things difficult for the police in this situation. Moreover, she was in the right and had nothing to fear about going to the police station. She was also curious about what problem could have arisen with the clothes she sold that led to someone reporting it to the police. I'll just let a friend know. Please wait a moment. She spoke to the two police officers, pulling Sister Zhao aside to urge her to head back quickly. Over the past month, Sister Zhao had been delivering goat milk to her family every day, and they had become quite familiar with each other. Zhou Qiqi knew that this widow, Sister Zhao, had to support her 3 children along with her mentally impaired father-in-law, relying on the money she earned from pulling the donkey cart, so she couldn't waste her time. But Sister Zhao was stubborn and insisted on staying with Zhou Qiqi to demand an explanation, unable to persuade her otherwise. Zhou Qiqi finally let her wait outside the police station with her snakeskin bag. After a short delay, more and more people gathered to watch the commotion. Under the curious, gloating, and worried gazes of the crowd, Zhou Qiqi walked steadily and unhurriedly into the police station. In the hall, a woman was pulling at the sleeve of a girl beside her, crying and complaining to the police inside. My daughter is studying dance. How will she live in the future? It's all that Zhou Qiqi, the owner of Qiqi Fashion Shop, who caused this. She's deliberately causing trouble. Chapter 62, Are You Still Trying to Deny It? The aunt's voice was loud and sharp, causing chaos in the entire hall. Captain Li, dressed in uniform, faced the aunt's clamor, constantly raising his hand to appease her, his voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. Auntie, please calm down. Just wait a moment. The person will be brought over soon. Please stop shouting. However, the aunt completely ignored his words, still crying and scolding nonstop, tears and snot streaming down her face. I've been watching her for several days, and today I finally saw her set up her stall, so I immediately came to the police station to report it. You must help me seek justice for my daughter and arrest that Zhou Qiqi. Her emotions were agitated, and her voice grew even louder. Just arresting her isn't enough. She must pay for it, a heavy price. After finishing her words, she paused slightly, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and threatened. Otherwise, my daughter and I will hang ourselves at the entrance of your police station. Captain Li felt his temples throbbing from a noise, his face full of helplessness. He rubbed his swollen forehead, and just as he was at his wit's end, Officer Tan walked in quickly. Captain Li, the person has been brought here. Captain Li felt as if he had grasped a lifeline while drowning, and his eyes instantly lit up. He immediately raised his hand, pointing to Zhou Qiqi, who was standing aside, his voice urgent. Auntie, please stop crying for a moment and take a good look. Is this the owner of the clothing you bought? The aunt abruptly turned around, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhou Qiqi, scrutinizing her up and down with a gaze full of examination and hatred. She nodded heavily, her tone definitive and unquestionable. That's right. It's her. Hurry up and arrest her. She's a harm to others. Saying this, she lunged towards Zhou Qiqi with her claws out, as if she intended to tear her apart. Compared to this aunt, Qiu Chunfang seemed kind-hearted. Zhou Qiqi was startled by such a crazy person and quickly hid behind Officer Tan. Officer Tan reacted swiftly, spreading his arms to protect her firmly. Captain Li could no longer contain the anger building inside him. With a loud bang, he slammed the teacup to the ground, his face darkening as he sternly shouted, "Be quiet. This is a police station, not a market. You can't cause such a commotion." Once the hall quieted down a bit, he fixed his gaze sharply on Zhou Qiqi. "So you're Zhou Qiqi? This aunt says her daughter bought clothes from your stall, and there were razor blades sewn into the sleeves, injuring her." While he spoke, he gestured to the side, where a girl of about 17 or 18 stood next to the aunt, her skin pale, and a dark red wound on her arm particularly glaring. The girl shrank beside her mother, softly sobbing, completely afraid to look up at anyone. After explaining the situation, Captain Li's tone turned serious. "You need to come with us to the interrogation room and clarify the matter." Zhou Qiqi looked towards the direction he pointed. The door was dark and ominous, sending a chill down her spine, and she quickly shook her head. "I have never seen this aunt and her daughter, nor did I sell clothes to her. This is a false accusation. Although she might be bad with directions, she clearly remembered her customers, and she truly had never seen these two. Moreover, she was extremely careful when making clothes, checking at least 3 times after finishing. It was absolutely impossible for there to be razor blades in the clothes." The aunt's eyes widened in anger, the muscles in her face trembling with rage. "You dishonest merchant! So many people come and go at your stall, and you say you've never seen us?" She paused for a moment, then maliciously added, "Besides this style of clothing only you have. It's exactly the same as what you're wearing. How dare you say it's not from your stall?" Saying this, she threw out a piece of clothing. It was a pedal-style puff sleeve shirt paired with a French double-layer lace skirt. Zhou Qiqi recognized it. It was indeed the French little set she sold last week. Coincidentally, she was wearing the same style today. The evidence was right in front of her, and at first glance, it seemed impossible for her to deny it. However, she didn't plan to deny it. Instead, she frowned and bent down to pick up the clothing, gently rubbing the fabric with her fingers, and said in a low voice, "This style indeed is what I sell." The aunt's face instantly lit up with joy as she squealed. She admitted it. "Hurry up and arrest this little brat." The several police officers present frowned and pointed towards the interrogation room, saying, "Then please, wait." Zhou Qiqi suddenly looked up, her eyes bright, gripping the clothing tightly, and spoke slowly. "I only said this style is what I sell, but I did not admit that this specific piece of clothing was sold by me. What's the difference? Are you still trying to deny it?" The aunt exploded with rage, taking a step forward, spitting as she spoke. At first, when she saw the clothing, Zhou Qiqi was also startled, genuinely thinking her memory had failed her. But once she had the clothing in her hands, she immediately confirmed that this harmful piece of clothing absolutely was not hers. She smiled slightly, her tone always firm and respectful. "The difference is enormous." Then she raised the clothing in her hand, pointing out the details one by one. "The material of this clothing is far inferior to what I sell. It's clearly a low-quality product, not made by the same factory as mine. It's probably leftover goods from some small factory. And look at these seams and fabric. They're all substandard." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the several police officers in the hall. "If you don't believe me, you can go outside and compare it with the goods in my snakeskin bag." She had 10 sets of such little outfits in the snakeskin bag she was going to sell. As soon as she finished speaking, Officer Tan immediately turned and ran outside, bringing in her snakeskin bag. He personally took out several sets and placed them on the table. Everyone gathered around, carefully comparing the 2 pieces of clothing. Anyone with eyes could see that although the styles were the same, the materials and workmanship were vastly different. Even Captain Li, who had no particular standards when it came to clothing, couldn't help but frown, reaching the conclusion, they're indeed very different. He then looked at the aunt who reported the case. "Annie, did you make a mistake?" The aunt leaned over to take a look as well. She wasn't a fool and could tell that they were indeed not the same goods. But she still didn't believe it. Her eyes widened, staring hard at Zhou Qiqi. "Very certain. Anyway, I gave my daughter 25 yuan to buy it from you. There's no way to be mistaken." Her eyes darted around, and then she gritted her teeth and proposed her guess. "Maybe you mixed good goods with bad ones when selling?" "Yeah, that's also a possibility." "How can you prove this isn't what you sold?" The little officer Huang, who had been put in a difficult position by Zhou Qiqi earlier, also quietly chimed in, his eyes carrying a hint of malice. Chapter 63. Exclusive trademark. As Officer Huang's voice fell, the entire investigation area instantly fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze towards him. Even Captain Li, who had previously ignored him, slightly turned his head and stared at him with piercing eyes, speaking in a deep voice. "Oh, what do you mean?" As the head of the public security team, Captain Li was usually busy with official duties and rarely concerned himself with trivial cases, but today happened to be an exception. Under Captain Li's intense gaze, Officer Huang felt his heart tighten. A rush of blood surged to his head. This was his chance for promotion. He straightened his back immediately, swallowed hard, and spoke eagerly. "I think the lady can't possibly have intentionally wronged herself by making such a long cut on her daughter's arm, right? The girl is a dancer." As he became more animated, he stepped forward, almost getting too close to Zhou Qiqi's face. His eyes filled with aggressive momentum as he spoke firmly. "Unless this woman can truly provide evidence that this clothing wasn't sold by her, otherwise, she must be taken into the interrogation room for a thorough questioning." "Good, good, good," Captain Li said 3 times, though his tone revealed no hint of joy or anger. Officer Huang felt a rush of happiness in his heart, his mouth involuntarily curling up, and his head held high, eagerly anticipating praise from his superior. But in the next moment, a police cap was slammed onto his face. "This is how you handle cases? Letting the public prove their own innocence? If they can't prove it, you just want to arrest them?" Captain Li's neck bulged with veins, his eyes wide with anger, and his voice was as cold as ice. "I ask you, do you remember what Article 35 of the Criminal Procedure Law states?" "Why, yes." Caught off guard by the sudden reprimand, Officer Huang stumbled back half a step, his cheeks instantly flushing and swelling as he trembled while trying to recite. "All judgments of cases must be based on evidence. Thorough investigation and research must be prioritized, and confessions should not be easily trusted." His voice grew smaller. Losing all confidence, Captain Li looked down at him, filled with disappointment and anger. "Now, is there any evidence? Have you conducted an investigation? This is just a minor injury. At most a public security case, and it may not even warrant a case report. It's at most a dispute. You casually arrest people, treating the public as suspects? Is this how you do your job as a police officer? Do you really think you're something special? No wonder everyone is afraid to deal with us in public security. It's because of petty people like you." He abruptly waved his hand, his tone icy. "I think you should leave the investigation area and be transferred elsewhere." This sudden punishment hit Officer Huang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned on the spot. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but saw Captain Li roll his eyes in disgust and roar, "Get out. Don't be an eyesore here." After reprimanding Officer Huang, Captain Li still wore a gloomy expression and turned to Officer Tan. "Old Tan, what do you think we should do about this?" Officer Tan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. "Since there is no evidence to prove that this clothing was bought from Comrade Zhou's stall, we should just make a simple record, take down an address and phone number, and let her return her business. As for further investigation, that's our job as police officers." Captain Li nodded slightly. "Let us do it that way." He then turned to Zhou Qiqi. His tone, though stiff, carried a bit more seriousness. "Comrade, I apologize for the scare. Just cooperate with us for a record, answer a few questions, and leave your address and phone number. We may need your assistance in future investigations." Zhou Qiqi was somewhat taken aback. After hearing Officer Huang's words, she thought she would likely face some setbacks today and was already thinking about what to do. She didn't expect that she wouldn't need to intervene, and things would turn around unexpectedly. She was grateful to have encountered Captain Li. She took a deep breath and bowed to the 2 officers. "Captain Li, Officer Tan, thank you for handling this fairly." With a shift in tone, confidence blossomed in her eyes. "However, it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. I can prove right now that this clothing definitely wasn't bought from my stall." "Oh, now, what method?" Captain Li raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening instantly. Zhou Qiqi calmly picked up a piece of clothing, her fingertips brushing over the hidden edge of the hem, lifting the fabric toward the light. "Every piece of clothing I make has a hidden embroidered in a discreet location, which serves as my exclusive trademark." Her voice was steady, yet carried a convincing strength. Captain Li and Officer Tan exchanged glances and each picked up the clothing to examine it. In the folds of the fabric, they indeed found the faintly visible Moreover, even more astonishing was that both sides of the fabric had the colors and fonts on the front and back were entirely different, with stitching as delicate as flowing clouds. Good craftsmanship. Officer Ten couldn't help but exclaim. Captain Li focused more on the details and frowned, asking comrade, "How did you achieve this?" Zhou Qiqi tilted her head and smiled, her eyes sparkling. This is the traditional embroidery method of Suzhou embroidery, double-sided with different colored hidden stitches. It can't be explained in just a sentence or two, and even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to learn it. I dare say, in the entire G City, I'm the only one who can do it. She downplayed it, but in reality, very few people in the entire Huagua could master this technique. The double-sided embroidery method with different colored hidden stitches has a significant history. It is a rare technique in traditional Suzhou embroidery, classified as an intangible cultural heritage. In her previous life, Zhou Qiqi didn't know how much effort she expended visiting dozens of old embroiderers just to learn this skill piecemeal. However, she had learned it for long before she unexpectedly passed away. Now, in this new life, sitting in front of the sewing machine, she couldn't help but show off her skills. To her surprise, it was put to use today. Zhou Qiqi's fingertips caressed the fabric, her gaze bright. Every piece of clothing in this sack bears my trademark. If you think these aren't enough, you can check the ones I sold previously. Most of my customers are students from normal universities and female workers from the canning factory. I can give you a few names of customers for you to check. Captain Li and Officer Ten exchanged glances and replied in unison. Then write it down. We'll check it right now to ensure you're cleared. Before the words fell, a breathless female voice suddenly burst in. No need to go through all that trouble. I can testify for Zhou Qiqi right now. Zhou Qiqi turned her head to see that it was none other than the lady who sold socks. She was holding a piece of clothing tightly in her hands, her voice trembling. This outfit was bought from Qiqi's stall last week. You all take a look. Behind her, Sister Zhao and the aunt selling men's clothing also hurried in, their faces full of urgency. Captain Li took the clothing and examined it closely, nodding as he reached a conclusion. There is indeed a trademark. No problem. Comrade Zhou and the lady who reported the case do not know each other and have no reason to intentionally harm her daughter. She is indeed innocent. Officer Ten also nodded. The situation had reversed too quickly, and it was only now that the lady who reported the case reacted. But her first instinct was to shout at the top of her lungs. "You're talking nonsense. Impossible," my daughter clearly said. At this moment, the girl who had been shrinking in a corner suddenly squatted down and burst into tears, her shoulders shaking violently, her knuckles turning white from gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. Chapter 64. So you're a soldier too? Mom, don't say any more. I didn't buy it from that sister. The girl, looking only about 16 or 17, choked on her words, clutching her clothes tightly, her nails digging deep in her palm, crying uncontrollably, tears splattering onto her clothes. "That day you gave me 25 yuan to buy ice pops, but I accidentally lost 5. Later, I saw an identical dress in the alley for only 18, thinking I could make up the difference, so I foolishly bought it. But I didn't notice there was a blade sewn into the sleeve, and when I tried it on at home, my arm got cut badly. I got scolded by Mom, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to tell the truth." The aunt, upon hearing this, immediately felt her face burning with shame, turning the color of liver, and picked up a broom from the corner, swinging it at her daughter while cursing. "You worthless thing. Have you learned to lie? Just wait until I beat you to death." Captain Li and Officer Tan were quick to react, stepping in to block the aunt's swinging broom and pulling her arms aside. "Don't resort to violence. You can't teach your child like this. Let's talk it out calmly." But the aunt was furious, completely ignoring their advice. She broke free and chased her daughter around the room. The sounds of overturned tables and chairs mixed with cries and shouts, creating chaos in the investigation area. As she chased her daughter, the aunt hysterically yelled, "I bought you that dress for your blind date, and you can't even handle this little thing? No one wants you. You worthless girl. Why don't you just die?" Filthy words kept pouring out of her mouth, becoming increasingly harsh. Captain Li's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he called over 7 or 8 officers to escort the aunt into the interrogation room to cool off. As for Zhou Qiqi, although her innocence had been proven, she still needed to make a brief statement to explain the situation. It was clear that someone had copied Zhou Qiqi's design to sell inferior products, not even realizing they had a blade sewn in. The young girl had bought the substandard item because it was cheap, and out of fear, she did not dare to tell her mother, which caused Zhou Qiqi to get into trouble. Overall, it was a big misunderstanding that had nothing to do with Zhou Qiqi. She was not a suspect, but rather a complete victim. After completing her statement, Captain Li patted Zhou Qiqi on the shoulder. We will investigate this person, and once found, you can report her to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for violating your rights. Zhou Qiqi bit her lip and thought for a moment, a sharp and mean face appearing in her mind. I might know who that is. Could you please check it out quickly? She then mentioned Ran Hongxiao's name and a rough description of her appearance. Having a lead makes things easier. Captain Li's eyes lit up. This saves us some trouble. Please leave your contact information and address, and we'll notify you when we have news. Okay. Zhou Qiqi nodded and wrote down her address and phone number. When she handed it over, she heard the aunt in the interrogation room still cursing, and she bit her lip before speaking. Also, Captain Li, about that young girl just now. I hope you can help talk to her and guide her. I'm afraid she might think too much. All right, I understand. Captain Li nodded seriously, took the note, and glanced at it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Haizi Bay military family area. So you're a military wife? A smile spread across his face. No wonder you're so capable. You're not flustered at all. He excitedly pulled out a discharge certificate from his drawer. I'm also a veteran, and I'm quite familiar with many officers in your military district, including your district's combat hero, Shen Huai Chuan, who used to be my student. We just met in the director's office last month. Zhou Qiqi was taken aback. No wonder she found Captain Li's cold demeanor somewhat familiar. He was also a soldier. She quickly extended her hand. Since you are Huai Chuan's teacher, I should also call you teacher. Captain Li's eyes widened even more. You can't be Huai Chuan's newlywed wife, can you? This was a genuine connection, and Captain Li regretted not realizing it sooner, slapping his thigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't scare you just now, did I? Zhou Qiqi quickly shook her head. No, the teacher handled the case fairly. It was just that little yellow officer. Just look at how he acted. I didn't know how many ordinary citizens he had bullied with his position before. You're right, Captain Li said. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I won't let him work on cases anymore. I'll have him feed the military dogs. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly intervened. No. If he feeds military dogs, I'm afraid he might abuse them. What if he hits the pups later? Captain Li stroked his chin. True, if not, I'll assign him to watch prisoners at the detention center. After all, he thinks everyone is guilty. That's a good place. They both exchanged smiles. After some more small talk, Zhou Qiqi noticed it was getting late. It was already past 10. She quickly said she needed to return to her stall. I'll take you there. Captain Li immediately offered. But Zhou Qiqi waved her hands, not wanting to be treated specially. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Captain Li arranged for his subordinates to escort her. Before leaving, Captain Li mysteriously patted Zhou Qiqi's shoulder and said, I have to thank you. Because of you, our public security team has seen a significant improvement in operations recently. Many people have reported feeling safer, and the director has praised us by name. Huh? Zhou Qiqi was somewhat confused. Captain Li blinked. Didn't he explain further? And just waved his hand for her to hurry back to her work. Officer Tan and another officer Wu helped carry the burlap sack and accompanied Zhou Qiqi back to her stall. Since Zhou Qiqi had entered the police station, the vendors outside had been craning their necks to watch. When they saw her return, a crowd quickly gathered around, eager to find out what had happened. Weren't you arrested? How come you're back so quickly? Could it be someone up top helped? Exactly, what is going on? Seeing this, Officer Tan furrowed his brows and hurriedly pushed through the crowd. He waved his hands in the air and shouted, Everyone disperse. It's not a big deal. It's just a misunderstanding. Break it up. Don't spread rumors here. After saying that, he turned to Zhou Qiqi, showing a friendly smile and extending his hand. Comrade, if you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact us or the nearby patrol team. We're always ready to help. Upon learning that Zhou Qiqi was a military wife, his tone became even gentler and his attitude more respectful. Zhou Qiqi smiled and shook Officer Tan's hand, softly saying, Thank you so much, Officer Tan. With the police's assurance, although the onlookers were still curious, they didn't dare say much more and could only disperse in small groups. As soon as the police left, the nearby Sister Socks and aunt in male clothing immediately approached, their faces filled with concern. "Are you all right, Qiqi?" Zhou Qiqi shook her head, revealing a grateful smile. "I'm fine. I owe you all for your help in testifying." Sister Socks patted Zhou Qiqi's hand and said, "This was all Sister Zhao's idea. She said the police would use the clothes you sold as evidence. And that's when I thought of going home to get the clothes. I didn't expect it to really help so much." As she spoke, she turned her head. "By the way, where's Sister Zhao? She was just here." Chapter 65. Bye. Where is Xiao Zhao? She was just here, right? The aunt selling men's clothing frowned and said. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly looked around and saw a figure in the distance that resembled Sister Zhao, quickly chasing after her. After finally catching up, she was slightly out of breath, beads of sweat forming at her temples. "Sister Zhao, where are you going? Why didn't you say anything? I thought something happened to you." Sister Zhao rubbed the hem of her clothes and smiled shyly, her eyes filled with awkwardness. "I saw you were okay, so I hurried to leave. The donkey cart is still parked at the factory entrance, and it would be bad to delay others." Looking at this woman before her, Zhou Qiqi felt a ripple in her heart. Don't be fooled by Sister Zhao's rough exterior or that she never went to school. Her character is truly commendable. After her husband passed away, without a second thought, she took over the cart-pulling business, raising 3 children alone while also taking care of her confused father-in-law. At just 32, she looked like she had been weathered by the sun and rain, appearing as if she were 40. Yet still, she remained optimistic, kind, and resilient. Remembering how she had trembled earlier, yet still protected herself behind Zhou Qiqi, her eyes felt warm, and she quickly waved her hand, her voice unconsciously softening. "All right, you go ahead then. We can talk later. I might finish packing up a bit late today. If you can't wait for me by 4:30, just go back." After wasting so much time, it was almost 11 now, and she needed to hurry back to her stall. With her stall on her mind, Zhou Qiqi walked briskly. Upon seeing the familiar spot from a distance, she paused. The older sister and aunt were standing there, the banner neatly hung, and the stall was set up properly. "What new styles do you have today? Hurry up and show us." The two urged excitedly, their eyes sparkling. They knew how to help out without overstepping. They didn't touch the goods at all. The two had also briefly given statements at the police station earlier. The older sister was named Zheng Yulan, 35 years old, and the aunt was named Sun Zhaodi, 41. "Good." Zhou Qiqi smiled sweetly, her heart warming as she quickly unwrapped her package. Today, in addition to batwing shirts, jeans, and French-style suits, there was another new item. It was also a set, which could be purchased separately or layered together. The top was a basic black suit made of cotton that she got from Pingjie, fitted at the waist with shoulder pads and a V-neck that looked sharp. The bottom was a double-layer A-line long skirt made from linen fabric she got from the fabric shop, draping elegantly. Zheng Yulan's eyes immediately lit up as she picked up a small orange floral dress, holding it against herself and comparing it from side to side, her cheeks flushing. "Wow, this is so beautiful. It seems to fit me perfectly." Sun Zhaodi, who was just watching, also brightened up, picking up a black floral dress and hesitating as she held it against herself. "I think it looks good on me too." The two exchanged smiles, circling around each other, praising one another. "It really suits you. The color is very suitable, and the big flowers make it look very elegant. This one looks great on you too. The small flowers are bright and match you perfectly." Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but smile, tilting her chin slightly with a hint of pride. "That's right. The last French-style suit had a limited audience, so this time she specially improved it to allow more people to wear beautiful clothes." "Qiqi, how much is this set?" Zheng Yulan asked eagerly. 30 yuan for a set, and I'll throw in a brown thin belt. If you don't want the belt, it's 50 cents cheaper." Zhou Qiqi's voice was clear. "Sister Zheng, if you want it, I'll give you a discount like last time. This set is a bit more expensive than the French-style suit. It can't be helped that autumn and winter clothes cost more." "So expensive? That's equivalent to me selling socks for half a month." Zheng Yulan bit her lip, hesitating, while Sun Zhaodi beside her encouraged. "Sister, let me give you a piece of advice. Since you like it so much, just buy it. You buy skirts for your daughter and suits for the men in your family without blinking. But when it comes to yourself, you hesitate." "All right, I'll buy it." Zheng Yulan gritted her teeth, thinking, Why else would I wake up early and stay late to sell socks? She clutched the dress, extremely happy, bouncing like a little girl, and turned to the aunt. Sister Sun, what about you? Are you buying? Zheng Yulan had seen Sun Zhaodi when she was setting up her stall earlier this year. She was wearing a dull blue coat then, and today she was still in that outfit. Clearly in her 40s, she looked like she was in her 50s. Sun Zhaodi's hand trembled as she touched the hem of the dress, but ultimately let it go. I'll pass. I'm too old for new clothes. Zheng Yulan rolled her eyes and advised. Your two younger brothers from your family don't look much younger than you. Yesterday, when they came to your stall to get clothes, they didn't hold back at all. You should spend this little money, otherwise they will spend it all. Besides, if you don't wear skirts now, when you get older, you won't be able to wear them at all. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhaodi felt a tightness in her throat. As the eldest sister in her family, she had helped her mother raise her two younger brothers from a young age. When she was younger, her mother always said to wait a bit, first buying new clothes for her two brothers. After getting married, her mother said to wait again, first buying new clothes for her husband and son. But as she waited, she had reached this age, and her wardrobe always contained only dull, old clothes, let alone skirts. She had never worn a decent new outfit. At this moment, looking at the new black floral dress, she suddenly clenched her fists. I'll buy it. That's right. Zheng Yulan nodded with excitement and nudged Zhou Qiqi with her chin. Zhou Qiqi, help us calculate how much for one set? I have a belt, so let us save a bit. All right. Zhou Qiqi smiled brightly. This was the first order of the day. It should have been an 88 discount. But since we're neighbors, let us skip the 88 discount and go straight for 80. One set is 23 yuan and 60 cents. And I'll throw in the belt. Okay, then we want to be polite. Zheng Yulan and Sun Zhaodi exchanged glances and started to take out their money. This is how women buy clothes. Before buying, they're all conflicted and reluctant. But once the decision is made, their hearts are set. The two didn't say much. But a woman who had been watching from the side suddenly interjected. Why don't you give them a better price, like 50 or 60% off? Just earn a little less. Look how good your relationship is. Look at how pitiful this aunt is. Just think of it as doing a good deed. Her eyes flickered between Zhou Qiqi and the two older sisters, clearly not a kind character. However, before Zhou Qiqi could respond, Zheng Yulan quickly waved her hand. An 80 discount is already a special case. We can't break Qiqi's stall rules because of us. Exactly. It's already quite cheap. Sun Yulan nodded in agreement, quickly taking out her money and handing it to Zhou Qiqi. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and scoffed. Such a pretense. Talking about good neighbors and calling each other sister and aunt, but still wanting to profit from others? Is that right? If 50% off one tea work, then how about 70%? You're making that much money. Can you sleep at night? Chapter 66. Here, to cause trouble again? Zhou Qiqi took the money, the corners of her lips curling into a perfectly appropriate arc, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Her voice was crisp and clear, every word striking like a hammer. I can't give you a better deal. The rules have been set long ago. The money I earn is well-deserved. Why should I feel guilty? The woman, seeing there was no room for negotiation, rolled her eyes impatiently, pouted, and mumbled something under her breath. Then she pointed to another set of light yellow outfits on the stall. Fine, give me a set too. Let us just calculate it as 20 off like the others. Saying that, she opened her wallet and pulled out 23 yuan and 60 cents, handing it to Zhou Qiqi with an air of arrogance. Zhou Qiqi smiled a bit speechlessly. So she was just waiting here. No wonder she suddenly helped the two older sisters bargain. Turns out she had this plan. Zhou Qiqi didn't indulge her, not reaching out to take the money, but straightened her back and raised her eyebrows, looking directly at the woman. Thank you for your patronage. But the first order is the only one that gets a discount at this stall. Everything else is a fixed price. The outfit you want is 30 yuan. Thank you. The woman immediately became displeased. But we calculated it together. I saw you calculating for others the other day. Zhou Qiqi shrugged, putting the money into her small shoulder bag. Sorry, the two older sisters have already paid, so that first order is settled. If you want to buy, it can only be at the original price. The woman placed her hands on her hips, her voice suddenly rising. Why is this little girl so stingy? Has she fallen into the money pit? Is it really necessary for me to pay those extra few yuan? It's not like I can't live without them. Zhou Qiqi didn't respond. Just lowered her head to pack the clothes for the two older sisters, handing each of them a hair tie. Then she started organizing the goods on the stall. No matter how the woman yelled, she kept her head down and ignored her, letting her go on a rant by herself. Passers-by couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker at the scene. The woman, who loved beauty, was naturally concerned about her image. After being called out like that, she stomped her feet and ran away, her face flushed, but not before cursing. "Forget it. I don't want it. This little girl is too much." Zhou Qiqi didn't have time to pay her any mind. As soon as she finished organizing the clothes on the stall, customers started to arrive. It was a female worker from the canned food factory, still in uniform, with a red armband that read team leader. The auntie looked familiar, and as soon as she saw Zhou Qiqi's stall, she started chatting away. "A few days ago, I saw the director's daughter from our factory went on a blind date wearing a little suit, and it worked out. She said she bought it from you. And many people in our factory want to buy some for their daughters too. I also think my daughter-in-law would like it. I've been looking for you for several days, but haven't seen you set up. I thought I wouldn't be able to buy anything, and I'd have to go home empty-handed for lunch. Luckily, I overheard some people in the restroom just now and quickly took a break. Young lady, you can't be so inconsistent with your stall. It seriously affects the customer experience and isn't good for your business development." Despite the auntie's chatter, she spoke clearly and logically. Zhou Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed by her words, scratching her head, and quickly pulled out a set of outfits. "Hey, today we have new styles. Annie, help your daughter-in-law pick one. See which one looks better on her." The auntie hurriedly started choosing and soon picked out a light green linen skirt suit for her daughter-in-law, promptly handing over 30 yuan, saying, "My daughter-in-law is fair and thin. This will definitely look good on her." Zhou Qiqi packed it up in a paper bag, but didn't give it to her right away. Instead, she turned around and took a piece of matching fabric from the sack, quickly tying it into a plump bow, making the paper bag look exquisite. The auntie's eyes lit up, and she immediately gave Zhou Qiqi a thumbs up. "Young lady, I take back what I said earlier. With your skills and sincerity, even if you only work a few days a week, you'll definitely do well in the future." Zhou Qiqi was amused by the auntie's compliment and replied cheerfully, "All right, auntie, I appreciate your kind words." Just as the auntie finished speaking, someone else spotted a pair of flared jeans. Every customer, as long as they weren't like that rude woman, received Zhou Qiqi's warm and thoughtful service, and soon a crowd gathered around the stall. Before she knew it, it was noon. Students were getting out of school, and workers were finishing their shifts, leading to another huge wave of customers. And they were busy until 1:30 before things settled down. Zhou Qiqi had gone to the police station earlier, which took up quite a bit of time, so the clothes didn't sell out like the last two times, and there were still about 10 pieces left. Seeing that there weren't many people on the street now, she tugged at Sister Zheng and Sister Sun beside her. "Em starving. There's a noodle stall over there. Come on, I'll treat you both to noodles." No. The two quickly waved their hands. They had just finished their work as well. With Zhou Qiqi's stall nearby, their little stall had gained quite a few customers too. "No way, we have to go. If I don't, I'll be sad. Tomorrow I'll set up somewhere else, not next to you two," Zhou Qiqi threatened, hands on her hips and pouting. She had already planned this morning. She definitely wanted to thank the two older sisters. However, thanking them didn't mean mixing it up with business. The clothes were still at 20 off, but the gratitude could be expressed in other ways, like at the little noodle stall by the school. This way, she could fill her stomach without putting too much psychological burden on the two older sisters. After Zhou Qiqi said this, the two older sisters quickly reassured her. Don't be sad. We can go, can't we?" The three of them tidied up the things on the stall, packed them into the sack, and placed it next to the auntie selling roasted sweet potatoes before heading to the noodle stall together. Zhou Qiqi ordered a bowl of knife-cut noodles with meat sauce for 50 cents and added a 5-cent marinated egg. The two older sisters had been eyeing the cheaper options on the signboard, but with Zhou Qiqi blocking their view, they had no choice but to order the same. The stall was run by a couple. The husband was sweating profusely as he kneaded and cut the noodles, while the wife stood by the stove cooking them, occasionally wiping their sweat from each other's brows, looking quite warm and cozy. The noodles at this little stall, while not as meaty as those from state-run restaurants, had a homely taste and were quite chewy. The three of them ate heartily and quickly returned to their stall. after this wave of customers. There weren't as many in the afternoon. It was uncertain if they could sell out before 4 o'clock. While Zhou Qiqi was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a sharp female voice coming from not far away. "Look over there. That's definitely her. We finally caught her. Cousin, come quick. Don't let her escape." Zhou Qiqi turned around to see a sturdy, middle-aged man approaching her stall with a furrowed brow. Goodness, is someone here to cause trouble again? Chapter 67 Invitation. Zhou Qiqi saw someone approaching aggressively and instinctively tightened her grip on the canvas bag, quickly scanning the street. When that iconic military green uniform came into view, her tense back relaxed slightly as she looked up at the middle-aged man rushing toward her. The man had a furrowed brow and a fierce expression as he bluntly asked Zhou Qiqi, "Are you Comrade Zhou Qiqi, the owner of the Qiqi fashion stall?" She straightened her back, unconsciously rubbing the clasp of her bag with her fingertips, and nodded coolly. "Yes, what can I do for you?" The man's brow remained furrowed. "You're really hard to find." He bent down to grab clothes from the stall. "Stop selling the clothes. Come with me for a bit. What do you want?" Zhou Qiqi's heart raced with alarm as she pulled out her pepper spray from her bag with her left hand while her right hand prepared to wave at the patrol team nearby. Just then, a little girl who had been following the middle-aged man arrived, gasping for breath and shouting, No, don't call the police. We're not bad people." Zhou Qiqi focused her gaze on the newcomer. The girl was dressed in an ill-fitting khaki military uniform, a floppy cap askew on her head, and a small mustache trembling with her heavy breaths, her face drenched in sweat, looking rather comical. This ridiculous appearance made Zhou Qiqi pause, and only when the girl blushed and yanked off the fake mustache did she recognize her as a previous customer, Zhou Qiqi, a student from the normal school. Qiqi? Zhou Qiqi's tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and she pulled out a tissue from her bag, handing it over with a tone of both relief and exasperation. "I almost didn't recognize you in this getup. You startled me." Zhou Qiqi stuck out her tongue and took the tissue to wipe her sweat. "I just finished rehearsing a school play and heard you were setting up a stall, so I dragged my cousin over here." She nudged the man. "He is in a hurry to talk to you." Zhou Qiqi frowned slightly, her gaze lingering on the man's serious face. "Is this your cousin? Then why is he telling me to stop selling clothes and come with him?" Remembering her earlier anxiety, she still felt a bit uneasy. "He is just not good with words. He means no harm." Zhou Qiqi shot her cousin an annoyed glare before turning back to Zhou Qiqi with a sweet smile. "What he means is that we'll buy the remaining clothes and find a place to chat." The man, sweating profusely, hurriedly nodded, rubbing his thick palm on his pant leg before awkwardly extending his hand. Yes, I'm Zhang Guoqiang, the deputy director of the first garment factory in G City. I have something important to discuss with you, Comrade Zhou. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. The first garment factory? Zhou Qiqi recalled the name. You wouldn't be the friend that Ping Jia from the wholesale market mentioned, would you? Zhang Guoqiang nodded vigorously. Yes, that's me. With that, Zhou Qiqi had a rough idea of what he wanted to discuss. She lowered her gaze to hide her understanding, her eyelashes fluttering, and a meaningful smile tugged at her lips. You, a big man, buying so many clothes for me is unnecessary. I don't need you to buy them. I've already gotten a bit tired standing here. Let us find a place to talk. Fearing he might say the wrong thing, Zhang Guoqiang hadn't even spoken when Zhou Qiqi quickly interjected. That one do. I absolutely refuse. I need to buy this suit and the skirt. I want a pink skirt. All right, I'll pay. Zhang Guoqiang hurriedly fumbled with the keychain hanging from his waistband and pulled out a Peony brand wallet from his pocket. Zhou Qiqi took a glance. The wallet looked quite upscale, shiny on the surface, probably not cheap. However, it showed signs of wear, the edges worn white, much like his faded blue Zhongshan suit. It seemed this deputy director was quite frugal. Therefore, when Zhang Guoqiang suggested going to a tea house, Zhou Qiqi politely declined, choosing instead to head to a nearby pavilion in the People's Park. Once they arrived, Zhou Qiqi happily modeled the skirt for herself. Zhang Guoqiang got straight to the point. Comrade Zhou Qiqi, I've seen your designs before, and I'd like to hire you as a fashion designer at our factory. Zhou Qiqi had anticipated he would say this. This was also why she chose the park instead of tea house, as she was sure she would refuse and didn't want to waste his money. She shook her head gently, her tone firm. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, but I can't accept this job. Upon hearing the refusal, Zhang Guoqiang became anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he quickly repeated the offer. Comrade Zhou, please reconsider. We're a state-owned unit, and I can offer you the highest salary at level 8 technical. 100 yuan a month. This is a solid job. Once you have it, you won't need to set up a stall outside anymore. Just come to work on time, and you'll earn that much. In that era, an ordinary laborer earned only 20 to 30 yuan a month, while a well-performing factory might pay 30 to 40 yuan. 100 yuan a month was indeed a significant amount. For anyone else, it would be hard to refuse. But Zhou Qiqi was different. During her first stall, she made 110 yuan, and the second time, she made 200 directly. As for this time, she hadn't even finished selling yet and had already earned about 200 yuan. Adding up these 3 times, she had made 500 yuan in just 3 weeks. Even with her frequent laziness, if she worked like she was employed, sewing every day, she could earn at least 600 a month. Thus, she didn't care for the fixed salary of 100 yuan at all. However, she couldn't say this directly and merely shrugged, her expression indifferent. Zhang Guoqiang quickly added, "Don't take it lightly. There are enormous benefits. Once you have a solid job, you'll definitely marry into a good family. That's the most important thing for a woman in her life." Zhou Qiqi knew he meant no harm, but that statement sounded awkward. Marrying wasn't the most important thing in a woman's life, and it might not even be a benefit. Moreover, she smiled slightly, her gaze firm and cold. "I'm already married." "How could that be? You look about the same age as my cousin." "You're actually married?" Zhang Guoqiang exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Qiqi nodded calmly. "Yes, and we don't live in the city. We have children at home. It's not convenient to go to work." Seeing that Zhou Qiqi still refused, Zhang Guoqiang fell silent for a moment, not saying anything for 2 minutes. Zhou Qiqi thought he had given up, but unexpectedly he suddenly raised his head and said seriously, "Regarding housing, the factory has allocated me a 28 square meter small yard. If you can come, I'll give you this house to live in. Additionally, if 100 yuan a month isn't enough, I'll raise it to 158 yuan and 50 cents. Why is there a fraction?" Zhou Qiqi was a bit taken aback, while Zhou Qianqian, who had been admiring herself for a long time, finally reacted and widened her eyes in disbelief. "Cousin, isn't your monthly salary 108 yuan and 50 cents? You're not planning to pay someone else's salary with your own money, are you?" Chapter 68. Visiting the factory. Zhang Guoqiang swallowed hard, ultimately pursing his lips without denying it. His hands, which hung by his side, slightly curled, then relaxed, as if suppressing some emotion. Zhou Qianqian placed her hands on her hips, straightened her back, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "No wonder my dad always says you have a dead brain. Who in the world acts like a deputy factory director like this? You're just pushing yourself into the fire pit. I don't want it to be this way either." Zhang Guoqiang sighed heavily, his brows furrowed in a knot, looking at Zhou Qiqi with guilt, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Comrade Zhou, let me be honest with you. Don't be fooled by the surface glamour of our first textile factory. In reality, ever since the policy last year canceled the National Unified Sales Policy and switched to allowing factories to sell 50 of their products independently, our factory's products have been unsellable, with inventory piling up and losses mounting." His speech was calm, each word heavy with meaning. "We haven't been able to pay salaries since the first half of the year. It was only because I talked until I was blue in the face that I managed to rent out 2 spinning machines to a township enterprise for some money, barely allowing everyone to eat." At this point, he suddenly clenched his fists and struck his palm. "I've researched it, and the root cause is that our factory lacks a good clothing designer. Although the quality of our products is absolutely up to standard, the styles are all outdated. Old models that can't compete with the variety from other garment factories." His voice involuntarily rose. "For the past few months, I've been searching for talent in this area, but I haven't found anyone satisfactory until I saw your designs." He had worked at the first garment factory for 4 or 5 years and had a slight understanding of clothing. At a glance, his eyes lit up. That design was truly talented. Just an ordinary modification immediately elevated the originally plain clothes by several grades. Even more exquisite and stylish than those he had seen in Huadu and Husher. It could even be said to be years ahead of the market's aesthetic. He stared intently at Zhou Qiqi, his eyes filled with certainty. He was 100% sure that Zhou Qiqi was the talent he was looking for. He believed that only a talented designer like Zhou Qiqi could bring their first garment factory back to life. After listening to Zhang Wuqiang, Zhou Qiqi slightly lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, lost in thought. Zhou Qiqi, however, pouted. I say, cousin, why bother? Your factory director is always on business trips, pretending to be dead, shirking responsibility, and leaving everything to you. Why are you worrying so much? Just fire some ordinary workers. Anyway, no matter how many you fire, it won't be your head on the chopping block, and you'll still get your salary. Zhang Wuqiang stubbornly shook his head, his gaze firm. Qian, your parents are both officials, and you've never experienced hardship. You don't understand. Your experience is still too limited. This isn't just about money, but about responsibility and accountability. There are hundreds of employees in the factory. Behind them are hundreds of families. If we lay people off, how will those families survive? Are they all supposed to go drink the northwest wind? Having said that, he took a deep breath, straightened his back, and solemnly bowed to Zhou Qiqi, bending nearly to a 90-degree angle. So, no matter what, I still earnestly request Comrade Zhou, please don't reject so quickly. Think about it a bit more. If you have any demands, feel free to bring them up. I will do my best to meet them. Zhou Qiqi quickly returned the courtesy, but with a turn of her eyes, she smiled and said, Brother Zhang, according to your statement, your factory can't even afford the basic salary of 20 or 30 yuan for ordinary workers, yet you're offering me 100? Aren't you just painting a big pie for me? Like a donkey in front of a cart? No matter how you run, you can't eat it. As she spoke, she mimicked a donkey pulling a mill, stretching her head back and forth, looking playful and cute. Zhang Wuqiang and Zhou Qiqi were first taken aback. Then both burst into laughter, the originally tense atmosphere dissipating instantly. Zhang Wuqiang scratched the back of his hot ears, took out a pen from his pocket. I'll write a guarantee right now, black and white, with a fingerprint. If I breach the contract, feel free to report me to the police. No. Zhou Qiqi laughed lightly, covering her mouth. We could talk about work later, but I do like to see what kind of factory can pressure a deputy factory director like this. I wonder if Director Zhang could take me for a tour? No problem. Since she's willing to visit the factory, it shows there's room for negotiation. How could Zhang Wuqiang not agree? He immediately found a phone booth and called a factory. Before long, a three-wheeled agricultural vehicle slowly approached. Cousin, doesn't your factory have big trucks? Why are you using this kind of vehicle to pick people up? It's so shabby. Zhou Qiqi frowned, her face full of disdain. There's no choice. The fuel costs too much. Zhang Wuqiang smiled wryly and shook his head, then took off his suit jacket, carefully laid it on the seat for the two ladies, and asked the driver to get out of the car. He held the footboard, bending over, carrying the two of them towards the factory. The first garment factory in G-City is located in the east of the city, surrounded by several other factories. Once, the first garment factory was the most glorious, and its entrance was the most imposing. A large concrete relief star, with colorful glass mosaics embedded at the top, bore the large characters First Garment Factory in song typeface below. In the past 2 years, with policy changes, the factory has been operating at a loss, and the entrance has not been renovated. The originally bright red characters have faded to pale pink. However, surprisingly, the glass remains clear and bright as new, indicating that someone has been taking care of it regularly. Zhang Wuqiang took Zhou Qiqi around the factory. Zhou Qiqi noticed that not only the glass, but the entire factory, inside and out, was spotless, with not a single fallen leaf on the ground. Even the 2 workshops that had been shut down due to efficiency issues were immaculate, with clear windows and clean surfaces. In the still operating factory, the female workers held fabric pieces, their nimble fingers flying over the material, full of vigor, their eyes shining with passion for their work. It was clear they truly loved their jobs, just like Zhou Qiqi. After touring the factory, Zhou Qiqi had a plan in mind and smiled brightly as she asked, Director Zhang, would you mind taking me to see the warehouse? The warehouse was piled high with seasonal clothing, which, as Zhang Wuqiang had said, were indeed basic styles, but the materials were decent, and the craftsmanship was above average. However, most urban residents in the 1980s had already moved past the struggle of not having enough to eat and had begun to pursue beauty. With clothes being so expensive, most people could only afford to buy 1 or 2 outfits a year, and they would hardly be satisfied with such simple basic styles. Thus, the factory's inventory backlog was so severe. Seeing Zhou Qiqi seriously touching those clothes, Zhang Guoqiang couldn't help but ask, "How about it, Comrade Zhou? Have you changed your mind?" Zhou Qiqi firmly shook her head. "No, I definitely don't want to work for someone else." In the face of Zhang Guoqiang's disappointed gaze, she winked mischievously and smiled. "However, I'm willing to cooperate with your factory in another way. I just don't know if Director Zhang has the courage for it." Chapter 69, A Brand New Way of Cooperation. "Oh, what way? Comrade Zhou, please feel free to speak." Zhang Guoqiang felt puzzled, unsure of what Zhou Qiqi was planning, but still responded sincerely. Zhou Qiqi tilted her head slightly, her black hair swaying with the movement. "Let's talk somewhere else. How about Director Zhang's office? Some matters require a proper setting." The previous casual chat in the park was one thing, but when it comes to real business cooperation, it can't be so careless. Zhang Guoqiang slapped his forehead. All right. Look at my brain. I should have invited you to my office for tea earlier." Although he was a deputy director, his office was in a corner on the second floor of the factory, sparsely decorated and looking quite plain. As soon as he entered the room, he hurriedly poured tea for Zhou Qiqi, but rummaging through the cabinet, he found he didn't have any decent tea leaves. He rubbed his hands, asking Zhou Qiqi to wait a moment, and turned to the director's office next door. Shortly after, he returned with a jar of jasmine tea, and a faint mumbling sound could be heard behind him, as if someone was complaining. Zhou Qiqi glanced over and saw a woman frowning and glaring at them. The woman was dressed in a red dress, wearing a brand new watch on her wrist that gleamed in the sunlight. "Director Zhang, who is that?" She lightly tapped the rim of her teacup, seemingly casually asking. "Oh, that's Wu Shufan, the factory director's secretary." As Zhang Guoqiang spoke, he continued pouring tea. As the boiling water infused the tea leaves, a white mist arose. Her eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something, but soon, she returned her focus to business and said seriously, "I see the factory has a backlog of clothing. The fabric is good, and the stitching is meticulous. If I make some adjustments, I guarantee they won't be hard to sell." Zhang Guoqiang chuckled and scratched his head. "Comrade Zhou, you're speaking my language. But didn't you say earlier that you were unwilling to work at the factory?" Zhou Qiqi smiled faintly. "I said I wasn't willing to work at the factory, but I didn't say I wasn't willing to do design modifications." Zhang Guoqiang was taken aback. "So, Comrade Zhou means to just provide the design drawings and not come to work?" Zhou Qiqi nodded slightly. "Exactly. Your factory pays me a design fee, and I'll modify those unsellable styles." Hearing this, Zhang Guoqiang felt a surge of joy, but then recalled Zhou Qiqi's indifferent attitude towards the price of 150 yuan and hesitated again. "The design fee you mentioned. I'm afraid it won't be cheap, right?" "Naturally." Zhou Qiqi spoke with certainty. "I estimate there are about 30,000 pieces in stock in over a dozen styles, so the design fee will be at least." She held up 4 fingers. "For 100? Zhang Guoqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhou Qiqi chuckled and shook her head. "No, it's a 4-digit number, and at least 4 digits, possibly 5. This was a bit shocking. Zhang Guoqiang's eyes widened, and he stared, speechless for a moment. It was only when Zhou Qianqian, sensing the awkward atmosphere, nudged him that he quickly responded. "Comrade Zhou, such jokes cannot be made. Our factory only paid a little over 10,000 yuan in wages last month. Asking for a 4-digit or 5-digit fee right off the bat seems a bit too much." He rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Moreover, although I'm the deputy director and have some authority to approve funds, we don't even know if the modified clothes will sell well. Spending such a large sum without assurance is something I can't explain to everyone." Zhou Qiqi remained calm, her fingertips tracing the teacup. "Deputy Director Zhang, don't worry. I'm not one to ask for sky-high prices. The reason I propose cooperation is because I value your character. What I mean is, I will collaborate with the factory. I will provide the design drawings, and the factory will handle the modifications. Initially, I want to ask for a design fee, Once the clothes are sold, I'll take 15% of the profits. If they don't sell, she raised her eyebrows slightly, I'll cover 30% of the inventory cost. Zhou Qiqi had been contemplating this matter ever since she toured the factory. From the moment she started selling clothes at her stall, she had always envisioned creating her own brand. Therefore, she was unwilling to design clothes for other factories at a low price. However, she was open to collaboration. After much thought, this idea came to her. Joint operation? That term is fresh. Zhang Wuqiang stroked his chin, pondering. This idea is brilliant. Currently, the higher-ups are encouraging us small and medium enterprises to operate independently and make our own decisions. Your approach seems to suggest using technical equity to jointly manage this batch of inventory with our factory. According to Zhou Qiqi, she would contribute her skills as equity, and the factory would only need to cover the costs of modifying the clothes. If they made a profit, everyone would benefit. Even if they lost money, the factory could still recover some losses. In any case, it was better than letting over 20,000 pieces of clothing rot in the warehouse. Zhou Qiqi didn't fully understand those policies, but nodded along. You're right, that's exactly what I mean. Zhang Wuqiang was initially quite happy, but suddenly raised his head, his gaze intense, as he asked, Comrade Zhou, this model poses no risk to our factory, but for you, if the clothes don't sell well, the loss will be at least 4 digits. Have you thought this through? Are you really willing to take on that risk? Zhou Qiqi smiled lightly. Well, although the risk is great, the profit is also quite substantial. Isn't it? She had absolute confidence in herself. This business was bound to be profitable. With over 20,000 pieces of inventory, after deducting costs, she would earn at least 4 digits. And not just the 1 or 2,000 kind of 4 digits. If we're going to play, let us play big. Zhang Wuqiang was now extremely excited. He and T slept well for several months due to factory issues, and unexpectedly, this was resolved so quickly. And the one solving the problem was such a young girl. Admiration flashed in his eyes as he nodded. All right, then let us tentatively settle on this, but this model is too new, and I need to report it to the Light Industry Bureau for approval. Zhang Wuqiang paused. The contract also needs to be drafted carefully. How about this, Comrade Zhou? Please leave your contact information. Once the procedures are completed, I'll contact you right away. Zhou Qiqi nodded. Sure. Also, please give me one of each of those dozen or so backlog styles so I can figure out how to modify them when I get back. Of course. Initially, Zhang Wuqiang thought Zhou Qiqi was just a young person with some skills, but the more they talked, the more he felt she was remarkable. Coming up with such a brilliant idea, his attitude towards her became much more respectful. The two discussed some details, and the factory's shift change bell rang. Zhou Qiqi glanced at the clock and realized it was already 4:10. She hurriedly stood up to take her leave, and Zhang Wuqiang quickly said he would see her off. Sure. Zhou Qiqi saw that time was tight and feared she wouldn't make it for the bus. So she didn't decline and lifted her skirt to sit down. As the tricycle passed by the factory gate, she thought to bid farewell to Zhou Qiqi. However, when she glanced back, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the security room at the entrance. It was a young man with fair skin, a slender build, wearing a white cotton shirt. His short hair was slicked back with hair wax, and his peach blossom eyes were slightly upturned, glistening with a misty light. Is that Su Shu? Zhou Qiqi's heart jumped. Shouldn't he be in the provincial capital city, eh? Without her, he should be happily marrying Lin Yao. He worked as a laborer in a construction team in a city, while his wife Lin Yao worked at the military hospital there. In G City, apart from her, he wouldn't know anyone. So how could he suddenly appear in G City? Just as Zhou Qiqi's mind was racing with thoughts, Zhang Wuqiang had already pedaled away quickly with her. When she looked back again, Su Shu was no longer in the security room, only a flash of red, which seemed to be the factory director's secretary from before. Could it be she was mistaken? Zhou Qiqi shook her head and pushed the matter out of her mind. Chapter 70. Something happened to Zhou. On the way, Zhou Qiqi told Deputy Factory Director Zhang that Sister Zhao had arranged to meet her at the intersection at 4 o'clock, and that she would wait until at least 4:30. Deputy Factory Director Zhang glanced at his watch. It was already 4:20. It would take at least 30 minutes to get from the factory to the intersection, meaning they wouldn't arrive until 4:50. By then, everyone would probably have left. He suggested, Isn't this just a wasted trip? It will delay things. Otherwise, I could just take you straight back to the family quarters. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand, her eyes showing a hint of certainty. Sister Zhao wasn't that kind of person. She was stubborn and would likely wait until 5. Hearing her say this, Zhang Guoqiang pressed down harder on the pedals. When they arrived at the intersection, it was just past 4:40. From a distance, they could see Sister Zhao, indeed, waiting in her usual spot, her blue shirt gently swaying in the wind. Zhou Qiqi rushed over. Sister Zhao, have you been waiting long? Sister Zhao hurriedly waved her hand. No. I just got here a little while ago. I ran into some trouble on the way. As she spoke, she took a popsicle out of the bamboo basket. I bought you a cream popsicle. Hurry and eat it. Zhou Qiqi bit her lip, wanting to say something, but swallowing it back. Sister Zhao drove her cart all day and might not have earned even a few cents. That cream popsicle cost 5 cents. It seems Sister Zhao noticed her thoughts and smiled earnestly. I heard you wanted to eat it this morning, but I didn't see any for sale. I happened to pass by and saw it, so I bought it, though she didn't say it outright. Zhou Qiqi understood it was a thank you gift for the water dumplings she had brought for Sister Zhao in the morning. Sister Zhao was sincere. When someone did her a small favor, she felt the need to repay it tenfold. As soon as Zhou Qiqi peeled off the popsicle wrapper, the sweet aroma mixed with steam wafted out, and the tip of the stick had already melted into a small point. Zhou Qiqi didn't want to let Sister Zhao down, so she hurriedly took a lick, the coldness spreading from her tongue. Meanwhile, Sister Zhao had already rolled up her sleeves and was helping Deputy Factory Director Zhang move the burlap sacks onto the donkey cart. Zhang Guoqiang had been in a hurry earlier and was still feeling shaky in his legs. As he lifted a sack, his foot slipped and he leaned to one side. Coincidentally, there was a fresh pile of dog poop right by his feet. Sister Zhao wanted to remind him, but was afraid it was too late and that she would dirty Qiqi's sack. So she dashed forward, reached out her long arm, and managed to catch Zhang Guoqiang along with the sack, placing them both onto the donkey cart with a thud. Deputy Factory Director Zhang was still in shock and quickly patted his chest, saying thank you. Sister Zhao didn't even glance at him, but turned to ask Qiqi if they were leaving. Zhou Qiqi waved to Deputy Factory Director Zhang. Let's go. We need to hurry. It was almost 5 o'clock, and by the time they got back to the military family area, it would likely be 6. Autumn was approaching, and she noticed Zhou's skin was a bit dry. She had planned to stew some white fungus, lily, and lotus seed soup in the afternoon. She had soaked the white fungus and lotus seeds before leaving in the morning and wasn't sure she would have time to cook when she got back. They didn't even have a pressure cooker at home. Seeing her anxious expression, Sister Zhao cracked the whip, and the donkey's hooves kicked up stones. By 5:40, the donkey cart had stopped at the entrance of the military family quarters. When Zhou Qiqi rushed into the kitchen, the soaked white fungus was still trembling slightly in the bowl. She didn't have time to wipe the sweat off her brow. She tore the white fungus and tossed it into the pot, turning the heat up to bring the water to a boil, stirring constantly with a wooden spoon until the amber-colored gelatin began to bubble, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. After the gelatin was released, she just needed to cook it for another 10 minutes, estimating that dinner would be ready by 6:30, not too late. In the afternoon, it would just be her and Zhou eating, and with the white fungus soup, she planned to quickly make some pancakes and fry some luncheon meat and let us to eat together. Just as she took out an egg and was about to crack it, she heard someone knocking loudly on the door outside. Qiqi, are you back? Open the door. Something happened. Zhou Qiqi recognized the voice of Sister Chui Xiang even from behind several walls. Something happened? What happened? Her heart skipped a beat. Gripping the egg tighter, the egg liquid dripped through her fingers onto the floor. She didn't have time to clean it up and rushed to open the door. As soon as Deng Suixiang saw her, she quickly said, Great, you're home. Hurry and come with me. Zhou had an incident at school. Zhou Qiqi initially thought something had happened during Shen Huai Chuan's off-road race and didn't consider Zhou at all. Hearing Deng Suixiang say this, her eyes immediately turned red, and she hurriedly asked, What happened? Seeing her eyes red, Deng Suixiang couldn't help but tear up as well and quickly said, Xiang Hai sent a message saying Zhou and Jiang Xiangyang got into a fight at school, and both of them are being punished by the teacher. We need to go pick them up. A fight? Impossible. How could Zhou get into a fight? Zhou Qiqi instinctively retorted, but her feet were already following Deng Suixiang out the door. The apron around her waist hadn't even been untied before Deng Zuixiang yanked it off and tossed it on the ground. The two of them ran towards the school under the setting sun, covering a 10-minute distance in just over 5 minutes. Zhou Qiqi had never been to the teacher's office and didn't know where it was, but Deng Zuixiang was familiar with the way and led her straight there. The first-grade teacher's office was at the far left of a row of bungalows. From a distance, they could see two small figures standing side by side at the door. Zhou, wearing the white dress she had changed into that morning, was now covered in mud and gray, with her hem stained with grass and dirt. Her originally neat pigtails were now a tangled mess, with clumps of dirt stuck in her black hair. Her small palm-sized face was smeared with grime, but her eyes still shone brightly, albeit blankly, lacking any spirit. Zhou Qiqi felt a pain in her heart and rushed over to hug the little girl. She had previously thought Zhou was thin, but now that she held her in her arms, she realized how pitifully small her frame was. The bony back pressed against her palm felt painful, and her body temperature was lower than that of an ordinary child. She forced down the sourness in her throat, half squatted down, and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe Zhou's cheek. "Are you okay?" Zhou's previously dazed gaze slowly focused at the sound of her trembling voice. There was a hint of fear in her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled like a frightened little animal. "Did someone bully you?" Zhou Qiqi asked softly. Zhou initially shook her head, then gently nodded, clutching the hem of her sleeve with her fingertips, her grip as light as a feather. Her little mouth opened, but didn't make a sound. Zhou Qiqi was a bit confused about the situation and quickly shifted her gaze to Jiang Xiangyang on the other side. Compared to her gentleness, Deng Zuixiang was much more straightforward. She raised her foot and kicked Jiang Xiangyang in the butt. "You little brat, how did you get into a fight again? Explain yourself." Jiang Xiangyang, who usually thought he was justified when getting into fights, no matter the reason, was now silent, shuffling his feet on the ground. "What a mess." Deng Zuixiang shot him a glance before turning back to Qiqi. "It's okay. Let's find the teacher." With Zhou like this, we need to demand an explanation for the kids today. Before she finished speaking, several teachers came out of the office, their tone unfriendly. "What explanation do you want? It was Shen Huai who hit someone. What more explanation do you want?" Chapter 71. At a loss for words, Zhou Qiqi couldn't believe it. Zhou hit someone. How could this be possible? She had been living in the family compound for almost a month and had spent that time with Zhou. She could confidently say that Zhou was the most understanding child she had ever seen in her past in this life. There was nothing to worry about. He even knew how to lend a hand when it came to work. It was just that due to psychological reasons. He didn't speak much and didn't show his emotions openly. There was no way she would believe that such a child could hit someone. Deng Zuixiang nodded repeatedly. Looking at Zhou's timid appearance, her heart ached. How could you teachers casually accuse a child like that? It was too irresponsible. What do you mean by irresponsible? Just then, a familiar voice erupted from behind the teacher. It was none other than Li Hongwan, who had previously had a conflict with the two of them. With a stern face and raised eyebrows, she confronted them. "Zhou Qiqi, Deng Zuixiang, are you two speaking human language? Your two little brats beat my Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng so badly, and you still have a nerve to accuse others of being irresponsible?" Zhou Qiqi's heart sank, and she instinctively shielded Zhou behind her, asking, "What do you mean? Beat them badly? Xiao Lei, Xiao Feng, come out." As soon as Li Hongwan finished speaking, the two children cried and stumbled out of the teacher's office. The twins looked like they were carved from the same mold, with square faces resembling their father, Liao Ai Min, the head of security. Right now, their faces were bruised and swollen, like pig heads, with egg-sized bumps on their foreheads, and they were covered in mud. They were crying pitifully. On the other hand, Jiang Xiangyang had only scraped some skin, and although Zhou was muddy, there were no visible injuries. Seeing her child suffer like this, Li Hongwan was so furious that she was nearly exploding, pointing her finger at Zhou Qiqi and Deng Zuixiang's noses, her tone harsh. "You must give me an explanation for what happened to my child today." Zhou Qiqi and Deng Zuixiang exchanged glances, both feeling a bit uneasy. But Zhou Qiqi managed to keep her composure, took a deep breath, and spoke first. "Can someone tell me what exactly happened?" A female teacher stepped forward from the crowd. Zhou Qiqi recognized her. She was Zhou's homeroom teacher, Miss Fei, who had come to pick up Zhou during the heavy rain. After Li Hongwan's barrage of accusations, Ms. Fei finally managed to squeeze to the front and explain the situation to Zhou Qiqi and Deng Chuixiang. It turned out that after school today, Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng had just left the school gate when they passed by a small mud pit. Suddenly, Shen Zhou rushed out and pushed them into the mud, seemingly intending to hit them. But before she could raise her hand, she fell into the mud herself, getting covered in it. At that moment, Jiang Xiangyang happened to pass by and, seeing the situation, went up and started beating the Liao brothers, while Shen Zhou picked up mud and threw it at them. Miss Fei spoke fairly, sighing as she recounted. It was only a quarter after school had let out, and many children were still playing around the school gate, with several parents there to pick up their kids, all of whom witnessed the incident. The two children had already been beaten quite badly, and now that the teacher mentioned it, they burst into tears, their faces covered in tears and snot. Unable to be comforted, Li Hongwan felt heartbroken and raised her arm to strike at Shen Zhou and Jiang Xiangyang. You little brats without any upbringing. How dare you bully my children? I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Her fierce expression frightened the two children, making them cower backward. Zhou Qiqi reacted quickly, stepping in front of the two children and grabbing Li Hongwan's arm, pushing back firmly. What do you want? We haven't even figured this out yet. How can you hit someone? Can't we discuss this calmly first? Even though she hadn't been running this week due to a sprained ankle, Shen Huai Chuan had arranged strength training for her, and after eating well, she had strength in her arms. Li Hongwan's wrist hurt from being gripped so tightly, and she reluctantly withdrew her hand, but her eyes grew even fiercer. What do you mean by not figuring it out? So many people saw it. Do you think you can deny it? My two children were just walking down the road, not provoking anyone, and they got beaten by your uncouth child. I'm telling you, you must give me an explanation today. Shen Zhou and Jiang Xiangyang must apologize to my children and admit their mistakes in front of the entire school during the assembly on Monday. Additionally, you must pay my children 30 yuan each for medical expenses. Zhou Qiqi tightened her grip on Zhou's hand, and Zhou's palm became sweaty. Jiang Xiangyang, who had been standing bravely next to Deng Chuixiang, now shrank behind the adults. For children of their age, just being made to stand was already a huge punishment. Now they had to apologize in front of the whole school. It felt like it was the end of the world for them. As for the money, in the children's minds, popsicles cost 2 cents each, and comic books were most 30 cents. They might not fully understand the unit of yuan, but they knew it was definitely a large amount. Deng Chuixiang trembled with anger, but deep down, she felt unsure and didn't dare to say more. Zhou Qiqi, however, was clear-headed. After pondering for a moment, she grasped the key point. Everyone saw Zhou hit someone, but why did she suddenly do it? She couldn't have randomly pushed her child for no reason, could she? Li Hongwan rolled her eyes and, her mind racing, noticed Zhou Qiqi's new clothes, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. How is that impossible? That child has a problem with her mind and can't even speak. I guess you must have said something bad about me at home, and she took your side. Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi quickly covered Zhou's ears to shield her from those hurtful words. After Li Hongwan finished, she bent down to look at Zhou and gently asked, "Did you hit them for no reason?" Zhou, usually calm, had red eyes now, surprised and scared, and shook her head gently. Zhou Qiqi's eyes darted around. Then she asked again, "Did they bully you first?" Zhou nodded. Seeing Zhou nod, Li Hongwan immediately panicked and shouted, "Who saw my son bully her?" She's lying, learning bad behavior at such a young age. Zhou felt terrible, opened her mouth to defend herself, but nothing came out, her little face turning red. When Zhou Qiqi turned back, she keenly noticed a hint of panic in Li Hongwan's eyes. This situation was sudden. Based on her reaction, it seemed likely that the two children really had bullied Zhou, but only they knew what happened and no one else had seen it. If they didn't speak, and Zhou couldn't express herself, it was a genuine case of being at a loss for words. That's why Li Hongwan was so arrogant. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but smile slightly, gently patting Zhou's shoulder and saying softly, "Don't be afraid. Annie believes you. Annie has a way." Chapter 72. All's fair in war. Zhou Qiqi brought Zhou to Deng Cuixiang and asked her to help look after Zhou, taking him to sit in a nearby classroom for a while. This Li Hongwan had a loose tongue, and her words were not suitable for children to hear. Over here, Li Hongwan was crying out loudly to several teachers, spitting as she spoke. Teacher Fei, Director Li, you have to stand up for my child. Zhou Qiqi has a mouth like a knife. She can turn black into white and foul into fragrant. She pounded her thigh, shaking it vigorously. She holds a grudge against me. Pushing me into a dung pit is one thing, but how can she scheme against my child? I need an explanation today. She completely ignored her own act of spreading rumors, only claiming she was being bullied, crying and whining, which was highly provocative. Director Li stroked his teacup, listened for a while, cleared his throat, and spoke. The situation is clear now. Classmate Shen Huai claims to have been bullied, but there is no evidence. However, she did hit someone, and many people witnessed it. She should be punished, and an apology is necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hongwan straightened her back, glared at Zhou Qiqi, and grinned broadly. Zhou's homeroom teacher, Teacher Fei, rubbed his hands nervously. His lips moved several times, and finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke up. Director, Shen Huai is usually quite well-behaved, and she was first in the grade for the mock exam. Before he could finish, Li Hongwan jumped up. What's wrong with you as a teacher? Are you openly favoring a student? Do you believe I will report you to the military district? Teacher Fei, who had been shrinking back, suddenly straightened his neck, his face turning red. You can report me. I will say the same. The two began to bicker, getting louder and louder, just as Zhou Qiqi returned. She glanced at Li Hongwan, then subtly stepped in front of Teacher Fei, shielding him with her body. Don't make it difficult for the teacher. After saying that, she looked around at Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng, then turned her gaze to Li Hongwan, speaking at a steady pace. You say the facts are clear, fine. I admit it, someone did see Zhou and Xiangyang fighting, and your child got hurt like this. How about this? Let us not make the children apologize. I, as a parent, will apologize on their behalf, and not just in front of the whole school, but also in front of all the military wives in the military district. She raised her hand to gesture. Isn't there a loudspeaker in our military district? I will use the loudspeaker to broadcast my apology to you for a whole week. Every dinner time, so everyone can hear it. What do you think? Li Hongwan's eyes lit up, and her mouth almost stretched to her ears. For more than a week, the incident of her falling into the dung pit had spread throughout the military district, and people had laughed at her behind her back. Liao had also quarreled with her several times, and she was holding back a lot of anger. If Zhou Qiqi was willing to apologize on the loudspeaker, she could finally hold her head high. She eagerly nodded. All right, if you're willing to apologize, that would be great. I didn't want to make it difficult for the children anyway, so what do you plan? Wait, Zhou Qiqi raised her hand to interrupt her. I have a condition. Li Hongwan squinted her eyes warily. What condition? Just a small condition. It will only take a minute or two. Zhou Qiqi looked at her with a half-smile. What? Are you afraid to agree? Provoked by her, Li Hongwan's eyes flickered. What is there to be afraid of? I agree. Zhou Qiqi remained calm. All right, then I will simply ask your two children a few questions. As soon as she said this, Li Hongwan's expression immediately changed, and she quickly shook her head. No way. Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Director Li and Teacher Fei heard you agree. Both turned to look at Li Hongwan, and she had no choice but to steel herself and say, Who said that? I was just afraid the children would be bullied by you. Wait a moment. After saying that, she pulled the two children to a corner and whispered a few words. Zhou Qiqi stood to the side with her arms crossed, seemingly indifferent as she stared blankly at the poplar trees by the playground. Once she finished giving instructions, Zhou Qiqi slowly walked up to the two children, squatted down to look them in the eye, and spoke softly. This afternoon after school, did you bully Shen Huai? Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng, upon hearing this question, unconsciously glanced at Li Hongwan, and then the older Liao Xiaolei stammered, No, we didn't bully her. We don't even know her. She is from class 1, we are from class 2. Li Hongwan nodded in satisfaction, regaining her previous confidence. Zhou Qiqi curled her lips, her tone unchanged. What delicious food did you have at home for lunch today? Liao Xiaolei pursed his lips and remained silent, while Liao Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before answering tomato and egg noodles. Next, Zhou Qiqi asked a few academic questions. Initially, only Liao Xiaofeng timidly answered, until she mentioned that whoever answered well would get cream popcorn. The eyes of both children instantly lit up. These two children had wanted to eat it before, but Li Hongwan had pulled them away, and now hearing this, they both swallowed and eagerly began to answer. When asked what flavor of popsicle they liked, the two children were tilting their heads in thought when Zhou Qiqi suddenly put on a serious face, her voice turning stern. Did you two bully her? Did anyone see it? Her expression instantly shifted from gentle to strict, and her tone was unusually serious, giving a strong sense of pressure. Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng shuddered all over and simultaneously replied, "No one saw it." Zhou Qiqi's heart sank. Her fists unconsciously clenched as she stared at the two children, pressing for answers. How did you bully her? As the two children began to explain, they were kicked by Li Hongwan, and they burst into tears, stumbling back to hide behind her. Zhou Qiqi rolled her eyes and turned back to Director Li. "Director, did you hear that?" These two children admitted to bullying Zhou. Li Hongzhuan's face turned pale. "You're scaring the children. Little kids don't understand. They're just talking nonsense. What evidence do you have?" This. Director Li had initially been on Li Hongzhuan's side, but having just heard the two children say no one saw it, he realized there must be something amiss, and he felt a bit stuck. It was a situation where both sides had their own arguments, and he found himself in a dilemma. Just then, Deng Zuixiang rushed over, holding Zhou's hand. "This child saw you alone facing so many people, as if afraid you would be bullied, and kept pulling me to come out, making gestures I couldn't understand." Deng Zuixiang didn't understand, but Zhou Qiqi's eyes lit up upon glancing at her. "Zhou, are you trying to draw the situation?" Chapter 73. Slapping left and right. Zhou's dark eyes blinked rapidly, and her little head nodded gently. Zhou Qiqi quickly turned her head and said to Teacher Fei, "Teacher Fei, could you please give me some paper and a pencil?" "Paper and pencil? For drawing?" Teacher Fei looked at her and said, "I have some on my desk." Saying this, she quickly turned around and took out a sheet of sketch paper and a box of brand new colored pencils from the drawer. Zhou Qiqi was momentarily stunned. What Teacher Fei brought out was a beautifully packaged box of 36 colored pencils, imported, with Japanese writing and a cherry blossom logo on the box. Zhou Qiqi had seen it at the department store when she bought art supplies for Zhou. It was locked in a separate glass case, marked at 15 yuan, and required foreign exchange coupons to purchase. Not only was she dumbfounded, but Director Li also raised an eyebrow, and Teacher Fei's face flushed slightly. "I also like to draw in my spare time. I spend my salary on these." Saying this, she opened the packaging and handed it to Zhou. "Zhou, draw whatever you want." Although Zhou didn't understand the price, seeing so many colors and such a beautiful package made her nervous as she looked at Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi comfortingly patted her shoulder. "It's okay. You can use them freely. Your uncle is wealthy. If you break them, he'll compensate." Only then did the little girl relax and pick up a black pencil, curling up in front of Teacher Fei's desk, seriously starting to draw. As she lowered her gaze, her eyelashes cast tiny shadows under her eyes, and the expression on her small face was incredibly focused. She no longer resembled the timid little girl from before. It was as if she had been illuminated, radiating a spark of spirit. The adults in the office exchanged glances, none of them speaking. Even Jiang Xiangyang, who usually couldn't sit still, was wide-eyed watching. Only in the back row, Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng had snot bubbles hanging from their noses, anxiously tugging at Li Hongzhuan's sleeve. "Mom, what should we do?" Li Hongzhuan took a step back in disgust, glancing at Zhou, her nails almost digging into her palm. "What are you panicking about? How much can a mute with a problem draw? You two remember this. No matter what you are asked later, just deny it." For a moment, the only sound in the room was the scratching of the pencil on paper. 10 minutes later, a drawing was laid out before everyone. Zhou had never learned to draw. At home, there were only a few simple picture books. The lines she drew were chaotic and messy, filled with black and gray patches, resembling a crumpled dark cloud. Everyone leaned in to look, somewhat confused about what the drawing depicted, utterly baffled. Didacto li frona tigli. It looks quite oppressive. I can't tell what the drawing is about at all. Teacher Fei tilted her head, her fingertips hovering over the drawing, but she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Li Hongwan smirked, her voice carrying a hint of smugness. I said not to waste time. She can't even speak. Who can understand what she draws? It's clearly a lie. Director Li and Teacher Fei exchanged a glance, both helpless. Deng Zuixiang also felt deflated, and Zhou's originally bright eyes gradually dimmed. Who says no one understands? I understand. Zhou Qiqi suddenly looked up, her eyes red. Since Zhou put down her pencil. She had been staring at the paper without speaking, her lips pressed so tightly they turned pale. Even Li Hongwan thought she was about to give in. But unexpectedly she spoke up. Deng Zuixiang hurriedly tugged at her arm. Qiqi, quickly say what you see. Zhou Qiqi held up the drawing in front of everyone, her expression grave. Zhou drew a small room, with a human shape outside, and a triangle inside. There's a tree inside too. Zhou is locked in there. Li Hongwan's throat tightened, but she forced a laugh. What nonsense is this? A human shape? A triangle? A tree in the room? Qiqi, are you and the little mute both out of your minds? What you're saying is all. Before she could finish her sentence, Teacher Fei suddenly widened her eyes and pointed into the distance. Human shape, triangle, tree. I got it. It's the small warehouse south of the school playground. Let's go check it out. Deng Zuixiang immediately pulled everyone toward the playground. It was a half-body statue of Lei Feng, with a small storeroom next to the base. Hidden in the small woods by the playground, rarely visited by anyone. When they arrived, Grandpa Huang, who was cleaning the school, was struggling to pry open the lock. Upon seeing Director Li, he immediately complained, panting, "Director, you're just in time. I need to report something to you. I lost the key to this warehouse a long time ago, and it was never locked. But just now when I came over, it was locked." Director Li's expression instantly darkened. "Grandpa, did you see who did it?" "I saw." Grandpa Huang wiped his sweat. Just when school was out, the two kids from section Chief Liao's house brought a girl over. That girl is the one who ranked first in the placement test, and she is quite pretty. Last name Shen. Shen Zhou. Deng Zuixiang quickly interjected. Yes, that's the name. Grandpa Huang nodded vigorously. But I saw the three of them go in, and later I only saw the two boys come out. The girl didn't come out at all. Although the small warehouse only contained a few brooms and dustpans, Grandpa Huang took his working tools seriously. When he saw someone approaching, he paid closer attention. After dinner, he was still uneasy and specially came to check. As he spoke, he finally pried open the lock. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a cramped space inside. The walls and floor indeed formed a triangle, and a broom taller than a person leaned against the corner, with several small stools stacked beside it, facing an open window. The dust along the window frame was wiped clean, indicating that someone had climbed out through there. No wonder Zhou had been limping earlier. Zhou Qiqi initially thought she had hurt her leg in a fight, but now lifting the little girl's skirt, she saw several scabbed abrasions on her knees, mixed with mud embedded in her skin. This was the real proof. Both the human and material evidence were present, and the facts were clear. Grandpa Huang didn't know what was happening outside and wouldn't lie. The others saw this and probably understood what was going on. It turned out that the Liao brothers had bullied Zhou first and locked her in the small dark room. But Zhou was clever enough to escape through the window, chased after them, and pushed the two brothers into a mud pit. Deng Zuixiang was instantly furious, pointing at the Liao brothers and scolding, "You two little brats at such a young age, you already have a belly full of bad ideas." Li Hongwan felt a bit guilty and wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. Just as she was pondering her words, Zhou Qiqi slowly walked over and spoke first. "They're just kids. Why are you, an adult, scolding them?" Li Hongwan quickly nodded. "Exactly. You're so grown up, scolding kids. Aren't you ashamed?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Qiqi suddenly swung her arm and slapped left and right. Slap, slap. With two crisp sounds, 5 fingerprints immediately appeared on the faces of Liao Xiaolei and Liao Xiaofeng. Chapter 74. Once again, speechless Li Hongwan stood frozen in place, her fingertips trembling slightly. Clearly still in shock from Zhou Qiqi's public outburst, she opened her mouth, her throat bobbing several times before she stammered out a question. Why you? Why did you hit the kids? What's wrong with hitting them? Zhou Qiqi stared at her, her eyes reddened, as if suppressing a tremendous rage. I hit these two brats who have a father, but no mother to teach them. She turned to the two boys who were stunned from the slap, each word deliberate and sharp. You're living a carefree life now, thanks to parents like Zhou's who are nameless heroes. They are lying in the hospital, relying on machines to survive. With only this one child left, how dare you treat their kids like this? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, tears welling up in her eyes. You locked her in such a small, dark room. Did you ever think that she couldn't speak, couldn't make any sound? If she and crawled out through the window, she might still be trapped in there. What happened when it got dark? Would she be scared? Would she be further traumatized? What if something happened? Liao Xiaolei covered his red cheek, tears brimming in his eyes as he stuttered in explanation. Vouvet. We didn't mean to. Liao Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, his head shaking like a rattle. Yeah, we just wanted to scare her a little, just to teach her a lesson. A lesson? What lesson? Did Zhou offend you? Zhou Qiqi narrowed her eyes, her tone icy enough to freeze. Liao Xiaolei shouted with his neck stretched and face flushed. No, it's because you made my mom lose face, crying at home all day. We couldn't stand it, so we just wanted to teach Shen Huai a lesson. Deng, Suixiang stepped forward, hands on her hips, her tone aggressive. Good for you, Li Hongwan. Is this how you incite your kids at home? No wonder you just said Zhou hit someone because we incited him. Turns out it was the thief calling out to catch the thief. How can you involve children in adult matters? Using kids to take revenge for yourself? All the words Deng, Suixiang, just said were exactly what Li Hongwan had said earlier. Now turning back on her like a boomerang, piercing her heart. She staggered slightly, as if punched in the chest. Her lips trembled, wanting to retort, but her throat felt blocked, unable to produce a sound. Director Li and teacher Fei, even Grandpa Huang, looked at her with skepticism and disdain. She felt extremely wronged. Yes, she had said a lot of bad things about Zhou Qiqi in front of the kids, even mentioned taking revenge when the opportunity arose. But she never intended for the two children to fight. Even if they did, it shouldn't be like this. The incident was sudden. She hadn't known what had happened at first. It wasn't until she privately asked the two kids after arriving that she found out they had actually locked Shen Huai in a small dark room. But the child was fine, right? That's why she told the kids not to mention it. This is how it was, but she couldn't say it out loud. She was afraid no one would believe her if she did. At this moment, she was truly speechless. She forced out a smile, her voice sharp and grating. Why you? Don't slander me. How could I do such a thing? Deng, Suixiang wasn't afraid of her. Whether it's slander or not. Just ask the two kids alone and you'll know. Li Hongwan's face instantly turned pale, realizing she couldn't argue her way out of this. Her eyes darted around, and she reached back, digging her nails hard into Liao Xiaolei's arm. The child burst into tears, suddenly unable to say anything. She quickly pinched herself again, her voice cracking as she cried. I am wrong. I really didn't know. It's these two kids oh. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Director Li and teacher Fei hurried over to check, while the two kids cried out for their mother, surrounding her, unable to wake her. The scene turned chaotic. Director Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Zhou Qiqi. How about I take Comrade Li back first, and we can discuss this matter in a couple of days? Taking her back is fine. Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Hearing her say that, Li Hongwan's previously tense mouth relaxed unconsciously, but then Zhou Qiqi continued. However, this matter must be clarified right now. Li Hongwan's mouth twitched immediately, and Zhou Qiqi suppressed her smile, continuing, how about this? It's about time Section Chief Liao gets off work. We can call him over to handle it. Director Li thought for a moment and nodded. Li Hongwan's mouth twitched uncontrollably a few times, then fell completely silent, as if she had fainted from anger. Deng Suixiang immediately said, I think it's fine. Let Xiangyang go call him. That kid runs fast. Received. Before Xiangyang could finish speaking, he saluted sharply and disappeared around the corner. 10 minutes later, Liao arrived at the school. At first, when he saw the two kids beaten like that, he wanted to explode in anger, but after hearing Director Lee recount the events, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He kicked the two boys hard in the buttocks, ordering them on the spot to apologize to Zhou and Xianyang, and then directly handed over 60 yuan for their medical expenses, saying, "Next Monday, I'll have them apologize to Shen Duzhou and Jiang Xianyang in front of the whole school. If you have any other demands, just say it." Zhou Qiqi and Deng Zuixiang exchanged glances but didn't respond. Zhou Qiqi sighed. Apologizing in front of the whole school is enough. After all, Zhou and Xianyang already beat these two kids once, and I just gave each of them a slap. This lesson is already heavy enough. I believe they won't dare to bully Zhou again. However, these two kids have issues with their ideological education. They're both children of parents, and I want to remind Section Chief Liao to pay more attention in the future. This was already her way of giving face. Liao nodded gravely. Okay, I understand. This complete farce ultimately ended with Li Hongwan fainting and the two kids apologizing with bruises. Liao didn't want to touch Li Hongwan and called over 2 soldiers from the security department to carry her away on a stretcher. On Zhou Qiqi's side, Teacher Fei had alcohol and iodine, so he simply treated the kids' wounds, gave them a few reminders, and seeing that it was getting late, hurried home. Deng Zuixiang was worried, so she took Jiang Xianyang to send Zhou home. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw thick black smoke billowing from the chimney of Zhou Qiqi's house. Chapter 75. The kitchen almost caught fire. Oh no. Zhou Qiqi suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering that she was still cooking white fungus, lily, and lotus seed soup in the pot. To save time, she had added 2 new pieces of coal to the coal stove, and the blue flames were licking up high at the stove opening, hoping to cook it faster. Who would have thought that Sister Zuixiang from next door would rush over in a panic, saying that Zhou had an accident at school? She ran out without even taking off her apron, completely forgetting to extinguish the stove fire. And that's how trouble started. She hurriedly took out her keys to open the door. As soon as she pushed it open, a strong smell of burnt food, accompanied by thick gray-black smoke, hit her face. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Qiqi was choked to the point of tears and instinctively opened her arms to block Sister Zuixiang and the 2 children behind her. Sister Zuixiang, you wait for the kids at the door. The smoke is suffocating. Saying this, she quickly picked up the apron that had fallen on the ground, rinsed it under the faucet, folded it into a triangle, and covered her mouth and nose, crouching down as she moved toward the kitchen. The kitchen window wasn't closed tightly, and the draft was pushing the black smoke outside. She squinted and waved her hands, feeling her heart race. The large aluminum pot simmering on the coal stove was now tilted. The lid had fallen to the side, and black water was bubbling out of the pot. The spilled soup had solidified into brown chunks on the green brick floor, resembling a volcanic eruption. The door of the coal stove was half open, and dark red coal balls were emitting a bluish-gray hue, with occasional sparks flying out and scorching the newspapers against the wall, leaving burn marks the size of fingernails. Although the situation was dangerous, fortunately, there was no fire. Last month, when moving the stove, she had worried about this issue and deliberately placed the stove by the window, away from the wooden cabinet, surprisingly proving to be very effective. However, the urgent matter now was to close the air intake of the coal stove with the tongs so that the fire inside could be extinguished. She grasped the corner of her apron and leaned forward, searching for the tongs. They were still on the stove yesterday. The black smoke and heat hit her face, and Zhou Qiqi squinted as she groped around the right side of the coal stove. Just as her fingertips brushed against the cold iron handle of the tongs, she suddenly felt a warmth on her forehead. A pea-sized spark was jumping out from the stove opening, heading straight for her nose. Watch out! Fortunately, at that moment, a weak arm pulled her back hard. Zhou Qiqi was caught off guard and fell backward, landing on her butt. As she fell, the spark brushed against her nose and landed on the ground, making her break out in a cold sweat. Before she could even react, she heard a cry from behind. Although she had fallen, she had landed on someone, so it didn't hurt much. The person who pulled her had it worse. They landed directly on the kitchen threshold, with Zhou Qiqi on top, grimacing in pain. Ying, are you okay? Zhou Qiqi hurried to help her up. When her fingertip touched the other girl's forearm, Zhou Qiqi flinched as if she had been burned. Zhou Qiqi noticed a large bruise on her wrist and quickly asked what happened. Qiqi, ignoring her sore bottom, hurriedly rolled up her sleeve, saying she had accidentally bumped it in the afternoon. Before she could finish, Captain Wang returned. Seeing smoke coming from Zhou Qiqi's house, he rushed in. After understanding the situation, without a second thought, he pushed the two women out the door and grabbed the tongs to head into the kitchen. This man truly lived up to being a soldier. 10 minutes later, when he came out, the air intake of the coal stove had been clamped shut with the tongs, and the leftover coal was covered tightly with garden soil. The aluminum pot, with a burned bottom, was soaking in a wooden basin filled with water, sizzling and steaming. The black smoke in the room had also decreased significantly, but even though the windows were open for ventilation, the smoke was toxic, and no one could stay in the house for the time being. Seeing the situation, it was indeed uninhabitable. Deng Zuixiang, holding Zhou with one hand and Xiangyang with the other, suggested, "Why don't we go to my house first? The kids must be hungry." "Okay." Zhou Qiqi nodded and took Zhou to change into clean clothes first. Deng Zuixiang then called Zhou Qiqi and her husband. "Qiqi, you and Captain Wang come too. Your house is downwind, so it's not good to stay there either. You both probably haven't eaten yet, so come my house for a meal." Qiqi naturally had no objections. Before they even reached the door, they ran into the flustered Captain Jiang. The army had been busy these past few days, and he had just returned. After hearing a few words from Shanghai, he was extremely worried and was preparing to go to the school. Luckily, he met them halfway, otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, his military cap askew on his head. When he saw Xiangyang in the crowd, his face turned stern. What happened? Did Xiangyang get into trouble at school again? Did he get into a fight? How did it involve Zhou? That little rascal. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xiangyang let out a loud yelp and hid behind Deng Zuixiang, clutching her pant leg with his dirty little hands. "Dad, I didn't fight." Deng Zuixiang also chimed in. "He really didn't You misunderstood." Captain Jiang didn't believe it. He reached out to grab his son. "Look at you. You're a mess. Your face looks like a raccoon. You're such a worry. Get over here." Zhou Qiqi quickly stepped in between them. "Brother Jiang, today Xiangyang is a little hero. He fought to protect Zhou." Captain Jiang didn't believe Deng Zuixiang, but he had to believe Zhou Qiqi's words. He quickly looked up to ask Deng Zuixiang, "Really?" Deng Zuixiang nodded vigorously, pushing him while saying, "Really? But it's a long story. Let us go home and talk." She noticed Aunt Zhang next door, peeking over the wall with a bowl of rice, watching the commotion, and lowered her voice. "Keep your voice down." Xiangyang was usually very mischievous, often chased around the yard by Deng Zuixiang, and sometimes even got a mixed double team from Captain Jiang and Deng Zuixiang, causing chaos. In this era, there weren't many entertainment options, and this was the fixed entertainment for the nearby 10 or so families. At this time, many families had already poked their heads out. All right, Captain Jiang naturally saw this. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have minded, but with Zhou Qiqi and the others around, it wouldn't be good to be laughed at together. He nodded and hurried everyone into the yard. Once inside the yard, Deng Zuixiang quickly grabbed an apron. "We haven't eaten yet. I just bought a big handful of alkaline noodles at the market this morning. I'll go cook it, and everyone can have some dandan noodles." Captain Jiang snatched the apron from her hand. "I'll do it. You take care of the two little sisters and the kids." "Okay." Deng Zuixiang nodded. Captain Wang quickly chimed in, "Then I'll help too." Deng Zuixiang told Xiangyang to change into clean clothes and invited Zhou Qiqi and the others to take a break and have some tea. The noodles cooked quickly, and the sesame paste and diced preserved vegetables at home were all ready. In less than 10 minutes, the two men came to notify that dinner was ready. Zhou Qiqi and Qiqi helped set the table and chairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiangyang was under the grape trellis teaching Zhou how to play with marbles. Chapter 76. The Marbles Game. Under the grape trellis, two small figures squatted side by side. Jiang Xiangyang first used his index finger to dig two crescent-shaped shallow pits in the loose soil, then seriously pressed different colored glass marbles into the bottom of the pits, his round cheeks puffing up as he spoke. "This is a game for boys. My mom insists I play with you. Watch carefully. I'll demonstrate once. Then you can play by yourself. I won't play with you." Shen Huai looked at Jiang Xiangyang said nothing, just nodded. Jiang Xiangyang was used to this and continued. The red one is yours, the blue one is mine. He took out 5 blue glass marbles from his pocket and opened his palm upwards. Then we each take 5 marbles of the same color. Next, we put 2 marbles on the ground, one in front of the other. We use our hands to flick the back one, aiming to knock the front one into the pit. One by one, whoever gets more marbles into the pit wins. You can also knock other people's marbles into your own pit, and they count as yours. After finishing, he patted his knees and stood up, puffing out his chest like a little rooster. I'm really good at this. There's no one in our courtyard who can beat me. Let me show you. He then plopped down on the ground, squinted his left eye to aim, and flicked the marble with his index finger. The blue marble spun on the ground for 2 rounds before stopping 3 inches away from the edge of the pit. Shen Huai blinked, her eyelashes fluttering, looking at Jiang Xiangyang with a bit of confusion. Jiang Xiangyang's face flushed, and he pulled out 3 more blue marbles from his pocket. While speaking, he wiped his dirty little hands on his pants and carefully arranged the marbles. My hand slipped just now, let us do it again. This time I'll do a 3 marble shot. Holding his breath and exerting force, the 3 marbles collided and rolled out in an arc, but none went into the pit. Shen Huai tilted her head to look at him, her eyes reflecting some indescribable emotion, curious yet doubtful. Jiang Xiangyang's face turned red down to his neck, and he stiffened his neck, saying, "That's not right." His little eyes darted around and finally locked onto the 3 blue marbles on the ground, declaring firmly, "It's the marbles' fault. These blue ones have been played with too much. They're a bit worn out." Shen Huai blinked and handed him the 5 red glass marbles he had given her earlier. Jiang Xiangyang clenched his little fists, set out 3 marbles again, and was about to flick them while holding his breath. At that moment, Deng Suixiang shouted from the other side of the courtyard, "Xiangyang, go call your brother for dinner. He is studying in the house. Wait until I went around." Jiang Xiangyang waved his hand impatiently, not lifting his head, his thumb pressing down until his knuckles turned white, focusing intently on Shen Huai. Zhu watched closely. This time, perhaps he was betting on the dignity of a little man. Finally, 1 red marble fell into the pit with a thud. This made Jiang Xiangyang extremely happy, and he clapped his hands, saying, "Hee, I told you I'm good, right?" As he spoke, he handed over the other red marbles, saying, "My task is done. It's your turn now. Try it yourself." He also kindly helped Shen Huai position the marbles. Shen Huai, a bit dazed, mimicked Jiang Xiangyang's earlier actions, gently flicking the marble with her fingertip, but the marble only spun in place. "Oh no, use a bit more strength. For the second time, this direction 1T work. You need to find an angle. The third time, that is not how you flick it. You should do it like I did." After 5 tries, she hadn't hit a single marble, and they went wildly off course. Jiang Xiangyang's lips curled, looking like a little adult, feeling frustrated. "Shen Huai, you're too clumsy." Shen Huai didn't say anything, lowering her head, her eyelashes fluttering, making it hard to discern her emotions. Jiang Xiangyang thought she was upset and hurriedly stuffed his spoils into her palm. "Forget it. I'll teach you slowly in the future. This is for you." Over there, Deng Suixiang had already set the dishes on the table, and seeing Jiang Xiangyang hadn't moved yet, she urged impatiently, "Xiangyang, what is going on? Still playing? Hurry and call your brother out. Then wash your hand for dinner." Got it. This time Jiang Xiangyang wasn't impatient. He excitedly ran into the house to call Xiang Hai. He didn't look back, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Shen Huai arranged the 3 red glass marbles in a row, then used her finger like a paintbrush, tapping and drawing a few lines, then curling her index finger into a hook and flicking hard. The 3 glass marbles bounced and rolled on the ground, finally all wobbling into the pit with a series of crisp clinking sounds. "Zhu, wash your hand for dinner." At that moment, Zhou Qiqi saw that Zhu was still playing and called out. Zhu nodded, turned her back to put the glass marble Jiang Xiangyang had given her into her pocket, and then went to wash her hands at the tap. When she came back, Deng Suixiang personally handed her a bowl of dan noodles, with 2 slices of luncheon meat added, smiling and saying, "The 2 kids worked hard today. We should have had stir-fried meat sauce, but there was no meat at home, so make do with this. Thank you for Zhu, Sister Suixiang." By this time, it was already 7:30. Having been busy all afternoon, Zhou Qiqi was really hungry, And after saying this, she quickly picked up her bowl to eat. These dandan noodles are a specialty of Sichuan province. Zhou Qiqi had eaten the authentic ones when she visited there for inspiration. It was no surprise that Deng Zuixiang, being from Sichuan, could make this. But today it was actually made by Commander Jiang, and she didn't expect it to taste so authentic, almost exactly like what she had eaten before. The aroma of sesame sauce wrapped around the freshness of the sprouts, making it more and more delicious as she ate. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but praise, so delicious. Did Commander Jiang learn this skill from Sister Zuixiang? No, this was not learned from me. Mine isn't as tasty as his. Deng Zuixiang waved her hand, her face a bit red. Commander Jiang smiled and explained, I learned this back in the day to pursue her from a master at a state-run restaurant in Sichuan. Back then, Commander Jiang's unit was sent to Sichuan for base construction, right next to Deng Zuixiang's village, and he immediately took a liking to her. He pursued her in various ways, repeatedly sending matchmakers to propose. But Deng Zuixiang refused to agree, saying she didn't want to marry someone from another province, because then she couldn't eat the flavors of her hometown anymore. Hearing this, Commander Jiang didn't say a word and directly went to find a master at the state-run restaurant, going there every weekend to learn for nearly half a year. Zhou Qiqi's eyes sparkled as she said, so romantic. Then Jiang Gu must have mastered his cooking skills. Deng Zuixiang pouted, you're thinking too much. After learning for so long, the master said he was wasting food, and in the end, he only learned this one dish of dandan noodles. Commander Jiang scratched his head a bit shyly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, what happened at school this afternoon? Zhu Yingying quickly asked. Yeah, was Zhu bullied? Deng Zuixiang sighed and recounted the events that transpired. This was purely a farce, and everyone was quite angry after hearing it. Commander Jiang, being an outsider, listened to the whole story and glanced at his little son who was eating luncheon meat. Xiangyang, didn't Aunt Zhou ask you to take Zhu home after school? You were supposed to be waiting for her at the classroom door, right? How could you let her get locked in that little dark room by those two bad kids? Jiang Xiangyang's chopsticks clattered into the bowl, his ears turning red, and after a long time, he managed to squeeze out. I didn't want her to see me. I was just waiting for her at the school gate, not at the classroom door. Zhou Qiqi found it a bit strange. Why don't you want her to see you? Jiang Xiangyang was full of guilt, looking down and not speaking, on the verge of tears. Deng Zuixiang, as expected of his mother, thought for a moment and immediately figured it out. This kid must have had a conflict with Zhou the day they went for hot pot, and has been sulking ever since. This kid has a very stubborn temper. This was several days ago, and Zhou Qiqi found it a bit amusing and helpless. What exactly is the conflict? Xiangyang, tell Aunt Zhou, and Aunt Zhou will help you solve it. Chapter 77. The children's misunderstanding. Jiang Xiangyang is just a 6-year-old child, very shy, and at first, he stammered and refused to say he was afraid of being found out. But he wasn't one to be overly coy. Now that the matter had been revealed by his mother, he spoke directly. It was that night when we watched a movie. I didn't eat enough of the creamy popcorn and asked if there was any left at Shenduzhou's house. She nodded, but the next day when I went over, she shook her head and said there wasn't any. I felt like she was deliberately messing with me. Zhou Qiqi listened and felt something was off, patting her forehead. Oh dear, this really isn't Zhou's fault. That day, I helped Zhou tidy up the table and saw the popcorn. I thought it was leftover from her. And when Qin Lei came over asking for something tasty, I gave it all to him. Zhou had no idea. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. She really did give it to you. She packed everything left in the pot into a big oil paper bag. Deng Zuixiang only just realized her son was sulking with Zhou over such a trivial matter and poked his forehead. You little rascal. Why don't you just ask instead of wrongly accusing Zhou? You even threw her drawing pens on the ground. Jiang Xiangyang recalled that day, his ears slightly flushed, hanging his head in silence. Zhou Qiqi quickly said, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I should apologize to Xiangyang for this matter. Deng Zuixiang stopped her. No, there's no need to apologize for this. As the two were pushing and shoving, unexpectedly, Captain Jiang suddenly slammed his palm on the table and shouted, Jiang Xiangyang, just because of this little matter, You broke your promise and didn't wait for Zhou at the classroom door. I say, it's entirely your fault that something happened to Zhou today. You're not manly at all. You should apologize to Zhou. He was serious, and the table rattled from the force of his slap. Zhou Qiqi, seeing this, hurriedly tried to defuse the situation. Hey, Brother Jiang, you've misunderstood. It's not Xiangyang's fault. It's all those two rascals from the Liao family. Besides, Xiangyang even helped Zhou beat them up. Didn't you see? He fought two of them and didn't get hit once. He made those two boys have bumps all over their heads. But Captain Jiang turned a deaf ear, merely looking sternly at his son. Regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not, wrong is wrong. Jiang Xiangyang apologized first. At just 6 years old, Jiang Xiangyang felt guilty for causing Shen Huai to be bullied because of his misunderstanding. Now, in front of everyone, facing his father's stern reprimand, his eyes immediately turned red, feeling incredibly wronged. However, he still listened to his father and roughly wiped his tears with his sleeve. He walked over to Shen Huai and stuttered, "I'm sorry, Shen Huai." Before his words even faded, Captain Jiang's tone suddenly shifted. Good. A real man is one who dares to admit his mistakes. He stood up and walked in front of his son, squatting down to meet his gaze, his eyes shining with pride. Although you made a mistake, knowing how to make amends is commendable, and after the criticism, you should also be praised. What reward do you want? Speak up. Jiang Xiangyang, who had been hanging his head, immediately perked up at this, his little eyes sparkling. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, then exclaimed, "Last time when my brother did a good deed, Mom and Dad rewarded him with dumplings. I want to eat dumplings too." He still remembered how proud Jiang Shanghai looked last time. Deng Zuixiang immediately agreed. "Sure, I'll go to the market tomorrow morning to buy pork." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yinging. "Qiqi, Yinging, why don't you both come to my house tomorrow to make dumplings together?" "Sure," the two answered in unison. And Deng Zuixiang quickly urged, All right, let's eat first. You all try this crushed rice and mustard greens. My parents had someone bring it from Sichuan province. The elderly couple pickled it at home using their own mustard greens, and it's been fermenting for half a year. It's authentic. Captain Jiang was generous with the ingredients. The noodles were coated in sesame sauce, paired with the mustard greens, making it delicious. Zhou Qiqi was eating with her eyes squinting in delight. So delicious, salty and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness on the tongue, and also tree. Zhu Yinging nodded in agreement. It really is good. No wonder it's a specialty from Zuixiang's hometown. Deng Zuixiang was delighted by their praise and clapped her thighs. You all like it? Then how about we make dumplings with pork and mustard greens filling tomorrow, and pair it with a vegetarian one? What should we eat? We had chives last time, and the vegetables in the backyard are either not enough or not suitable for filling. As she spoke, she started to worry. Zhou Qiqi's eyes lit up, suddenly remembering something. How about we go outside to dig for shepherd's purse? We can eat shepherd's purse dumplings. This afternoon, while riding back in Aunt Zhao's donkey cart, she saw many people outside digging for shepherd's purse. Deng Zuixiang immediately agreed. Good. How could I forget about this? The shepherd's purse is the plumpest right now. The three of them chatted while eating. After dinner, they all went to the faucet to wash dishes and tidy up, and Zhou helped nearby. Zhou Qiqi noticed that during dinner, Xiangyang had given his leftover luncheon meat to Zhou and had whispered to her behind the adults' backs. It seemed the two little ones had completely made up, which made her feel relieved. Jiang Shanghai went back to study, while Captain Jiang took Jiang Xiangyang to the backyard, asking him what techniques he used to beat up those two bad kids. Xiangyang animatedly demonstrated, and he indeed had some talent for martial arts. Captain Jiang grew more and more satisfied with each question, and on a whim, taught him a few moves. The father and son laughed and joked in the yard, their laughter drifting into the front yard. The three women occasionally glanced over there. Deng Zuixiang looked at the father and son, her heart full of joy, but she didn't forget to ask, just now during dinner, did my old Jiang scare you? He has this temperament. When he gets strict, it doesn't matter where he is. He actually cares for the kids. Zhou Qiqi shook her head, taking the clean dishes from her hands and drying them with a clean cloth. He didn't scare us. It's actually quite good. Xiangyang has become very sensible. Deng Zuixiang smiled in her eyes, but pouted her lips, looking at Zhou, who was helping to wipe the table. That kid is a little rascal. What's so good about him? Zhou is the one who attracts affection. Xiangyang is good, and Zhou is good too. The two of them lightly bumped each other with their elbows, intentionally splashing water on each other, like little kids bickering. Zhu Yingying laughed. You two stop arguing. You're both good. Deng, Sui Xiang teased while washing the dishes. Yingying, you like kids so much. Why don't you have one yourself? I remember you and old Wang have been married for over 2 years, and you still don't plan to have any? Zhu Yingying's face stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously tugged at her sleeve to cover her wrist. Zhou Qiqi, noticing this movement, quickly interjected. Oh, isn't this when you were so angry with Xiangyang a few days ago? I saw your cloth shoes even came off that day. What was that about? Deng Cuixiang didn't think much of it and was immediately led off topic, starting to complain incessantly. Don't mention it. That day he and a little boy from next door found some cow dung somewhere, stuck a match in the middle, and played with it like firecrackers. After washing the dishes, the women chatted for a while longer. At this time, Captain Jiang and Commander Wang went to Zhou Qiqi's house together to help clean the coal stove and chimney. At first, Zhou Qiqi felt a bit guilty, but the two said, since Commander Shen isn't here, as soldiers, we should help the military families. So she no longer declined. After half an hour of busy work, the coal smoke had mostly cleared. Zhou Qiqi took Zhou and Zhu Yingying back home. When they reached the door, she opened it for Zhou to go inside first, but pulled Zhu Yingying into her room, looking serious as she asked, Yingying, tell me the truth. Where did you go this afternoon? Zhu Yingying was initially reluctant to speak, but Zhou Qiqi firmly grabbed her arm, rolling up her sleeve to reveal shocking bruises on her wrist. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore, and with red-rimmed eyes, she began to speak. Chapter 78, Call Aunt What? After hearing Zhu Yingying's words, Zhou Qiqi lightly tapped her forehead. You silly girl. It's a shame you're a high-achieving student. Where has all your education gone? She was truly exasperated with Zhu Yingying. This foolish girl had been married for over 2 years without getting pregnant and had heard from someone that a country which could help. So she eagerly ran over there, handed over 30 yuan, and went for treatment every week. This so-called treatment involved tying a doll. The witch had clay, baby figurines the size of a palm, which were tightly bound with red threads around the woman's wrist. She would kneel on a mat and then circle around while offering prayers. This binding would last at least an hour. Zhu Yingying had already gone 7 or 8 times, and today the thread was especially tight, making her wrist turn purple. Zhou Qiqi gently pressed on her wrist while scolding her. This is all feudal superstition. After going so many times, have you gotten pregnant? Has anyone who tied a doll there really gotten pregnant? Zhu Yingying widened her eyes and shook her head. If you want to get pregnant and can't, you should go to a proper hospital for a checkup. How can you mistreat yourself like this? Zhou Qiqi continued to persuade her, but Zhu Yingying timidly shook her head. I'm scared. In this day and age, infertility is a big deal for women. Zhu Yingying's mother had passed away early, and her mother-in-law was in the countryside. There was no one around to discuss it with, which made her confused actions understandable. Zhou Qiqi patted her head. Don't be afraid. I'll go with you another day. You absolutely must not go back to that witch. She was thankful that she had discovered this early. If tying a doll had turned her wrist purple, what would happen if she was made to drink incense as water or swallow tadpoles? Wouldn't her health be ruined? Zhu Yingying was already feeling regretful, and now that Zhou Qiqi had pointed it out, her cheeks flushed red as she nodded vigorously while holding Zhou Qiqi's hand. After sending Zhu Yingying home, Zhou Qiqi quickly tidied up the kitchen and prepared to boil water for a shower. Zhou had an injury on her knee and couldn't get it wet. So after Zhou Qiqi finished washing herself, she filled a basin with warm water and gently wiped the little girl down with a towel, also applying iodine. During the change of dressing, Zhou didn't flinch, and although her pale face showed little emotion, her eyes sparkled more than usual. Zhou Qiqi felt this was a big improvement and didn't want to waste the opportunity. After turning off the lights, she cuddled under the quilt next to Zhou and talked to her casually. Aunt knows you've been through something very scary. Those terrifying things locked you inside a cage. But you're a brave little girl. You can express yourself and break that lock. Zhou's performance today had indeed exceeded her expectations. From bravely crawling out of the small dark room, to to pushing two boys into the mud pit. Later, she even courageously stood up to help prove her innocence. Previously, Zhou Qiqi only thought this little niece was well-behaved and sensible, but now she truly liked this little girl. In the dark, Zhou's eyes shone brightly, like two broken stars. Zhou Qiqi leaned closer, her nose almost touching the little girl's. "How about trying to call me it?" Zhou bit her lip and shrank back, her fingers twisting the corner of the quilt, unsure of what to do. Zhou Qiqi playfully tapped her nose. "I'm just teasing you." She knew the child had her own hurdles to overcome, so she couldn't rush her. They had to take it slow. She explained softly, "What I mean is, you can draw more and express your emotions just like today." Zhou was silent for a moment, then gently nodded her head, turning away from Zhou Qiqi, revealing only her narrow shoulders. The little girl was still not used to such intimacy with others. Zhou Qiqi didn't force her. After such a long day, she was also a bit tired. Closing her eyes, she fell asleep within a few minutes. However, she didn't notice that once her breathing became steady, the frail little body beside her slowly turned around, gazing at her sleeping face, stretching out a little finger to sketch a simple outline, and then her little mouth moved a couple of times. The moonlight, as silent as she was, carried her heart's voice to the gentle breeze outside the window. The breeze brushed against the osmanthus tree in the yard, as if passing this little gossip to the tree. The osmanthus tree rustled, shedding a ground full of flower petals. A few osmanthus flowers seemed eager to pass on the gossip, drifting with the breeze. As they floated, they were suddenly knocked down by a gust of cold air. Stop it, I was wrong." At the home of the security department chief, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Today's events were too embarrassing. Felt humiliated and started drinking alone when he got home. After drinking too much, he grabbed a stool, intending to hit someone. He didn't manage to hit anyone when Li Hongwan started screaming. The two children, who had already gone to bed, heard Li Hongwan's cry and rushed out, all climbing onto her. "Dad, don't hit Mom. It's our fault." Reeked of alcohol. "Are you blind? Is this your real mom? Wasteful woman. You made me lose face in the military district. Now you're making me lose face in school." Saying this, he picked up a teacup from the table, ready to smash it at Li Hongwan. The two children protected Li Hongwan tightly, and seeing he couldn't hit her, Liao's anger turned towards the two kids. "And you too. What on earth happened today? Explain it to me clearly." Liao Xiaofeng was sobbing and couldn't speak, while Liao Xiaolei boldly spoke up. "We saw Shen Duzhou hadn't left school yet and was drawing. No one was around. So we tricked her into thinking Jiang Xiangyang was waiting for her over there to talk to her. Then took her to the small warehouse by the grove and locked the door when she wasn't paying attention. Later, the two of them left the school to go home, but unexpectedly Shen Duzhou pushed them into the mud pit. Before they could react, Jiang Xiangyang started hitting them, and both were stunned. Liao looked at the two children's bruised faces and felt no sympathy, only anger. "Useless. You really embarrassed me." Saying this, he smashed the cup on the ground and left, leaving Li Hongwan and the two children at home crying together. This incident caused quite a stir. The next day, when Zhou Qiqi went to Deng Cuixiang's house to make dumplings, Deng Cuixiang described it vividly, as if she had been at the scene. Zhou Qiqi listened in shock and sighed. "I still feel that Li Hongwan is quite pitiful." Deng Cuixiang curled her lips. "What is so pitiful about her?" Back then, Li Hongwan saw that Liao was in a high position with good allowances and rushed to marry him. "I heard they got married after knowing each other for just one day," as if she was trying to make a point. She didn't treat her marriage seriously, and now it's come to this. She has only herself to blame. She sighed. "If you ask me, the truly pitiful ones are the two children." Yesterday afternoon, before she pretended to be dead at school, she pinched Xiaolei so hard that it left a bruise. The child cried out in pain. I felt uncomfortable just watching. Zhou Qiqi had also seen that moment, and it was indeed a heavy-handed approach, completely not treating the child as her own. At that time, she could have figured out a way to expose Li Hongwan's pretense, but seeing the two children protect Li Hongwan, she felt a bit soft-hearted. So she let it go. It was also a way to save some face for Li Hongwan in front of the two kids. Now that they were talking about the two children, she was a bit curious. "Sister Cuixiang, Do you know what is going on with the biological mother of these two kids? Deng, Suixiang nodded. I know. Last year, Director Liao's mother came by for a visit. I heard the old lady mention that the children's mother committed suicide by jumping into a well 3 years ago when the child was just 3 years old. For no apparent reason. The two children were still very young at that time. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It's really pitiful. The little ones have no memories before the age of 3, which means they have no mother since they can remember. They finally got a stepmother, Li Hongwan, and the kids are afraid of losing her too, so they protect her so much. Deng, Suixiang sighed. Exactly. So when I saw Li Hongwan pinching little Lei, I really felt sorry for the kids. The two chatted a bit more and then shifted the topic to another restructured family in the residential area. That one is also a second marriage, but it's much happier. Zhu Qiqi didn't talk much, listening the whole time, feeling her little head was overloaded. And she admired Deng Suixiang a bit. Sister Suixiang, how do you know everything? I've just spent too much time in the toilet. Deng Suixiang laughed, covering her mouth, as she was kneading dough, and the dough in the basin was making popping sounds. Speaking of which, she casually asked, by the way, how many dumplings are we making today? Your family Shen Huai Chuan should be coming back for lunch, right? I saw that everyone who participated in the competition with him has returned. Chapter 79. What is being hidden from Shen Huai Chuan? Huh? No way. The team members who participated in the competition with Shen Huai Chuan have all returned? Zhou Qiqi held the kitchen knife in midair, her bamboo cutting board still smeared with fresh tofu scraps. Deng Suixiang heavily placed the kneaded dough on the stove, stirring the egg mixture in the porcelain bowl with an iron spoon, producing a crisp clinking sound. Yes, when I went to the market this morning, I ran into the wife of the director of military training. She bought a whole bunch of things like pig trotters and ribs. Her man must be coming home soon. She is usually so stingy, always eating porridge and pickles, making her child eat like a little bean sprout. Zhou Qiqi, taken aback by Deng Suixiang's words, accidentally cut her hand. Ouch! The pain made her gasp. Ouch! Zhu Qiqi quickly put down the vegetables she was half preparing and took out a piece of paper from her pocket to press on her index finger. So much blood. What are we going to do? Our family's health clinic doesn't have a doctor. It's closed. Zhu Qiqi was anxious, while Deng Suixiang remained calm, turning to retrieve the first aid kit from the top of the cabinet. It's fine, I have gauze and medical tape at home. Xiangyang climbs up and down all day and gets injured often, so I have to be prepared. While wrapping the gauze, Deng Suixiang raised her eyebrows, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Qiqi, what is wrong with you? Is it because you heard that Huai Chuan is coming back and you're too excited? Missing a man? Zhou Qiqi's face turned red, and she quickly denied it. Sister Suixiang, what are you talking about? How could I be thinking about a man? He just called me this morning, saying he would be delayed for a few days and might not come back until next week. Zhu Qiqi suddenly realized. Oh, no wonder you were drawing design sketches this morning, saying you were a genius, then went to the phone booth to take a call and came back tossing crumpled papers. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly explained. Qiqi, don't talk nonsense. I was just interrupted in my thoughts. Deng Suixiang looked at the thin sweat on her nose and softened, reaching out to adjust the crooked blue apron tie. Silly girl, if you're worried, just say it. We military wives all have our hearts hanging by a thread, don't we? Your Huai Chuan is well known in the whole regiment as a model soldier. Maybe he is staying to demonstrate tactics to the new recruits. Zhu Qiqi also comforted her. Yes. Didn't he also stay a few extra days before, because he was timely in disaster relief? Don't worry too much. Zhou Qiqi bit her lip. Oh, I'm really not worried. Let us hurry back and make dumplings. We haven't even prepared the filling yet. We want to make it in time. Deng Suixiang covered her mouth and chuckled behind her. This girl is really tough. Zhu Qiqi spoke up for Qiqi, saying she just has a strong personality. For lunch, in addition to the pork and vegetable filling prepared by Deng Suixiang, there was also the shepherd's purse they had just picked in the wild. The tender green shepherd's purse was blanched and chopped, mixed with slightly browned tofu cubes, golden scrambled eggs, chewy rehydrated shiitake mushrooms, and the salty freshness of dried shrimp, creating a colorful display against the white enamel bowl. Then, a spoonful of hot scallion oil was poured into the rough ceramic oil jar, sizzling and fragrant, making everyone swallow hard. When the children returned, the pork and vegetable filling was still not cooked, so the vegetarian filling was served first. Zhou Qiqi shaped them into crescent moons, looking exquisite. Jiang Xianyang had just said he only eats meat filling. But the next second, he saw Zhou eating with a smile and immediately grabbed one from Zhou's bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. So delicious. Colonel Jiang, who loved meat, couldn't he help but try one and praised it without end. So fragrant. This combination is really amazing. Zhou Qiqi, you're great for thinking of this filling. The dumplings in the iron pot were flipping in the boiling water, and dang, Zhou Qiqi used bamboo chopsticks to stir them. Suddenly winking at Zhou Qiqi. This wasn't my idea. It was Qiqi's cleverness. No. Zhou Qiqi quickly waved her hands in denial. She didn't have any ideas, just learned from the chef when she worked in a restaurant. Don't be modest. While Deng Qiqi said this, she casually asked her husband, by the way, when you went to the military district this morning, did you hear anything about Huai Chuan? Why hasn't he come back? Any news? She intended for her husband to comfort Zhou Qiqi, but unexpectedly, he choked. Cough. While coughing, he spoke randomly. No, there's no news. I didn't go, so how would there be news? It would be strange if there was news. Really, there's no news. Brother Jiang usually doesn't speak like this, and Zhou Qiqi felt something was off. Just as she was about to ask further, a small girl, rushing in and thin as a bean sprout, came in holding a piece of stewed rib, excitedly approaching Jiang Xianyang. Xianyang, we're having ribs at home today. What are you having? I don't like it. Let us trade. Jiang Xianyang was enjoying the shepherd's purse dumplings and didn't even look at the ribs, frowning and backing away. I'm not trading with you. These dumplings are delicious. Better than meat. The little girl pouted, and tears started streaming down her face as she cried and went home. Jiang Xianyang frowned, saying in a deep voice, that little girl is really troublesome. Deng Qiqi immediately slapped his forehead. You brat, don't know what's good. As she said this, she laughed with Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Ying. Xianyang is quite popular with the little girls. That girl just now is the one I mentioned earlier, the daughter of the director of military training, Xiao Fengxian, along with Qiu Siming from Qiu Chunfeng's family and Jia from the Li family. They all love to follow this kid around. Zhou Qiqi teased. With such good connections, Sister Zhou Qiqi won't have to worry about not finding a daughter-in-law in the future. Just bring one home when the time comes. Deng Qiqi shook her head vigorously with a spoon. No way, I don't fancy any of those girls, always crying and making noise. It gives me a headache, and they're all dirty, always with snot. If I'm going to marry someone, I want someone like Zhou. As she spoke, she served meat dumplings into Zhou's bowl. Zhou Qiqi also patted Zhou's little head. Look how much Aunt Zhou Qiqi likes you. Eat more and grow fatter. Zhou didn't say anything, just pushed the newly served plate towards Zhou Qiqi. You wanted to eat more too? The little girl buried her head in the bowl and nodded. Zhou Qiqi was full after this meal. The others mostly ate the shepherd's purse filling, but she loved the pork and vegetable filling, eating 20 dumplings by herself, making her belly round and full. After the meal, she wanted to ask Brother Jiang about Shen Huai Chuan, but he dashed off, saying he had things to do in the army, clearly not wanting to talk more. Zhou Qiqi always felt that he seemed to be hiding something about Shen Huai Chuan, but she didn't dare to ask further. With this thought lingering in her heart, she felt a bit restless. Even while drawing design sketches, her mind was elsewhere. On the afternoon of the third day, while accompanying Zhu Ying to the military hospital for a checkup, she clearly remembered that she was supposed to go to the second floor to pick up the test results. But while walking up the stairs, she somehow ended up on the fourth floor. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she heard chattering voices coming from the stairs on the third floor. The third floor was the inpatient ward, and the voices belonged to two nurses from the ward who were preparing to change shifts and chatting. One of them, with short hair, excitedly asked, Hey, has that woman come today? Chapter 80. The poor Mongolian drum player in the stairwell of the 1980s. The gaps between the iron railings were wide enough that one could casually lean over from the upper floor and see everything happening below. Through the railing, Zhou Qiqi noticed a woman with her hair in an updo, who looked a bit older. Before speaking, she glanced around. It was already past 11, and there weren't many people in the corridor, so she boldly started talking. Why hasn't she come? It's been 3 days. That woman has been bringing chicken soup or duck soup every day into the chief's hospital room. She's definitely still inside, getting cozy right now. The short-haired nurse poked her, her face full of indignation. How shameless. I heard from the chief's aide that she isn't even the chief's wife. Yet she still has the nerve to wear a floral dress and hover around his hospital room every day. That shameless vixen dares to flirt with the chief. If the chief's wife finds out, she won't let her off easy. She'll definitely scratch her face all up. The updo nurse shook her head, a hint of inscrutability in the fine lines around her eyes. You're too young to understand the complexities of this situation. This matter isn't that simple. The chief was injured and hospitalized, yet his wife is nowhere to be seen, while another woman comes to the hospital every day to take care of him. I suspect the chief might have some feelings for that woman. The short-haired nurse's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That explosive? The updo nurse became even more intrigued and continued. Indeed, I overheard her talking about her childhood and past experiences. I suspect there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps she's the chief's old flame. Old feelings have rekindled. As she spoke passionately, the short-haired nurse pouted and sighed. Sigh, that chief's wife is so pitiful. Before she could finish, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The two nurses hurriedly tugged at each other's sleeves and whispered, "She's here, stop talking." Zhou Qiqi had been listening for a while and was a bit curious. Leaning over the railing to look down, she saw a woman in a light pink floral dress walking briskly in high heels. The woman turned slightly, and because she was walking fast, Zhou Qiqi didn't see her face clearly, but she sensed that she wasn't someone to mess with. After the woman went downstairs, the updo nurse rolled her eyes in disdain. Coming to the hospital and wearing such strong perfume. The two nurses had new material to gossip about and leaned in closer together, ready to continue their chatter, but Zhou Qiqi coughed twice to interrupt. At first, she thought she would wait for them to finish talking before leaving, to avoid startling them. But since they seemed intent on continuing, she had to speak up, otherwise Zhu Yingying would be anxious waiting. When the two nurses heard movement from above, they muttered a few words and dispersed. Zhou Qiqi sighed in relief, quickly went to the second floor to pick up the test results, and then headed to the first floor to find Zhu Yingying. She saw that Zhu Yingying's eyes were red, on the verge of tears. "Why'd you take so long? Is the result bad?" Zhou Qiqi put her arm around her shoulder. "How could it be bad? Don't think nonsense. We need to see the doctor to know, for sure. How can you cry before knowing the result? Think about it. If everything turns out okay, wouldn't you feel sad for no reason?" She continued, "Let us assume the result is bad. You'll have plenty of time to cry later, so it doesn't matter if you wait a little longer." Her reasoning was as absurd as a pig wearing a bra, but Zhu Yingying listened, stunned, and then broke into a smile. "Why do you have so many twisted arguments?" Zhou Qiqi patted her chest. "Does it matter if it's twisted? Just listen and that's enough." Saying this, she hurriedly pushed Zhu Yingying towards the doctor's office. "Quick! If we delay any longer, the doctor will be off work." With her light-hearted banter, Zhu Yingying's nervous mood eased significantly, and they went to find the doctor together. The doctor they saw was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. After looking over the test results for a long time and asking several questions, she frowned and started writing on a prescription pad. Zhu Yingying was gripping Zhou Qiqi's hand so tightly that it was sweaty, and finally, she gritted her teeth and spoke up. "Doctor, does this mean I can't have children?" The doctor looked up and saw the girl's eyes were red, quickly shaking her head. No, don't worry." Zhu Yingying's face lit up with joy as she grasped Zhou Qiqi's hand tightly. Zhou Qiqi raised her eyebrows, wearing a look that said, "I told you so," and then asked, "Doctor, what exactly is her condition?" The doctor patiently explained. This condition is medically known as polycystic ovary syndrome, which is quite common among women of childbearing age. It's an endocrine issue, and as long as you manage it well, you can still become pregnant in the future. Walking out of the doctor's office, Zhu Yingying finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Qiqi wrapped her arm around her shoulder and said, "From now on, you should run with me. Also, learn from Sister Zuexiang, listen to more gossip, and don't keep everything bottled up." At this point, she suddenly remembered what she had overheard in the corridor and hurriedly shared it with Zhu Yingying. Zhu Yingying listened with some surprise. "Is that true?" The The chief they were talking about, his wife, must also be a military spouse, right? So pitiful. I wonder if she is from our military district or somewhere else. Zhou Qiqi was just pondering what to have for lunch and casually replied, who knows? She might still be in the dark about it. As they were talking, when they reached the hospital entrance, they spotted the woman in the light pink dress. She seemed to have left something at the newsstand and was arguing fiercely with the newspaper vendor. Zhou Qiqi quickly pointed that way and said to Zhu Yingying, "Hey, look, it's that woman." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned her face toward them. Zhou Qiqi found her face familiar, but couldn't quite place where she had seen her before. For some reason, the gossip from the two nurses replayed in her mind. Suddenly, she recalled the woman in the floral dress from when she had just crossed over. She quickly grabbed Zhu Yingying's arm. "Yingying, I might not be able to go back to the military family area with you today." Why?" Zhu Yingying asked, her face full of curiosity. Zhou Qiqi forced a laugh, a bitter taste rising in her throat. "Because I think I know who that poor Mongolian drum player is." Chapter 81. Snuggled Together. "What are you saying? That commander is General Shen?" Zhu Yingying covered her mouth in disbelief. Zhou Qiqi gently clenched the cuff of her sleeve and slowly nodded. It was highly likely to be him. That woman looked so familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her. It was only after connecting those words that she finally remembered. It was Lin Yao. Thinking back to that day when they were eating dumplings, Jiang Yingchang's evasive behavior must have been to cover up something for Shen Huai Chuan. Putting it all together, there was only one truth. Zhu Yingying was so angry her fingertips trembled. She grabbed Zhou Qiqi's wrist and pulled her forward. "Let's go. I'll accompany you to get an explanation." Zhou Qiqi hurriedly stopped her. Hey, wrong direction. Let's go to the hospital first. We need to clarify things. It might be a misunderstanding." She wasn't someone who acted on emotions, and she had just said that before. Until everything was thoroughly clarified, they couldn't turn against each other. That was her consistent principle. Moreover, her intuition told her that Shen Huai Chuan wasn't that kind of person. She was very rational. The two rushed to the inpatient department on the 3rd floor. Most of the nurses had gone for lunch, and coincidentally, the short-haired nurse Zhou Qiqi had just seen was on duty. Despite her love for gossip when chatting, this little nurse was exceptionally serious and responsible when working. As soon as she heard that the two were inquiring about whether Shen Huai Chuan was hospitalized here, her expression immediately turned stern. "I'm sorry, but this is a commander's privacy, and we cannot disclose it casually. Please identify yourselves and show your credentials." Zhou Qiqi was here to accompany Zhu Yingying for a checkup and hadn't brought any credentials. In this era, there was no such thing as an ID card. Usually, one would need a household registration book or a letter of introduction for matters, but those things were inconvenient to carry around. Fortunately, Zhu Yingying had brought their household registration book to prove her military dependent status. Upon seeing the military dependent seal on the household registration book, the short-haired nurse's attitude immediately became respectful. However, she still said she needed to call the military district to verify their identities. While the nurse was making a call, the sound of high heels clicking approached from behind. Zhou Qiqi turned around and saw Lin Yao, dressed in a light pink floral dress. She was walking quickly and didn't glance over at the nurse's station at all, just striding past. Zhu Yingying, having heard Zhou Qiqi's words, didn't call out to her immediately but felt a bit upset watching her head straight into the ward and asked the nurse, how could she just go in? The short-haired nurse scratched her head awkwardly. "There's nothing I can do. She is a doctor and has a work ID from the Provincial Military Region Hospital." Saying that, she put down the phone and walked out from behind the nurse's station. "I've verified it. Your identities are fine. I'm sorry. General Shen is in Ward 3. I'll take you there." Zhou Qiqi glanced at the nurse's name tag, which read Yuan Xiaoyuan. She was only 17 years old and smiled as she said, "Thank you, Nurse Xiaoyuan." No trouble." Xiaoyuan hurriedly waved her hands, her ears turning red. At this moment, she had already confirmed that Zhou Qiqi was the wife of the injured commander. This was the first time she had seen such a young commander's wife. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also dressed exquisitely. Xiaoyuan had never seen such a beautiful dress, even in a department store. The whole person looked like a fairy. What was even more precious was that she was so polite and gentle with her, even calling her by name. That was the commander's wife. Definitely a big shot. Having worked at the military hospital for half a year, she had never been treated this way, and her heart felt warm. In comparison, that Lin Yao was even more annoying, relying on her status as an intern doctor at the provincial military hospital. She looked down on the nurses and treated them with disdain, always acting superior. Xiao Yuan didn't like that woman at all. She didn't understand how the commander could be enchanted by her, right? Lin Yao. Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered that Lin Yao was still in the commander's ward. If the commander's wife saw her, wouldn't that be a shock? No, she had to think of a way. Just as they were about to reach the ward, she hurriedly spread her arms to block the way. Madam, are you thirsty? How about I go get you a glass of water first? Seeing the little girl's flustered demeanor, Zhou Qiqi found it quite adorable and smiled gently. No need, just continue leading the way. Seeing the commander's wife being so gracious and composed, Xiao Yuan felt even more sorry for her and walked heavily to the door of Ward 3. The door was not fully closed, and a woman's soft voice could be faintly heard from inside. Huai Chuan, I only said half of what I wanted to say earlier. Do you remember when we were kids? I loved eating sour plum powder the most. And you always used your pocket money to buy it for me, and the fruit candies too. You didn't eat them, but peeled them open for me. I know you treat me well. Huai Chuan, if you're not angry with me, does that mean you're not mad at me anymore? I knew it. You still have me in your heart. After all, we were betrothed since childhood. The words inside became increasingly absurd, and Xiao Yuan couldn't listen to another word. Her expression darkened, and she raised her hand to knock on the door. The door was thin and only slightly ajar. With a knock, it swung open. The glaring sunlight from outside poured in, and everyone could see clearly that inside the room, a man and a woman were nestled tightly together under the covers. Seeing this scene, the three women at the door were stunned. With a thud, Zhou Qiqi's bag fell to the ground. She felt as if a fine needle had pierced her heart. Although there was no blood, a dull pain spread, and her fingertips felt icy. Qiqi. Zhu Yinging hurriedly grabbed her arm, afraid she would topple over. Zhou Qiqi gritted her teeth and forced out a smile. It's fine. Let us leave first. We shouldn't disturb them. Zhu Yinging was so anxious she stamped her feet. Shouldn't we ask for clarification? It might be a misunderstanding. What is that to ask? Zhou Qiqi turned her face away, trembling fingers reaching down to pick up her bag. Let us go. Just as she turned to pull Zhu Yinging away, a clear voice suddenly called out from behind. Sister-in-law. That voice seemed to be Qin Lei. Before she had time to think, a young man in military uniform jumped up from the bed and rushed in front of her. Sister-in-law, it's really you. What are you doing here? Zhou Qiqi was startled and turned to look at the bed, then back at the person in front of her, her brows knitting together. Wait a minute. The person on the bed is you? She quickly realized she had misunderstood, but still felt puzzled and hurriedly asked. Then why were you and Lin Yao hugging each other? Qin Lei was anxious, rubbing his hands together, his features scrunched up as he hurriedly explained. What hugging together? I was just sleeping. I was half awake, heard someone chattering in my ear, then someone knocked on the door, and when I came to, she was leaning on me. I was almost annoyed to death by her. How could I possibly be hugging her? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yao also walked out of the ward. Chapter 82. Explaining the situation, she stared at Qin Lei, momentarily stunned, then said with a disdainful expression, What are you doing here, big soldier? Where's Shen Huai Chuan? Qin Lei frowned, his straightforward military nature surfacing as he shot her an irritated glance. Our commander finds you annoying. He has been moved to a VIP room. At this moment, Zhou Qiqi just wanted to clarify Shen Huai Chuan's situation, ignoring everything else. She didn't even look at Lin Yao and directly grabbed Qin Lei's arm. Where is he? Take me there now. Okay. Without another word, Qin Lei led Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yinging away, and they hurried off, leaving their bags behind. The short-haired nurse, Xiao Yuan, picked up the bags and hurried after them. Wait, why are you all leaving? Lin Yao stood there in a daze, still confused about what was happening, and quickly ran after them. The military district's VIP room was located on the top fourth floor, in a small, separate area. At the entrance stood two soldiers in crisp uniforms, their semi-automatic rifles gleaming coldly at their waists, looking particularly imposing. Qin Lei led Zhou Qiqi and Zhu Yinging into the room first, leaving the door open. Nurse Xiao Yuan was stopped at the door and had to explain to the soldiers, handing over the bags to them to pass on to the commander's wife. Lin Yao arrived, panting, and tried to sneak in, shouting, "I'm with those two women. I'm also Shen Huai Chuan's family." She pushed her way toward the door. Xiao Yuan was quick-witted and shouted, "She's not. The commander doesn't want to see her at all." The two soldiers exchanged glances and stood firmly at the door, blocking it tightly, their hands moving to their rifles. The dark muzzles pointed in her direction, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Yao had never seen such a scene before, and was so scared that she stumbled back and fell to the ground. The nurse covered her mouth, laughing silently. Thinking to herself, "Serves her right." She turned and hummed a tune as she went downstairs. On Zhou Qiqi's side, she was walking and asking Qin Lei, "What's the situation?" Qin Lei spoke rapidly like a machine gun. "Who knows? That Lin Yao, I don't know where she heard that the commander was hospitalized. Comes here every day with soup. Our commander ignored her, and when I saw her coming again, I quickly asked the director to move him to the VIP room. The commander didn't want any special treatment, and didn't even want to stay in the VIP room before. Believe me, sister-in-law, the commander has nothing to do with her. He even specifically told me to wait in the room and make it clear to that woman not to bother him again." Zhou Qiqi felt overwhelmed and finally managed to get a word in when he paused for breath. "I'm not asking about that. I want to know how Shen Huai Chuan got injured." Unlike Qiu Chun Fong and the others, she didn't jump to conclusions. She had seen and heard enough to judge that this was likely a misunderstanding caused by Lin Yao, who seemed to have some sort of request from Shen Huai Chuan. "Oh, that." Qin Lei scratched his buzz cut and slowly began to explain. A few days ago, during the military district's armed cross-country competition, Shen Huai Chuan's officer team was passing through a cliff section at night when one officer accidentally slipped and fell. Shen Huai Chuan, disregarding his own safety, pulled him back. As a result, he slammed into the protruding rock wall. Qin Lei described it lightly, but Zhou Qiqi felt her heart race, her nails digging into her palms. "Is it serious?" Her voice was barely a whisper, trembling. Just then a muffled cough echoed from the room ahead. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Qiqi quickly walked to the door, her hand on the doorknob, but suddenly hesitated. Qin Lei, quick-witted, darted inside and whispered a few words in Shen Huai Chuan's ear. When Zhou Qiqi finally mustered the courage to push the door open, Shen Huai Chuan had just turned his face toward her. In that moment, their eyes met, and Zhou Qiqi felt a sudden pang in her nose. After spending over a month with Shen Huai Chuan, he had always been cold and spirited. She had never seen him like this, scruffy, haggard, in a loose hospital gown, clearly having lost weight, completely different from his usual imposing self in a military district. You. They both spoke at the same time, then simultaneously fell silent. Shen Huai Chuan tried to sit up, but the movement caused him to cough painfully from his rib injury. "Don't move. Don't talk." Zhou Qiqi hurried forward, pressing her hand on his shoulder, tears trembling at the corners of her eyes. It was clear they had much to say. So Zhu Yinging pulled the enthusiastically watching Qin Lei out, leaving space for the two of them, and kindly closed the door. The room was quiet enough to hear the sound of the fore drip. Zhou Qiqi stared at the dark bruises under Shen Huai Chuan's eyes, her heart aching like it was being clawed by a cat, and asked, "Why aren't you talking?" Shen Huai Chuan blinked, his voice hoarse like it had been scraped by sandpaper. "You told me not to." Zhou Qiqi felt embarrassed and sad, deliberately keeping a straight face. "Now you can talk. Explain the situation." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Huai Chuan began to speak rapidly like a barrage of fire. His tone so different from usual, possibly because his emotions had relaxed a bit after being injured, but there was still tension in his eyes. "She called me before. I didn't answer once, and I don't know why she came back. She is not here to reconcile with me. It's..." Before he could finish, Zhou Qiqi gently pressed a slender finger to his lips. Why were both he and Qin Lei acting like she was so concerned about those rumors? She was not the kind of person to act impulsively. She shot him a reproachful glance. "Who asked you about that?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Her tone sounded too much like a spoiled wife, but she clearly just wanted to be a competent partner, living life with him. No, that was wrong." She cleared her throat, her expression immediately turning serious like a school principal. "I want you to explain why you got injured without telling me." Meanwhile, Shen Huai Chuan looked like a child caught doing something wrong, his ears turning red. After a long pause, he hoarsely replied, I was afraid you would worry. Sister Deng told me before that when I went to disaster relief, you didn't sleep for several days because you were worried. That's not true. Zhou Qiqi felt a bit guilty and quickly changed the subject, her fingers gently brushing over the straps on his chest, feeling the uneven bandages underneath. Her tone softening involuntarily. Were you injured? Is it very serious? Does it hurt? Shen Huai Chuan shook his head. It's not serious. Just a couple of cracked ribs. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help raising her voice, sounding as if she were about to cry. Cracked ribs? That's just not serious? Shen Huai Chuan hurriedly explained, really, it's not serious at all. Among the injuries I've had, this is already considered light. Zhou Qiqi maintained a serious expression. I don't believe you. Let me see the wound. Huh? How? Shen Huai Chuan's eyes widened, and before he could finish his question, he saw Zhou Qiqi's fingers already reaching for the buttons on his chest. Chapter 83. Truly, when a person is at their lowest, they become invincible. Zhou Qiqi's fingertips brushed over the plastic buttons of the hospital gown, her movements as light as a spring swallow touching the water. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. When she unfastened the first 2, her ears flushed slightly, but upon seeing the tightly wrapped bandages on his chest, with brown blood scabs seeping from the edges, her embarrassment instantly turned into a wave of sourness. Beneath the dozen layers of bandages around his ribs, his chest was covered in fresh scabs, with reddish-brown scabs layered over new flesh, leaving almost no intact skin. Why are there so many wounds? She lowered her head and leaned closer to his chest, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows under her eyes, her voice muffled. Shen Huai Chuan's throat moved slightly. Seeing her nose almost touching his chest made his heart race in panic. And he hurried to explain. Most of them are superficial injuries. They look severe, but actually don't hurt. If you don't believe me, touch. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm, soft hand covered his chest. Zhou Qiqi had seen Shen Huai Chuan's body before, but this was the first time she touched it. However, she felt no allure tracing down from his ribs. As she touched, she encountered a horrifying old scar on his side, which she had seen on their first meeting but hadn't looked closely at. Only by touching did she realize how deep this scar was. She wanted to measure how long it was, but just as she reached his waistline, he suddenly grasped her wrist. That's enough. The Adam's apple rolled beneath his pale skin as he turned his face to look out the window, his ears flushed crimson. Zhou Qiqi looked up at him, noting his furrowed brow, her fingertips instinctively curling. Does it hurt? A little. Shen Huai Chuan's face turned pale, and his throat moved unnaturally as he quickly changed the subject. No need to worry. The doctor said my rib fracture is non-displaced, not serious. I'll be fully recovered in a month or 2 of rest. Zhou Qiqi pouted. I don't believe what you say. I need to ask myself. This man had kept his hospitalization from her. His credibility with her was already bankrupt with a negative credit score. Seeing her about to leave, Shen Huai Chuan quickly pulled her back. It's already 12 o'clock. The doctor has left for the day. She raised her wrist to check the time and suddenly seemed to remember something. Busy talking, you haven't eaten, have you? I'll go to the state-run restaurant to get you some food. No need. Let's sure to go to the cafeteria to bring it back. Zhou Qiqi certainly disagreed. That won't work. No matter what, it's still a fracture. You need to eat something nutritious. Her eyes darted around as she poked Shen Huai Chuan's chest, the corners of her eyes lifting in a teasing manner. Or should I say, you've already had enough chicken soup, duck soup, turtle soup, and so on? Her tone carried a hint of threat, and Shen Huai Chuan hurriedly waved his hands. No, Lin Yao sent over soup. I haven't drunk a single drop. You can ask Qin Lei. All right, I'll reluctantly believe you. Zhou Qiqi was initially joking, but when Lin Yao was mentioned, she asked, oh, right? You mentioned Lin Yao came to see you for what? Upon mentioning this, Shen Huai Chuan's expression immediately darkened as he said, for a job at the provincial military hospital. Lin Yao comes from a prestigious medical family and attended a medical university, but her grades were always at the bottom, so she couldn't get a good placement. Last year, when placements were announced, Lin Yao specifically came to find him. She said that as long as she could get into the provincial military hospital, she would be willing to marry him. Shen Huai Chuan didn't agree, but his mother, fond of her future daughter-in-law, secretly approached the director of the military hospital he had saved before and arranged an additional internship position for Lin Yao without telling him. By the time Shen Huai Chuan found out, Lin Yao's job had already been secured. The military hospital is different from regular hospitals. They usually select talents from various schools and have confidentiality requirements, so basically, anyone who goes for an internship can directly stay. As a result, at the end of last month, Director Zhai specifically called the military hospital and reported that Lin Yao's scores were at the bottom and that she often took leave. So based on her performance, she couldn't stay and could only be assigned to the most basic health station. He asked Shen Huai Chuan for his opinion. Zhou Qiqi immediately asked, "What did you say?" Shen Huai Chuan shrugged and casually replied, "I just said to follow the rules." When the list came out, Lin Yao was of course anxious and called Shen Huai Chuan many times. Not knowing how she found out he was hospitalized here, she came directly to the hospital, bringing chicken soup, duck soup, and so on, bothering him for several days. Zhou Qiqi frowned upon hearing this. Lin Yao was truly not a good person. Seeing how close she was to Su Shu before and declaring her sovereignty in front of her with a hair tie, it was likely that this scum man and cheap woman had long been together. One had a fiancé from childhood, and the other had a childhood sweetheart. They both didn't want to be pointed at and scolded. They intentionally set her and Shen Huai Chuan up to be caught in the act, hoping to break off the engagement and be together publicly. But before that, they wouldn't forget to extract the last bit of value from their partners. Now that the internship position was gone, Lin Yao came back again. Reflecting on what Lin Yao said in the ward earlier, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but sigh. Truly, when a person is at their lowest, they become invincible. Fortunately, Shen Huai Chuan was smart enough to know to move to a higher level ward. There were guards at the door, so Lin Yao couldn't come in to cause trouble. After chatting for a while, Zhou Qiqi quickly called Qin Lei in to look after Shen Huai Chuan while she talked with Zhu Qiqi at the door. She briefly explained the situation and concluded, "In short, this matter is just a misunderstanding, just as I initially thought." Upon hearing the truth, Zhu Qiqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Zhou Qiqi's eyes glistening with moisture, she couldn't help but tease. "Really? You weren't saying that downstairs just now. You insisted on dragging me away." Zhou Qiqi hurriedly touched her stomach to change the subject. "Let's not talk about that for now. Let us go buy food first. I'm hungry." While Zhu Qiqi was talking, her gaze kept unconsciously glancing into the ward. She patted Zhou Qiqi's shoulder and said, "I'll go buy it. You stay here with Commander Shen. All right, here, take this for your meal." Zhou Qiqi, truly worried about Shen Huai Chuan, taking out 10 yuan from her bag. But Zhu Qiqi refused to accept it no matter what. Qiqi didn't mind the trouble of accompanying her to see the doctor. It was only right for her to treat her to a meal. It wasn't possible to take money. Feelings are mutual. Qiqi's kindness towards her was well noted. Zhou Qiqi didn't want to be polite either and specifically ordered a few dishes for Zhu Qiqi. Shen Huai Chuan had a fracture and had lost quite a bit of blood. He needed to eat more protein and iron. It would be best to get some red meat or fish. Zhu Qiqi nodded, indicating she remembered everything, and turned to leave. Zhou Qiqi suggested, "Hey, let me have Qin Lei accompany you." Zhu Qiqi hurriedly waved her hand. "No, he talks too much, and I'm scared." Zhou Qiqi only then remembered that her best friend was socially anxious, and pairing her with a talkative person like Qin Lei was indeed inappropriate, so she nodded in agreement. The state-run restaurant was far from the military hospital, and Zhou Qiqi thought Zhu Qiqi would be back in about half an hour. Unexpectedly, it was nearly 45 minutes before Zhu Qiqi pushed open the ward door, drenched in sweat upon her return. Zhou Qiqi quickly asked, "Qiqi, what happened?" Zhu Qiqi looked close to tears, her voice filled with grievance. "That Lin Yao, she is still at the door." Chapter 84. Where's the resemblance to the commander's wife? Zhou Qiqi thought that Lin Yao wouldn't be able to enter the VIP ward and would leave dejectedly. Unexpectedly, this woman was still hanging around outside, unwilling to give up. Zhu Qiqi's eyes were red and she spoke pitifully. "She seems to have mistaken me for you, blocking the hallway and insisting that I clarify things." Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle. Recently, Zhu Yingying had been preoccupied, not eating well, and frequently running off to play with dolls. She looked just like the original Zhou Qiqi who had just crossed over, thin as a bean sprout. Moreover, to facilitate examinations, she was dressed in a blue top and black pants, making her look even more similar. However, their facial features were completely different. How could she make such a mistake? Lin Yao actually dared to bully Yingying, and Zhou Qiqi was definitely going to deal with her, but not right now. At the moment, she was almost starving, so filling her stomach was a priority. The state-run restaurant at this time was not like the big restaurants of today. The daily menu was set a day in advance, and you couldn't just order anything you wanted. There was no fish on today's menu, nor much soup, so Yingying could only bring back a few light stir-fried dishes. After eating and drinking her fill, Zhou Qiqi finally had some strength and led Zhu Yingying outside. Zhou Qiqi, come out here, outside the stairwell. Lin Yao was shouting at the top of her lungs. At first, she was a bit afraid of the two soldiers standing guard at the entrance, but later realized that they were only there to keep watch, and as long as she didn't go inside, they couldn't do anything to her. Gradually, she became bolder and kept yelling, attracting the attention of every family member and soldier entering and exiting the VIP ward. As Zhou Qiqi walked towards the door, she overheard two women whispering, "Who is Zhou Qiqi? What's going on?" "I don't know." Those who could enter the VIP ward had a certain status themselves. Unlike Xiao Chunfang and her friends who loved to gossip, but encountering something like this was hard not to be curious about. How embarrassing. Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but roll her eyes, angrily striding out. "Zhou Qiqi, you." Outside, Lin Yao was still shouting. However, after shouting for over an hour and not having eaten lunch, she was starting to run out of breath. Suddenly seeing Zhou Qiqi walk out, she instantly perked up and dashed towards her, shouting, "You." But her target wasn't the real Zhou Qiqi, but Zhu Yingying behind her. Hey, over here." Zhou Qiqi had anticipated this and directly reached out to block her. "Are you blind? I am Zhou Qiqi. You're Zhou Qiqi?" Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only seen Zhou Qiqi once before, when she was dressed in a dull gray coat with patches, looking pale and malnourished, like a rustic country girl. She had been too afraid of catching that rural vibe to pay much attention, so she didn't remember her appearance clearly. But the girl in front of her was wearing a short, warm, white-collar knit top paired with a khaki umbrella skirt, cinched at the waist with a thin brown belt. The style was exquisite, something she had never seen in the department store, reminding her of the director's daughter who returned from studying abroad in England. No, even the director's daughter didn't dress so fashionably. This outfit was not only stylish, but also fitted perfectly, as if it had been custom-made by an experienced tailor. Aside from the attire, the girl had a fair complexion with a rosy glow, a round face, and delicate features like a doll, with bright, lively almond-shaped eyes exuding confidence. Looking at her own light pink dress, she felt like it was outdated by decades. In the past, she was a city girl, while Zhou Qiqi was a country girl. But today, the roles had reversed. Zhou Qiqi had become the fashionable commander's wife, while she looked like a country bumpkin. She could hardly believe her eyes, and asked again, "Are you really Zhou Qiqi?" "Of course, it's the real deal." Zhou Qiqi casually played with her hair, and the double-layered lace headband added an extra touch of elegance, making Lin Yao grit her teeth in frustration. No wonder Shen Huai Chuan suddenly stopped listening to her. He must have been enchanted by this vixen Zhou Qiqi. She had been pondering this while standing outside, feeling the wind. Shen Huai Chuan had once adored her and treated her so well, although he always had a cold demeanor. With a poker face, they had barely spoken more than 10 sentences in a year. However, from childhood to adulthood, whatever she wanted, as long as she told Shen Huai Chuan, she would get it. When it came time for her to find a job, she merely mentioned it, and Shen Huai Chuan specially asked the director for an internship position for her. This made her the most special presence at the provincial military hospital, with all the doctors and nurses treating her politely and not letting her do any work. She had thought she could definitely stay at the provincial military hospital and secure a lifelong job. But unexpectedly, when the list for staying was released, her name wasn't on it. She immediately stormed into the director's office, pleading for answers, and, after a long time, found out that this was Shen Huai Chuan's intention. She could hardly believe it, but now she finally understood. Lin Yao, with her neck stretched out, almost poked Zhou Qiqi's nose with her fingertip. "Did you instigate Huai Chuan not to let me stay? What are you talking about?" Zhou Qiqi scoffed, tilting her neck back, nonchalantly glancing at Lin Yao's flushed face, and rolled her eyes heavily. "Sister, graduation placements depend on your own performance. If you can't make the cut, what does that have to do with me?" Lin Yao had never considered her own issues and decisively stated, "It must be your problem. When you weren't around, Huai Chuan was still willing to see me. Now he won't even see me. We were betrothed as children." This made Zhou Qiqi laugh. "And then? Wasn't it you who refused to marry Shen Huai Chuan?" Lin Yao got anxious. She didn't want to marry the cold-faced Shen Huai Chuan with a burden, but she hadn't said she didn't want a job. "Let me in. I want to ask Huai Chuan myself. He wouldn't treat me like this." Zhou Qiqi was too lazy to waste her breath on her, straightening her back, slightly raising her chin, and coldly said, "Stop causing trouble here. Shen Huai Chuan is injured and needs to rest. You two are no longer connected. The farther you go, the better. Don't obstruct us as a couple. You. Lin Yao didn't expect Zhou Qiqi to be so unyielding and to tell her to get lost. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. She was so furious that she couldn't find the right words to argue back, finally forcing out, "Why is your speech so vulgar? Where's the resemblance to a commander's wife? How embarrassing." Zhou Qiqi shrugged nonchalantly, tilting her head to give her a provocative smile. "What's embarrassing about this? Speaking human words to people, ghost words to ghosts, and to dogs, of course." She deliberately dragged out the last word, her meaning clear. Lin Yao's face turned the color of liver from anger. Zhou Qiqi pressed on, mischievously blinking. "Then let me show you something not vulgar." Just as she finished speaking, she waved at the two soldiers standing guard not far away. "Hello, comrades. This is a real commander's wife." The two tall soldiers immediately straightened their backs, quickly approached with quick steps, and saluted sharply. Zhou Qiqi's eyes curved into a smile, her attitude gentle. "This person is not a doctor from our military hospital. Please check her credentials to see if they are fake." 5 minutes later, Lin Yao was escorted out of the military hospital by two soldiers, one on each side, as she sprained her ankle, grimacing in pain. Military hospitals in this era are not open to the public and only treat military personnel and their families. Lin Yao was able to get in before because she had altered the date on her work ID, which was not easy to spot unless you look closely. Unfortunately, the two soldiers were diligent in their work and even called the provincial military hospital to verify. Upon discovering the fraud, they unceremoniously threw Lin Yao out. Previously, everyone thought Lin Yao was a doctor from the provincial hospital and treated her with respect, but now, seeing her being thrown out, they all looked on with amusement. Lin Yao had never felt so embarrassed in her life, and without caring about her sprained ankle, she hurriedly covered her face and ran out, until she bumped into a warm chest. "Yeah, what's wrong? Did you finish your work?" The man's voice was anxious and incredibly gentle, his arms securely wrapping around her trembling shoulders. Chapter 85. That young couple is so in love. The man was dressed in a somewhat new white polyester shirt paired with black trousers. His short hair slicked back with hair wax, and his eyes were filled with uncontainable anxiety. Lin Yao was already fuming, and her ankle was throbbing with pain. Hearing the man still asking about work, she instantly felt a surge of anger and pushed a shoulder while placing her hands on her hips and tilting her face up. "Su Shu, what do you mean? Is there only work in your eyes? Didn't you see that I twisted my ankle?" Su Shu quickly put on a smile. Don't be angry, I was wrong, Yao, what happened to your foot?" His tone was conciliatory, and Lin Yao felt much better hearing this. She pouted and mumbled, "That's better. It's no big deal. I just twisted my ankle when those two pushed me earlier. They actually dare to push you? I'm going to take revenge for you. Just watch me beat them so badly they'll be looking for their teeth." Su Shu's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this, and while speaking, he slowly rolled up his shirt sleeves and raised his foot as if to charge forward. Lin Yao quickly reached out to pull him back. "Are you crazy? They're soldiers and they have real guns." Su Shu's face turned pale, but he still held his head high and said quietly yet firmly, with a look of someone ready to face death, "So what if they're soldiers? Can soldiers bully my Yao Yao? I absolutely want to allow it. Lin Yao gently pulled him back, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Allicht, Fuye. I know you care about me, but don't be impulsive. Su Shu held Lin Yao's hands, his peach blossom eyes slightly raised, with a misty sheen in the corners, and said affectionately, I'm not being impulsive. I've said it before, I would give my life for you. Lin Yao's face turned red, her heart filled with sweetness, and she shyly withdrew her hands. Oh dear, it's so crowded here. Let us not talk here. Let us find a place to eat first, and I'll tell you slowly. Su, not that. One hand supporting Lin Yao and the other pointing in another direction. While I was waiting for you, I saw a noodle stall over there. There were quite a few people. It should taste good. Let us go there. Lin Yao immediately frowned. Eat street food? How cheap. Let us go to a state-run restaurant. Look, my valetas in my boch. Sure, I'll listen to you. We can't let our Yao Yao suffer. Su Shu nodded, seeing Lin Yao limping. He took her bag and said softly, I'll carry you. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction and leaned against Su Shu's back. Passers-by looked over and felt a bit envious. Look, that young couple over there is so in love. Yeah, he treats his wife so well. Lin Yao felt sweet in her heart. Earlier in the hospital, she had a hint of regret for not marrying Shen Huai Chuan, but now that hint had completely vanished. After all, Shen Huai Chuan's ice-cold face would carry his wife. The state-run restaurant was not far from there. The two had been eating there since they arrived in G City a few days ago. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Yao quickly ordered 4 dishes she was familiar with. There weren't many people at the moment, and the dishes were served quickly. While eating, Lin Yao chatted nonstop. Shen Huai Chuan had softened his attitude, but suddenly Zhou Qiqi showed up. After thinking it over, I finally figured it out. It was that Zhou Qiqi who couldn't stand us being happy and deliberately instigated Shen Huai Chuan behind my back, not letting me stay at the military hospital. Lin Yao spoke one after another, and Su Shu couldn't interject a word during her speech. When she finally paused, Su Shu frowned and spoke up. It can't be Qiqi, right? She's just a country girl who doesn't understand anything. Back then, I wanted to take her with me to the army. But she absolutely refused, and she was still thinking about marrying me. She's not that scheming. Besides, she's so timid. I'm afraid she'd jump into the river on the way to the army. He had grown up with Zhou Qiqi, and after so many years of friendship, he knew her best and instinctively rebutted. Lin Yao was displeased upon hearing this. She directly used her chopsticks to knock the piece of rib he was gnawing on down her bowl. She's timid? She pointed at my nose and called me a dog. Are you still speaking for her? Are you shameless? That was a piece of prime rib, with a lot of meat on it and incredibly delicious. Su Shu wanted to pick it up, but after Lin Yao said that, he couldn't so he could only lick the sauce off his fingertips and helplessly asked, So what should we do? Are we just going to give up on the job at the provincial military hospital? Lin Yao rolled her eyes. How is that possible? You don't have a job now. If I'm really assigned to a health center, we'll be drinking Northwest Wind, right? We can't keep asking my parents for money. And what about our marriage? Then Yao Yao, think of another way. Su Shu quickly put on a smile and served her a bowl of soup. Lin Yao's eyes darted around, unable to think of a solution, feeling extremely frustrated. And she could hardly eat. Turning her head, she saw Su Shu happily gnawing on a chicken leg, and she was so angry she wanted to hit him. But then she thought about it and immediately smiled, using her chopsticks to pick up the rib that had fallen to her bowl and placed it in Su Shu's bowl. Isn't this a solution? You and Zhou Qiqi grew up together. Go persuade her. Me? Su Shu was stunned, with grease smudged on the corner of his mouth from the chicken leg. I can't even get into the military hospital. How can I persuade her? I think it's better for you to go. If you can't get in, just wait at the door. Lin Yao thought of Zhou Qiqi's appearance and got angry, tapping Su Shu's bowl with her chopsticks. I don't believe she wanted to come out. Su Shu nodded. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Why tomorrow? It should be this afternoon. Hearing Lin Yao say this, Su Shu quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. I meant I'll go this afternoon. I'll go look for Zhou Qiqi this afternoon. Saying this, he continued to pick the last piece of rib from the plate. Meanwhile, in the provincial military hospital, Doctor's office, Zhou Qiqi suddenly sneezed and quickly covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Sorry, Dr. Ding, please continue. All right, Dr. Ding adjusted his glasses as he spoke. He was the head of orthopedics at the provincial military hospital and also Shen Huai Chuan as chief physician. When it was time to start work in the afternoon, Zhou Qiqi immediately went to the doctor's office to inquire about Shen Huai Chuan's condition. The situation was similar to what Shen Huai Chuan had said. 2 ribs were fractured, but not displaced, and it wasn't too serious. According to Shen Huai Chuan's physical condition, he would indeed recover afterward, and it wouldn't have a significant impact on his future. However, since it involved bones, it wouldn't be as easy to heal as he said. He still had to rest properly for 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Zhou Qiqi felt much more at ease and asked Dr. Ding many questions about dietary restrictions, jotting down a whole sheet of notes, and then went with Zhou Qiqi to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy many ingredients. Zhou Qiqi had been scared by Lin Yao before, and when going out and coming back, she kept looking around. Seeing that there were no idle people at the hospital entrance, she bumped Zhou Qiqi's shoulder and laughed. That Lin Yao really doesn't dare to come. Chapter 86. What rules? How come I don't know? Zhou Qiqi had long anticipated that Lin Yao wouldn't have the face to show up again, and she smiled. Ying, remember this. Most of the bad people in this world are bullies who fear the strong and prey on the weak. The more you act fragile, the more they'll try to dominate you, but if you are tougher than them, they'll actually fear you a bit. Zhou Qiqi nodded, somewhat understanding, her eyes curving into crescents as she gave Zhou Qiqi a thumbs up. Okay, I got it. Qiqi, you're really amazing. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand casually. She wasn't always so confrontational. In fact, she used to be just like Zhou Qiqi, extremely timid, shrinking away from strangers. But after being bullied often, she gradually realized that as a girl whose father didn't care for her and whose mother didn't love her, if she didn't stand up for herself, no one else would. She had to become strong, arm herself like a hedgehog, to live a better life. After returning, Zhou Qiqi greeted Qin Lei and asked him to stay at the hospital for now. Once she felt the time was right, she let Ying take the shopping car back by herself. She then headed to the kitchen of the military hospital to accommodate military families. The kitchen of the military hospital had a small area set aside for them to cook. There were several stoves, and the blue brick countertop was filled with condiments like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, which was quite convenient, though the space was a bit small and stuffy. She made winter melon and pork rib soup, stir-fried pork with asparagus and sautéed spinach, and also steamed some corn cakes. After packing everything in the lunchboxes she had just bought, she went back to the ward. Qin Lei quickly came over to set up a small dining table, and Zhou Qiqi handed the chopsticks and bowls to Shen Huai Chuan. When I served the dishes, I specifically picked out the scallions and ginger, so you can eat with peace of mind. Zhou Qiqi hadn't stopped for even a minute that afternoon, and her forehead was already covered in sweat. Shen Huai Chuan lay on the hospital bed, looking at the damp strands of hair stuck to her forehead. His throat moved as he struggled to sit up. There's no need to be so troublesome. The cafeteria's food is fine too. Zhou Qiqi quickly stepped forward, took a pillow, and placed it behind his back. Gently pressing on his shoulder with her fingertips, her eyes slightly raised as she reproached him. Is it your place to say that? You got hurt and didn't tell me, so you're in the wrong. You have to listen to me about everything. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. This left Shen Huai Chuan in a tight spot. He rubbed his nose, unable to retort, and obediently took the lunchbox. While eating, Zhou Qiqi brought up the topic of staying with him again. Shen Huai Chuan's injury wasn't serious. It was already the 3rd day, and he could get in and out of bed and walk normally without help. Plus, there was still Shen Duzhou, the little friend, at home. Duzhou's situation was special. Being a girl, Zhou Qiqi felt uneasy about her staying over at someone else's house for the night, even if it was fine for her to have a couple of meals at others' homes during the day. After discussing, they decided that Zhou Qiqi would come over early in the morning and return home after dinner. As for transportation, she planned to have sister Zhao pick her up. Shen Huai Chuan looked out at the overcast weather and immediately shook his head. No, it's going to rain tomorrow. It's fine. I'll just buy a raincoat later. Zhou Qiqi waved her hand dismissively. She could handle such a small matter on her own. However, Shen Huai Chuan turned to order Qin Lei. You need to call the military district right now and have them send a vehicle over. For a battle hero like Shen Huai Chuan, he usually had access to a vehicle. Normally, It could only be used for official purposes, but in special circumstances, such as moving, it could be applied for. Not to mention, Shen Huai Chuan was injured while participating in a military competition, and the leaders had arranged for high-level accommodations, a vehicle, and a caregiver from the beginning. Shen Huai Chuan just didn't want to ask for special treatment. Zhou Qiqi was still trying to refuse, but Qin Lei had already dashed off. The next morning, when Zhou Qiqi arrived, she got into a military jeep and exited through the back gate of the military hospital. Riding in the jeep only took about 40 minutes round trip. It was fast and certainly more comfortable than a donkey cart, without needing to endure the sun and wind. It made Zhou Qiqi want to buy a small car. However, in this era, even two-wheel bicycles were hard to come by, let alone a car. Domestic production was limited, and importing foreign ones was difficult. To get a car, one had to apply for a quota from their unit. Ordinary people didn't have the qualification to buy one. Even if one wanted to buy, the price was an astonishing 5 figures. Zhou Qiqi didn't even have 1,000 yuan on hand. Buying was out of the question, so she could only temporarily add it to her wish list and wait until she got rich in the future. For now, she could only take advantage of the benefits of being married to Shen Huai Chuan. To supplement Shen Huai Chuan's nutrition, Zhou Qiqi got up early to knead the dough, steamed some shepherd's purse and tofu buns, made a bit of millet porridge, and steamed an egg custard for Shen Huai Chuan. Not long after they finished eating, Deng Zuixiang and Captain Jiang arrived. Zhou Qiqi was peeling an apple for Shen Huai Chuan when she saw the two and immediately stood up. Sister Zuixiang, what brings you here? And Brother Jiang, aren't you working today? Oh, Huai Chuan got injured, so I had to come and check on him. Deng Zuixiang poked her husband's waist playfully, and Captain Jiang hurriedly handed over the canned fruit and milk powder he was carrying. Why did you bring so much stuff? Zhou Qiqi accepted it and handed it to Qin Lei to put away, then stopped Deng Zuixiang's arm, inviting them to sit on the sofa. Deng Zuixiang smiled and kicked Captain Jiang beside her. Most importantly, you had to bring my husband along to apologize. After Zhu Yingying returned home yesterday afternoon, she had told Deng Zuixiang about the incident. Knowing that it was because of her husband that Zhou Qiqi had misunderstood, she felt extremely guilty. She had Captain Jiang take a half-day off and come over with gifts. It's my fault, I'm clumsy with my words. Captain Jiang clasped his hands together and bowed twice to Zhou Qiqi, smiling bitterly. I had no choice. Huai Chuan asked me to help keep his secret. I can't betray my brother, right? That's the rule in the military district. I know. Brother Jiang, I'm not blaming you. Zhou Qiqi smiled as she fed Shen Huai Chuan a piece of apple. Seeing that her best friend wasn't angry, Deng Zuixiang relaxed and patted her husband's hand. Captain Jiang held his wife's hand in return, and as they were being sweet, Shen Huai Chuan slowly finished eating and suddenly asked, "What rules? How come I don't know?" Huh? Captain Jiang was still in a daze when he suddenly heard Shen Huai Chuan slap his forehead, as if realizing something. Oh, I remember now. You're talking about the last time during the drill explosion when you got hurt, and I helped keep it from Sister Jiang, right? Chapter 87. Something happened as soon as Shen Huai Chuan spoke. The ward fell into a brief silence. But soon, Deng Zuixiang reacted, pinching the earlobe of Major Jiang and twisting it gently, while firing off questions like a machine gun. What explosion? What injury? Where did you get hurt? Jiang Yuanzheng. You better explain clearly to me. How dare you hide such a big thing from me? Major Jiang repeatedly bowed, his ears turning red. Wife, I was wrong. It's just a small injury. It's already healed. Deng Zuixiang was not convinced, and the two began to push and shove on the other side of the ward. Zhou Qiqi watched with great interest, munching on an apple while offering a piece to Shen Huai Chuan on the bed. However, as she ate, her eyes were blocked by the bitten apple. All of a sudden, Deng Zuixiang yelled, "I don't believe you. Take off your shirt and let me see." Major Jiang retreated repeatedly, saying, "There's so many people here, don't lift my clothes, let us go to the restroom." When Shen Huai Chuan moved the apple away, he saw two figures shoving each other into the restroom. The last time there was an explosion during a performance was already a year ago. Major Jiang had internal injuries and had no visible wounds, and he had healed almost completely by now. After asking repeatedly, Deng Zuixiang finally felt at ease, letting Major Jiang leave while pulling Zhou Qiqi over to chat. Major Jiang then plopped down on the edge of Shen Huai Chuan's bed, poking his shoulder with his finger. You, young man, are not righteous. You used to always have a cold expression, focus solely on work, and spoke little. But now look at you after getting married. You're so chatty. Is this intentional retaliation? Shen Huai Chuan didn't even lift his eyelids, lightly shaking his head while rubbing the corner of the blanket. Slow reaction after being injured. Why don't I believe you? You're not hurt in the head. Major Jiang slapped his thigh and sighed. I'm telling you, you've really put me in a tough spot. My wife, your sister-in-law, said that from now on, all family matters will be decided by her, and I have no say in the matter. I have no status at home. Major Jiang felt bitter inside, but he couldn't find any flaws to refute, so he could only swallow his grievances. But as he was swallowing, he realized something was off. Wait a minute. She was always in charge of everything at home anyway. No, Huai Chuan, help me analyze this. Am I losing out or gaining? Shen Huai Chuan. I don't know either, brother. The two men continued talking, both unconsciously looking over at the wives. Deng Chuixiang and Zhou Qiqi were chatting happily, and when they felt the gaze, they shot back a fierce glare. She pulled Zhou Qiqi's shoulder closer to her and muttered, "You listen to me. Every time there's a drill, a mission, or a competition, when they come back, they must be dragged into the room, stripped down, and checked from top to bottom. Otherwise, they will definitely hide things. We have to remember how many scars there are." Zhou Qiqi nodded obediently, saying, got it. Deng Qixiang leaned in mysteriously. But after you check, you have to be careful, keep a mental note, and be ready for battle. Zhou Qiqi blinked innocently, asking, the military wife still needs to be ready for battle? What should I be careful about? What notes? What battle preparation? Deng Chuixiang poked her forehead with her finger, laughing mischievously. Are you really silly, or just pretending to be? You've seen him completely naked, and he went to let you go? Guixiang, what are you talking about? Zhou Qiqi finally reacted, her face suddenly turning bright red as she punched Deng Chuixiang a few times. But in her mind, she couldn't help but recall yesterday afternoon when her hand brushed against Shen Huai Chuan's waist and his rolling Adam's apple. At that moment, her attention was fully on his injury, and she hadn't noticed anything else. Now, thinking back, her heart couldn't help but flutter, her throat lightly rolling. Watching the two heads huddled together, laughing and giggling, even Major Jiang, who was discussing an off-road race with Shen Huai Chuan, couldn't help but feel emotional. Look at these women. Just a moment ago, they were fierce and terrifying, and now they're laughing so quickly, truly unpredictable. After chatting for a while, Deng Chuixiang said goodbye to Zhou Qiqi. Her brother and sister-in-law also lived in G City, and she had been busy recently, hardly making it to the city. Now that she had finally come over, she definitely had to go see them. Previously, Zhou Qiqi had made a suit and floral dress for her, and she had bought a set for her brother and sister-in-law at cost price, which she hadn't delivered yet. After delivering, she still had to go back to take care of the kids, mainly to make good food for Zhou, so she was extremely busy. All right, you should hurry and go. Zhou Qiqi knew she was busy and didn't keep her. Originally, she was going to walk her to the door of the ward, but for some reason, they suddenly started talking about Zhou Qiqi's stall business. They ended up walking all the way outside the hospital building, waving goodbye from a distance. On her way back, passing by the door of the third-floor inpatient department, she saw the little nurse from yesterday, Yuan Xiao Yuan, running around in a panic, repeatedly muttering, "It's over, it's over, it's over." She hurried over. "Little nurse Yuan, what happened?" Yuan Xiao Yuan's face was pale, and she was wringing her hands anxiously. "The patient is missing." This morning, their hospital admitted a young girl who had taken sleeping pills to commit suicide. She was brought in by a neighbor aunt. After washing her stomach and stabilizing her condition, she was transferred to the third-floor ward. The neighbor aunt went to the nurse station to take a phone call, intending to notify her family. But when she returned, the bed was empty, and the girl was gone. She had already asked around with the neighbor, but no one had seen her, which made her panic. Zhou Qiqi saw the sweat running down Yuan Xiao Yuan's forehead and quickly comforted her by patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll help you look for her. You said she took sleeping pills to commit suicide, so if she wakes up, she might still be feeling hopeless. Could she have gone to the rooftop? It's possible. Let us go to the rooftop to look." The three of them hurried up to the 5th floor, only to find a rooftop iron door wide open. By the railing, a girl in a patientess gown had one leg already swung over, looking down and crying. "Miss, it's dangerous," Yuan Xiao Yuan exclaimed as she rushed forward. "Don't come over." The girl flinched and shrank back, tears streaming down her face. "Just let me die. I didn't die from the pills, so I'll jump off the building." "No, don't act impulsively." Yuan Xiao Yuan was extremely anxious and wanted to move forward. But the girl threatened with a stern face. "Don't come over. None of you come over. If you come any closer, I'll jump right now." Saying this, she had already swung her other leg over. Now, both of her legs were outside the railing, barely standing on her toes, gripping the railing with her hands. "What should we do?" Yuan Xiao Yuan and the neighbor aunt were pacing anxiously. At this moment, Zhou Qiqi took a deep breath and calmly said, "Don't panic. Xiao Yuan, you go call the police and get the 2 soldiers from the 4th floor to come over. Here, I'll talk to her with the aunt first." Saying this, she grabbed the anxious neighbor aunt, urging her not to get too close and provoke the girl, raising her hands high and shouting, "Hey, don't act impulsively. We want tea come over. We promise we want tea. Look, we're just standing here at the door, not stepping forward at all. Don't move." Her voice was clear and melodious, not panicking at all, like a lark, full of warmth and vitality. The girl couldn't help but be attracted, turning her head to look at her. The moment she saw her, her expression changed instantly. "It's you." Chapter 88. Knowledge all mixed up looking at the girl who remembered her. Zhou Qiqi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly spoke. "Yes, Chunyan. You still remember me?" Her voice was as tender as if she were coaxing a child. The girl nodded involuntarily and said, "I remember. The dress you made is very pretty." Zhou Qiqi recognized the little girl at first glance. She was the same girl who had falsely accused Zhou Qiqi of hiding needles in her clothes at the police station with her mother. Her name was Wang Chunyan, a 16-year-old dance student. Zhou Qiqi remembered her name because after the truth of the incident came out, the little girl had cried and knelt before her to apologize. The girl wasn't fundamentally bad. She had a basic sense of right and wrong. However, after being subjected to long-term emotional abuse by her mother, who often insulted her with harsh words, she became extremely timid and insecure, her mental state somewhat disoriented, which led to this tragic incident. "Nobody wants you. You worthless piece of trash. Why don't you just die?" Zhou Qiqi still remembered vividly how that aunt had scolded Wang Chunyan in front of so many people at the police station. The little girl had cowered in a corner, trembling, seemingly accustomed to such insults. At that time, Zhou Qiqi had felt that the little girl might think of harming herself later and had specially told Captain Li to keep an eye on her. Unexpectedly, a tragedy still occurred. Judging by the current situation, the little girl must have been harshly scolded by her mother today, which led her to contemplate ending her life. Life is so precious. Even if there had been past grievances, Zhou Qiqi could never just stand by and watch someone die. She took a few deep breaths to steady her tone, smiled gently, and said, "Do you like it? How do you find this outfit I'm wearing today? It's something I made new." As she spoke, she twirled around. Today she wore a modified small suit paired with a blue-black linen skirt, which shimmered with a flowing metallic sheen under the sunlight. Wang Chunyan was involuntarily drawn in and nodded. "It's beautiful, like a flying swallow." Zhou Qiqi touched the hem of her skirt, her eyes slightly curved. A swallow. What a wonderful metaphor. Your name is Chunyan. So isn't this dress made just for you? I'll give you one." She paused for a moment and immediately asked, "Chunyan, do you want to wear this dress and dance?" Her words flowed one after another, and Wang Chunyan couldn't react in time. She instinctively nodded under Zhou Qiqi's smiling influence. "Yes. My grandma used to say that when I dance, I look like a little flying swallow." Zhou Qiqi's eyes brightened, and she softly said, "If you want to, then come down from there. If you jump down, you won't be able to dance for your grandma anymore." "But," Chunyan cried out, her tears soaked in despair. Her grandma had already passed away. Zhou Qiqi's heart tightened. Her vision blurred momentarily, but she maintained her smile, quickly pointing to the sky. "Have you heard that deceased, loved ones turn into stars, watching over their beloved family from above? Although grandma is gone, as long as you live well, she will always be watching over you." "Really?" Wang Chunyan looked at the overcast sky, her voice trembling slightly. Zhou Qiqi nodded without hesitation, her tone resolute. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could so many people come to save you? It must be that your grandma doesn't want you to do something foolish and wants to protect her precious granddaughter. Would you want to make grandma sad? Upon hearing these words, Wang Chunyan was deeply shaken, her grip on the railing tightening. At that moment, Zhou Qiqi reached out her hand, palm up, smiling gently. Come on. Be good. Turn around, and I'll help you down. Throughout their conversation, she had been subtly moving closer. Now, she was just an arm's length away from Wang Chunyan. Chunyan looked at her smile, listening to her gentle tone, and instinctively stepped out with her right leg, about to turn around. However, it had rained that morning, and the railing was a bit slippery. The little girl had just undergone gastric lavage and didn't have much strength. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she lost control, about to fall backward. Without thinking, Zhou Qiqi reached out to pull her, but her strength was limited, and she could see that she was about to be dragged down as well. Just at that critical moment, several soldiers rushed over, firmly grabbing Chunyan and steadying Zhou Qiqi in the process. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Qiqi was extremely frightened, her heart racing. But she first ran over to check on the little girl. Chunyan had twisted her ankle and had some abrasions, but there was nothing serious. She was now crying, struggling to catch her breath. Zhou Qiqi reached out to touch the little girl's hair, softly whispering in her ear, "Your life has just begun. Don't give up." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp shouting sound came from the hallway. "You worthless girl. After all this time, you want to die like others." Zhou Qiqi looked over at the sound and saw several soldiers standing at the hallway entrance, along with a few people who seemed to be doctors or nurses. Then, uniformed police officers, including the aunt from that day, squeezed in, along with Officer Tan. Zhou Qiqi had seen how formidable that aunt was and didn't want to get involved with her or draw attention. She tugged at Officer Tan and briefly explained the situation before leaving. After she left, a middle-aged man surrounded by several soldiers approached, saluted Officer Tan, and pointed at Zhou Qiqi's departing figure. "Comrade. Hello. May I ask if that female comrade is a doctor here? What's her name? Having just saved someone." Zhou Qiqi felt a bit lightheaded and was somewhat relieved. Thankfully, she had watched many TV dramas in her past life, both from TV and idol dramas. Although her knowledge was all mixed up, it came in handy at the right moment. She hoped those words would truly comfort the little girl. However, even if she could temporarily comfort her, with a mother like that, her future days would definitely still be tough. But this was something the little girl had to overcome herself. Nevertheless, she would definitely give her the promised dress, considering it a gift from her grandma. As she went downstairs, Zhou Qiqi suddenly felt pain in her wrist and looked down to see a patch of abrasions. When she had pulled Wang Chunyan earlier, her wrist had scraped against the railing. She hadn't felt any pain at the time, but now that she had relaxed, it hurt quite badly. She hurried downstairs to the outpatient department to apply some medicine before returning to the ward. She had been gone for so long, and Shen Huai Chuan must have been worried. Sure enough, when she returned, Qin Lei was extremely anxious. "Sister-in-law, where have you been? Something big has happened." "What happened?" Zhou Qiqi's heart sank, and she quickly asked. Chapter 89, The First Kiss of Two People Hearing Qin Lei say something important had happened. Zhou Qiqi's heart jumped to her throat, and her first reaction was to look at Shen Huai Chuan, who was leaning against the head of the bed. Shen Huai Chuan quickly shook his head, indicating it had nothing to do with him, and Qin Lei moved aside to explain. "When you went downstairs to see Aunt Deng, our old leader from the military district came to see the commander and wanted to meet you too. I searched downstairs for a while, but couldn't find you. And the old leader had other business, so he left first." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiqi relaxed and waved her hand. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. If I didn't see him, then so be it. It's just unfortunate." Qin Lei pulled Zhou Qiqi aside and whispered, "That's not the key point. The key point is that Section Chief Liao came with the old leader. When I sent him to the VIP ward, I seemed to hear Section Chief Liao say a few things." Zhou Qiqi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did he say something bad about me?" She wasn't surprised. Section Chief Liao had been fighting with Li Hongwan at home lately and had been losing face outside, so he probably held her responsible. Qin Lei scratched his head. "It's not exactly bad things. He just said that the sister-in-law is young and can't stay in hospital. and might have gone out shopping or something. I noticed the old leader didn't seem too satisfied with the sister-in-law. Zhou Qiqi shrugged. It's fine. I'll have another opportunity to explain to the old leader later. Wait, sister-in-law, how can you not feel regret? You can't meet the old leader every day. Qin Lei was anxious and sweating. Zhou Qiqi comforted him by patting his shoulder. Compared to a life, the opportunity to meet the old leader is completely insignificant. Even if I had known in advance that the old leader was coming, I wouldn't have come back to see him. What life? Sister-in-law, what happened? Hearing her say this, Shen Huai Chuan struggled to sit up. Zhou Qiqi hurriedly sat at the edge of the bed, pressed down his shoulder, and recounted what had happened along with all the circumstances. After hearing this, Qin Lei was furious and slammed the table. What kind of mother is this? It's too much. How can she treat her own daughter like this? Zhou Qiqi shook her head with a wry smile. Not all parents will love their children. At first, she didn't understand, but then she thought about it and realized she was just like that. Clearly, she was her parents' biological daughter, but neither of them loved her. Although they didn't hit or scold her, when they divorced, neither wanted her. In the end, the court awarded her to her father, but he didn't want her either and sent her to her grandmother's house. At first, she couldn't make sense of it. Even as she grew up, she still didn't understand. But she knew what family, what love, what kinship. She didn't need any of it. She just needed to take care of herself. Hopefully, Shun can come to terms with it and live well. She and Qin Lei were still immersed in Wang Chunyan's story, while only Shen Huai Chuan, concerned about her, furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you get hurt while saving someone?" No. Zhou Qiqi's wrist had a large scrape. Although the nurse had treated it, it looked scary. Instinctively, she didn't want Shen Huai Chuan to worry and shook her head. However, Shen Huai Chuan could see something was off in her flickering eyes and directly grabbed her wrist. Let me see. Zhou Qiqi instinctively lowered her head to hide it and carefully avoided the wound on Shen Huai Chuan's chest. Shen Huai Chuan was eager to check if she was injured. As they pulled and tugged, Zhou Qiqi's right hand rested on Shen Huai Chuan's left hand. Shen Huai Chuan turned his hand to grasp her wrist, and she couldn't break free, looking up to say something. But unexpectedly, as she looked up, her warm lips brushed against Shen Huai Chuan's cold lips. The distance between them made their breaths audible, and Zhou Qiqi's eyes were filled only with Shen Huai Chuan's gaze. In that shimmering gaze, there was a mix of heartache, tenderness, and the starlight of the whole world. Zhou Qiqi felt her mind buzz, instinctively wanting to pull away, but her body completely disregarded her subconscious thoughts. And with her eyelashes fluttering, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips against his. In an instant, the starlight in Shen Huai Chuan's eyes exploded, and he tilted his head to return the kiss deeply. Their lips pressed tightly together, gently rubbing against each other. Shen Huai Chuan's lips were somewhat cool, and his breath was rapid and chaotic, almost making Zhou Qiqi forget to breathe. By the time she reacted, her face was already flushed, and she hurriedly pulled away and lowered her head. But when she moved her lips away, Shen Huai Chuan's hand had already intertwined with her fingers, the warmth of his palm drilling into her heart through her veins. A gentle voice came from above. "Be good. Let me see. Is it serious?" This was his original intention. The kiss just now was completely accidental. Zhou Qiqi couldn't break free from Shen Huai Chuan's strength and had to obediently extend her right wrist. "It's really nothing. I've already put on medicine." Her wrist injury was indeed not serious. The soldiers behind her had come to the rescue, quite timely, probably arriving early. But they were quite professional. They didn't rush in immediately, but waited until she, the negotiation expert, had talked things through before stepping in to save people. Shen Huai Chuan frowned. "Don't cook for the next 2 days. Let Qin Lei go buy something." Zhou Qiqi quickly shook her head. "That's not okay. Last night, I called Sister Zhao. She knew you were injured, and this morning she specially killed a hen to send over. If I don't cook, it would waste her kindness, right? Then let Qin Lei cook. You can teach him." "Huh? How does that involve me?" Qin Lei was covering his face with both hands, peeking through his fingers. He was startled when he suddenly heard his name, but then he nodded. "All right, whatever sister-in-law says, I'll do it. I'll go to the bathroom first." But Zhou Qiqi waved her hand and said, "I'll go for you. You just stay here." Saying this, she blushed as she pulled her hand back from Shen Huai Chuan and ran into the bathroom of the suite. Is there someone to replace you for going to the bathroom? Shen Lei looked at Shen Huai Chuan in confusion. Shen Huai Chuan remained calm, slightly raising his chin. You go to the bathroom outside and come back quickly. Shen Lei, what should I do then? Just follow orders. Zhou Qiqi entered the bathroom. Not to use the toilet, but to immediately turn on the faucet and wash her face. Since just now, her face had been burning. Even after splashing cold water on it, it still felt hot. This was her first kiss, the first kiss of her life. Her heart was still pounding, and she couldn't quite figure out what was happening to her. She gently touched her lips with her fingers. She had clearly wanted to pull away just now, but her body wouldn't listen, as if it were out of control. She was very unaccustomed to this feeling, but strangely, she didn't resist it much either. Scenes of that moment kept replaying in her mind, and it seemed that the soft touch still lingered on her lips. Having watched so many idol dramas, she touched her racing heart and suddenly felt a strange sensation. Could it be that she was falling for him? Chapter 90. The art troupe is recruiting. Is she falling for Shen Huai Chuan? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly slapped her face and shook her head, muttering to herself, "Impossible, it's just an accident, just an accident. There's no love in this world. She doesn't believe in love. She won't fall for any man. She's just Shen Huai Chuan's wife, that's all. They still have to have children in the future. This kiss is just the first step. There's no need to think too much about it. It's normal for a couple. Yes, normal, very normal. Everything is under control." She did a lot of mental preparation for herself, finally convincing herself, took a deep breath, and hurried out of the bathroom. Shen Lei had already returned, and the two went to the kitchen together. Shen Lei was a rural boy. Although he hadn't cooked much at home, he was quite nimble when it came to working. Making a clear broth from an old hen didn't require much skill. Just chop it up, blanch it, and then stew it. What really troubled Zhou Qiqi was what dishes to make. Just as she was worrying, the young military wife next door, who was also cooking for her man, came over with a smile on her face. "Sister, when the chicken soup is done, could I borrow a bowl? My husband wants to eat noodle soup today, but I forgot to bring the meat ticket and couldn't buy meat, so I can only make it vegetarian. I saw you stewing chicken and thought to borrow some soup for flavor." The woman looked a bit awkward, wiping her flour-dusted hands on her clothes, pulling out 50 cents from her pocket. "I won't borrow it for free. I'll give you 50 cents, how about that?" Zhou Qiqi maintained a serious face and shook her head, pushing the money back. "I don't think that's right." The sister's face turned red, her hand holding the money hanging in the air, hesitantly saying, "Well, forget it." Seeing her like this, Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but laugh and quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Hey, don't go. I meant if you don't want to pay, we can trade. Would you be willing to trade with me?" She was already worried about lunch, and now she finally had an idea. She could trade chicken soup and a chicken leg for some hand-pulled noodles, make a bowl of chicken noodle soup, and blanch some vegetables. It would be convenient and nutritious, and she wouldn't need any cooking skills. Shen Lei could definitely manage it. The sister initially pondered what to trade, but as soon as she heard it was for noodles, she immediately nodded. Deal. 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 But then she quickly added, "But I don't want the chicken leg. Just some chicken soup is enough." Zhou Qiqi hurriedly shook her head. "No way. We're 3 people eating. You need to make more noodles for it to be enough. The chicken leg has to stay." The woman laughed and waved her hand. "Hey, a little flour isn't worth a chicken leg. Besides, I see you have an old hen, right? The meat looks good. A chicken leg wouldn't even be worth 50 cents. Zhou Qiqi gave her a thumbs up. "You know your stuff. Authentic farmhouse old hen. Just killed this morning." The two women chatted back and forth, and Zhou Qiqi learned that the woman's surname was Qin, named Qin Sui, and both she and her husband worked in the military district's art troupe. Qin Sui had a bright personality and quickly talked about her husband. Recently, the troupe is directly recruiting a batch of artistic soldiers. When he was checking the lights on stage, he accidentally fell and hurt his leg. Artistic soldiers? The kind that sings and dances? How does the direct recruitment work? "Sui, could you tell me more?" Zhou Qiqi's heart raced, pressing for more information. Qin Sui nodded. "Sure. What's there to hide?" She explained that the military art troupe usually recruits from local song and dance troupes or art schools, and rarely opens up to the public. However, this time the troupe had newly created a dance and needed a few suitable young girls aged 15 or 16, which is why they specifically opened direct recruitment to the public. As long as they have a dance foundation, they can go sign up. The flyers have almost been distributed, and the selection will start tomorrow. After finishing, Qin Sui curiously asked, "What's up, Qiqi? Do you have relatives who study dance? You can give me the child's information, and I can help you sign up." Zhou Qiqi shook her head. "No need, Sui. Just help me get a few flyers." Naturally, Qin Sui wouldn't refuse such a small request and brought the flyers to Zhou Qiqi early the next morning. Zhou Qiqi carefully looked at them and saw that it stated that passing the selection was equivalent to joining the army, which gave her some assurance. But she still asked one more question. "Sui, what if they get selected, but the parents don't want it? Vin Sui kudikut hertongu. Who wouldn't want it? Our art troupe is a stable job with food and housing and a good future. Marrying well is a huge advantage for women in this era." Hearing this, Zhou Qiqi felt relieved. That morning, Zhou Qiqi had specifically asked Nurse Xiao Yuan, and Wang Chunyin was still in the hospital on the 3rd floor. Although the military hospital only treated military personnel and their families, they still took responsibility for emergency patients who were sent in. Wang Chunyin had her stomach washed out and was recovering well, but needed to stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 days for observation. She used the flyer as a dust cover, carefully wrapping it around her clothes, putting it in a plastic bag, and handing it to Qin Lei, asking him to help deliver it to Wang Chunyin. She also specially instructed, "Give it to her when her mother isn't around and don't mention the flyer. I'm just providing a piece of information. Whether she sees it or wants to go is up to Wang Chunyin to decide. After all, I'm just a passerby, not intending to be anyone's savior, nor do I have the right to decide other people's lives." "Got it," Qin Lei nodded. After hearing about Wang Chunyin's situation, he felt quite sympathetic. Zhou Qiqi thought he would have to wait for her mother to leave before delivering it, and it would probably take a while to return. Unexpectedly, less than half an hour later, Qin Lei came back. Qin Lei curled his lips. Her mom isn't even here. That aunt just came by in the morning, brought some buns for the girl, and left. However, Officer Tan is with the girl at the hospital bed. They caught that woman who was selling the dress with needles, and they're asking Wang Chunyin to fill in some details. Finally, there was something to be happy about, and Zhou Qiqi's eyes lit up. They caught her. "What's her name? Is it Ran Hongxia?" Qin Lei nodded. "Yes, Officer Tan heard I was going your place, and specifically asked me to thank you. Ran Hongxia selling counterfeit clothes isn't the only case. There are 2 other girls who were also harmed. One of them got a needle directly in her eye, causing corneal damage, and it's quite serious. They've all reported to the police. Ran Hongxia somehow got wind of it and has gone into hiding. Luckily, with the name you provided, Officer Tan and the others visited some acquaintances, pieced together a sketch, and found her on the outskirts of the city. Good. Catching her is what matters." Zhou Qiqi sighed in relief, then said, "Now I'm going out to buy some meat." Qin Lei immediately jumped up. "I'll go get the car downstairs." Zhou Qiqi waved her hand. "No need. I can walk there myself. It's not far anyway." Ever since the kiss yesterday, she felt restless staying in the hospital room. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and left. Today, she didn't take the car, so she naturally walked out the front door. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a man looking around and staring in her direction. The moment he saw her, his eyes widened. Chapter 91. This person is actually Zhou Qiqi? The man standing across the street wore a white shirt, black trousers, and had short hair slicked back with hair wax. He looked so refined that Zhou Qiqi remembered him vividly. Who else could it be but Su Shu? Earlier, when Lin Yao suddenly appeared, she anticipated that Su Shu would show up as well. She guessed that the figure she had seen at the first clothing factory was also Su Shu. Zhou Qiqi did not want to have any more ties with this pair of scumbag man and woman. When she saw Su Shu staring at her with wide eyes, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly lowered her head, using her bag to cover her face, and quickly walked away, fearing that Su Shu would catch up to her. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Shu didn't recognize her at all. Instead, he licked his lips and sighed. The girls in the military hospital are all so pretty, and their figures are lovely. Before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly yanked his ear, and an angry shout came from beside him. "Su Shu, Yao Yao, be gentle. You're hurting me." Su Shu grimaced and rubbed his reddened earlobe, his face full of grievance. Lin Yao had her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Didn't you say you take care of this? It's been 3 days. Where is he? I haven't seen him yet." She had sprained her ankle and didn't want to go out, but it had been 3 days. And Su Shu was out all day and returned late without any news, which made her quite anxious. I haven't seen him. Su Shu scratched his head. I've been watching from morning until night. I just haven't seen him. How could he not come out for 3 days? Does he not eat, drink, or buy anything? Lin Yao looked skeptical, clearly not believing him. Su Shu widened his eyes and said urgently, I'm not lying to you. I've been keeping an eye on him. Seeing Lin Yao's expression, he added with a hint of grievance in his tone, Yao Yao, you don't believe me? Lin Yao's heart immediately softened, and she quickly explained to Su Shu, No, I'm just a bit anxious. It's not that I don't trust you. I asked my brother, and he said there's a window period for the job transfer these days. If it goes poorly, everything will fall through. Su Shu confidently assured her, Don't worry, Yao Yao. Zhou Qiqi has been following me since she was little and admires me greatly. Once she sees me, she will definitely listen to me. Don't be anxious. He even pouted while saying this. Your business is my business. I'm anxious too. Look, I've been here for the past couple of days, and my lips are chapped. Lin Yao noticed that Su Shu's lips were indeed a bit dry and cracked, and her heart ached instantly. She immediately took out a few 1 yuan bills from her wallet. Here, take this 5 yuan, buy some soda or something to drink, and don't work too hard. Since he is in the hospital, he will have a chance to come out. Su Shu's peach blossom eyes curved into crescents as he took the money and lightly grabbed her wrist. His voice low, Only you care about me. Lin Yao pushed him away, her face flushed as she scolded. Who else can I be nice to if not you? We both. Su Shu looked around to see there weren't many people, then leaned in and gave her a heavy kiss on the face, saying, All right, it's been hot these days, and your foot is still not healed. Hurry back to the hotel to rest. I'll be here. Lin Yao felt even more shy and limped away with a flushed face. On the other side, Zhou Qiqi first went to the department store to buy some drawing paper and other items for Zhou, then headed to the state-owned grocery store to buy some vegetables, and finally found Director Li, who was on duty at the counter. Hello, I'm Zhou Qiqi, introduced by Comrade Hu Chunxiao. She should have called you, right? Zhou Qiqi said politely. Upon hearing this, Director Li immediately walked out from behind the counter, warmly extending his hand to shake hers. Hello. Sorry to bother you. I'm not sure if we have what I want. I prepare the tickets. Shen Huai Chuan's injury is a type of fracture and requires a lot of protein. Dr. Ding said it's best to eat more high-quality protein, like beef. Zhou Qiqi noted this down, planning to cook different things for Shen Huai Chuan. The first day, she made pork